Hey there, awesome viewers. Welcome back to Manhwa Empire Recap. Before we dive into today's recap, we want to hear from you. Drop your favorite genre of manhwa or manga in the comments below, and let us know where you're watching from. Your feedback helps us bring you the content you love. Now, let's jump into today's recap and explore the incredible stories we have for you.
The citizens are being asked to evacuate immediately because the absolute evil has descended. The wall was shattering due to the strong force. An undead was talking to a human. He told the human that it was impolite of him to stand against him when he's only a mere human. The undead called the human warrior. Baek Jinwoo repeated what the undead said about being afraid of death. He tightly gripped his sword and then quickly charged towards the undead. He told the undead that it has been a while since he's afraid of death. Jinwoo told the undead that all that is left for him to do is to kill him and close the gates. Jinwoo stepped back as the enemy used magic powers. But Jinwoo declared that it's the end for him. The undead thought that Jinwoo was amusing. Then, he unleashed a strong magic that even broke down the wall. The attack spread throughout the city. The undead wondered if it was the end of the battle with the last remaining hero. Suddenly, he sensed something behind him. Jinwoo was still alive and was about to attack. However, the undead saw it. Jinwoo didn't stop his advance. He cut through the undead's face. As a result, the undead's mask broke. The undead told him that he's the hero of mankind and he will close the last gate, thus, he will become the legend. But Jinwoo said that it doesn't matter whichever he becomes. Then, he recalled what his father said, that he wants him to protect the world because he's the chosen warrior. He told him that he must protect mankind. So, he was pressured by the people because they are hoping that he will be their hero. All that he could hear was that he should be the one to save mankind. Jinwoo pointed his sword at the undead and said that he's a hero and a warrior. But, he said that he's tired. He told the undead that they should die together. Even though he couldn't protect the most precious person for him to protect mankind. He at least thought that he's now free from all sorts of responsibilities and can finally face eternal rest. So, he thought that now that he has reached the end of his life that he has been waiting for so long, he won't have to hold a sword again. After some time, he woke up and saw a strange person. He wondered if it was some kind of attack, as he knew that he just died after closing the gate. Jinwoo thought that he should worry later and first subdue the guy in front of him. But, his hands seemed strange and the people in front of him were calling him Riley. He was taken aback, wondering if the little hand in front of him was his. Then, he thought that maybe it was the memories of his past life when he was a child. But, a thought came to his mind, thinking that he may have been reincarnated into some strange world. Suddenly, another person came in. A man asked him if he was ready to receive the sword's blessing. The man called himself the Swordmaster and told Jinwoo that he's the youngest of the Ippolita family, the #1 swordsman's family. To his surprise, the people in front of him are expecting him to hold a sword. So, he couldn't believe that he was reincarnated as a youngest son to a family swordsman even though he promised himself that he won't hold a sword again. He was very startled and felt anxious. Suddenly swords started to appear above him. As he saw the swords, his PTSD was surging. He realized that the swords are real and not just toys. When Jinwoo moved his hands, the people thought that he's ready to hold a sword. So, the people and servants of the family were excited that he's interested in swords at that young age. But Jinwoo doesn't like swords. He cried as he promised himself that he will never hold a sword again, but he was just reincarnated to a family of swordsmen. He wondered why he couldn't just die again. 19 years later, the Ippolita family is finally picking a successor. The Finn Ippolita family is known as a family that is blessed by the sword, and so far, no one has yet achieved a reputation for swordsmanship. The first child of the family is the swordsman lion. He's the one who seeked essence of a pure and powerful family, and he's also the one who has made contributions in the battles against beasts. The second master is the swordsman Royd, who is the second son of the Ippolita family. Unlike lions, he is a person that people can't beat in speed. It is said that he can cut off the rising water drops before they even land. Then, the time has come for them to talk about the third son. The man said that the third one is useless. Ian was eavesdropping on their conversation, saying that the third son is lazy by nature. Ian's body trembled when the people say that the Ippolita's family reputation is ruined because of the third son. They were surprised when the man beside them abruptly took down its cup. Ian looked at them and said that they don't have the right to talk to the third son like that. But, the man retorted that the third son is really lazy by nature and he's just a blemish that shouldn't have been born in the Ippolita family. Meanwhile, the third son that they're talking about was just resting beneath the trees. Riley thought that the cloud above him looked like hamburgers. On the other hand, Ian was protecting him from the man, saying that he's sincere and has a good heart. Meanwhile, Riley was talking to himself, saying that he has dreamt a lot about his past in the past few days. He thought that he would forget all about his past life when he reached a certain age. He pondered that when he's around that age in his previous life, he never expected something like that. In his previous life, he accidentally drew a holy sword that no one could have drawn to prevent the world caused by the Demon King. At that time, the ego of him closes. As a warrior, he had no choice but to live like that. So, he thought that in that life he has now, he will never hold a sword. He told himself that he will never hold a sword. Suddenly, his butler, Ian, appeared looking for him. Ian asked him if he practiced swordsmanship because the family is going to choose a successor soon. Riley told him to forget it because the people are just going to say that he's a lazy child of the family. Ian told him to prove the rumors with a sword, but Riley said that he doesn't have to fix the rumors when it's not wrong. But Ian persisted and told him that he must have something better than the other masters. Ian told him that he's smart and he has an image. Riley looked at Ian and called him by his name. Then, he said that he's hurt and he is never going to hold a sword. Riley told Ian that he doesn't have to get too caught up in other people's opinions, because that's the thing he regrets the most in his life. Furthermore, when they're eating, the topic about choosing the successor was brought up. Riley's mother told Ian that Riley also deserves to be chosen as a successor. She said that Riley is the youngest son of the Ippolita family, that's why he should have the rights. But, she said that she just wants Riley to be happy. She wants him to find his own happiness without being brought down by the weight of Ippolita. So, Ian asked her if she's not angry, to which Riley's mother asked why she would be. Ian told her that Riley has many competitors, and considering it's Lion and Orly's son. Thus, Riley told Ian that he had already told him not to think about what others think. But, Ian persisted, saying to Riley's mother that she should know how clever Riley is. Ian recalled that Riley learned how to speak quickly faster than anyone in the family. At the age of 2, they also confirmed that Riley is the first person who was born with such great qualities. Moreover, Ian also considered that Riley's the only one that could read high-level books at such an age. But, Riley's mother said that if Riley's smart, he should pick a pen, not a sword. Riley felt satisfied because his mother wasn't forcing him to hold a sword. Riley thought that he's satisfied with only Ian and mother who would be the fence of his family. Suddenly, his mother starts to cough blood. He looked at her and was very surprised. He was stunned and didn't know what to do when his mother started to fall apart. He couldn't believe his eyes as the only thing that he had on his side was his mother and Ian. Riley started questioning what was happening all of a sudden. He thought that his life was okay at the moment because he doesn't have to hold a sword nor a responsibility. So, he wondered why his mother would suffer that way. He never expected that a situation like that would occur. Ian told him that they have to do an emergency treatment because his mother won't stop coughing blood. But, Riley was looking at the door, because a person was there. He realized that the things that are bothering him are going to disappear. He recognized the person who poisoned his mother and threatened the peace that he desperately wanted. Riley realized that it was the first wife of his father, Orly Fin Ippolita. Ian then told him that he must apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Riley told him to leave his mother with him and he should go and call a physician. Riley said that he will do the emergency treatment and take her to the room. Ian understood and said that he will get a physician there as soon as he can. But before he leaves, Riley said that he has one more favor. Ian was surprised when Riley mentioned his wooden sword. Riley instructed him to bring him his wooden sword. Finally, Riley's mother's condition stabilized. He was tending to her as Ian called the physician. His mother was in a bad state. Riley thought that he did everything that he could for the moment. Shortly, Ian informed him loudly that the physician has arrived. After treating Riley's mother, Ian told Riley that he also thought the same, that someone purposely did that to his mother to assassinate her. Then, Ian informed him that they have kept the maid who was in charge of her mother's meal in prison, and he assumes that they will question her. Unbeknownst to them, the person who did that is close to them. Ian apologized to Riley, saying that it would have never happened if he noticed something quickly. Out of nowhere, Riley shared the story of the other world in his dream. He told Ian that there is a saying. Riley stated that do not touch the nostrils of the lion. Then, he said that he will use the wooden sword that he has brought him and he has to meet someone. He instructed Ian to take care of his mother for a while. While Riley was walking, he thought that there is one thing that he wished for in that life. He wished to live as happily and as long as possible at the side of someone important to him. So, he got mad about what happened to his mother. He thinks that people dare to try and take away his only wish. Thus, he told himself that he will raise his sword again. He saw Orly and told her that he was looking for him and he didn't expect that she would be there. Orly turned around as Riley called her. She looked at him with contempt. Still, she turned around and greeted him, saying that it has been a while. She called him their young master Lazy Sword, and then asked how he is. Riley said that his only problem is that he is so well thanks to her. Then, he mentioned that her mother is really healthy, so he would like to thank her. Orly laughed and acted like she didn't know anything. She said that she's the lady of the house and it's the least thing that she could do. Then, she told Riley that she's worried about her mother, considering that his mother's only son had someone called the Lazy Sword, but she guessed that he matured seeing the wooden sword in his hand. Riley said that there was a little change of heart. Then, Riley said that he thinks that he could smell the same scent on her that her mother's soup had. Orly said that she was on her way back after checking dinner for that day, which Riley said that it isn't like her. Orly responded that she thinks that the one acting weird is him. She told him to not try and do anything stupid and stay quiet. She told him to just act like he had always been until then. Afterwards, Orly came back to her room, asking a person how it went observing Riley. The person said that he saw Riley heading to the training field after meeting her, which Orly said that it's a good decision to track Riley. But, the person said that it doesn't seem like Riley even knows how to hold a sword properly. Orly then said that there's no reason to waste more time and they should finish it that night. She told the man not to get caught by Riley, to which the man pondered if it really would be easy. Then, he thought that Riley was definitely lacking a lot. But, he can't stop feeling like Riley saw them somehow. He thought that Riley was waiting for its meat. Suddenly, he came back to his senses when Orly asked what he was doing. Orly instructed him to start it. So, the man quickly heads towards the room of Riley's mother. While he was walking, he thought that Riley's room was in the next hallway. To his surprise, Riley appeared, asking him what took him so long. He felt surprised as he didn't expect that Riley would be there. On the other hand, Riley was smiling at him and telling him that he was waiting for him ever since he was at the training field. The man felt surprised as he thought that he made sure that he didn't feel any presence while he was heading towards the room of Riley's mother. Suddenly, Riley started to attack him. The man thought that Riley isn't any different from the time when he was at the training field, so he thought that Riley did it on purpose. But then, he was very much surprised. He didn't expect that the floor would end up like that with just one strike of Riley's sword. Meanwhile, Riley was smirking, asking him what he's doing. Riley asked the man why he was not focusing during their battle. He told the man that he knows that he came to kill him. Riley told him that he knows that he came after getting an order from Orly. Then, Riley asserted that he guessed that Orly wasted her money on him. Riley mocked the man, saying that he can't even handle someone that is only using a wooden sword. The man was caught off guard, causing it to let go of his grip on his weapon. The man's dagger fell to the ground. So, the man felt troubled. He didn't know what to do afterwards. Riley took the opportunity to attack as the man was stunned. He killed the man instantly. Afterwards, he came back to the room like normal. Suddenly, the door opened. Ian was surprised that he was there. Then, Ian conveyed to him that something happened inside the mansion. He told Riley that a corpse was found inside the mansion. Riley said that he thought it's serious when it's just a corpse. Ian said that it's serious, as even though there are a lot of challenging Count Hippolyta, it was the first time that something like that happened. He said that it wasn't just a corpse, but an assassin who sneaked in the mansion, and the assassin is even in front of Orly's room. Meanwhile, Orly was getting anxious about what happened. Moreover, Ian informed Riley that the news about his mother's condition reached Count Hippolyta. So, Ian told him that it is not the time for them to be still like that. Then, he said that Riley shouldn't stay alone once they can't guarantee that there was only one assassin. Ian especially told him to be careful. Riley closed his book and called Ian's name. He said that he could protect himself, so he should just focus solely on the safety of his mother. Ian was confused about what he meant because he thinks Riley is vulnerable. Then, Riley gave him a piece of paper and said that if he makes a cup of tea with the herbs that are listed there, it will help his mother recover faster. Ian asked when he even had the time to do that. Riley said that he has also been busy. When Ian was about to go out, Riley instructed him to return to his mother's room first, as he will also be going out soon. He said that he will be back after taking care of something. Meanwhile, Count Hippolyta called his two sons and asked him if they had searched the place. They told him that they had searched the whole mansion, but they didn't find anything. Then, Count Hippolyta said that the assassin must have looked down on them, seeing that he came with no weapon at all. But, his two sons said that there must be someone that is helping the assassin inside. On the other hand, Orly was getting anxious as she didn't expect that things would end up like that. Then, she wondered where's the assassin's dagger that he had when he went. She thought that it meant that someone in the mansion picked it up, so she wondered who it could be. After a while, Ian came to Riley, so Riley asked him about her mother's condition. Ian said that his mother is feeling better thanks to the herbs that he told him about last night. Riley said that it's good to hear that his mother is fine, then he said that he will go back to sleep. However, Ian spoke again and told him that it's time for him to hold a sword, as he can't just swing his sword a couple of times and give up. Riley said that people should also know how to give up, and he can hold a can instead of a sword, and then, he asked Ian to get him a fruit on the tree. Ian looked up at the tree and was startled. He got alarmed when he saw something at the branches. He saw that there was a dagger. Meanwhile, Riley thought that Ian had noticed it quickly. Riley acted normal and asked what he was doing. Suddenly, Ian picked up a rock. He threw it to the dagger, causing the dagger to fall. Riley then asked him what it was because it doesn't look like a fruit. Meanwhile, Ian wondered what those things were doing there. Ian told Riley that the dagger has the same symbol with the sheath that the assassin had. Meanwhile, at a secluded place, a carriage arrived. The man was informed that number 3 assassin has died, so he asked if it was suicide. The masked person told him that they don't know anything yet. So, the man asked about the corpse of the number 3. The masked person said that it's still in Hippolyta's mansion. The man in the carriage said that Orly might be in trouble, so he said that they should go to the IPA village. The man was surprised, asking him if he is personally going to take care of it. In response, the man said that he will, but he shouldn't get caught. He said that they should take care of the situation as quickly as possible. The man reasoned that they should act quickly so that his daughter won't be in further trouble. The next day, at Hippolyta's mansion, Orly was in deep thought, as she was anxious about what was happening. She can't stop thinking about what happened with the assassin that she hired. She felt troubled because the dagger that the assassin had was already found, and it was also found by Riley and Ian. The dagger was also brought immediately to Count Hippolyta's room. They were trying to see if the dagger fits in the sheath that the assassin had. Orly felt anxious, wondering why the assassin had to drop the dagger. She screamed as she couldn't contain her frustrations anymore. Suddenly, someone knocked at her door. The person told her that it was Royd, which is her son. She told him to come in as she felt relieved that it's not Riley. Moreover, Orly asked Royd what he was doing there, as he must be really busy because of what happened. Royd said that he just wanted to check if she's okay because he heard that the assassin came to her room. In response, Orly thanked her for caring. Royd then asked if she was really alright because she doesn't look good. Then, he said that he also guessed that she's bothered because the assassin died in front of her room. Shortly, Royd said that she should take a rest and he will guard her room. Then, he asked her if she heard the news that his grandfather's industry came to the village. Thus, Orly confirmed if it was the Tess industry. Royd said that it is what the servants who went to the village told him. He said that it seemed like they were a lot from the Tess industry. Orly said that she hadn't heard any news about the industry coming there, and then thought that her father might have already heard what happened with number 3. She then said that she's okay and he can go and do what she has to do. As Royd left, she wondered if her father was also there as well. She thought that if her father came personally, it means that he is planning to end her problem properly. With that in mind, she thought that it would be hard for Riley and his mother to survive. Meanwhile, Riley was resting again beneath the tree. Even though his eyes are closed, he can hear that someone is talking nearby. He heard some assassins are planning, so he mused that it got complicated again. He said that he thought that his father would take care of it if he just showed him the dagger, but it seemed like the assassins would strike first. Riley thinks that he doesn't have a choice even though he didn't want to step up again. Orly's father told the assassins that their goal was to take number 3's corpse, and they should be wary of getting caught by the mansion's residents, as they were all martial artists before. Suddenly, they heard a voice. They were startled as all of them seemed to be hearing it. They saw Riley and mused that he's the one speaking. Riley told them that he doesn't care what mess they would make, but they should not make a situation where he has to take action. Then, he told them not to enter the mansion as much as possible, so they should make their decision wisely. The assassins asked Orly's father if they were the only ones that heard Riley, but Orly's father said that it was heard by the whole guild. Orly's father wondered where Riley came from because he haven't heard anything about an assassin in the Ippolita family. So, his subordinate asked him if they should order to retreat. But Orly's father said that they have to take care of it and he will take back the dagger. Thus, they continued to enter the mansion, and the number 2 to number 10 assassin was instructed to take the corpse. Meanwhile, the rest of the assassins are ordered to drag the attention of the people at the mansion. Assassins went to the room of Riley's mother and wondered if there won't be bodyguards there because she's still the second wife of Count Ippolita. Still, they thought that they should just finish it because Orly has personally asked them a favor. They also thought that their mission would be done in an instant, as they considered that the second wife's son doesn't even know how to hold a sword. They thought that they should take the chance and get a promotion. Suddenly, they heard a voice again. They quickly looked around and discerned where the voice was coming from. But, they didn't see anyone. Riley told them that they're looking in the wrong direction. He told them that he had already warned them. He said that it was their decision to come there, so they should suffer the consequences. Moreover, he told them that he thinks that naughty kids who ignore a kind adult's advice should be punished. The assassins recognized who was and thought that it's good that he was there, so they wouldn't waste time looking for him. Then, they quickly charged at Riley. They stated that they will let him die comfortably. Meanwhile, Riley was strategizing how he should handle the one in the back and the one in stealth. The assassin was confident that he could kill Riley with ease. But, he didn't anticipate that Riley would fight back. He was taken aback when a dagger pierced his heart all of a sudden. He wondered when the sword hit him as he saw no movement when he's charging. Riley told them that he said it in the first place that they shouldn't bother with each other. He told them that their action is the reason that they're going to be killed by someone called the Lazy Sword. The other assassin was shocked and thought that it's impossible that his comrade got split in half with just one slash. He never expected that Riley would be a threat because they are told that he would be the easiest. So, he wondered if the information given to them was wrong. Riley then called him and said that he could hear him, so he should just attack already. But, he told the assassin that he won't be able to get out of there alive. The assassin got triggered. He quickly attacked Riley without hesitation. But, Riley easily countered him with one strike. As a result, the man's arm got cut off. The man showed a scary expression. He couldn't believe that Riley just cut off his arm. The man wanted to run away and chose not to die like that. But Riley immediately attacked him in the back. Riley then said that it's the reason why he warned him. The man trembled in fear. Riley took the opportunity to finish the man when he's already vulnerable. Finally, he was able to take down the man. Riley said that he thought it would be fun, but it turned out to be boring. Meanwhile, at the other side of the mansion, Ian and the other maid was also dealing with the assassins. The maid told Ian that there are too many assassins. Ian tightly gripped his sword. He slashed the assassins and said did they dare to take a single step inside the mansion. Ian then thought that they're only small fries when he immediately eliminated them. Sarah told Ian that it will be trouble if the assassins keep coming in, because they already saw 15 assassins earlier. Ian said that they should just fight them, so Sarah suggested that she will guard Iris's bedroom and he should look for Riley. So Ian quickly ran and told Sarah to not push herself too hard. Ian kept thinking of Riley. He thought that since Riley is always good at hiding, he's sure that Riley has gotten himself out of harm's way. So, he hoped that he's okay. Suddenly, a person was walking along the path that he was running to. He quickly stopped his advance and faced the man. He felt like the man in front of him was not just a small fry. So, Ian told the man that if he leaves immediately, he will let him go. But, the man stayed still and prepared to fight. Ian said that he doesn't have the time to play with him. So, he didn't hold back and charged at the man. Their weapons clashed together. The man was able to hold off Ian's attack. He quickly turned around to stop Ian's attack. Ian was determined and did not back down. The man struggled to fight Ian. Ian told him how he dare challenge the Ippolita family with his lame skill. Ian told him that he was insolent. Suddenly, Ian was surprised as the man was charging at him with speed. Ian realized that the man was aiming for his stomach. At the same time, the assassin thought that he had the opportunity to finish him. So, he quickly pointed his sword to Ian. However, he was stopped. A dagger just pierced his flesh. He quickly recognized the dagger belonged to their assassin group, but he didn't feel any presence nor murderous aura. Meanwhile, Ian saw an opportunity to attack. So, he quickly slashed the man. Consequently, the man fell on his knees. Ian catches his breath as he stares at the man. Then, he suddenly realized that he was looking for Riley. So, he immediately left to find him. Meanwhile, Riley was there, wondering why he missed. He pondered that he was planning on throwing the dagger on the assassin's heart. But, he guessed that it's normal since his body is different from the past and it has also been a while. Then, he immediately left as he thinks that it's time for him to go back to being an innocent young master who doesn't know anything. Meanwhile, Ian was still looking for him. Riley called him as he heard him shouting his name. Riley asked him what he's doing in the middle of the night and why he is sweating. Ian told him to come with him as they don't have much time. So, Riley asked him if another assassin showed up again. Then, Riley quickly came down. Ian thought that Riley knew that there are assassins inside the mansion, that's why he's hiding. Then, Ian said that it's fortunate that he is safe or else he doesn't know what he would do if something happens to him. Moreover, he told Riley that it's dangerous to stay alone, to which Riley asked how dangerous the situation is. Ian said that the number of assassins that he and Sarah fought were already up to 15. Thus, Riley asked him about his mother. Hearing this, Ian turned around and looked at him. He thought that Riley is so caring for thinking about his mother even in that kind of situation. Riley was surprised that Ian was looking at him with the magic girl's eyes. Moreover, Riley felt relieved after Ian told him that Sarah is protecting his mother. Then, Ian said that he thinks that they should go to his mother and Sarah. While they walked through the hallway, Ian said that the energy is getting scarier and he thinks that Count Ippolita has held his sword. Then, he told Riley that since he is the weakest in the family, he should really be careful about it. Riley smiled at him, while thanking him and saying that he's really touched. Then, he asked Ian to wait. He said that he remembered picking up something weird. Riley brought out a paper and said that it might be perhaps related to the assassin in their mission. Ian was surprised as he saw the paper. Meanwhile, Riley nodded as he thought that Ian understood what it was. Then, Ian covered his nose and told him that it's a tissue that has already been used for wiping a butt. Riley retorted that he's only lazy but not dirty. He told him to just check it out first. Ian had no choice but to grab it. He thought that it's disgusting. Riley was getting mad, seeing Ian's reaction. As Ian opened the paper, he saw there are many ingredients that are listed there. Then, he starts to recognize the handwriting. It was written on the paper that the ingredients should be included just before the meal. Ian trembled and wanted to believe that it's impossible. He started to ponder about the poison in the soup Iris ate. Ian realized that the poison came from Orly. On the other hand, at the Count Ippolita's room, Count Ippolita met the assassin and said that he is dodging like a rat from place to place. The assassin was heavily injured after encountering with the Count. Count Ippolita told the assassin that he picked the wrong opponent. At the same time, the assassin was thinking that it's impossible for him to defeat the Count. But, he thought that he already got the dagger, so all he had to do is to retreat. There are 2 minutes before the smoke grenade blows, so he thinks that if he could just buy time then, there would be nothing that Orly has to worry about. The Count then told him that even begging on his knees won't save him. Then, he quickly attacked the assassin. The assassin struggled to fight back as his arm was already injured. He was able to hold Count Ippolita for a while with only his one arm. Count Ippolita told him that he's pathetic because he's only dodging. Orly's father thought that it was getting dangerous. Count Ippolita decided to kill him and said he would let the assassin say his last words. Suddenly, someone barged in calling for the Count. Ian told him that he had something to tell him. Ian said that they already know who tried to poison Iris from behind. Count Ippolita was surprised to see who was with Ian. He didn't expect that Ian would bring Orly, the person behind the assassination. Orly also was surprised as Ian brought her to the Count's room. Her father was stunned after the Count mentioned Orly's name. Ian then asked the man who was in front of him. Count Ippolita said that it's just a worthless assassin and he can kill him anytime, so it's okay. Orly's father felt anxious when the Count asked Ian what he meant by the one who poisoned Iris. Orly felt anxious as Ian was about to reveal that it was her. Ian gave the paper to the Count and the Count quickly read it. Orly and her father were getting nervous as the Count read what's written on the paper one by one. Count Ippolita felt furious while he was reading what's written. He was more furious when he read that those ingredients should be included just before the meal. Then, Ian revealed the owner of the handwriting. Ian revealed that it was none other than Madame Orly. Meanwhile, Riley is pondering that Ian must have handed over the letter. So, he thought that it means that it will soon be known that Orly did it. Suddenly, Iris got up and asked him if he's really okay. Then, she patted his head. She told him that it's fortunate that he's alright. Riley leaned on her and also said that it's fortunate that she's alright as well. Sarah felt joy seeing the both of them having a mother and son moment. Shortly, she informs them that Ian has arrived. Riley quickly asked Ian how it went. Sarah also asked because he's not answering. Then, he asked where he had been because he suddenly left so quickly. Ian was hesitant to answer. Then, he mentioned Orly's name. So, they asked him what he meant. Ian told them that they found the culprit that put the poison in Iris's soup. Iris was shocked when Ian said that it was Orly's doing. She wanted to believe it's not true, so she asked if it's a joke. So, Ian told her that Riley found a piece of paper that was about the poison, and the handwriting was Orly's. Iris still couldn't believe it and told Ian that she must have heard wrong. Iris repeatedly questioned herself why Orly would put poison in her soup. Suddenly, she felt a sudden pain. Sarah quickly tended to her as she fell on the floor. Iris said that she knows that Orly hated him, but she didn't expect that she could poison her. Riley then asked Ian where his father was. Ian said that his father is talking with Orly at the moment. But, he said that there is an uninvited guest. At the Count's room, the assassin called Orly's name. He removed his hood and told Orly that it's all over, as they got the dagger, but the mission failed. The Count was shocked with the sudden revelation of the assassin. He didn't expect that it was her father-in-law, so he asked him how he could make someone stupid like that. Orly got mad as he called it stupid. She said that the one who looks stupid is her. She mentioned that he didn't know how much pain she felt the day that he took a second wife. Orly said that she wouldn't have to do that if he just looked at her with warm eyes. In response, Count Hippolyta told her that she was the one who wanted a family, not him. He revealed to her that the first thing he checked on their wedding day is the wedding contract with the Tess industry. He told her that he thought that she was satisfied when he gave her his family's name. But she wasted it and took the filthy assassins to his mansion. So, he told her not to say that it wasn't her fault. Orly was speechless as she couldn't talk back with the Count's argument. Then, the Count told them to leave immediately. Orly and her father left the mansion. They were walking as they got kicked out. Orly suddenly told her father that it was all a dream. She said that it's just a bad dream, and if she just closes and opens her eyes again, she will then be lying on the bed. Her father thought that even if they got kicked out, it was bound to happen someday. Unbeknownst to them, Riley was there. Orly's father comforted her, but Orly saw Riley. Her father quickly turned around to be safe. Riley held the dagger and asked them if the fun part was all over. Orly's father asked him why he would be there. Riley said that he wanted to see some interesting stuff and he came because he had to continue his mother's revenge. Orly got mad when Riley mentioned her. He quickly walked towards him and said that he's an arrogant kid. As she came close, she put her hands up and was about to slap Riley. But she stopped when Riley told her that his father will not stay still, seeing him beaten up when he returns. Then, Orly's father told her to stop. He told Riley that he made a mistake for being so bold. He told him that he won't return to the mansion. Moreover, Orly's father said that it's for the better, because if he takes him in as a hostage, it will be a bit easier to bury the case. In response, Riley told Orly's father that he can let it slide since he didn't really harm him. But, he said that it's not the case with Orly. He stated that Orly threatened his mother and sent assassins. Riley stated that Orly shouldn't have tried to kill his mother twice. Suddenly, Orly's father threw a dagger. But Riley easily dodged it. Orly and her father were shocked that Riley was able to dodge it. Orly looked at the assassins truly confused. She ordered them to kill Riley at once. She said to not leave a single trace. On the other hand, Riley was calm. He smirked knowing that he could deal with them. Then, he suddenly remembered his past life. So, he thought that the situation reminds him of the old days. Back then, he saved the assassins saying that they were humans. So, he doesn't feel any mercy at all. An important person has died because of him. He thinks that it is indeed that there's no other saint like him. Then, he told the assassins that what he's going to do is self-defense. He told them not to say anything weird for nothing. All the assassins came at him. But, he cut off their heads instantly. He sarcastically apologized and said that he won't live like he did in his previous life. Orly's father was shocked as he did not expect that the situation would be like that. He thought that Riley said that he only tried swinging his sword once. But, he didn't expect that he would be that good, and a wooden sword at that. To his surprise, Riley was already in front of him. Then, Riley said that he will kill him mercifully because he was once a warrior. Orly's father called him young master and said that he begged him. He knelt down and said that he didn't care if he killed him, but spared his daughter, Orly. Riley looked at him with a sad face. He kept begging Riley. He said that Orly is naturally a kind child, it's just that her ways were wrong. So, he begged repeatedly to spare his daughter. But, Riley said no. Then, he proceeds on killing them. Riley then thought that his body is definitely different from back then. He thought that there's no other choice as he rested for 19 years. He saw that his hands were trembling. But, he thought that being overwhelmed with emotions is yesterday's story. Then, he thought that he shall return. Back at the mansion. Sarah hastily calls for Ian. She asked him if he found Riley, to which he said that he couldn't. Ian felt sad, as Sarah thinks that the assassins have taken the young master as a hostage. She cried as she thinks that Riley got taken because he's the weakest one in Ippolita house. Ian told her to stop with the ominous talk and said that Riley's definitely hiding somewhere. But Sarah said that even if it's Riley, he wouldn't have thought of hiding in that situation. She asserted that it was definitely the assassin's doing. So, Ian believed her and said that they should not stay still. He said that he will look around the mansion once more. But when they're about to find Riley, the Count suddenly appears. Sarah was shocked upon seeing him. The Count asked them if Riley did disappear. Ian felt hesitant to answer because Riley is already being treated as the weakest person in the mansion. So, he wondered what if he told the angry Count that it seems that Riley has been kidnapped by assassins. He imagined that the Count would be furious and tell them to not look for Riley because the Ippolita house doesn't need someone as weak as him. So, Sarah and Ian don't know what to say. Still, Ian thought that he should say something. But Riley suddenly appeared. Ian quickly hugged him and asked where he had been. Sarah told him that she and Ian were so worried about him. Suddenly, the Count called Riley. So, Riley quickly responded. The Count instructed him to follow him at his office. The Count told him that he heard that he's the one who discovered the paper, to which Riley responded that he's correct. Royd intervened and retorted that he was kicked out by the lady of the house. Riley then asked him what he meant that he got kicked out. Royd told him not to pretend. He said that he must have fabricated the paper. Riley then asked what he meant about fabricated. Royd blamed him because his mother got kicked out. Riley thought that Royd didn't notice, so he thought that it was just his outburst. Thus, Riley got mad because he doesn't really like being bothered like that. The Count told Royd to stop and said that he won't repeat himself. He said that it's the truth that Orly poisoned Iris's soup and that she let the assassin enter the mansion. Then, he told Riley that he didn't call him to interrogate him as he just wanted to ask him how he found the paper. Royd was shocked when Riley revealed that he came across the assassins that were targeting his mother. Riley mentioned that they must have heard about him swinging his sword a few days ago in the training ground. Then, he tells that it was the day that he came across the assassins and he barely managed to confront him with the wooden sword that he was holding. He told them that he barely escaped and returned, but the assassin was already dead. Moreover, Riley said that he found the note in the assassin's arm. The Count then said that he's right and said that Orly was the one who called the assassin. Royd retorted that his mother isn't someone who would do that. But, the Count told him that it's the truth, but he still can't believe it. Then, the Count said that they should stop there and they should go back. In response, Royd and Riley said that they understood. When Riley's about to leave, the Count called him. He told him to come to his office tomorrow because he has something to say. Riley felt anxious wondering what his father would say. Still, he told him that he understood. Quickly, he exited his father's room. He was taken aback when he saw Ryan outside. But Ryan just ignored him. Riley continued his way and thought that he also doesn't want to talk to him. Riley thought that they were cheapskates. Royd then told Ryan that he doesn't think that the Count is lying. Thus, Ryan told Royd that there's nothing they can do even if what happened to their mother is unfortunate. Then, he said that truthfully, he's grateful to Riley. He said that it's not all right for their mother to kill people. But, Royd said that Orly is still their mother, to which Ryan said that calling assassins is a crime and there's no excuse for that. Hearing that, Royd felt sad. He asked Ryan if he really thought that their mother was wrong. Ryan then patted his head. Royd was confused, so he looked at him. Ryan told him that it was not the time. He told him that the successor has not been decided yet. Ryan said that their mother's incident can still be solved after the successor is decided. Ryan asserted that once he won the race for succession and got the Ippolita name on his hands, he would return everything back to normal. Then, he said that Riley is lazy, but they can't deny that their father still sees hope in him. So, he told Royd that they should think about their mother afterwards. Royd said that he understands and he will trust him. The next day, Ian prepared so much because Riley told him that the Count wanted to see him personally. He dressed and prepared Riley and said that he should have known and apologized for the misunderstanding. Shortly, Ian said that he was done and he looked 10 years younger than before. Then, he told Riley that it could be an opportunity. Ian conveyed that since Princess Orly got kicked out, it could be a chance to set him up with the heir. Ian said that it was truly marvelous. While they're walking towards the Count's room, Ian told Riley that it could be the Count's way of trying to see his skills and insight. Finally, they arrived and Riley immediately knocked at the door. The Count then permitted him to come in, so he opened the door. But Ian suddenly called him. He told him to keep his head up. Proceedingly, the Count told Riley to move out. Riley was shocked as he didn't expect that his father is suddenly kicking him out. Then, his father gave him a paper and said that it was the incantation. Riley said the letter where it was stated that the 17th competition will begin in a month and they hope for him to join the competition and share the wonderful experience with them. On the other hand, his father was secretly happy. Riley thought that his father telling him to move out suddenly is a bit too much. Riley then laughed sarcastically. He told his father that he knows what he will say, but his father told him that it's going to be an experience. Riley said that he doesn't need experience, to which his father said that it's the place that all of his brothers have been into. So, Riley said that his brothers can go since it's a good place, but his father countered that the letter was sent to him. Riley's father said that it's a love call. In response, Riley said that he's not going because he does not have the skills to compete. The Count asked how long he plans on doing whatever he wants and not push his luck. Riley then said that her mother was extremely worried when he tried swinging around the wooden sword. So, he told his father to give up and not make him go. He asked him not to force him to use a sword. Suddenly, his father called him by his name. He told Riley that he can do it. Hearing this, Riley felt anxious. He suddenly remembered all the things that had been said to him in the past. The people hoped for him to be their hero, so he felt pressured. Suddenly, Riley said that she looked at her with those eyes. He told his father not to look at him like that. Then, he said that he won't be competing. But, his father persisted, saying that the competition is different. He said that he's not a kid anymore, so he doesn't have a choice and he needs to do it for the sake of their family's dignity and honor. Riley then asked why he would do it for the sake of their family. To his surprise, the door suddenly opened and Ian was there, to which Ian said that he wasn't eavesdropping. Suddenly, Riley ran out of the room, which shocked Ian. The Count quickly ordered Ian to catch Riley and Ian asked what he meant. The Count repeated to Ian to catch Riley. Subsequently, Riley hides in a closet, in deep thought. He wondered why he had memories in his past life. Then, he also wondered why he was born in a family of swordsmen. He thought that it's crazy, even though he understands that the family wants to teach their sons to watch, but he wondered why they also want to teach maids how to fight. Then, he thought that he had a chance as he got flustered over a couple of words. Suddenly, he heard his mother talking to Sarah. Sarah told Iris that he was looking for the young Master Riley. She told Iris that the Count wanted to have a talk with Riley because the competition should be starting soon. Riley eavesdropped as Sarah was telling his mother that he just ran away when his father was expecting him to join. Then, Sarah asked Iris if it doesn't bother him that she doesn't have an heir. Iris said that she's a bit bothered but she's okay. Then, she shared that Riley makes a sad face sometimes. So, she told Sarah that she asked Riley in private if he had anything on his mind. Iris said that Riley made a fake face and said he was okay and nothing was wrong because it was nothing important. Iris said that she has never seen Riley like that. Then, she said that even if everyone is tired of Riley, she will try to keep supporting him because she wishes Riley to be happy more than anyone else in the world. Hearing this, Sarah fell speechless. So, Iris asked him if he also thought Riley was foolish, to which Sarah said that she could never think like that. Then, Iris told her that she wants a new room. Iris watched as Sarah left her room. As she left, she knocked on the closet. She asked Riley if he hid there again. Riley was shocked that his mother found him out. The next day, the Count bids goodbye to Sarah and Ian. The Count told Ian and Sarah that they will be responsible if anything ever happens to Riley and Iris. Meanwhile, Riley and Iris are waiting inside the carriage. Without delay, the carriage left and the Count said Salelo. Iris said that she's excited as it has been a while since the Count said Salelo. Iris told Riley that the name of the castle is Salelo, which Riley said that he thought the castle didn't have a name. Thus, Iris said that her dad is close to the castle, that's why they named it after him. Then, she asked Sarah which part of Solia she grew up, to which Sarah said that she was on the right side of Solia. Riley doesn't know what Sarah was talking about, so Sarah explained and showed the map of Solia. She said that the only thing on the top part of Solia is the castle, and those are the walls that protect them from intruders. Sarah then said it's a city and a kingdom. Moreover, Riley was shocked when Sarah mentioned cola. Sarah said that the drink makes a person feel like something is burning on the younger, and it gets even better if they put cold ice in it. Riley then told her to say it specifically. Thus, Sarah said that he praised it much more, saying that it was a godly drink. Moreover, she said that it's especially popular for its color. With that said, Riley realized that it's really cola. Iris and Sarah were both shocked with his reaction. Then, Riley asked Sarah if what he said is true. She asked if it was the wine with no alcohol in it. Iris got intrigued when Riley said that all the kids like the drink and even 5 years old enjoy it. Then, Riley said that if it's what Sarah says, it's exactly what cola should taste like. Thus, he thought that it's amazing. Suddenly, the carriage suddenly shakes. Sarah quickly supported Iris, then asked what happened. Then, she mused that it's an attack. So, she quickly came out of the carriage. Ian pointed to the location and said that the enemies are coming that way. To their surprise, it was goblins. Riley thought that Sarah should be able to clear the goblins in a flash. But, he still felt anxious. Iris was worried as she noticed that Riley is anxious. But, Riley was thinking the opposite. He thought that Sarah's movement is slow, that even though her posture is good and her swings are powerful, she's slow. Riley thought that he needed a sip of cola and wondered if he should have brought more support. Meanwhile, Sarah was getting exhausted. Riley was getting nervous seeing that Ian and Sarah are having trouble. Suddenly, he screamed, saying that he's fed up with the situation and told all of them to get out of the way. Sarah told Riley that it's dangerous, so he should go back. But Riley still charged at the goblins. He told Sarah why she can't use her legs while she fights. Riley was thinking that he finally had the chance to drink Coke. But, he thought that it might be too late to buy it. Then, he told Sarah that because of her movement, her strength and agility all goes to waste. Riley slashed the goblins with ease. While fighting them, he told Sarah that she needs to keep her distance and run into the goblins' space to surprise them with a slash attack. Thus, Riley said that they should end it fast. Or else, they won't have the time to drink cola. Riley easily eliminated the goblins up front. But, there are still some left in the area. As the goblins charged, he told Sarah to watch him carefully. Riley passed through the goblins with a slash and asserted that he will take care of it. Sarah was speechless as she watched Riley. Ian was also stunned as it's the first time that he saw Riley hold a real sword. He couldn't believe what he just witnessed. On the other hand, Riley told them that they are free to drive again. The night came and they are still riding the carriage. Ian asked Iris if she knew about Riley's skill all along. Iris said that she's not sure because she doesn't know much about sword fighting. She said that she's just happy that Riley isn't hurt, and when she saw Riley run at the goblin, her heart just dropped. Then, she asked Ian if he could keep it a secret. Iris asked him not to tell about Riley's swordsmanship to the castle nor to his father. Thus, Ian asked her why they should keep it a secret. But, Iris said that she just hoped that he could do her a favor. With that said, Ian agreed. Finally, they reached the city and Sarah welcomed Riley. Riley said that it looks fun. Meanwhile, Iris said that she felt bad for Ian for sending him back to the castle. But, Sarah said that it's a good choice to send Ian back. She said Ian would have probably been talking about what happened yesterday non-stop. Then, she said that since they are in Solia, they will need to follow their rules, which Riley said that he understood. Thus, she asked Riley where they should go. Riley said that they need to drink the sugary wine drink with no alcohol. Sarah said that she knew that he would say that. Sarah shared that they should go to the cafe where she always visits, as they should sell what Riley has been looking for. Unbeknownst to them, a man just made them their target. He told the girl that she should get moving as it's time to pay for her food. He told the girl that it's her mission. The girl has no choice, so she tells the man that she understands. On the other hand, Riley was able to drink cola. He was amazed that it actually exists. He teared up as he thought that he wouldn't be able to taste it again. He shared that it has a marvelous taste with the bubbles that frizzle in his mouth and smoothness. Riley was so overjoyed, screaming that it was it. The people looked at him as he was making such a loud noise. Sarah and Iris were taken aback with his reaction. Then, Riley asked his mother if he could have another, which Iris said that he could. Riley laughed and Sarah told him that he sounded like an old man. Suddenly, they heard some ruckus nearby. A girl was calling for someone to help her. Sarah got angry as she witnessed the people dragging the girl. But Riley grabbed her hand and told her not to go. However, Sarah persisted. Riley told her that it's all an act. Then, he told her to ignore it and just sit down, to which Sarah asked him what he meant. Riley told her that the people are looking for her sword. The two men and girl are still continuing to attack. Thus, Riley said that if the little girl really were asking for help, she would have moved her head around. Riley asked Sarah if she knew what she meant if those people were set on her sword. He laughed and said that they should not let themselves into something ridiculous. That night, Ian came to Riley's bedroom. Ian said that he wanted to be alone if he were to be honest. He said that he just wanted to get a ticket. Then, he drank the liquor. Ian was so frustrated and he wanted to let it all out. Then, he asked Riley if he knew what happened at the Solia castle. Thus, Ian shared it. Ian was about to get a Wangdo swordsmanship tickets, but the woman asked him first where he came from. Ian said that he came from the Ippolita family, to which the woman was startled and asked if he really came from the Ippolita family. Ian brought out a seal and said that it's the letter of the count. To his surprise, the woman gave her tickets for viewing. So, Ian cried as he told Riley that the tickets are not for participating, but for viewing. Riley laughed sarcastically and said that he didn't know, and Ian spoke again, saying that there's more. Ian shared that someone called him when he was buying tickets. The man called him Mercenary Ian, to which Ian recognized that it's Schneider and said that he doesn't recall the last time they met. Schneider asked him if she also came there for the swordsmanship contest. He said that he doesn't think that he has a family, to which Ian said that he's just a butler of the Ippolita family. Then, Schneider asked who he was serving. Schneider asked if it was the Great Sword Ryan or Speed Sword Royd. Ian is speechless because none of the people he mentioned is the one he is serving. Thus, Schneider mused that he must be serving the Count Stein as it's the highest possibility considering his age. Ian ignored him and then asked the girl when the ticket audience would be ready. The girl was startled because Schneider still kept talking to Ian. Still, the girl gave 3 tickets. Schneider told Ian that he must be serving Riley, the one who was called the Lazy Sword because he's lazy. So, Ian told Riley that he was so embarrassed, considering that it was an old friend of his. He said that Schneider looked at him with such a pitiful look even though he was the renowned mercenary hero. Then, Ian wondered if Iris didn't order him to keep what happened last night, he wouldn't have been embarrassed like that. He thought that they would look at Riley differently. So, Ian cried because he couldn't say anything to defend himself or Riley. Ian shouted, saying that it's frustrating. Riley came down and Iris and Sarah were there, which they asked him if he slept comfortably. Riley said that he didn't and he thinks that maybe it was a mistake to come there. Then, Sarah said that she is looking forward to going to the swordsmanship contest as it's her first time seeing one, so she's really excited, but Riley said that he just wanted to go home. Iris laughed, saying that she didn't know that Riley has such a soft and emotional side like a girl. Ian then greeted them good morning. Moreover, Riley asked Sarah where they were headed and Sarah said that they will go to the right side of Solia. She said that they won't have the chance to go there if it's not that day because the swordsmanship contest will commence tomorrow and it will last for 3 days. Then, Riley asked why they weren't going to the lower side of Solia. Ian said that it's not a really good idea to go to the lower side because the place isn't sanitary nor safe. Thus, Riley said that they don't need to go since he also doesn't like going to such places. So, Sarah stated that they shall start their tour with joy. Without delay, they quickly went to the right side of Solia. Riley's mother, Iris, who also has a disease, owes the Solia temple, thus, she came to thank the temple again and tour around. Hence, Riley was also interested in seeing the temple. Riley thought that the atmosphere there and the other place isn't any different. Then, he thought that the people there also received oracles by worshipping God, so he wondered if there are any people who are willing to throw away their life for the oracle. Meanwhile, a person from the temple told Iris that the disease she had isn't something that she could recover from quickly, but she recovered it. So, the person told her that it seemed like Ironessa was protecting her. Meanwhile, Riley told Ian and Sarah that he will wander around since he thinks that her mother and the priest's conversation will take a while. However, Ian followed him. Ian told Riley that there were also people who came from a distant land just to see the Solia temple. Riley then recalled that in his past life, he met a saint coincidentally in that kind of temple, and as soon as the saint saw him, she stated that he was chosen by the Holy Sword. Since that day, Riley's life started to get severely complicated. Thus, Riley's life becomes under pressure. He thought that the Solia temple reminds him of his past life, which is meeting a saint and drawing out a holy sword. Suddenly, while they were walking towards the statue, a nun was there. The nun turned around and said that it's an honor to meet them. She welcomed them to the Solia temple. Thus, Ian also greeted her. Ian then asked Riley if he wasn't going to greet her, and Riley asked why he should have. Riley said that she should show her face if she wants him to greet her. But Ian said that he thinks that she is someone important, to which Riley said that he's a son of an important person as well. The nun told him that he sounds fun. Then, she removed her hood, showing her face. Ian quickly bowed down as she recognized that she is the Saintess Prisia. Then, he apologized for not recognizing her. Riley then irritatedly asked if there is also a trash system of praising saints and saintesses there. But, he said that it was nothing and he's just talking to himself. Riley isn't really fond of the word saint, because in his past life, a saint told him that he was chosen by the Holy Sword. He was told to wield the sword and slay the demon lord. The saint told him that only the warrior chosen by God has the ability to slay the demon lord. Riley was told that he is their only hope and savior. Then, he wondered why he agreed to do it. Ian was shocked when Riley turned and was leaving. Ian whispered that he should at least introduce himself, but Riley said that he didn't even want to look at them. Prisia was frustrated because of how Riley acted in front of her. As they're about to leave, Ian tells Prisia to excuse them. Thus, Ian permitted them and just bowed. But suddenly, Prisia told Riley to stop for a minute. Riley wondered what he's going to say. On the other hand, Prisia was shocked. Thus, Riley wondered if the saint is going to say the same thing like what they said in his past life. Suddenly, Prisia asked him to lend her his ears. Prisia whispered something to him. Her words startled Riley. Hence, he asked why a saint like her is curious about that, to which the saint said that seeing his reaction, she was right. Riley asked why she was so sure while saying that. Prisia said that it's because his reaction was boring even after recognizing her. The saints and Ian were shocked as Riley was shouting at the saintess. Meanwhile, Prisia retorted that she is the saint of Solia, and the youngest one, so it's normal for her to be proud. Thus, Riley told her to think in whatever way she wants to think, which Prisia asked her how he could talk like that after hearing that she's a saint. But, Riley asked her what the difference is if she's a saint. Ian was shocked hearing Riley disrespect Prisia, saying if he should kneel down and cry in front of a saint. Riley was getting more irritated as the conversation went on. He told Prisia that he doesn't like that. He apologized and said that he really hates saints, as there is a grudge that he holds on saints. Then, he told her that they just part on their own ways and not bother each other. Upon hearing that, Prisia trembled and was on the verge of crying. The people quickly came to comfort her and tried to give her a handkerchief. But, she slapped the man's hands and said that she doesn't need one. Then, she shouted at Riley. She told him that what he's doing is blasphemy. But, Riley said that he doesn't care because he doesn't believe in any religion. He told her that she's really funny because she's the one who started saying such nonsense and yet she's making him the bad guy. Riley said that what happened is why he didn't want to come, and then told Ian that they should go. He told Ian that there's no reason for them to stay longer. On the other hand, Prisha couldn't stop crying. She wondered why Riley hates saints. The people then told her that it's possible for someone to hate them. Prisha got angry and said that they are not comforting her. Thus, they told her not to be bothered by it too much. The man said that Riley is just an immature young master. Then, Prisha asked if he had ever thought like Riley, to which the man nervously said that he did not. He told her that she's the most auspicious person under Ironessa, so he thinks that she might be her. Prisha calmed down and the people also felt relieved. Prisha tried to calm herself and stop crying. She told herself to just ignore it and continue praying. However, a strange light suddenly hit her. She quickly turned around and looked at Riley. She sensed something suspicious about Riley. Then, she thought that it's impossible. Still, he wondered that Riley was the man she thought he was. Meanwhile, Ian is asking Riley what the saint whispered to him. Riley recalled that Prisha asked him if he likes men. Thus, he told Ian that Prisha asked him what his type was, to which Ian asked what he meant. Riley told him to forget it as it isn't important and it made him angry. Riley said that being close to a saint won't do him any good. When they got out of the temple, Iris asked Riley if something happened inside. Riley quickly said that there's nothing. Then, Sarah said that they will go to the magic tower next as she remembered that Riley said that he was interested in magic. Riley said that he was as he thought that it would be comfortable to move things without using one's hand. But, Ian said that learning magic shouldn't be practiced for such a reason. He said that it cannot happen that Riley will learn from a magician of the Ippolita family. Suddenly, Riley noticed the bright circle above Solia Castle. He told Ian that it feels different when seeing it from the right side of Solia. Ian said that it says that if he goes near it, the air would feel different too. Then, Sarah asked Riley if he saw the ring of light and said that it says that it was a device. Thus, Riley felt more intrigued about magic. Then, he recalled in his past life that all he could get was curse and blessing, and for example, being chosen by the Holy Sword in his past life. He thought that the world he was in now was better than his previous life where he was forced to get cursed and blessed. He thought that he didn't want to experience again the pressure of having to live a life that has already been decided. Thus, he thought that magic is not like that. He thought that it's about moving towards the future with their own choices. Riley gripped his hands very tightly. He wondered if he would be able to beat his trauma with magic. Shortly, Sarah asked him if he wants to try the device that can detect his mana, as everyone who dreams of becoming a magician tries it at least once. She told Riley that he could also try it. Suddenly, Riley thought of the first and the second child of the Ippolita family, Royd and Ryan. He thought that they have also used magic for the skill Aura Blade, which is something that is performed by using mana on the sword. Riley pondered that Ryan learned it when he was 12 and Royd when he was 14. Iris and Sarah were trying to convince Riley to try the device as they said that they don't usually get that kind of opportunity. Ian then thought that it was the time for his young master's capabilities to be revealed to the world. Ian was once a mercenary hero. He was the mercenary who was the best at using mana during the time of the Great War before, and he, himself, has felt the potential that Riley has. So, he was pumped up that it was the day that their young master's power destroys the nickname as the Lazy Sword. Proceedingly, they went to the magic tower, which is bigger than they imagined. Sarah said that it must be because of the magic device which made it bigger compared to the size that they perceive it as from the outside. Then, she said that the people there are all somehow bizarre. Suddenly, a person came to them. The man asked if he may know what brought them there. Ian said that they just came to look around, to which the man said that the magic tower isn't a place where anyone can just come and go, so he asked if he could show him something that can prove their identity. As the man saw that they came from the Ippolita household, he told them that they would allow them to look around the first floor, but he wished for them not to go to the first floor. Meanwhile, Riley was about to touch a blue magic crystal. The man quickly stopped him and said that he can't just touch it. Riley apologized and said that the crystal just has a nice color. The man said that even if he is the young master of the Count's family, they can't just allow him to touch that. Thus, Riley asked him what the rock was, and the man said that he couldn't tell him. Moreover, he said that the things that they can touch have signs, and if they don't have signs, they can't touch them. Riley fell speechless upon hearing that from the man. Then, Iris stepped in and asked the man if he could tour them around the place as they don't know much about the magic tower. The man told them that his name is Ferda. Ferda tells them that there are endless types of magicians that even if they are to list their traits, staying up all night won't give them enough time. Then, he brought out a book and said that magicians mostly use that kind of book. Moreover, he showed them a device, saying that it can create ice, to which Riley said that it's like a refrigerator. Thus, Ferda asked him what it was and Riley just said that it was nothing. Ferda told them that they should visit again next time, and if they follow the right procedures, they might also be able to see the second floor. Riley then asked what they could see on the second floor. Ferda said that they can see the trainees practicing magic like fireballs, which Riley said that is curious about. In response, Riley said that it's interesting. Suddenly, Ian called Riley to come. They are waiting for him to touch the magic device that can detect mana. Riley asked them what it was, and Sarah told him that it's the device that he said that he would try. Ian was so ready for Riley to try the device. Meanwhile, Riley was still thinking. Thus, Ian looked at him with fierce eyes. So, Riley agreed and said that he will do it. Riley stood in front of the crystal ball. Then, he asked Ferda how he could use it, to which Ferda said that he just had to place his hand on the crystal ball. Ferda explained that the crystal ball will shine and the water will fill it up based on the amount of mana he has. Upon hearing this, Riley thought that it's nothing special. Meanwhile, Ian called Ferda again. He asked what would happen if the device breaks because the amount of mana is too much. Ferda said that he guesses that people will be eager to take that person and the younger, the better. However, Ferda said that the crystal ball never once broke, and just cracking it already indicates that the person is a genius. Ferda chuckled and said that the crystal ball would never break unless it was a dragon. Then, he said that if he were to list some of the people who made the crystal ball crack, they are the current archmage of the magic tower, Astroa. Additionally, he said that the one who is known to be a mercenary hero also cracked the ball, but he doesn't remember his name. Sarah then asks Ian if he is perhaps expecting something from Riley. Meanwhile, Riley asked if they should start. Without hesitation, Riley placed his hand on the crystal ball. Thus, the crystal ball started to react. The crystal ball starts to brighten. Ferda looked at Riley very anxiously. Sarah and Iris were waiting for the result. Ian was also nervous about what would be the result because he's expecting a lot from Riley. But, the crystal ball's light stayed the same. Riley removed his hand as he thought that it's over. Thus, his mother along with Ian and Sarah quickly looked at the crystal ball. They saw that it didn't fill up a lot. Ferda also said that it's normal or even average. Upon seeing it, Ian couldn't believe it. He can't believe that it's normal and not even immeasurable. Meanwhile, Riley was happy and asked if he can now become a wizard. Ferda then told Riley that it is better to learn the magic of everyday life, which should be sufficient for him. But, Ian still can't accept the result. Ferda asked Ian if he was okay because he seems down. He suddenly grabbed the crystal ball and said that it can't be true. Ferda quickly tried to take the ball and told Ian that he can't do that. Ian cried and said that something is definitely wrong. On the other hand, Riley was just calm. Riley told his mother what they should eat because he's getting hungry, to which Iris said that Sarah said that she will be preparing, to which Sarah told them that there's a restaurant where she made a reservation. But, Ian was still holding the marble. Sarah felt troubled as Ferda was struggling. She thought that Ferda was asking her to help him. Thus, she felt pity and thought that she had to help him. Suddenly, Sarah called Ian. She told him to look behind him as Riley is using magic. Ian quickly turned around as he thought that Riley specializes in other things. As he was vulnerable, Ferda quickly took the crystal ball. Ian felt embarrassed as he got fooled. Sarah comforted him and said that they should go eat dinner as she made a reservation at a delicious place. But, Ian thought that he just can't go like that. He thought that his young master had great potential. Meanwhile, Ferda brought back the crystal ball to its place. Ian cried when he was getting dragged, as he thought that Riley wouldn't be able to remove the stigma of a lazy swordsman. At the same time, Ferda felt relieved that Ian was finally gone. The crystal ball is back in place, but there's something strange on it. Hours have passed, the night descended. Ferda was still cleaning on the first floor. He was in deep thought and felt exhausted. He wondered what kind of old man has that much strength. Suddenly, his colleagues came down from the second floor. They asked Ferda if he was on duty, to which Ferda said that he is. Then, they asked him what happened because he looked very tired. Suddenly, they noticed their other colleagues were gathering in a certain place. The man then told Ferda that he will see him in a moment as he's going to check what's going on. As the man checked it, he felt nervous. He looked at Ferda anxiously. Ferda felt anxious as he wondered why the man was looking at him like that. Thus, he quickly came over and asked what they were doing. Suddenly, the man asked him if we're on duty on the first floor. In response, Ferda said that he was. So, they asked him what happened there. Ferda was shocked when he saw what the other guys were looking at. They saw the big crystal rock was reacting strangely. Ferda felt nervous, thinking how did that happen, as it's a mana measurement stone that only wizards use. Their senior said that they have a problem as they don't know who did it. But, he said that if Astros found out about it, it would become a huge problem. Thus, one of them said that they have to catch the culprit. They said that they might be blamed, saying that they did it if things go wrong. Thus, they were wondering which people came to the first floor earlier, and at the same time Ferda was very nervous. Then, they asked Ferda if he had ever seen anyone suspicious as he is the one on duty on the first floor. They all felt troubled because Ferda said that he's going crazy as he doesn't have a single clue. Suddenly, they noticed that the crystal rock started to shatter into pieces. The magicians were stunned upon seeing the rock that way. The magicians screamed in fright as it's the first time that they had seen the rock become like that. Earlier before the sun sets, Iris called Riley. She asked him if it was hard. Riley said that it's not and asked why. Then, he said that there are a lot of interesting things, but he doesn't think that they actually are. He said that he just thought that a lot had happened. Moreover, he told Iris that he went to a temple for the first time in his life. He said that he also visited the tower, which in fact, he was collecting mana in a slightly different way compared to how he did in his previous life. Thus, he tells Iris that he's glad that nothing happened. Meanwhile, Sarah was still comforting Ian about what happened at the magic tower. Iris laughed and asked Riley if he thinks that something happened to Ian. Therefore, Riley asked his mother if she wasn't disappointed that her son is just a normal man. Iris looked at Riley with a smile. She said that his mother thinks that she's very lucky since her dear son got an average score. With that said, Riley is speechless. Then, he asked if it's true. On the other hand, Sarah still struggled to deal with Ian's frustrations. Riley and Iris decided to look around more while they held hands. Meanwhile, in the dark alleys of Solia, the two men acting earlier were having a conversation. The blonde man said that they have to do their main job since they made a mistake earlier. The other asked if he meant pickpocketing and then asked if it was Solia's festivity that day. The blonde man said that it's fine, though, if they do miss that day, they have to resist their hunger until the next festival. Suddenly, the blonde man noticed a man, who looked different based on the color of his clothes. His comrade said that they shouldn't target it because there's a bunch of knights on the man's back. Thus, the blonde man looked for another target. Shortly, he caught someone that caught his attention. He asked Hemel to look over and asked if they should target them. The people they are looking at are Riley and his company. Hemel recognized that Riley and his family are the ones that they tried to target earlier. Berta said that they were, because Riley is the guy that pretended to not know that a thin girl was being subjected. Then, they noticed that there's only one young man, a young lady and a maid. But, they also noticed the butler, which they said that it's a total of 4. Hemel then asked him if they are really going to do it to them, and Berta said that they should punish those heartless people. However, Hemel felt hesitant. He thought that it doesn't look like there would be a problem, considering that there are only 2 aristocrats and 2 escorts. However, Hemel questioned himself that he sensed something menacing, which Berta told him that they should make up their minds. Eventually, Hemel agreed, saying that they should do it. Thus, they quickly moved. They walked through the people carefully. They followed Riley and his company while they're walking. Meanwhile, Riley and his company were just enjoying their time together. Hemel looked at Berta. Berta then signaled that it's time. So, they start to count down when they should come to them. Unbeknownst to them, Ian already knew that they were tailing them. Ian saw the two of them were suspicious. However, they did not know, so they still continued to charge. To their surprise, Ian looked at them. Hemel was caught off guard when the butler hit him with an arm. He almost choked as he was hit in the chest. Ian quickly took action to stop the man's advance. He targeted Hemel's leg. As a result, Hemel was in pain, causing him to fall at the ground. Ian then asked them what they were doing and where they came from. But Hemel didn't respond because he was in so much pain. Meanwhile, Berta was being subjugated by Sarah. Berta felt troubled because he sensed something that was not good. Ian told them not to think that they are going to be safe after trying to touch the master of Ippolita. Hemel was shocked as he knows that the Ippolita family is a noble family whose count has achieved its position through his swordmanship skills. Then, Sarah took Berta to the nearby alley, and she recognized that they are the same gang from yesterday. Sarah called them animals. Berta was speechless and continued to tremble in fear. Then, Sarah asked if they were from the bottom of the Solia, because a strong smell of filthiness was coming out from them. Berta said that it doesn't make sense because he made sure to erase the stench with a perfume, and Sarah said that she will spare them in consideration of their hometown. But, she said that only if they pay the price for trying to touch the master that she serves. Berta begged Sarah while Sarah placed her foot on the man's hands. Sarah told him to choose their opponent a little more carefully next time, because the people that she serves don't like being bothered. Meanwhile, Iris asked Ian where's Sarah, to which Ian said that Sarah went to the bathroom for a while and then asked Riley if he would like to check. Riley declined and said that he was just curious because Sarah was out of his sight for a moment. He said that they should inform him before going somewhere. Ian then asked what he meant, to which Riley said that it's nothing and quickly came back to eating. Suddenly, Riley noticed something in the sky. He saw that there were fireworks on display. He and his mother looked at it with joy in their eyes. Out of nowhere, Sarah appeared saying that it's really starting, when Iris noticed her and asked what she meant by what she said. Sarah said that it's the Royal Swordsmanship Contest. The next day, they went to the arena where the contest will commence. A lot of people were gathering there as they were excited to watch the contest. Riley, along with his mother and two escorts, were also excited as they went to Solia for the contest. Riley asked Sarah if she brought the food, to which she showed them the food and said that it has already been taken care of. Then, Ian told them that the participants for the competition that time are very competitive. Ian asked Riley if he remembered the list of competitors that they saw coming before. Riley said that he does, but he didn't really see it in detail. Thus, Sarah said that according to the list of matches, there will be 3 matches. Ian said that it's predicted to be over before dinner because even if they're competitive, they're lacking according to Ippolita's standards. Riley scanned the surroundings. He noticed that there were fewer crowds than the one on the outside. Sarah opened up that there aren't many people there, which Iris said that she also thought that it would be very crowded. Thus, Sarah explained that it's because it's hard for the commoners of Solia Temple to directly get in, as the commoners have to receive invitations to get in. Then, Iris asked if the commoners can't watch the competition, which Sarah said that it's not the case. She pointed at the magic rock with a crystal ball inside. Sarah said that with the device, the commoners can watch the competition unfolding there. Riley felt excited, as mused that there will be times when some nobleman will be shamed for doing something stupid. But, Sarah said that they won't, as there is a time gap, so they can see what happens there one day faster. Sarah explained that the video was being taken care of, so if they make a request, they will cut the unnecessary parts. Riley thought that it's interesting, because he thought that even though the times are different, every convenient thing in his previous life can be done through magic. Shortly, Iris told them that it must be starting. As the contest commenced, people cheered very loudly. Ian thought that the nobles were very loud. He said that he doesn't know why they are so thrilled, which surprised Riley and the two ladies. They thought that Ian would also be thrilled if Riley joined the competition. Thus, they didn't expect Ian to act like that. The first battle is from both renowned families for their swordsmanship, which is the Vorin family and the Dreich family. The referee raised his hands up to commence the fight. Sarah and Iris were excited as the battle will start. On the other hand, Riley is silent. Shortly thereafter, the battle of the renowned families commenced. The blue-haired man was taking the advantage of the battle. But, the man with the blonde hair didn't back down. They both showed resilience during the fight. Riley said that it was quite entertaining. Thus, Ian asked him if it's really entertaining. In response, Riley said that it was nice to see different styles that he has never seen before. But, he said that other than that, he thinks that he's only watching cute little kids playing around. Sarah said that it must be the case for him since he has already cut through the goblins at once. Meanwhile, Ian asked Riley why he didn't compete, to which Riley said that it's bothersome. Ian was shocked when Riley said that it's bothersome. He said that he likes his nickname the Lazy Swordsman. Thus, Ian asked him if he was not joking. Ian wondered why Riley thinks like that when he has so much potential. He wondered why Riley looked tired. He thought that Riley has hid his skills and his true self. Thus, he wondered why Riley would keep the hideous title of the Lazy Swordsman. Suddenly, Iris called Ian. She mentioned that if Riley wants to live peacefully, it might be a great idea to find a wife. Hearing that, Riley burst out the cola that he was drinking. Ian then asked Iris if she was serious and Iris just smiled. Thus, she said that she's just joking because Ian is so serious. Riley suddenly stood up and said that he's going to the restroom for a while. Iris then said that he can do that. As Riley went to the bathroom, he thought that it's his first time in a while to be flustered about it just because his mother mentioned that. Suddenly, someone called them in an angry manner. The man told Riley that he said some arrogant things earlier. Riley asked him what he said and Ian also wondered if Riley was talking about him earlier. The man told Riley that he said that their little kids were playing around, to which the man retorted that he has no idea how much time and effort they have put in for the competition. Riley quickly apologized, saying that he was too careless. Then, he told Ian that they should go as the competition has probably started. But, the man called him again. He told Riley that his words had no sincerity at all. He said that his apology is not sincere and sarcastically asked if that was truly an apology. Riley felt irritated and wondered what the man wanted. Then, the man stated his name, saying that he's Aplok, the first son of the Erengium family and he shall punish Riley for his disrespectful behavior in place of those who are competing in the tournament. After hearing that, Riley felt angrier. The man continued, saying that Riley must be from a noble family and demanded him to state his family's name. Riley thought that he had made a mistake as he should have just stayed quiet. Ian then looked at Riley and asked what he was going to do. Riley asked what he meant by it. Riley told him that they fled, while he quickly ran. The nobleman got mad and tried to chase after Riley. But Ian stopped them and said that they can't let them pass. However, Ian was shocked when the man just passed through him. The man said that he isn't bad for an old man, but he was unfortunate that he's going up against two. Thus, the man quickly ran up to Riley. He grabbed Riley and said that he doesn't have an ounce of nobility in him. The man was shocked when he saw Riley's expression. Suddenly, Riley grabbed the man's wrist. He told the man that he already apologized. The man tried to remove his hand on Riley's grip. But, he couldn't remove it. He wondered what Riley was doing as he is so strong. He also noticed that he couldn't also use his mana on Riley. The man felt pain as Riley continued to grip his hands tightly. The man's maid felt concerned, seeing her master having trouble. At the same time, the man wondered what Riley is doing, as it doesn't seem like he's using mana. Shortly, Riley asked the man why he had to irritate him like that. Aplok struggled as his wrist was hurting, thus, his maid came running to him. But suddenly, Riley pulled the man's body. He told them why they couldn't just let him live in peace. Riley threw Aplok towards his maid and they both crashed the wall. Ian was shocked upon seeing what happened. At the same time, Aplok stared blankly at the floor after what happened to him. Shortly, Riley came to him and said that he will say it once, so he should listen well. Riley asked if he takes drugs because he reeks of them. Ian felt nervous as Riley's personality had changed. Riley told Aplock that if he doesn't want to be caught, he should live quietly, which Aplock said that he understands. Additionally, Riley told him that if he spoke about what happened, he would make a mess of it even if he came from a noble family. Ian felt scared seeing Riley. He wondered what it was that made Riley angry. Suddenly, Riley called Ian. Riley thought that Ian was lost in thoughts. Then, Riley told Ian that he will leave the cleaning to him, and if anyone asks who did it, he should tell them that he did it. Riley said that it's a request and called Ian a mercenary hero. Ian was shocked when Riley just left him. Meanwhile, Riley just got back to his mother and Sarah. Sarah then asked him where Ian was. Riley said that he thinks that it's a big one and it seems like Ian was going to take a while, so he left first. Moreover, Sarah asked him if heard some explosion, to which Riley said that he's not sure. With that said, Sarah starts to think deeply. Meanwhile, Riley drank his cola. He said that it's refreshing. Then, he realized that the battle is starting again, so he asked Sarah what is the main point to look for in the match. Sarah said that it seems like one of them is a winning candidate and a lot of people are looking forward to him. Thus, Ian asked about the winning candidate. Sarah told him to look at the person with the double swords. The man walked confidently as he entered the arena. Riley thought that the man's atmosphere is not too bad, and if his older brother Royd were of similar age, the man would be similar to him. Sarah then shared that the man is the only contestant who dual wields like him, so that's why she's cheering for him. She said that it's the first tournament the man will be fighting in, to which Riley was surprised that he's already a winning candidate even though it's his first tournament. Thus, Sarah said that it seemed like the man showed amazing skills before the tournament. Riley was intrigued when Sarah said that the man showed his skills in the mock battle, which was done privately amongst the contestants. Moreover, Sarah said that the man stated that he wants to surpass the Ippolita family, and it was his main reason for entering the competition. So, Riley asked if they shouldn't cheer for the man. Sarah said that it's nothing wrong with cheering for the man, as it's nice to see that he has some ambition in him. With that said, Riley stayed silent. Meanwhile, the referee explained to the two contestants that the match will continue until one of them is driven off the stage or until they are incapacitated, and the use of mana is allowed, but using it with the intention to threaten the other's life results as a disqualification. The referee said that the judgment will be done by him, and then asked if they understood, to which the two of them quickly said yes. As the match started, Sarah felt nervous. She thinks that the winner is already decided. The man battling the winning candidate seemed to be nervous. He was visibly nervous as his sword and body was trembling. Riley observed the two contestants. Then, he called Sarah. He asked if there was anything interesting about the opponent of the winning candidate. Sarah asked him what he thought it was. Meanwhile, the other person was trembling so hard. Shortly, the referee started the match. Sarah then told Riley that the other person is from Irenzium. On the other hand, the winning candidate was surprised when he let go of his sword because of his opponent's attack. Sarah and Iris were shocked as they didn't expect that. The opponent felt nervous even though he managed to gain the upper hand. Still, he tried to build up his courage. He took the opportunity, slashing the winning candidate. Meanwhile, Riley was wondering about Irenzium. He recalled the man that he encountered earlier, saying he is the eldest son of the Irenzium family. So, he wondered if the opponent used the same skill. The man was shocked, wondering if the battle was over. Suddenly, the referee grabbed his wrist. The referee raised his hand and declared that he's the winner, the second son of Irenzium, Aplion. Aplion was overjoyed as he won. He thought that it smelled less than his brother, but still, he thought that he never won with his actual skill. On the other hand, Riley was wondering why Ian still hasn't come back. Iris was comforting Sarah as the winning candidate just lost. Meanwhile, Riley noticed that there's no big reaction to the mana. Sarah quickly told Iris and Riley to have some food. On the other hand, Ian was helping the maid get up, but the maid said that they should help her young master. Ian felt troubled and was in deep thoughts while he was helping them. He recalled what Riley did earlier to the young master Aplock. He couldn't believe that he just saw Riley like that. He was shocked as Aplock wasn't an average person. Then, he thought that it doesn't matter how talented a person is. He realized it's because Riley is the one who reached the heights by force. Then, he thought that the mana measurement was intentionally lowered. He kept thinking about Riley. Ian thought that Riley is like a dragon who was playing a game. Ian thought about a high-ranking race that is said to live well for 10,000 years, and they are beings who turn into humans and enjoy games. He thought that in life, mana is simply inexplicable. But, he also thought that it can't be, because he saw the moment Riley was born. Thus, he wondered if it was Iris. He thinks that it also explains his young master's abnormal powers. But, he wondered what did the bloodshot mean from last time, and also wondered if a supreme dragon can bleed with poison or is it because it changes into a human body. Ian removed his thoughts and told himself to calm down. Hence, he continued to just help the maid stand up. Then, he walked towards Aplock. He supported him to stand up. And then, he thought that the most important thing is that Riley is an amazing person as he expected. Still, he thought that he's there to help them. Suddenly, Ian recalled something. He recalled that Iris asked him to keep it a secret about what happened with the goblins. Thus, stopped his advance as he was thinking deeply of it. He cried as he remembered that he made such a promise to Iris. Suddenly, someone called him. As he turned around, he saw that it's the people from the temple. So, he asked them what the matter is. To his surprise, Saintess Priscia walked to the people and showed herself. Shortly, Priscia starts to talk. She said that she heard that there was a guest who visited their temple yesterday. Meanwhile, Ian thought that she came because of yesterday's incident. So, he thought that the saint was looking for Riley. Suddenly, Priscia started to come closer to him. She asked if he knew about it by any chance. Meanwhile, at the tournament, Sarah starts to stretch her body. She said that she felt strange because the player that he was cheering for has been eliminated right away, and then Iris asked if there isn't a consolation match. Then, Iris asked if she watched all the games, as she thinks that it ended faster than she thought. Sarah said that the number of participants decreased compared to last year, however, there is no opening ceremony tomorrow, and so they will be playing more games. Then, she said that it was an unexpected ambush, referring to the Erenzium family. Iris asked if it was that bad, to which Sarah said that it is, and as for the power of the sword, it must be on the same level as Master Ryan's. Thus, Iris asked about its power compared to Riley's. So, Sarah starts to think. Then, she said that if she didn't know the Master's true skills, he wouldn't have compared them. Moreover, she was shocked the last time that Riley faced a goblin. She said that unlike the second son of Erenzium, Riley didn't hesitate at all when he wielded the sword. Then, Sarah thought that the thing that surprised her the most was Riley's calmness. Thus, she said that they won't know after Riley tried it himself. Suddenly, she noticed that Riley was gone. Iris told her that Ian didn't come back, so she asked Riley to go and pick up Ian. Sarah said that she can't believe that Iris let Riley walk around alone, so she will have to warn Ian when he comes back. But, Iris said that Riley maybe went looking for a bride. Sarah was shocked and flustered. He asked Iris if that was a joke. But, she noticed that she's serious. Shortly, they left the arena as the tournament was over for the day. Suddenly, they noticed that some people were gathering. Iris told Sarah that something must have happened as it looks like someone is blocking the way. Sarah quickly looked when Iris mentioned Ian. She confirmed that Ian was there. Thus, she wondered why he was there. Then, she also wondered why the priests and paladins of the Temple of Solia were blocking the way. Sarah was surprised when a person suddenly came in front. Priscia apologized to the people for blocking the way and said that they are looking for people from the Ippolita family. Meanwhile, Riley was waiting outside. He was glad that he bought the thing in advance. He thought that the orange guy should be doing a good job because he doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Suddenly, he sensed a mana. Thus, it quickly alarmed him, thinking that Ian must have sent the Erenziums by then. Suddenly, he grabbed the window. He quickly went up the tower. He said that he's not going to make them take the drug again. Meanwhile, the con artist felt relieved that he's alive. He said that he didn't know that the 4 individuals were from the Ippolita, so he thought that he was lucky enough that he survived. Then, he was about to say that it's morning, but he noticed that the torch was lit up. He realized that he arrived in the evening and just woke up at sunset. Then, he called Berta and asked if he came alive. Berta told him that he came all the way there on his back. Hemel noticed that Berta seemed not to be okay, so he asked him if she's alright. Berta shouted, asking if he thinks that he looks okay to him. Hemel was shocked after seeing Berta that way. Berta complained that his arms and hands are sore and said that it's over. Hemel told him that it's not over as he can go to the temple and get treatment, to which Berta said that the nobles will not treat people below their class. Still, Hemel told him to take it easy. Suddenly, Berta thought of an idea. He stood up and told Hemel that he will avenge him. Berta walked towards their slave girl. Hemel tried telling him to stop, but he still continued. But Berta continued and told the girl to wake up. He got irritated as the girl wasn't responding. Thus, he removed her blanket and shouted her name, Nain. Nain woke up and asked him what's going on. Berta said that he has a favor to ask her as he can't do it without her. Nain asked what something that he can't do without her is. Thus, Berta said that it's impossible without him and she's the only one that he trusts, that's why he's asking her. So, Nain said that it's good. She told him that she will do it. Quickly, Nain got up. Berta told her that he will only believe in her. On the other hand, the Arenzium's family is going back to their castle. Aplion was telling his older brother what happened, but he noticed that he's trembling. He quickly asked Aplok if something happened, but Aplok said that it's nothing. But Aplion persisted and said that he should just tell him what happened. Aplok pushed him and retorted that he just said that nothing happened. Aplion was shocked and Aplok's maid also felt bad for him. Then, Aplok told Aplion that it's really nothing and he doesn't have to worry. Unbeknownst to them, Riley was on the top of their carriage listening to them. Riley thought that he was going to turn everything upside down if Aplok were making a fuss. Then, he decided to head back. Suddenly, he sensed something. He wondered who it was that he felt. Then, he noticed the men in front and thought that they were blocking the way. Riley was surprised when he recognized the people up front. Meanwhile, Berta wondered who the man was on top of the carriage and why he climbed there. Nain told Berta that she doesn't know why there was no escort or why the man was on the wagon, but that is what he was talking about. The maid told them to get out of the way, so Nain asked Berta what they're going to do. Thus, Berta said that they should kill the man on top of the carriage. Riley thought that they're funny for saying that. Meanwhile, Nain was about to attack. She unleashed her power and summoned a lightning spear. The carriage stopped as lightning dawned upon them. Aplok and Aplion quickly get out of the carriage. Riley also leaped out of the carriage. Then, he thought that Nain's interesting as he had never seen that much magic in his previous life. On the other hand, Nain was frustrated because she missed. Riley looked at the girl's face. Suddenly, he recognized who she was. The girl was startled as she looked at Riley. Riley remembered that he was the girl that was being subjugated by 2 men. Suddenly, Nain smiled like a crazy girl, saying that Berta trusted her. She said that Berta asked her to do it. Riley felt something strange on the girl. Suddenly, Nain was exuding a menacing presence. Nain said that she has to repay Berta's expectations. Thus, Riley thought that it's going to be dangerous. Meanwhile, Sarah was being interrogated about where Riley was. She told the Saintess that Riley was sitting there with her just a moment ago. Thus, the Saintess asked if she didn't know where Riley went. Sarah looked at Ian and told the Saintess that Riley said that he's going to the bathroom. Ian was frightened as he felt Sarah's anger. He felt nervous as he was the one who was supposed to be looking out for Riley. Moreover, Iris asked Priscia what she would do and if she would like to wait there. But, Priscia didn't respond to her. Priscia picked up a cup that Riley was drinking at. Thus, Ian wondered what she was doing. On the other hand, Priscia wondered if Riley is trying to use divine power. She couldn't believe that Riley is being favored by the goddess Irene, just to find the master, the divine master. Thus, she felt irritated. Ian felt curious why Priscia was just silent. Suddenly, Priscia crushed the cup. The priests got worried as water got on her hands. Suddenly, Priscia turned back her senses. Thus, she apologized to Iris and asked what she said. But Iris was too shocked to answer. Then, they asked her if she was alright. Ian thought that Priscia was acting like that because of the incident the day before yesterday. He recalled Riley saying that he feels bad. But, he thought that it's clear that Priscia is still mad about it, so he thought that it's better for Riley to avoid the saint. Suddenly, someone hastily called the saintess. Prisca asked the priests what's happening. The priest conveyed that something just happened in the central square. Quickly, they came out of the tower. All of them were shocked upon witnessing something strange outside. Nain starts to attack the houses. The people were startled and confused what's happening. Riley then thought that it's the first time that he saw powerful magic with his own two eyes. Nain dedicated what she is doing to Berta. Thus, she kept attacking Riley. Riley looked at Neon with pitiful eyes. Thus, Nain also stared back at him. Riley wondered how a young girl mastered magic like that at such a young age. Shortly, the guards of Solia arrived and asked Nain who she was. But, Nain just attacked them. Riley thought that Ian should come or even the Arenzium brothers. But, he was surprised as he saw the Arenzium brothers were unconscious on the ground. He thought about why they were resting their mind when they needed to step out. So, he wondered if he should stop it instead. Nain tried to attack Riley again with a fireball. Riley felt troubled as he saw Nain was acting. Thus, he quickly moved to another place. Riley thought that they were fighting comfortably. He looked at Nain and wondered if he really had to learn magic. He wondered if magic was more comfortable than swordsmanship that requires physical labor. But then, he also thought that magic is not limited as it also has teleportation. On the other hand, Nain continued to target him. She created an ice lance and hurled it against him. So, Riley was forced to bring out his sword. He mused that he just had to read the atmosphere. Nain was surprised when she saw Riley cut through his attack. Suddenly, Riley noticed a man ordering Nain to kill him. He wondered what was about the man. Then, he recalled that it's the man that tried to steal from them. He thought Ian and Sarah have a lot of affection for nothing as they spared the man. Meanwhile, Nain was shocked when Berta was pushing him to kill the guy. Riley thought if Ian and Sarah had finished the guy, none of that would have happened. Nain's anxiety was getting bigger. She is pressured by Berta's orders. Meanwhile, Riley asked himself if he wants to try that. At the magic tower, they were instructed to catch the culprit who smashed the mana measuring rock. Ferda was anxious as he was the one on duty on the first floor. Thus, he felt guilty about what was happening. He felt troubled, wondering what if he gets kicked out of the tower as he can't find the culprit. Suddenly, he thought of Riley. He thought that it's not like there aren't a lot of people who think that he's the culprit. He can't imagine Riley doing that because he's known as the lazy swordsman of the Ippolita family. Ferda thought that the mana was perfect and nothing is special about being average. So, he thought that it doesn't make sense that it's Riley and it is also impossible. He can't believe that a rock that even the Archmage cannot crack can just be broken by a lazy sword master with a touch. So, he thought that it's ridiculous, thinking that even if they asked the kids, they would all answer the same thing. Then, he thought that he needed to find a clue to the culprit. Suddenly, he noticed something nearby. He discerned that it was a fireball. Thus, he quickly touched the ground. He heard the sound of burning and explosions, so he discovered that it's definitely a fireball. Suddenly, he saw some people were running in haste as they're evacuating from the place. Ferda thought that some person was performing a magical attack without permission. So, he thought that he had to stop the person. Without hesitation, he quickly ran where it was happening. Shortly, they reached the location where the person was. He grasped for breath as he stopped. Then, he wondered why Nain was there. He recognized that it was the scrapped face. He saw Nain throwing a fireball. But, Nain was surprised that the person she was fighting kept countering her attacks. Ferda was also confused when he saw Nain was fighting someone. Riley is prepared to take down the fireball again. He easily deflected the fireball coming at him. Ferda was surprised that he could counter the attack with just a sword. He couldn't believe that the man deflected magic just like that. Even after Nain hurled many fireballs, Riley just kept deflecting them. Nain was getting irritated why he was able to deflect it again and again. She thought that it's definitely just an iron sword with nothing special, but it's deflecting all his magic. Then, she thinks that it's theoretically possible, but it's not that simple. Suddenly, her body trembled. She is starting to cough blood as she is nearing her limits. She chose not to believe it as she thought that Berta trusts her, so she has to endure it. Then, she thought that instead of sending out a powerful magic one at a time, she thought that it would be better to send out effective magic consecutively. With that in mind, she materialized magic missiles. But, her body paid the price. Still, she endured it and hurled the missiles towards Riley. Riley is still unfazed after seeing missiles hurling towards him. He wondered if it was a different magic. He thought that it's lighter than ever and even the mana in it became lighter. Riley confronted Nain as it seemed like she's trying to gauge. Nain was speechless as she couldn't answer him. Then, Berta called Nain, asking if she could win. He shouted at Nain, demanding that she answer him. Nain told Berta to believe her as he made a request as her one and only friend. Nain stated that she will win even if she has to sacrifice her life. Suddenly, Riley felt that something was strange. He thought that the magic color she has is rare. Thus, he starts to wonder if Nain has a unique type of magic. He thought that those kinds of people are exceptionally talented as he had seen in his previous life. Still, he thought that something was not right. She thought that dark purple is more powerful than black. So, he felt troubled because his strength is unstable and he feels unsafe. Suddenly, he noticed that the little girl was starting to cough blood a lot. He felt pity looking at Nain. So, he thought that he shouldn't leave her like that. Moreover, he heard some people watching them. The people think that he's going to fight and take care of the bad wizard. However, it made Riley recall a lot of things. He recalled in his previous life that people were also cheering for him, saying that they are going to live and survive. They told him that he's the only one that can save everyone, so he must win. The people thought that he can solve everything because he's a warrior. Thus, the present Riley was frozen as he recalled those memories. Suddenly, Nain felt chills towards Riley. She told Berta that they needed to run, to which Berta asked her what she meant. Nain said that Riley looks like he's going to kill everyone there and they have stopped moving, so he should run away if he wants to live. But, Berta chose not to give up and told Nain that she's useless. He said that she hasn't killed Riley yet, so she can't die before it's all over. Nain told him that she thought that she believed in her. However, Berta outbursts and tells Nain that she's useless and that even the magic tower abandoned her. Suddenly, Berta felt an exuding presence as he looked at Riley. He sat up in fright, wondering what's happening. Riley told him that it's enough as he can't even listen to his nonsense anymore. Berta trembled and didn't know what to say anymore. Nain tried to subdue Riley by materializing a pillar of fire. However, Riley still wasn't bothered. He quickly removed the pillar. Then, Nain warned him to get away from Berta, to which Riley can't believe that she's taking his side after hearing what Berta told her. On the other hand, Nain was telling Berta that they had to run. Riley made Nain unconscious as he needed to talk with Berta. Berta was frightened as Riley took out Nain. Then, Riley told Berta that he's not affectionate, so, since he dared to touch him, he can't let him pass from there. Riley stated that Berta brought it on himself. While he's about to kill Berta, a magic shield appears. Riley wondered where the magic came from. He saw a wizard coming towards him. The wizard asked who he was. Riley thought that he took too much time, so someone with a stronger mana saw him. He noticed the strong energy of the old man, so he thought that he's not on the same level as the guards. Suddenly, the wizard told him that he has no choice but to use his power on him if he doesn't speak. The wizard called himself the Archmagistroa while materializing a big fireball. Earlier, Ferda came to Astroa, telling him that he needs to go to the central square. Astroa said that he should know that he doesn't move unless he's ready. Astroa was in the middle of injecting a drug to a man. He said that he's going to be a great magician who represents Solia. Thus, he told Ferda not to call him by his name. However, Ferda retorted that drug delivery isn't important now as the experiment that was discarded from the tower is going wild. Astroa was surprised as he thought that the girl was dying, so he thinks that it's kind of cool. Then, he decided that they should look around, but Ferda said that he still had one more thing to say, which is that there is someone fighting with the experiment. Astroa observed Riley. He wondered if he was the man that Ferda mentioned. Then, he starts to talk with Riley. He said he can't overlook him wandering around in the Solia castle, which is his stage. Riley said that he is cringing for calling himself the Archmage. At the same time, the people felt anxious looking at the big fireball as they think that it's dangerous and they might get caught up with it as well. But, they believe that they will not get caught up with it because it's Astroa. Meanwhile, Astroa was wondering how he should check Riley's skills. He thought that he couldn't help it, so he decided to take Riley himself, so he quickly materialized a meteor. Riley looked at Astroa while he flaunts his magic. Then, he quickly prepared for the attack. Astroa made 3 ways to check Riley's skills. Then, he quickly attacked Riley. First, he divided the attack into 3. Then, he sent all of it at once. Astroa thought that Riley's crazy for deflecting all his attacks. Riley hurled the fireball back to him, so he quickly made a water ball to counter it. Thus, the fire and water clashed together. Astroa couldn't believe that Riley deflected his magic. Suddenly, he noticed that Riley had disappeared, so he tried to find him. He mused that Riley was hiding. Suddenly, he sensed an attack coming from the back. Thus, he quickly made a barrier, but it crashed. The sword broke the barrier and continued to go forward. As a result, the Archmage Astroa got hit. He got mad and said that Riley's a disgrace for trying to attack him. However, he saw that Riley had already disappeared. Then, he saw that Berta was dead as well. On the other hand, Priscia and the other priests are still looking for Riley. Suddenly, they saw a heavy smoke coming towards them. Thus, Priscia told the priests to step aside for a moment. She made a holy barrier and deflected the heavy smoke. Then, she noticed something above. The priest told the guard that the magic is from Astroa, to which the guard couldn't believe that Astroa is attacking the saint. But, Priscia notices something strange. She noticed that Astroa wasn't looking at her way as his eyes were fixed on the central square. Shortly, she told the priests that they needed to hurry and leave. Meanwhile, back at the tower, Sarah and Iris were anxious as everyone left in a hurry. Then, Sarah asked Ian why the saint is looking for Riley. Suddenly, Riley appeared. They were shocked as they were just talking about him. Ian quickly asked Riley where he came from. Riley asked Ian if he had checked the bathroom like he said to his mother when he went out looking for him. Iris said that it must have been that the paths were different as he didn't see any toilets. Meanwhile, Ian was thinking that Riley ran away knowing that the saint was looking for him. Since Riley is back, Sarah suggested that they should head back. Quickly, they left the tower. Riley suddenly called Ian and asked if he took care of what he told him earlier. Ian said that he did and shared that he ran into the saint in the middle and wondered what happened. Thus, Riley told him that he did well. But Riley thought that he had to watch out again for the one in the rags. He thought that the habit of him being a hero still remains, so he should do it. After the incident, the Arenzium family was being interrogated by the guards. Aplion said that he had to meet someone, to which the guard asked who it was. He told the guard that he has no reason to tell him. Suddenly, their maid intervened and said that they don't know anything and they absolutely have nothing to do with it. The guard fell speechless as the maid told them that they're busy. At the same time, Aplion is asking his older brother if he was okay. The maid confronted the guard because he was interrogating them when he just said that the disaster was caused by magic. She retorted that the Arenzium family has nothing to do with magic and it's all nonsense. She told the guard that he is so frustrated. The maid said that they are victims as well as their attendants are also among the dead, to which the guard asked her to calm down. Then, the guard brought out a piece of paper and told her that if they put a separate announcement later, she will have to attend again. She gets the paper and tells him that he's so strict. Then, she quickly told Aplion and Aplock that they should have a meal first before heading back. Thus, she quickly leads them while Aplion supports his brother. The guard was irritated as he couldn't stand them, calling them trashy punks. On the other hand, Nain just woke up to an unfamiliar place. Then, she felt sad thinking about Berta. She recalled that Berta called her useless. She remembered that Berta said that she's just trash to him when she dies. Then, she wondered if she was being abandoned again. Suddenly, she felt an excruciating pain all throughout her body. She cried, saying that it hurts. She couldn't stop thinking about what Berta told her earlier. Nain thought that she just didn't want to feel alone. Suddenly, she heard a man speak. To her surprise, it was the man from the central square. Riley told her that she didn't wake up for so long that he thought that she was really dead. Then, Nain asked Riley what happened with Berta. Riley noticed that she was sad about Berta. But Riley ignored it and then proceeded to ask her how she was able to attack him. Nain told him that there's no reason for her to tell him. Thus, he asked her what she was. He said that she knows that she is not a wizard and her color is different, so he asked if it was unique. Nain asked him why he was curious, to which Riley said that he guessed that she doesn't know what's going on. Riley put a sword on her neck and said that it's no big deal. He told her that he just hates waiting time. Meanwhile, Nain reminisces about what happened in the past. Nain was still together with her mom. She was happy that she was her mother's daughter. Her mother told her that she's the only one. At that time, her mother told her that they will no longer be in poverty if she participates in the research and experiment. Nain then asked if she could become a magician. But to her dismay, the experiment was gruesome, not like she expected. Astroa gave her a pill and said that it's her turn. He said that she will have to endure it. He told her that he can't give money to her family if she can't handle that. Astroa said that she should just do it because she said that she's looking forward to it. Nain trembled in fear and didn't know what to do. She just wanted them to kill her. The experiment was a success and the magicians obtained mana. It settled in their body without any problems, which means it was a success. But, Nain's appearance has changed over time. They let her go as the experiment was done, and then she asked if she could really stop the medication. They told her that she could and she did a great job. So, Nain looked forward to meeting her mom again. As she went home, her mother didn't recognize her. Nain told her mother that she is their daughter with hair as white as snow. But, they ignored her as her appearance has changed. Nain cried at Riley, asking him what she was supposed to do. She said that she did not do anything wrong as she did her best in order not to be disappointed with expectations. Riley felt pity looking at her. Her tears were falling down on his sword. Thus, Riley told her that he thinks that he has misunderstood her. So, he asked her if she would like him to help her. Nain clarified if he just said that he's going to help her. She asked him if he meant that she can have a new life with her body of hers and in that situation. Riley then asked her to tell him why she won't make a deal. He told her that it must have been hard to live up to expectations, and then asked if she expected it from someone else. He told her that she can just leave everything behind and start over. Thus, Nain agreed to what he said. So, Riley asked her to tell him what her answer was. But, Nain asked him why a noble like him is trying to talk to her and help her. Riley said that it's nothing special. He stated that she reminded him of his past. Meanwhile, at the magic tower, the magicians apologized to Astroa as they couldn't find the little girl. Astroa then asked about the evidence. Ferda conveyed that there are a few suspects, but they also couldn't find any evidence. Suddenly, Astroa hit one of them. He told them not to make excuses and just say that they don't have it before he burns them alive. Thus, Ferda apologized instantly. Astroa threw the man on the floor. He slapped Ferda and said that they're out of their minds. He also hit the other guy, while he was scolding them because they couldn't find the little girl and they also couldn't find the guy who broke the mana stone. Astroa sarcastically said that he can't help but be amazed. Then, he calmed down knowing there was no evidence. But, he asked why they couldn't find the little girl when he put a seal on her. They told him that the seal was gone, so he asked them what they're talking about. The man said that it's true. He told Astroa that the seal on the little girl has been removed and he can check it if he doesn't believe him. So, Astroa asked about Irenzium instead. They told him that Irenzium couldn't do it because of what happened last night. Thus, Astroa asked Ferda if he was managing the experiments properly, to which Ferda said that he is. Afterwards, Astroa said that it's enough and he doesn't want to see him. Ferda asked where he was going, but Astroa just looked at him. Then, he asked him why he won't stop. He asked him if the 7 circles is not enough. Ferda told Astroa that what he is doing is no longer a passion or anything. However, Astroa ignored him and just disappeared. Meanwhile, Nain was just asking Riley what he meant by old memories, as she doesn't think that he's a subject like her. But Riley didn't respond as he smelled something through the boxes. Thus, Nain asked him what he was doing. Riley opened the box and saw some plants. He quickly grabbed an ample amount of it, which he quickly recognized what it was. So, he wondered why those drugs were on the tower. Suddenly, Astroa appeared. Nain quickly turned around as she discerned Astro's voice. Nain trembled after seeing Astroa. Astroa said that she saved her some trouble by going there, and then asked her how she was able to remove the seal. Meanwhile, Riley quickly wore his mask. Then, he confronted Astroa. He told Astroa that they have met before. Riley showed Astroa the drugs and said that he was doing some pretty fun stuff at the tower. Riley told Astra that he knows that the drugs were his. He told Astroa that it's forbidden in Solia. Moreover, he said that he must have caught a big fish when all he was looking for was something related to Nain. Then, Riley said that the people will be shocked if they find out what Astroa was doing. Astroa responded with an attack. Nain felt troubled seeing the big fireball. But Riley quickly defended her by stopping the attack with his sword. Astroa then asked Riley who he was. Thus, Riley said that he could say that he's an ex-hero. Astroa got more furious, so he tried to send fireballs again. But Riley cut off his arm. Astroa was taken aback about what happened. On the other hand, Riley showed no regret for what he did. Astroa tried not to scream. But he still screamed in pain as his arm got cut off. Nain was frozen in shock as she just witnessed Astroa's arm get cut off. Riley felt irritated as Astroa complained a lot about what he did. Then, he told Astroa that he will have to heal his arm quickly or else he will live like that for the rest of his life, which Astroa asked him what he meant. Riley said that he just ripped a big blood vessel which is a little bigger, so if Astroa leave it as it is, it would rot. Astroa was shocked and thought that he let his guard down. Riley kicked Astroa's arm towards him and said he won't bother him anymore, so he should just teleport and go. Then, Riley decided to continue what he's doing. Riley pointed the sword at the ground as he mused that the stairs to the basement are located there. Astroa was shocked as he knew what was in the basement. At the same time, Riley just destroyed the ground. Astroa was shocked as the ground collapsed. Meanwhile, Riley said that he thinks that he found it. Nain was anxious as she saw the stairs, as it leads to a place where a biological experiment is being conducted. Suddenly, Astroa told Nain that she betrayed the magic tower. He reprimanded Nain saying that she stabbed him in the back when he gave her a chance and taught her magic. So, Riley asked Nain if Astroa taught her, which Nain said that he didn't. Nain stated that it was Ferda who taught her and wasn't Astroa. Then, Nain told Astroa that she doesn't care what he will say. She said that it's because Riley told her that she could start again even if her life seemed like the end. Nain showed her powers and told Astroa not to interrupt her. Seeing that, Astroa couldn't talk back. He saw that they were ganging up on him. So, he quickly teleported while saying that they will regret what happened. As Astroa left, Nain brought back her powers. Riley mused that Astroa stopped the bleeding himself since he is a magician, as he thought that he can't stand that much pain if he gets his arm cut off. Nain then asked why he only cut his arm when he could have just killed him. Riley explained that it was for the bigger picture, which is the place that leads downstairs. Afterwards, Riley stood in front of the stairs. Without delay, they quickly went down and Nain asked Riley what's the bigger picture, to which Riley explained that he still wants to live comfortably. Riley said that she should know that. He said that he takes a step back when that happens, to which Nain asked what he meant. Thus, Riley explained while he went to the door. He said that no matter what happens, whether the world is ruined or the devil appears, she lights it up before the bomb explodes and she just stays back and watches. He said that she should do it without anyone knowing. Then, he said that what they are doing is similar. Nain was surprised after Riley opened the door. So, Riley told her that she shouldn't come in. Nain felt hesitant to enter the room. Still, she thought that she needed to overcome it. So, she walked through the door. After entering, Riley asked Nain if she uses drugs for her experiment, to which she said that she doesn't know exactly what drugs were used in the experiment. Then, Nain told him that what he saw in the central square wasn't magic and it was the thing on her eye. Riley then said that it's like a radar. Nain wondered what a radar was, so Riley said that he's just talking to himself. Nain felt anxious as Riley observed the lab and oversaw what's happening. Then, Riley said that it's time to light the candles. Quickly he destroyed the lock from the gate of the prisoners. Then, he gave Nain a gold coin and stated that all she needs to do is step back and watch everything. He flipped the coin and told Nain that she's free. Nain asked him what he meant that she's going to be free. The coin flipped and it showed the symbol of freedom. The next day, Riley woke up to watch the tournament. He was still sleepy but his mother told him that it's rare to see things like that so they should watch. So, Riley agreed without hesitation. Riley then noticed that the second son of the Erenzium family is the one to be competing. Ian said that he heard the second son had a match, to which Sarah said that he is right and she wasn't expecting that a double sword contestant would lose to the second son. She said that she's still sad that the battle ended quickly. Suddenly, Riley asked Sarah if she notices something strange on the second son of the Erenzium family, which she said that she's not sure. So, Riley asked her how it smells. She asked Riley what he meant by spell as she looked at Aplion. Then, she realizes that it obviously smells different. The three of them were shocked as the battle commenced. Aplion lost his grip on the sword. Consequently, he was defeated in an instant. Meanwhile, at the Erenzium family, Aplok was angered, questioning why that happened to him. He thought why it was all of a sudden, to which his maid asked him to calm down. But, he said that he couldn't because his brother had lost. Then, his maid said that she hurriedly went to the Solia Tower in the morning, and they wouldn't give anything to the Erenzium family. Aplo was shocked by what he heard. He thought that she meant that the Solia Tower had betrayed them. She said that it seems to be the case, as even though he tried threatening them, it was still futile. Aplok trembled in anger. Then, he suddenly recalled his encounter with Riley. He remembered Riley telling him that he was rotten. Riley looked down on him, calling him trash. Thus, he trembled in anger with those words. He questioned why Riley had the courage to say that to a nobleman like him. Aplok felt like bugs were crawling all over his body. He thought he would go crazy if he didn't get the drugs, but he thought that he could just take it away. Quickly, he got his sword. He mused that he can just clean up one of the beggars from the Solia Tower. Shortly, he was leaving, so his maid asked him where he was going. She told him that he should comfort Aplion. But, Aplok still continued his way and ignored her. Meanwhile, the Ippolita family just finished watching the swordsmanship competition. Riley was wondering why Nain hasn't arrived yet. Meanwhile, Nain was still preparing. Previously, Riley told Nain to go to the temple 20 minutes after the swordsmanship contest, to which Nain asked him why. Riley said that they are going to reveal the drugs and what's going inside the magic tower. He told her that she should do it since she hates the guy who ruined her life. But, Nain felt hesitant. She asked him if the people would push him away just like her mom did. However, Riley told her that it's fine because she's not alone anymore. The other subjects told her that it's the same for them as they have the same mark on their faces. Thus, Nain was instructed that she had to throw the bait. Riley told her that the people must first take bait before they lure them in. Nain looked at the drugs and thought that she could do it. She told the other subjects that the pain they went through shouldn't be repeated again. The subjects said that they hate it and they don't want to be sick again. Nain smiled at them as she said that she knows. Moreover, she said that they have to use the opportunity to see Zastroa and somehow continue to live again. Thus, Nain asked the subjects if they're ready. Seeing that they were, Nain said that they should go. As they entered the temple, a man asked them where they were headed. He wondered what they were doing. Nain told the man that they will make sure to go to the temple and not the castle, and then begged the man to let them pass. But, the man said that they looked like beggars, so they should get out. But, Nain asked him to listen. Nain felt anxious as the guards drew their sword. However, she still took the courage to speak. She said that she's the only one who's from the Solia Tower, not those people behind her, as they lived in South and North Solia. The man was confused about what she was saying. Thus, Nain said that she has an important thing to tell them. She showed the drugs and said that she's there to announce the inhuman experimentation of the tower and its destruction. The man was shocked after seeing the drugs. Suddenly, the saint appeared and asked what her name was. The man quickly turned around as the saint arrived. Nain also fell speechless after seeing her. The priests were surprised with the saint's sudden arrival. Meanwhile, Priscilla continued walking towards Nain. Hence, Neon told the saint what her name was. The saint acted like she knew Nain, which instantly surprised Nain. Then, she called Isudal. She asked him to tell her how many people can move at the temple at the moment. Meanwhile, Aplok was wandering around the city, very anxious. The people were looking at him. They thought that he seemed estranged. Aplok was very anxious thinking about Riley. He declared that he will kill them all. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. Astroa asked him if he was the arrogant guy that he had been looking for. Aplok recognized that the man is Astroa. Suddenly, he blamed Astroa for ordering the Solia Tower and then told him to not sell the drugs. As Aplok mentioned the drug, Astroa suddenly slapped him. He told Aplok to shut up and said that he would like to ask him something. Thus, Aplok asked him what it was about. To his surprise, Astroa showed him the drugs. As he saw the drug, he felt the drug coursing through his body. Astroa told Aplok that he betrayed him even though he already took care of what he wanted. Aplok felt his body trembling as he inhaled the drugs. Then, Astroa amused that Aplok wanted the drugs as he's making a face similar to dead rats. Meanwhile, Aplok couldn't speak directly because of the drug's effect. Astroa thought that he had nothing more to say since he's nodding, but he felt sorry for him. Shortly, Astroa showed him a badge and said that he dropped it. Aplok was surprised upon seeing it on Astroa's hands. He quickly looked at his clothes, while wondering why Astroa has it in his hands. Suddenly, Astroa told him that he had done a good act, but it's too late. Astroa materializes a big fire and burned the drugs. Thus, Aplok was shocked. He tried to get the drugs but it was already burned. He screamed as he couldn't believe that Astroa just burned it. Aplok doesn't know what to do as he needs the drugs so badly. Meanwhile, Astroa thought that something was strange, and wondered if Aplok was that weak. Suddenly, he realizes something. But, the saint called him and said that there have been reports of unethical conductions recently. Priscilla asked him if he could give her an answer. Astroa smiled at her and asked what brought her there. Priscilla mentioned the unethical biological experiments, drug manufacturing, and illegal distribution of manufactured drugs. Then, she asked him if he was related to those crimes. In response, Astroa said that he will answer her later. Nain did a spell cancellation as she saw Astroa was about to use teleportation. Astroa was shocked that the cancellation worked on his seven-circle body. At the same time, Nain asked him where he was trying to run to. Astroa was surprised upon seeing Nain with the saint. Then, Priscilla told Astroa that she heard from Nain what he did, so she asked him if he really did it. Sarah saw the situation and thought that the atmosphere was not good. Ian also told Riley that he thinks that it's not normal. Meanwhile, Riley was happy, seeing that Nain seemed to do a good job talking to the temple. He was proud that Nain was able to bring the saint, so he was looking forward to what will happen next. On the other hand, Astroa denied the allegations and said that the tower owner is the one making the drugs. So, Priscia is forced to ask him. She asked Astroa if he could swear in the name of goddess Ironess. Astroa closed his eyes and avoided eye contact with the saint. Riley was amazed that Priscia can detect lies using her eyes. So, Riley thought that he doesn't want to talk to her, and also because she's a saint. Going back, Priscia told Astroa that he should answer. Priscia mentioned the drugs that Nain was talking about and also the experiments, then he asked Astroa again if he's the one that did it. At first, Astroa was silent. But suddenly, he started laughing. Then eventually, he admitted that he did it. He said that he made the drugs in the basement of the tower and sold it to the aristocrats, which he also said that he paid for it, and did a very small experiment. After hearing that, Priscia was disappointed. Astroa then asked her what the problem was. Meanwhile, Nain said that he was lying. She reported that it's not just a trivial experiment. She got mad and almost shouted at Astroa, but someone suddenly cursed at Astroa. Nain was surprised with the sudden intervention, so she fell silent. Ian was so mad, pointing to Astroa, repeatedly cursing him for what he heard. They were all frightened when they saw Ian very angry as he heard about the drugs. Ian was so mad because he said that a great war broke out because of the drug ages ago. The three of them were surprised with Ian's sudden outburst. Moreover, Ian said that he never liked sorcerers even from a long time ago. Ian said that he doesn't especially like someone like Astroa. Priscia then spoke again and said that the manufacture and distribution of narcotics in Solia is felony. She said that it was the most sinful, so she told Astroa that he needs to go with her to the Solia castle. But Astroa just laughed. He sarcastically asked if she was going to accompany him. He stated that she must have forgotten that he's the Seventh Circle's great magician alive. Thus, he told Priscia that he doesn't think that it will be a good thing to lose to him because she's the holy saint. In response, Priscia said that he was correct. Nain got angry when Astroa said that he will clean her up because it's his fault. But, Priscia spoke again saying that the revelation came to her recently. Thus, Astroa asked what she meant. Riley was shocked after hearing Priscia said that someone will appear in their world to save everyone. Afterwards, Priscia ordered the guards to take Astroa. Astroa countered and said that what he's going to do is just self-defense. Astroa summoned the spell Grease. The guards were caught off guard with his magic. Quickly, Astroa turned the ground into a swamp. Hence, the guards' foot sank to the ground. They felt troubled as they couldn't move because their feet were sinking. Then, Astroa told Priscia to withdraw her remarks because if she faced him, a lot of people would die. Priscia feels troubled, and thinks about what she should do. First, she cured the Holy Knights and turned the ground back to normal. Then, she ordered them to evacuate everyone in the area. She stated that if they don't capture Astroa, they will have more victims. In response, the Holy Knights said they got it and told her to take care of herself. Astroa unleashed his powers as he thinks that the saint made the decision to fight him. Meanwhile, Riley was getting excited with the upcoming battle. Astroa told Priscia to not blame him if she goes to hell, as she should blame the lady who put her in front of the doors of death. Quickly, Astroa casted a meteor magic. The big fire hurled to the saint. Priscia quickly acted and casted a sanctuary. Thus, their powers clashed together and it stopped hitting them. The guards felt anxious as the attack exploded. Nain worried about the saint as she seemed injured. Meanwhile, Astroa sarcastically told Priscia that she's pretty good. Then, he quickly materializes a lot of arrows. The Holy Knights told they had already called for reinforcements and she should just wait a little more. Meanwhile, Astroa just hurled the arrows towards them. Priscia quickly made a barrier. But, she said that it won't last long. Instantly, the barrier was broken by the arrows. So, Priscia asked Nain to do a spell cancellation. Nain quickly casted a spell cancellation to stop the arrows. Still, one arrow passed through and cut the saint's face. Ian got worried after seeing the saint get injured, to which Priscia quickly assured that she's fine and said that they have to hold out until backup comes. To her surprise, Ian suddenly came in front of her. She recognized that Ian was from the swordsmanship competition last time. Meanwhile, Ian tried to stop arrows. He slashed them all with his sword. Astroa was impressed that Ian was able to cut all the arrows. On the other hand, Sarah called Riley, saying that they have to run away. But Riley told her to take his mother first and he will go after 5 more minutes. Moreover, Astroa laughed and said that it's fun, and then questioned why he met only the trash one when there were so many talented people in Solia. Then, he said that he has finished warming up, so he's going to give them a big shot. Priscia told Astroa that there's no simple arrest would be possible for him. However, Astroa said that if he got rid of all witnesses, he would become innocent once again. With that in mind, he casted the Inferno. Nain recognized the spell and couldn't believe that Astroa did it even without casting. She thought that it's impossible to cancel the spell. But, she still questioned herself if she can do it to get a new life. She wondered if it was more promising than that. Suddenly, she heard Riley calling for her, and said that he knows what she is thinking, but she doesn't have time for it. He asked her if it was okay for her to make it end like that after all they have gone through. Riley told her that he's the warrior who will save the world, and she is the one who wants a new life. He said that there are still some trials that they have to overcome after all. Nain was confused, so she asked him what he's talking about. Meanwhile, Priscia was shocked that Astroa has that much magic. Then, she asked him why he was doing that. But, Astroa ignored her and continued the Inferno. He released it and hurled it towards the saint and the holy knights. Nain said that they should run away. But, suddenly, she came in front and said that she will stop it somehow. Nain told herself that she can do it, and she has to. She teared up, thinking that he had endured all the pain only for that day. Nain pondered that she felt a greatest loss at a moment that she wasn't expecting. But, she found hope after she met Riley. Nain was satisfied in her life because Riley gave her hope, so she thinks that even if she dies there, she's fine. But, Riley suddenly appeared. He asked Nain what nonsense she was saying. He said that he had a hard time saving one of them. So, Riley said that if she dies, then his hard work will go in vain. Nain was shocked that Riley deflected it with a single sword strike. Ian was also surprised to see a person just stop it with ease. They couldn't believe that he just destroyed the Inferno. Thus, Astroa was the most shocked of them all. He looked at Riley and suddenly recognized that he was the person in the basement. Meanwhile, Riley wondered why Sarah left so late. Then, he stated that Astroa is really bothering him. Moreover, he called the saint and asked her how she can be called a saint if she can't stop that. Riley brushed off his sword and said that the Inferno doesn't seem like such strong magic. Priscia was surprised when Riley picked her up and told her to take her men with her. She was confused, wondering if he was really referring to her. Priscia and the Holy Knights got on the truck, but Priscia was still confused like a kid. Suddenly, Nain saw that Priscia seemed to be acting weird. Then, she asked Riley why he was there. She said that she's sure that he told her that he wouldn't come, to which Riley said that he really wasn't going to come forward. At the same time, Astroa asked Riley how he could destroy a 7-circle wizard like Inferno so easily. Meanwhile, Riley told Nain that it takes too long. So, Nain was confused, wondering what takes too long. Astroa was outburst and asked Riley what he was talking about. Hence, Riley repeated that he said that it would take too long, so he will finish it quickly as his mother almost got hurt. Astroa felt chills after Riley declared that. Meanwhile, Nain thought that Riley's powerful enough to cut Astroa's magic all at once, so she starts to wonder about his real identity. Suddenly, Riley put his hands on Nain's shoulder. He told Nain that they should finish it at once and they should answer what she's thinking later. Then, he told Ian to come. Riley fixed Nain's posture and told her to take a deep breath. Nain asked what he's trying to do, to which Riley said that they needed to finish quickly as they dragged the situation out. Afterwards, he ordered Ian that he wants him to keep an arrow in check. Nain pointed her hands on Astroa. So, Astroa wondered what she's trying to do. Astroa told Riley that he will tear him apart. In response, Riley told him to do whatever he wanted, if possible. So, Astroa made a flame wall, surrounding them. Riley told Ian that he will undo his magic, so he should just keep it in check. Astroa then casted a poison mist. As a result, a symbol appeared above them. But, Priscia quickly cancelled it. She said that she will help them too. Ian and Riley turned around to see who it was. Riley said that she could just rest, but Priscia said that she would just say thank you if she did that. So, Astroa got angry as they are ganging up on him. He said that he doesn't have time to deal with them at the moment. Suddenly, he noticed that the remaining mana in his body is about a half. But, he thought that it's enough to kill them all. Shortly, Astroa casted a blizzard. Riley thought that Astroa has such bloody eyes. Then, she asked Nain if she took a deep breath, to which Nain said that she did. Thus, Riley asked about the big shot, to which Nain said that it's a Giga Impact and she's ready. With that said, Riley said that he's aiming for Astroa's heart in one shot. Before that, Riley told Ian that he needed to stop the blizzard icicles from afar. On the other hand, Astroa has no plans of stopping, declaring that he will pierce everything. So, Riley told Nain to just focus on the Giga Impact. He told her that Ian will take care of the rest, so she doesn't have to worry. And then, he said that the rest will be taken care of by the saint. Astroa casted the spell at once. Hence, the icicles continued to fall, and so, Ian readied his arrows. He casted a spell on the arrow before firing it. Without hesitation, he let it go. The arrow deflected all the icicles that were about to fall on them. After it was hit, the icicles had shattered to pieces. Priscia quickly made a barrier to avoid the icicles falling to them. Nain told her to hold on for a little more. But, Nain suddenly felt something. She warned them that something was on the floor. Priscia got destroyed, getting the barrier to weaken. But, Riley saved her. Priscia was shocked that they are in a mountain. Riley's head fell off while he asked Priscia if she was alright. Priscia was shocked after seeing that it was Riley. She thought that Riley must have been the man that goddess Irenessa gave a revelation to at the temple. Meanwhile, Riley was telling Nain to fire when he gave the signal. Riley quickly put down Priscia and told Nain that she can fire. Nain pondered that what she's going to do is all that is left on her magic. She thought that everyone helped her to get that far. Nain thought that even if she can't defeat Astroa, she doesn't think that she would regret it anymore. Shortly, Riley ordered her to fire. Without hesitation, Nain unleashed the Giga Impact. She held on as she unleashed a powerful magic. Nain felt that her body was being torn out. On the other hand, Astroa thinks that she's ridiculous. He tried to stop the power by hitting him. Nain struggled and thought that her power was not enough. She didn't think that there would be any regrets. Shortly, Riley asked her if he could throw the sword, which he quickly did right after asking. Astroa was taken aback as he couldn't stop it. Consequently, the sword pierced his heart. He felt surprised as he couldn't believe what just happened. Subsequently, his power got weakened and he was enveloped by Nain's Giga Impact. Afterwards, Astroa exploded with magic. As Astroa was defeated, snow fell throughout Solia. At the same time, Nain fell unconscious after the explosion. Snow descends upon her as she rests on the ground. Nain was still unconscious even as minutes passed. At the same time, Astroa is confirmed to be dead. The saint quickly ran up to Nain. She tried to wake her, so she kept calling her name. Priscia cried, saying that Nain can't die like that. She hoped that Nain would open her eyes. As the night came, Priscia brought Nain to the temple. She was on guard while Nain rested on the bed. Priscia was in deep thought, thinking about what happened earlier. Earlier, Ian told her that he didn't know where the man was after he threw the sword. Priscia was disappointed that Riley disappeared again and again. Then, Ian said that he wouldn't have been able to stop Astroa without the man's help. Priscia agreed with him, and asked Ian if the man came from the Ippolita family, as she thinks that she was him at the temple. Going back, Nain called Priscia when she woke up. Then, she quickly asked Priscia where she was, to which Priscia said that she's at the temple. So, Nain asked if she was saying that she's safe. Suddenly, Prishia apologized to her. She said that she tried her best. Prishia told Nain that her condition was more serious than they expected. She explained to Nain that the mana accumulated from the experiment of the tower, which is the mutated body, led to the extinction of life. So, Nain asked her if she meant that she can't fix it. Prishia felt hesitant to answer. But, she eventually told Nain the truth. Then, she told Nain that she had the courage to reveal the evil deeds of Astroa, yet she couldn't do anything for her. Nain told Prishia that it's okay because he was prepared. But, Prishia still felt guilty, saying that she didn't know how to apologize and thank her. However, Nain said that it's okay as she actually didn't do much. Nain held her heart and called Prishia. She asked Prishia how much longer she can live. Prishia tried to hold her tears. She said that she couldn't cure the disease completely, but she can temporarily extend her life. But, she said that if it's lengthy, it may be up until winter, and if it's too short, it will be up until summer. Then, Prishia said that she thinks that Nain probably has until autumn. Nain thought that it's quite long, as she thinks that the truth is enough for her. She thought that maybe it's overflowing like a fountain. Then, she thanked Prishia. But, Prishia told her not to thank her. She said that she didn't do anything for her and she didn't know what kind of expression she should make. In response, Nain said that she doesn't think that she can do something that didn't happen. Prishia asked her what she meant, to which Nain said that it was about uncovering and defeating Astroa's evil deeds. Nain stated that someone else solved it, not her. She said that if someone deserves praise, it should be that person. Prishia was surprised when she mentioned that person, so she asked if she knows who he is. In response, Nain said that she knows. Meanwhile, the swordsman competition was still ongoing. The Ippolita attended the competition and watched. Riley was watching intently, and then he suddenly asked Sarah if she just saw it. Sarah said that she did, so Riley asked her what she thought the problem was. So, Sarah said that it's the feet, to which Riley said that she's correct. He was angry as the contestants are not using their feet and they only use their hands. Iris was glad as she thought that Riley was enjoying. Suddenly, she noticed that Ian was down. Ian said that his body doesn't look like it used to which Iris asked what he is talking about. Then, she said that there was nothing that she could do yesterday, which Ian said that it would be alright if she was okay. Shortly, Sarah discerned that the game was over. They saw that the contestants were already bowing to each other. Then, Sarah asked Riley when he came back, to which Riley said that he just came to look around. Thus, Sarah said that he shouldn't be in that dangerous place in the first place. Suddenly, a man called Daniel went in front and said that he had one more thing to tell them before the award. Riley was surprised when Daniel revealed that an ugly secret of the tower was revealed recently. Daniel then said that he just heard that the person is there, to which Iris wondered who it could be. Riley was shocked when Daniel mentioned the house of Ippolita. The house of Ippolita were startled after hearing their house's name. Daniel stated that he understand that the Count Ippolita is watching a swordsmanship, then he asked where he was seating. Ian couldn't answer because he doesn't know what to say. Sarah then asked Riley if he heard what Daniel just said, but she saw that he was gone already. Riley just left his food and quickly left. Riley went to the bathroom, as he was shocked about what was happening. He was thinking about what Daniel revealed at the swordsmanship competition. He was very surprised as he tried hard to hide his identity. Riley thought that he even dressed up and changed his voice. He pondered that he also calculated the angle so the sword melted in Nain's magic. Suddenly, he heard someone outside the bathroom. He was wondering what they were talking about. Nain told Prishia that she would just forcibly open the door. Nain forcibly removed the door, which surprised Riley. Riley wondered if Nain was crazy. Prishia opened her eyes when she saw that Riley wasn't doing anything. Meanwhile, Riley said that he's going to sue them for sexual harassment. Then, he asked how they were able to find them, which Nain pointed at her eyes, saying that he used that. Riley then pondered about her eyes. He remembered that Nain told him that if she thinks about the description of the other person, she could know their location. Riley then shouted that a radar is totally cheating. Then, he asked Prisia how a saint like her walked into the men's bathroom without hesitation. He stated that all real saints are dead inside. Prisia got mad and asked him if he was saying that he's not interested in her. Moreover, Riley asked Prisia what her business with him, to which Prisia said that she really doesn't want to say it in the men's bathroom. Eventually, she told Riley that he had been chosen by the goddess Ironessa. Riley fell silent as he thought that he would definitely decline it. So, he asked Prisia to hold on for a moment. He asked her if she was telling him that she wants him to do something. Prisia said that she is and then asked how he knew. Riley felt anxious thinking that he was chosen again, which he doesn't like. He hated that he was being asked to be a hero again. On the other hand, Prisia was telling him why he was chosen. She said that he was chosen because of a dragon. So, Riley asked her about the dragon. Prisia said that there will be a dragon that will bring disaster not only to Solia, but to the whole world, sooner or later. Moreover, she said that the goddess Ironess said that the one who can catch the dragon is Riley. Riley chose not to believe it because he thinks that she was a god, so she should be omnipotent. He questioned himself how they could make him suffer again to save a few cities. So, he told Prisia that the title he received from the Namgoon family is the Lazy Swordmaster. Riley said that he's not going to do anything that would kill him, and then asked why they wanted to catch a dragon. Then, he asked Prisia if she remembered what she just asked him in their previous encounter. Nain asked about the male preference, to which Prisia said that she doesn't have to know. Then, Riley told her to look for someone else as he can't cooperate with her after hearing that. Prisia got mad because Riley ignored her. So, she shouted the name Astroa, which stopped Riley. Prisia said that she heard that he is the one who stopped Astroa. Riley was starting to become furious, asking Prisia what she just said. Thus, Prisia said that she heard about the laboratory and the drugs hidden in the basement tower. After hearing that, Riley became furious, wondering who told Prisia about it. He asked her who told her about that nonsense. He looked at Nain and asked her if it was her. Nain felt anxious seeing Riley's angry expression. Riley told Nain that he just asked her not to tell anyone. Prisia quickly defended Nain and asked Riley to hold on. Riley told Prisia to step aside. Prisia felt scared, so she moved. Then, Riley went to Nain and quickly held her shoulders. Riley asked her if he could say that he was betrayed by her. Prisia intervened and said that he doesn't have to worry because she's the only one who heard about his powers. Riley then asked if Daniel also knew, to which Prisia said that they didn't tell him about the powers. Prisia said that Nain was also against it, so Nain told her to keep his powers a secret. Riley then asked what about it. Prisia starts talking about the revelation again, but Riley says that he doesn't care. She asked him what the reason is as he's strong enough to defeat Astroa. But Riley just said that they should leave him alone. So, Prisia asked what he meant. But Riley ignored her and called Nain. Nain felt anxious about what he's going to say. Riley just told her that she will see him later. The next day, at Ippolita Mansion, Riley's father was reading the newspaper. He was reading about what happened in Solia. He read that they found some drugs and other terrible things in Solia Tower. Moreover, he read that a person made drugs, some kind of hallucinogenic grass which has been banned for a long time. He read that it turned out that the main culprit is the wizard named Astroa, who's also a 7th circle wizard. The Count read that his third son who was sightseeing discovered the shocking fact. He saw that Prince Daniel awarded a medal to Riley for his achievement. The Count fell speechless after reading the news. He couldn't believe it himself. Deep inside, he was happy for Riley. Thus, he ordered his maids to send a letter to Iris immediately. Meanwhile, back at Solia, Iris was asking Riley where he went, to which Riley said that he went to the bathroom. Ian was crying as he couldn't believe that the saint who showed up in front of Astroa was because of Riley. Some people were gossiping at them in the streets because of what they heard about Riley. Riley heard the gossip and thought that it was the reason why he wanted to stay quiet. He pondered that everyone is surprised just like when he first swung his sword in his previous life. But, his mother told him that his father must be happy, to which Riley asked if she was sure. Then, he told her that there's nothing he can do about it. So, Iris asked her what he would do with the kid. Riley said that it's kind of complicated to explain. He apologized because he didn't tell them beforehand. Moreover, he explained that he picked Nain from the tower. Sarah whispered to Iris, telling her about Nain's eyes. Riley continued telling them that he was wandering around yesterday and he found that Nain's good at magic. He said that he wanted to do magic when he measured his mana, so Iris asked him what he's going to do with Nain. Riley said that he needs an attendant for when he goes on vacation, so he needs someone who doesn't know anything about swordsmanship. Ian then told him that Nain is from the tower, to which Riley said that he knows that Nain is also an experiment subject of the tower. Nain stays silent as Riley was telling them that he would bring her. Iris said that it doesn't matter to her. She said that it was the first time that Riley is choosing something for himself, so she wants to respect his wishes. Thus, Ian eventually agreed, thinking if that is what Riley wants. With that said, Riley told Nain to greet his mother and the attendant that always accompany him. Nain greeted them and stated her name. Suddenly, Sarah said that the people from downtown Solia didn't have any dignity. She told Nain that she's indebted to the people of downtown Solia, so she will mark her exclusively. Riley was happy that his family welcomed Nain with open arms. Previously, Riley told Nain that he wants to see her later because he doesn't know when she's going to spout nonsense again. Riley told her to come with him to Count Hippolyta. But, Priscia stood in front of Nain and asked Riley what he was talking about. Riley said that Nain would keep her mouth shut if he brought her along. Then, he asked Nain what she's going to do. Nain said that she will go as she has got some business left for him as well. She recalled that Riley told her that she hadn't heard any answer yet. So, Nain said that in that way, she could start a new life if she stays beside Riley. Proceeding, Sarah told Iris that they should go back. She said that she received a letter from the Count, telling them that he is urging them to come back quickly, to which Ian thinks that the Count must have already read the newspaper. While they were walking, Nain asked Riley if she should call him young master. Then, she thanked Riley. She said that she never thought that she could get out of Solia. In response, Riley said that she's funny. He said that someone might think that he saved her. Suddenly, they saw someone coming towards them. Iris recognized that it was the high priest, Libursa. Libursa greeted Iris and said that it's nice to see her again. Then, Iris asked him why he came, to which Libursa said that he was just looking for someone. Libursa looked at Nain and Riley. He said that he will give a homage to a little act of gratitude. Libursa said that Riley and Nain appear to have forgotten the items that they were supposed to bring with them out of the temple. The priests quickly gave Nain and Riley the boxes. Then, Libursa said that it's a prize. Riley asked him what the prize is for. Nain opened the box and saw Astroa's robe. Riley also opened it and saw a bracelet. Libursa said that those are Astroa's property, so he wants them to take care of it. Nain asked him if they really have to accept it. Libursa understands that it's natural if they don't want it since they were the ones that exposed Astros, but he still wanted them to accept it. However, Nain and Riley still felt uncomfortable. So, Libursa said that he swears by the goddess Ironus that the things have nothing unusual. Priscia was behind the priest because she didn't feel comfortable. Riley noticed Priscia and wondered if it was because of the high priest's authority. Then, Nain asked Riley if he was going to accept the prize. Riley asked Nain if he felt anything from it, to which Nain said that there's no magical interference. After hearing that, Riley considered. He thanked Libursa and said that he will value what they gave him. Proceedingly, Iris told Libursa that they should be going because the Count wrote a letter, urging them to come back. Libursa understood, saying that the Count must feel so honored that they got a medal. Shortly, the Hippolyta continued on their way. Priscia looks at Libursa, wondering what he was planning. Afterwards, Libursa told Priscia that Riley looked different. Priscia stayed silent because he was speaking. Libursa asked Priscia if it was true that Riley is truly the hero that will calm down their fears. But he said that whatever it was, they needed to calm down, so they would have to wait. Libursa left the room. Priscia felt wary of him because she doesn't know what he's up to. Then, she proceeds to sit in the chair. She pondered deeply about what happened lately. Priscia thought of the 3 revelations that she received. Goddess Ironess told her that Labursa would be her first ordeal. Ironessa told her that she needs to keep an eye out for the person that drove her there. She said that she has to watch out for the dragon that will appear, but the boy will stop it. Priscia pondered deeply about the first revelation because it was Labursa. She thought that maybe Riley will prevent what Labursa is plotting. It was the reason that she didn't tell Labursa about the first revelation. Suddenly, the priest arrives, telling her that they should have a meal. He said that everything is waiting. In response, Priscia said that she would come in very shortly. Meanwhile, Count Ippolita greeted his family upon their return at the castle. Riley asked his father if he hadn't slept yet. But his father asked him about the medal. So, Riley brought it out and showed it to him. The medal was glowing in the eyes of his father. He was dazzled by the medal, thinking that it was Prince Daniel personally bestowed to Riley. Iris told the Count to be honest because he's worried about Riley first before the medal. The Count ignored it and just asked Iris if she didn't get uncomfortable with just Ian and Sarah, to which Iris said that she didn't. Shortly, Ian and Sarah greeted the Count, saying that they're back. Nain also bowed to the Count to show respect. The Count noticed her, so he asked who she was. So, Iris told him that they should go inside as they have a lot to talk about, and then told Riley to go in with Nain first. Riley quickly said that he understood. As they left, Riley felt relieved, as he thought that he was going to die trying to sleep in the carriage. Suddenly, his brother greeted him. Royd said that he has heard that Riley is back from Solia with a nice medal. So, Royd asked him where it was and let him see it. Riley's mood changes upon seeing his brother. Riley didn't respond to Royd. So, Royd asked him what's wrong. He mused that Riley wasn't answering because the medal announcement is false. He said that Riley is lying to everyone around. Then, he told Riley to show it to prove that he's not lying. So, Riley said that he will show him. He brought out the medal from Solia. Royd was astonished, as he couldn't believe that it was Solia's medal. Ian and Sarah get irritated when Royd asks Riley if the medal was not fake. Royd told Riley not to misunderstand because he just wants to know how he was able to get it. He said that he can't believe it. Nain felt irritated with Royd's actions, but she held it in. Then, Riley told Royd that he could give him the medal if he liked it so much. Royd got mad with Riley's tone. Riley told Royd to understand because he just noticed that he liked it very much. He said that it's annoying to have something that he doesn't even need sometimes. Riley said that it would be nice to have a brother like him to take care of things like that. Royd got more furious as Riley seemed too arrogant. But he liked the medal very much. He was dazzled by its glow, so he considered having it. When he decided to have it, Riley suddenly grabbed it from him and said that he can't do anything if he doesn't like it. Royd was taken by surprise. He grabbed Riley's collar and asked if he was making fun of him. But their father stopped them. So, Royd quickly let go of Riley's collar. Afterwards, Iris greeted Royd, so Royd also greeted her and then asked if she had a good trip to the Royal Road. Iris thanked Royd that she had a good trip because of him. Then, she looked at Riley. She told him to go ahead quickly. Riley felt touched by what Iris did. Thus, he quickly passed through Royd. However, Nain had something on her mind. Iris kept talking to Royd, telling him that he should go on a royal trip as he would have also enjoyed it. Royd said that he's glad that she enjoyed their trip. Then, he said that he can't travel as he can't neglect his training, especially since he and Iris have to think about the future. Sarah and Ian were irritated as Royd mentioned that it seems like no one is interested in the position of a successor in the Ippolita family. Nain also felt irritated by the way Royd talks. She was furious when Royd mentioned that Riley should back down before it gets dangerous. Shortly, Royd turned his back and said that he doesn't care how Riley got the medal. Nain looked at him and casted a spell. She made a little rock that Royd didn't see. As a result, he fell to the ground. The maids quickly asked him if he was alright, but he was too embarrassed. Meanwhile, Nain felt satisfied. Royd went to his brother and he got told that he was careless. Royd reasoned that the floor is a little weird, that's why he tripped. So, Ryan just agreed for Roy to stop complaining. But, Roy got more furious, saying that his head hurts. Moreover, Ryan asked him about Riley. Roy said that Riley is the same and nothing much has changed about him. Additionally, he said that Riley brought a strange woman. He said that Nain is a grumpy one and it's not just aristocratic behavior or gait. So, Ryan thought that it's suspicious and something was going on. He thought that Riley must be plotting something. So, he told Ryan that Riley must be plotting something as Solia is a gathering place for people of all classes, and he should know that Riley is not a womanizer. Roy agreed as he knows that Riley is the only one that climbs trees on his training days. With that said, Ryan told his brother to keep an eye on Riley and make sure to watch him closely. He said that he will also look into it himself and then told Roy that he should go back. Ryan waits as Roy completely leaves the room. Then, he thought about the medal that Riley obtained. He wondered how Riley got it and thought that he also watched the swordsmanship competition and didn't even participate. Roy thought deeply about how Riley obtained the medal. He was irritated that he doesn't know how Riley got it. Then, he thought that his plan to become the successor might go wrong. The next day, Sarah dressed Nain like how she dressed. Then, Sarah told Nain that the young master picked her up since he wanted to learn magic. But, Sarah told her that she still needed to do what she had to do. Then, she asked Nain if she still remembered what she told her before they came there, to which Nain said that Sarah had told her that she's in charge of her. Sarah said that she was correct, so she passed the first test. Then, Sarah told Nain that the Ippolita family is so strict, so she has to bury all her past memories of Solia downtown. Additionally, Sarah told her that she has to do well. Nain quickly responded as she was frightened by Sarah's expression. She feels anxious towards Sarah, and thinks that she's scarier than Berta. Proceedingly, Riley asked Sarah and Nain if it was necessary for the both of them to do that in his room. Ian said that he guessed that Sarah is excited since she gets a disciple after such a long time. Then, Ian wanted to ask Riley. He asked him what he would do with Astroa's things. Riley then remembered that the high priest said that they're Astroa's. He doesn't know how to use it, so he wondered what he should do with it. He considered selling it because it's something that a known wizard used to wear, but Ian said that it's kind of weird to sell it. So, Riley decided to think about it and ask someone he knows about it. Meanwhile, Nain was asking Sarah if she tied the knot right, which Sarah said that it's good. Then, Sarah told her to look at the carpet. Sarah said that if there are any footprints, she has to clean the texture with the brush. Shortly, Sarah told Riley that they are leaving as they are already done organizing. Sarah instructed Nain to make sure to say goodbye when she goes out like that. Suddenly, they encountered Roy. Sarah quickly bowed but Nain didn't. So, Sarah quickly moved Nain's head to bow. Sarah told Nain to take note that Roy is a very bad-tempered person. She told her to just relax and look happy, otherwise, she will get into serious trouble. Moreover, Roy recognizes that Nain is the one that Riley brought in last time. Nain told Roy that she was taking over the guidance of the mansion and the work that needed to be done. Then, Roy asked Nain what her name was. Thus, Nain told Roy what her name was. Roy asked Nain if he could talk to her for a second because he was curious that it's the first time that Riley brought on his own. Nain doesn't want to talk to him, but she doesn't have a choice. Roy asked Nain if she could tell him how Riley got the medal. Nain wondered why Roy kept talking about that. Meanwhile, Roy was getting irritated because she wasn't answering. As Nain wasn't answering, Sarah intervened. She told Roy that the guidance is not over. But, Roy is furious, asking them since when does a maid like them start to ignore their master. Roy told Nain that she must behave if she doesn't want to get kicked out, to which Nain countered that he isn't even her master. Sarah was shocked with Nain's answer. Roy was getting more furious as Nain kept talking back. Nain stated that the young master Riley is her master. Roy chuckled and said that she really knows how to get on someone's nerves. Nain continues to glare at Roy. So, Roy was furious and was about to hit her as she even dared to stare in his eyes. But, Nain used her magic to make Roy sleep. As a result, Roy fell to the ground. Sarah was as shocked as she couldn't believe what just happened. Nain told Sarah that Royd will be asleep for the next 30 minutes, but Sarah asked her what she had done. Nain said that she didn't like Royd even if he's the young master of Ippolita because he's arrogant. She said that she has 6 circles, which is higher than Royd. Sarah was really shocked and thought that Riley brought a really strange person. Then, Nain told Sarah that if she put Royd into the bed, he would just think that he had a strange dream. Nain said that Sarah told her that a maid's quality depends on how they serve their master. She said that she originally wanted to curse Royd and asked him why he was talking like that. Nain felt anxious thinking that she would get into trouble. So, Nain asked Sarah if it's going to be alright. After training, Nain asked Riley if he wanted her to make tea, to which Riley said that he's good. He said that he knows that she's terrible at it, so she doesn't have to offer tea, to which Nain said that he's so funny because she's a maid. Nain then realized that she talked back again. So, Riley told her to remember that the mansion isn't like Solia downtown and fix her tone anytime soon. Then, he asked her to come closer and take a look at Astroa's things. He said that he had been looking at it for quite a while, but he still had no idea how to use it. Nain said that she only knows the mana contained in an object or the presence of a trap, so she also doesn't know how to use it. Then, Riley asked her if she didn't see Astroa using it, to which Sarah said that she didn't see Astroa where the cape or used the ring. So, Riley put down the things. He told Nain to keep it temporarily, as he has a guy who personally knows a lot about that stuff. Sarah wondered who the person was that Riley had mentioned. Then, she said that he could learn magic from that guy. She asked why he needed her. Nain said that she has 6 circles because of the drugs, but she's not as efficient as other wizards. But, Riley said that she doesn't have to be efficient. Then, Nain asked him why. Riley said that he thought that she wanted to escape and is tired of being reckless and thrown away. He told her that some people thought of her as some masterpiece. And then some people told her to do her best. But, he said that no one cared for her. Moreover, Riley told her that people necessarily came to her because she's useful. He said that people just want to do what they want. Then, Riley said that he just wanted her to know that she reminded him of his old days. So, he told her not to think hard about why he brought her to the Ippolita family. Nain thought deeply about what Riley had said. She said that she never heard of that before. But, Riley added that he chose her because some guy was screaming that he can't learn magic. Nain was confused by what Riley had said. However, Riley continued, saying that if he had a strong magic casting and a swordsmanship skills, he may soon be at the level of the Demon Lord. Hence, Nain just agreed with him, and thought that she would take back the respect that she felt for him. The next day, Riley and Nain went out. Nain told Riley that he needs a circle to use magic, to which Riley asked what a circle is, whereas Nain said that it resembles a ring. She said that if there is 1 ring that surrounds the heart, it is 1 circle, and if there are 6 rings, it is 6 circles. Moreover, she said that the source of all things is light, to which Riley said that at least in that world. Nain asked Riley if he meant that he had been to another world, thus, Riley just said that he's just saying. Afterwards, Nain showed Riley a light and said that it is the first thing that every wizard learns as a basis. She said that it's the miracle of creating something out of nothing. Then, Nain told Riley that he needs to know his attributes first to use light magic. Thus, Riley asked Nain what's her attribute, to which Nain said that she doesn't have a particular attribute. Nain stated that she's good at everything, feeling that all attributes are for her. She said that it may be the reason why she survived the experiment, but Riley thought that she's just bragging. Then, Riley said that he wondered if that was what happened, to which Nain asked what he meant. Riley said that he should have known about Astroa's things. Then, she asked Nain if she knew his friend that he talked about, which Nain said that it must be the friend that doesn't teach magic. Riley was pleased that she's well aware. Then, he said that he thinks that they would be there in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Nain was wondering how awesome Riley's friend was. However, she also thought that she doesn't have to kneel in front of anyone because she's also in the 6th circle. Shortly, they arrived at the place. Nain wanted to see Riley's friend for herself. She wanted to see what a great man he is. Nain was in disbelief as they entered the house. Riley was calling for the man named Endal. Endal went out and said that he doesn't work at the moment. He wondered what kind of witless punk that can't read the notice in front of the door. Then, he asked Riley why he made him come out like that. Riley told him that the sun is going down, which made Endall surprised. He thought that Riley is becoming a hero or something. Then, Endall asked Riley who was the person with him, to which Riley said that he came with Nain to ask him something. Meanwhile, Nain was in shock, wondering why Endall was there. Riley told Endall that he went to Solia recently and he heard something interesting at the temple. So, Endall asked him what he was talking about. Riley then asks Endall if he knows what the temple has said to him. Riley stated that the temple asked him to catch Endall. Endall then asked Riley what he just said. So, Riley repeated that the people from the temple of Solia asked him to catch a dragon. He said that there couldn't be more dragons out there other than Endall. Endall finds it funny. He laughed very hard as he thought that Riley was joking. Meanwhile, Nain was anxious. Endall said that it's really funny. Thus, Riley stated that he was surprised as well, while Endall said that the people from the temple must be out of their minds. Then, he asked Riley why the temple asked him that. Endall mused that they wanted him to be a dragon slayer, which made Riley feel disgusted with the nickname. Endall said that he just thought so, as dragons look easy when they're still. Then, he said that he's the only dragon in Solia. He told them that he hasn't seen the other members in a while, as it has been 3,000 years. Then, Endall told Nain to drink because there is no alcohol in it, so there won't be any problems in serving her master. Moreover, Riley asked Endall if he ever thought of fighting Solia, which Endall said that he's not crazy. Nain proceeds on drinking the beverage. Then, Endall said that he doesn't have a point of fighting Solia because it's annoying. Suddenly, he told Nain not to make that kind of face. Nain was frightened as she could see the dragon in his eyes. She felt anxious as she only saw the eyes of the dragon in the books. Following that, Riley brought out Astroa's things and told Endall that he doesn't know how to use it. Endall then asks Riley if he knows that his tavern only sells alcohol and food. Riley said that no one seems not to know about that, to which Endall asked him why he was acting like that. Then, he said that he will just do it and check the things, but he has to pay him. But Riley said that they're friends, which made Endall curse at him a lot. Nain was shocked that Endall was able to curse at Riley for 3 times at the same time. Shortly, Endall informs them that he's done, so he asks Riley what they want to know first. So, Riley decided to start with the cape. Endall said that the magic after they put on the cape won't be affected by the season or weather. Then, he said that the bracelet is like a box. He said that they can materialize a little box using mana. So, Riley asked him what would happen if the bracelet breaks. Endall said that the contents of the box will be lost and there's no way to fix it. Nain was surprised that the things were simple even though those magic items were made by the 7th Circle Wizard. Thus, Endall said that it's because he's a dragon. Then, Endall gave a ring to Nain and told her to wear it. So, Nain quickly put it on. Nain suddenly felt magic coming out of the ring. Endall said that the ring will automatically absorb the mana around her just by wearing it. Thus, Nain said that she's definitely absorbing it little by little. Riley then asked Endall why it didn't work for him when he wore it last time. Endall told him that it's because he's a monster, to which asked Nain what he meant. Riley told Endall that it's enough as there's no point in saying it. Then, he asked Nain to take the ring and cape, but Nain declined. So, Riley decided to keep it for a while because it was annoying to keep them himself. Moreover, Riley asked Endall if he could measure mana. Endall told him that there's a mana measurement at Solia, so he asked Riley if he's going to use magic. Riley said that he doesn't. He told Endall to measure Nain's mana. With that said, Endall observed Nain. He sniffed her a lot while observing her. Shortly, Endall said that Nain's special. He said that her eyes had something all mixed up. So, Riley mused that it's the reason why Nain's magic is gray. He told Endall that no matter how Nain used magic, it's all dark purple. Thus, Endall told Riley that he met an interesting person. But, Endall thought that Riley doesn't know about something. He thought that Riley didn't know that Nain had not much time left on her. Moreover, Riley asked Endall to measure his mana as well, to which Endall questioned him why he needed to do it. Endall declined and then asked Riley what he was going to use the magic that he learned for. He asked if he really wanted to conquer the world, to which Riley told Endall that he's crazy. Then, Riley said that the reason he wants to learn magic is that he's too lazy to pick up apples. Endall and Nain was in disbelief and thinks that Riley is a crazy guy. Furthermore, the three of them went out to see Riley's attributes. Riley thought that the stone's reaction was a little late. Endall said that it's because it has been a while since they used it. So, Riley said that it's damaged, but Endall said that he's the one taking care of it so it wouldn't be damaged. But, suddenly Nain said that it's time. She told Riley that his attribute is time. So, Riley asked Nain if it was a good thing. Nain asked if the rocks collapsed over time because it's weathered. To which Endall explained that it means that it is impossible to use any magic other than time magic. With that said, Riley was shocked. So, Endall said that he will show it rather than explain it. Endall showed Riley a normal human wizard's fireball, but he didn't use all his attributes. He said that it was the fireball that Riley would see if he had the fire attribute. Riley mused that it's like a level. Nain was in disbelief as Riley can't do anything special. At the same time, Riley also couldn't believe that his dream of becoming a magician would be in vain. He screamed different words which made Endall wonder what he was saying. Then, Nain tried to comfort Riley, so she told him that she saw in the tower that most of the time magic is dead. So, Riley asked if there could be such magic to turn back time. In response, Nain said that there isn't any. However, she told him that if he cast time acceleration on an apple tree, the apples will ripen faster. With that said, Nain told Riley that he doesn't have to wait for the right season to come. Hearing that, Riley felt irritated. He thought that he made all the way there just to pick an apple. After a while, they went back to the castle. Riley was frustrated as he hadn't figured out all his attributes. Nain was surprised to see that Riley could already create a light. Thus, Riley said that it only turned on for half a second. But, Nain told Riley that even if his attributes don't show, it doesn't really matter because Astroa is dead. Then, she said that she won't be able to use magic as much as he did back then. Suddenly, Riley's two half-brothers arrived. They were surprised that Riley was already there. Royd told Riley that he was out all day, but now, he can see his face. Ryan then asked Riley if he went somewhere fun, so Riley shared that he went to Yeepa village for a while. Ryan mused that Riley went out without an escort as Ian and Sarah were in the mansion all day. But, Riley told them that it's fine because he went with Nain. Shortly, Riley's mother also arrived. Iris told Riley that there was a visitor while he was out. So, Riley asked who the visitor was. To his surprise, it was the high priest's, Labursa. Riley wondered if Labursa was there to see his mother. On the other hand, Labursa told Riley that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Then, Labursa also greeted Nain. The two brothers were shocked because Labursa also greeted Nain. They couldn't believe that the high priests were talking to a mere maid. Meanwhile, Nain was giving the tableware to Labursa and informing him that the meal will be served soon. Then, Ryan asked Labursa why he was so respectful to the maids, so Labursa said that it must have been a little strange for them. He asked them if Riley didn't tell them the reason. Hence, Ryan asked what he's talking about. First, Labursa called Nain for her permission. Nain said that she doesn't mind him telling the two brothers. So, Labursa shared that Nain was with Riley and Solia last time and she played a big role in overcoming the Great Wizard. The two brothers were shocked when Labursa revealed that Nain's a sixth circle wizard. After hearing that, they still couldn't believe what Nain's real identity was. Meanwhile, Nain thought that it doesn't matter if Labursa reveals who she was. At the same time, Riley was thinking that Labursa had something up his sleeve. He thought that he is someone who looks nice and also thinks that it's cliché for them to be the final boss or the villain later. Riley thought that there's no reason for Labursa to suddenly come to the mansion. On the other hand, Roy tried to call Nain by his name with respect. Meanwhile, Riley continues to think that Labursa has something on his mind. Shortly, the Ippolita family send off Labursa, so Labursa gives a gift to them before leaving and also tells Riley to visit Solia again. Riley said that he could if he feels like it. Thus, Labursa said that their personality will remain the same. Iris then told Labursa that he could come and visit them anytime he wants. Labursa then wished them all the best and said that he should be going. The Ippolita family waited until the carriage left. Riley felt something suspicious about Labursa. He told Nain that he can see what's inside. Thus, Nain asked what he meant by that. Riley told Nain that Labursa said that he came to check his mother's chronic illness. But, he said that he noticed that Labursa almost talked to them all the time, which is not normal as Labursa didn't come there for them. Then, Nain asked him what Saint Priscia told him last time. Riley said that Priscia mentioned a revelation. Priscia told Riley that she requested that Riley capture the dragon that will appear in the castle of Solia soon. So, Riley mused that Labursa didn't come there to see his mother's chronic disease, and instead, Labursa probably came to give him the present. Riley told Nain that it's a bribe. He said that since Labursa has eaten work as much as he has eaten to pay it back, it's Labursa's kind of mentality. Thus, Nain asked Riley if she may have a revelation. Riley said that she can't because he's the one suffering. He said that he's sick of it. Then, he mentioned the saint and thought that she was different in his previous life. Meanwhile, Nain proceeds to put the box into the bracelet. Riley felt relieved because there won't be any trouble in Solia for a while. After a while, Riley was frustrated because he and Nain got called by his father. The Count asked Riley if the kid that he brought in is a six-circle wizard. Riley mused that he heard it from Ian, which the Count says that he only heard of a wizard, but he had never heard of 6 circles. The Count said that he knows that Astroa is a 7th circle, so he knows that a 6th circle is also on a high level. Then, he asked Nain why she wanted to be a maid. He asked why she would rather than be a servant even though she's a 6-circle wizard. The Count told Nain that she's in a position to be treated well because she's also a wizard who made a remarkable contribution to the arrest of Astroa in Solia. In response, Nain said that she liked the faithful life of the mansion. She stated that she thinks that she found something that she lost in the tower. After what she said, the room fell into a complete silence. Eventually, the Count accepted his offer. Then, he asked Nain if she followed Riley from Solia, to which Nain said that she did. With that said, Riley's father asked Nain what she thought of Riley. Riley was surprised as he couldn't believe that his father would ask that. Then, Nain told the Count that she thinks that Riley is a good person. Riley was shocked as the presence suddenly turned into a heartwarming feeling between Nain and his father. Then, Nain stated that the 6 circles are just past results and she's living her life now. But, Nain felt sad thinking about what Priscia told her that her life may be until autumn or summer. She thought that there's not much time left, so she wanted to spend a simple ordinary life. So, she said that she's happier now than when she was a 6th circle wizard. Then, the Count asked her if she's not uncomfortable, to which Nain said that she's not because everyone was so considerate. With that said, the Count accepted it. So, Nain said that she would work hard and do her best. The Count still couldn't believe that she's a 6th circle wizard. Moreover, Riley wanted to tell his father. Riley mentioned that it's summer. So, he said that he would like to go to the rainfield again for the year and he wanted to ask if it would be okay. Meanwhile, Royd and Ryan were talking about Nain being a 6th circle wizard. They mused that Nain had something to do with the medal that Riley received at the castle of Solia. Ryan then tells Royd that they can't still stay and they have to make a contribution, as only then can they win the succession race. But, Royd thinks that Riley's position definitely went up because of Nain. Suddenly, he read the newspaper and saw a wanted black wizard at Rainfield. Ryan was also intrigued by the news. Suddenly, he wondered if they could capture the black wizard. So, Royd also thought that it's summertime. He thought that Riley always goes in summertime. Riley was also happy that his father gave him permission. The Count personally told him that he may go to the Rainfield. After hearing that, Riley felt happy, so he quickly thanked his father. The next day, Riley was about to leave for Rainfield, so Ian asked him how long he would be there. Riley said that he thinks that he will spend at least 3 weeks there. Ian was shocked because he thinks that it's too long. So, Riley told Ian that he should trust him that he will come back safely. Nain also said that she casted a communication magic on Iris's hand mirror, so they will get in contact then often using the communication magic. Iris thanked Nain and said that she's not that worried because she has Nain. Consequently, Nain was touched by Iris's words. Then, Riley told Nain that they should go. So, the three of them bid goodbye to Riley. Before that, Sarah told Nain to just do what she have learned. Suddenly, Iris asked Nain to wait. Iris gave her an object that is enveloped in clothes. Iris told Nain that she's not sure if Nain would like it, but she still asked her to take good care of Riley during the vacation. She told Nain that she fixed a little bit of it of what he used to. In response, Nain thanked Iris and said that she would make sure to repay her for the gift that she has received. Meanwhile, Riley was excited to leave. He was excited to run away from that boring summer. After a while, Riley reached Eldon, and Eldon thought that Riley was crazy. Riley wanted Eldon to cast a teleport magic on them. But, Eldon got mad and hurled a fireball at Riley. He was more furious when Riley easily dodged it. Meanwhile, the tree burned down from Eldon's flames. Then, Eldon agreed to teleport Riley, but he wanted Riley to give him Nain. Meanwhile, Nain was just looking over the horses. Moreover, Riley told Endall not to treat people as objects, especially Nain because she has something similar to him. Endall found it funny that Riley said something so emotional. Riley told him not to laugh as everyone has a story about their life, even though he doesn't know what Endall's life is. Furthermore, Endall told Riley that he will send him somewhere in the woods, as he will get arrested right away if he shows up right in the rainfield. Riley agreed and said that it's not a problem. But before that, Endall wanted to tell him something. Endall mentioned about Nain's lifespan. He doesn't know how to directly say it to Riley without disrespecting Nain. So, he wondered if he should continue to tell Riley. To his surprise, Riley knew about Nain's short lifespan. Endall thought that it's expected because it would be weird if a powerful guy like him didn't know. Then, he asked Riley what he plans to do. On the other hand, Nain thought that Riley was taking quite a long time. Suddenly, she remembered that Iris gave her something. So, she wondered if he should open it. While she opened it, she thought about what it was. To her surprise, it was a mask. Nain was surprised as she didn't expect Iris to give her such things. She felt emotional because of Iris's gift. Her tears fell to the mask. She felt thankful towards Iris. Suddenly, she experienced a terrible pain that made her cough. Nain felt so much pain as she held it inside. To her surprise, she saw that she coughed blood. Nain's happy feelings turned into a sad one after remembering that she has a short lifespan. She recalled that Priscilla told her that she thinks that she could hold on until next autumn. With that in mind, Nain accepted her fate. But, she was still happy. Shortly, Riley called her and told her to come if she's ready. Riley told Endall that he will take care of him when they get back, to which Endall told him not to joke with him. Without delay, Endall starts to use the teleportation magic on Riley and Nain. Riley and Nain were teleported in the middle of the woods. Riley was furious because Endall sent them to a place that they didn't expect. They were teleported right in the middle of an ogre. Nain also discerned that it's an ogre that's in front of them. Hence, Riley felt troubled looking at the ogre. He cursed Endall and said that he is a crazy person. Suddenly, the ogre pulled a tree. Riley was amazed that the ogre was strong as it was able to take the tree out and held it. Then, Nain said that she would kill the ogre, but Riley said that it's fine because it's just one. However, Riley told her to make a shield because there would be blood splattering all over the area. So, Nain quickly made a shield. And then, she told Riley to be careful. Riley told her that she's worrying over nothing. Suddenly, the ogre starts attacking Riley with the tree. Riley leaped up to the tree that the ogre used to hit with. He told the ogre to stop getting worked up when he's going to die anyway. Thus, it made the ogre furious. It swung the tree to attack Riley. His eyes were fixed on killing Riley. But, Riley dodged all the attacks with ease. Still, the ogre didn't stop attacking and swinging the tree. On the last attack, the ogre was frozen in surprise. He saw that he didn't hit Riley with the powerful attack. Shortly, Riley appeared and told the ogre that he's too much when he just came there to play quietly. He said that there's no reason for him to be teleported to that remote place. In an instant, Riley slashed the ogre in half in one strike. Riley was confident that he had slashed the ogre. After that he raised his hand. Consequently, the ogre dealt a lot of damage, almost having slashed all over its body. Nain was surprised as their blood splattered everyone. Riley also felt irritated because he got drenched with blood when he had just taken a shower before coming there. He thought that Endall sent him there intentionally. Shortly, Nain came to him and said that they should use the purification magic. Nain quickly used the purification, but mud came out instead of water. She was shocked as she said that she thought that it would work, which also surprises Riley that she worsened the situation. So, Nain tried to comfort Riley, saying that the mud is not something dirty. Suddenly, the ogre screamed. Nain said that the ogre is going to explode, which startled Riley because he didn't want to bathe in blood. Then, Nain asked Riley if she could end the ogre, so Riley asked her if she's serious. Nain said that she would end it quickly. Instantly, she casted a spell beneath the ogre. She utilizes the spell called Eraser and it instantly kills the ogre. Then, Nain said that it's over and told Riley that he should let her wipe him with a clean towel. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching them from afar. Afterwards, Riley and Nain looked at the man to discern where they were. Nain said that it seems like they are around the place that they're finding, but it's difficult to find since there's no road sign nearby. Then, she wanted to tell Riley something. Nain said that she used the detection magic just in case, so she could sense someone's presence nearby. Then, Riley said that they should go where she could feel it because there's no other way. Meanwhile, an unusual thing was happening to the ogre. As the black magic enveloped it, the ogre opened its eyes again. Shortly, it was able to stand up again. The ogre's presence became more terrifying after being resurrected. Meanwhile, Riley and Nain were shocked about the presents they found. They didn't expect that they would encounter some group in the middle of the forest. So, Riley asked the group who they were, as it's the first time seeing them even though he had been to the rainfield for years. The red-haired woman told Riley not to act like he doesn't know when she has seen it all. The woman accused Nain of using black magic. She said that Nain must be a black sorcerer. Nain was confused as she didn't know what they were saying. She asked them what they were doing. The group persisted that she's the black sorcerer who has been active near the rainfield recently. They told Nain that it was her, and she shouldn't try to make an excuse. Moreover, they said that the black magic on Nain's hands is proof that she's a black sorcerer. Hearing all those, Riley fell in shock. He felt troubled, wondering how the situation would get twisted like that. Proceeding, Riley asked them what they meant by black magic, and the man told him not to mess with him and then asked if he is one of them. Riley got irritated with the man's answer. He looked at the man terrifyingly and told him not to point his bow at him. The woman got scared after feeling Riley's strong presence. Riley told them that they should tell him what's going on. He told the group that they are the dumb ones for mistaking them as black magicians. The group talked about the feeling that they felt towards Riley. Meanwhile, Riley told them to just answer his question. So, the group said that Nain used magic, thus, they wanted to clarify if it was black magic, to which Riley asked what's wrong with black magic. The woman asked Riley why he didn't know when it was the characteristics of every black wizard. So, Riley asked Nain if they are all black magicians if the color of their magic is black, to which Nain denied it. With that said, Riley told the woman that Nain said no. Nain said that it's not because of her constitution, but because of the experiments on her. Then, Riley asked the woman to tell him why she thinks that Nain is a black mage. Riley then noticed that she has nothing to say except for the magic color is black. So, Riley told the woman to think carefully before she speaks. He said that he can bet on the name of the swordsman, Ippolita, that Nain's not a black mage, and then they asked the group what they have to bet on. The group thought they were in trouble as they couldn't believe that Riley and Nain were aristocrats. The leader of the group was also shocked, as she doesn't know why a nobleman like him is there in that place. Then, Riley told the group that if they were in Solia and they were found to be insulting a noble, the punishment is at least life imprisonment. The women were shocked when Riley drew his sword. Riley said that they could think whatever they want. Then, Riley mused that they are the black mages, so it's enough for them to kill all witnesses and go their way. However, Nain asked Riley to wait for a moment. She told him that they should hear each other's stories. Suddenly, the group notices Nane's scarred face, so they ask why her face is like that. Nane was stunned in surprise as she didn't know what she would say. She didn't expect that they would question her. Still, she asked them if they could listen to her for a second. After Nane told her story, the leader of the group cried so hard. She already knows what happened in the Tower of Solia and Astroa. Nane tried to comfort her, but the leader kept crying. The leader questioned herself for what she did earlier. She apologizes because she was rude to Nane. Then, Riley told the woman that it's worth seeing the one who was trying to kill them whining. He said that the thing that bothers him the most is crying like that child so much. Riley said that the woman resembles Ian. Moreover, the suspicions between the groups are gone, so they apologized to Riley and Nane. They said that their leader's eyes never went wrong. Then, the leader said that they don't need any more doubts. Furthermore, the group said that the black wizard they are finding has been infamous for a long time and their former leader is one of the victims. The woman fell silent as the group mentioned the former leader. Then, they said that they also have a bounty poster. Riley said that the black wizard uses black magic to make dead bodies move. The group said that they were actually chasing the black wizard themselves because the black wizard has the ability to make the dead move again. With that said, the leader confirmed that he's right. She said that her father was killed by the black wizards as well. Suddenly, the group heard the sound of huge footsteps. To their surprise, the ogre was behind Riley. Riley was irritated because he didn't feel its presence because he got distracted. Still, he was able to slash the ogre with ease. The leader of the group was shocked seeing Riley's strength. At the same time, her subordinates were also surprised. Meanwhile, the black wizard felt what happened to the ogre. The individual discerned that the ogre had died. So, the individual was irritated because he just resurrected the ogre. He was frustrated because there were no good guys the past few days. Meanwhile, Nane was asking Riley if she should turn on the shield because it's raining. Riley said that it's okay, as they have to use an umbrella for the sake of romance when it rains. Suddenly, the woman jumped in and said that it's a relief that they have the same destination and was surprised that Riley had the mercenary hero Ian as his butler. Riley said that he was also surprised to see her whining just like Ian. Then, the woman brought out a paper and told Riley to take it. She informed them that she's staying at the Rainfield for a month, so he should come and see her anytime. So, Riley accepted it, saying that it's good. Shortly, the group bids goodbye to Riley and Nane. After a while, Nane and Riley reached the village safely. Riley was happy as he thinks that the vacation is finally starting. Thus, Riley asked Nane where they should go first. Nane said that she's hungry, so Riley said that they should eat dinner. Nane said that she wanted some warm soup, but Riley intervened and said that she must want to eat green onion pancake. Riley said that they should eat onion pancakes and Korean alcoholic beverages on a rainy day like that. Without delay, Riley pulled Nane, saying that they should go eat. However, Nane didn't know what food Riley was mentioning. As the food was served, Nane seemed not to like its appearance. Meanwhile, Riley was excited to eat it. Nane mused that the food is like vomit food. Hearing that, Riley told her that she needs to apologize to all the fans of the rainy days of green onion pancake. Then, he told her to try it first and she shouldn't dare ask for more after she tried it. Nane still felt hesitant and said that the pancake is like vomit food from Solia's downtown. Still, Nane tried to eat it. She was shocked after tasting the pancake. She didn't expect that it would taste like that, so it made her ask what that kind of food was. Hence, Riley asked her if it was delicious. In response, Nane said that it's amazingly delicious. So, Riley proceeds to eat as well. He was very pleased as he ate the food. He said that it reminds him of the old days, as he used to eat it when he was young, to which Nane asked why he said old days. Riley said that it's nothing to worry about and they should cheer. Riley gave Nane a Korean alcohol beverage. Nane told Riley that it was alcohol. She said that Iris asked her to drink it for ancestral rights. However, Riley said that it's okay for her to drink it as she won't die. He told her to just drink it as it's okay if it's just a sip. However, Nane still felt hesitant about it. Still, she drank because Riley was the one that offered it. Nain was surprised that it also tastes good. Riley was shocked that Nain kept drinking it. She was gulping all the beverage down. As she finished it, Nain said that it's really good. Riley didn't expect Nain to act like that. But he felt relieved that she actually liked it. Furthermore, they continued to devour all the food. Suddenly, Riley heard a noise coming from the other table. It made him look at the person because he seems like he's troubled. The person in black cape was eating the food so hard. Riley thought that the lonely person seemed to be in a bad mood. The person was saying that he has to make more and a lot of it. Shortly, Riley told Nain that they are leaving if she's done eating, so Nain quickly gets up. Riley looked at the man while they were leaving and thought that there's nothing else to see. After a while, the man just finished eating. The owner of the inn came to him and asked if he should help him with the bill, to which the man said that he should pay it. So, the owner said that he will tell him how much it is. However, the person suddenly grabbed his face. The person thought that it was unfortunate that he can only use that man. The person exudes a heavy energy. He said that he will pay with his magic. The person killed the man without mercy. Meanwhile, Riley asked Nain if she had a good dinner. Nain said that the alcohol is good and she was surprised because it's so different from what she ate in Solia's downtown. So, Riley asked if the thing they ate was good. In response, Nain said that it was. With that said, Riley asked Nain not tell her mother that they drank alcohol since they're accomplices, which Nain said that she understands. Moreover, Riley said that it's better to have a raincoat than an umbrella. So, he thought that he should buy two since Nain is with him. But, Nain thought the opposite. She said that it's not bad just using one umbrella. Nain was startled when those words came out from her mouth. She wondered if she was drunk enough to be saying those words. Then, she told herself to get herself together as she would be dead by fall. Meanwhile, at the Solia temple, Labursa was trying to find out where Riley went. The priest said that Riley went on a vacation a few days ago. Labursa was shocked as the priest said that Riley went to Rainfield. He felt troubled wondering why Riley had to go there. Then, he ponders if Riley has met that person. Still, Labursa thought that there is still time left for parts to gather, as if the person gets eliminated, it could be dangerous. So, he decided to go to the Rainfield. He said that he will have to go find Riley if he's trusted by Priscia. Then, he told the man to get ready, as they don't have the time to waste. Suddenly, Labursa saw Prisca was there. Priscia asked him if he were going to see Riley. She said that she thought that she had told him many times that it would be good to touch Riley. Thus, Labursa asked her if it was one of the revelations. He said that if it's not, it must be just Priscia's principles, and then he added that she should meet Riley even more if she's the one who received the revelation. Labursa said that Riley has to believe in Solia's dragon existence because he will determine the fate of the world. So, he asked Priscia why she was trying to let Riley go if he's the one who's going to save the world. Priscia then wondered what Labursa was thinking. Then, she told Labursa again not to touch Riley. In response, Labursa thanked her for her concern. But, Priscia was still worried. She was wondering what the revelation about the high priest's Labursa meant. Meanwhile, Riley and Nain went to the library, and Nain was surprised that the library is clean even though it has been raining all day, to which Riley explained that Rainfield has developed a state-preserving magic. Nain then asked why it was raining in Rainfield every day, but Riley said that he wasn't sure either. Then, Riley said that they should just enjoy and read books, as it feels good reading a book while listening to the sound of the rain. Riley told her that they should pick a book that they want and meet in the center. But, Nain said that she had to escort Riley, so Riley said that he doesn't need an escort. Even though what Riley said is true, Nain still felt hesitant, but Riley was firm on his decision. As they part ways, Nain feels troubled as she doesn't know what to choose. She wondered what kinds of books are in the library because the only book that she has read is The Wizard of the Tower. Then, she wondered if there's a book on how to make green onion pancakes. Suddenly, someone was surprised that she encountered Nain. Nain didn't expect that she would see Nara. Nara was trying to find some stories about the Black Wizard because she was wondering if there was anything that she could do to help. Then, Nara asked Nain what book she was holding. She saw that Nain picked a book for hangovers and how to make a green onion pancake. Nain thinks that she needs to know how to get hungover when she's drunk. So, Nara said that she would help Nain because of her promise last time. With that said, Nain agreed on Nara helping her. Suddenly, they heard someone screaming. The two of them were alarmed with the scream, so they wanted to check. To their surprise, the scream continues. Nain got worried about Riley, so he told Nara that she will move to the center first where Riley said that they would meet. Thus, Nara said that they should go together. Nara and Nain wondered what the scream was all about and thought that they didn't have a good feeling about it. Moreover, Nara told Nain that they are almost there as the library's central reading room is just around the corner. To their surprise, there are a lot of men on the floor that have been killed. Nain was too shocked, and was wondering who the person was that did a gruesome act. Moreover, Nain felt something strange as she looked at the bodies. She saw in his own eyes that it was done by magic. So, she informs Nara that there's a trace of being pierced by the magic. Nain pondered that she didn't hear anything like an explosion, so she wondered if the culprit covered the sound with silence. Shortly, Nain removed her mask. Then, she asked Nara to think of young Master Riley. She told him to hurry up and just think, so Iris quickly thought of Riley. As Nara thinks of Riley, Nain proceeds to track Riley. Nain saw that Riley was fine. She was surprised and a little bit relieved to see Riley doing fine. Then, she mused that Riley is upstairs on the second floor. So, she told Nara that she thinks that Riley is upstairs. Nain wanted to go to Riley quickly, but Nara asked her to wait for a minute. Nara notices the black traces on the victims' bodies. To their surprise, the corpses started to rise up from the ground. Nara discerned that the travels and resurrected corpses were done by the black wizard that she had been looking for. Nara said that it was her father's enemy, the abominable person who made their people like that. However, Nain told Nara that it's dangerous to move like that, so they should first join Riley and move to a safe place. But, Nara was contemplating. Then, she said that if it was the mercenary Ian, he would have evacuated the others first, and she's sure that her father would have done the same. So, Nara told Nain to go to Riley first and she will look around the rest of the library. Finally, Nain was able to find Riley. Riley asked Nain if she's done already as he thought that they were supposed to meet at the central square. But, Nain told Riley that something bad happened to the library. Nain said that she thinks that the black wizard appeared in the library, to which Riley asked what she meant by black wizard. Hence, Nain told Riley about the ogre that he knocked down in the Rainfield forest which they thought that they got rid of, but it came back alive. Nain said that dead bodies are still alive in the library so they need to get out of there. With that said, Riley quickly looked down on the first floor. He was surprised when he saw corpses looking at him. As the corpse saw him, they quickly wanted to run over to him. However, Riley still found it funny. He thought that it was not some kind of zombie movie. Then, he asked Nain if the scream that he heard earlier had something to do with the corpses, which Nain said that she guessed did. Suddenly, the corpses have already reached them. Riley stopped the corpse, while telling Nain that he thinks that he roughly got the idea of what's happening. Then, he eliminated the corpse. He told Nain if he thinks that it's important when she rushed to find him when she heard the noise. Meanwhile, Nara finished evacuating the rest of the people in the library. So, she thought that she needed to find the black wizard. However, she suddenly remembered what happened to her father when she was young. Her father encountered the black wizard at that time. Nara told her father that they should run away. She was scared because her uncle and sister attacked her father already. So, Nara thought that they were all going to die. However, Nara's father told her that someone needs to stop the black wizard. She remembered her father telling her that she's the only one running away. So, Nara was determined to find the guy who killed her father and get rid of him. Nara feels furious as she thinks of the black wizard. Suddenly, she heard a strange voice coming from nearby. The black wizard was telling the corpses that they are ungrateful because they couldn't find the book about the clouds of Rainfield. He reprimanded them, saying that he tried to get them a book, but they still couldn't find one. However, one of the corpses eventually brought him the book. Thus, the Black Wizard's mood changed and told the corpses that they are not ungrateful. Nara saw that the guy was the Black Wizard back then that had killed her father. Then, Nara heard that the Black Wizard was planning to mix a little bit of acid into the rainfield clouds. So, Nara feels furious and tries to confront the wizard. However, the Black Wizard teleported and stated that they could make hundreds of corpses after he finished the mission. Meanwhile, Nain and Riley just left the library. Nain wanted to say something, but Riley told her not to say anything. Riley said that he's on vacation and he didn't come there to catch some black or white wizard. He said that it's not their fault as they were just running away just like what people usually do. Riley added that he doesn't have to get into trouble. Nain then remembered what Riley asked her of what she thinks of those beings that her right eye that she couldn't detect. Nain saw Riley walking away. Meanwhile, Riley recalled in his past life that people told him that they would be at peace even though he's not there. They blamed Riley for what's happening to them, which made Riley not want to repeat that life again, so he told Nain that they will just simply ignore what's happening. Suddenly, Nara went out of the library. He called Riley, the young master of Ippolita, and said that she remembered the last time that he knocked an ogre down. So, Riley asked Nara what she wanted to say. Nara said that she saw a Black Wizard in the library earlier, and she saw that the Black Wizard took a book called Rain Clouds in the Fields. But Riley still doesn't understand what she's saying. Thus, Nara said that the Black Wizards are going to mix acid into clouds with magic to make acid rain and turn hundreds of people into corpses. Then, Nara told Riley that he doesn't have to tell her that he's strong. So, she asked Riley if they could help them. Nara mused about what will happen if the Black Wizard drops acid rain on the rainfield. Riley also said that he knew that the people were going to become puppets. Then, Riley felt frustrated because people like the Black Wizard always suddenly appear whenever he goes. Riley said that he can't help Nara because it hasn't been a week since he came on vacation. But, Nara revealed that the Black Wizard is the one that killed her father, the former general. However, Riley persisted and said that he's on vacation and she should take care of her own business. Riley quickly leaves while Nain still tries to call him. While they were in the market, Riley thought that something was bothering him. There was a feeling that he couldn't remove after what Nara said. He thought that he was on vacation, but wondered why he was feeling that way. Riley doesn't want to get into trouble. He just wanted to have fun, but it seemed like Nara's sentiments got to him. Out of nowhere, Riley was asked by Nain if he was having fun. But Riley couldn't answer. Meanwhile, Nara and his group were still trying to find the Black Wizard. Even though the rain kept falling, Nara didn't stop. Finally, Nara found the Black Wizard. The Black Wizard was surprised with Nara's presence, so he wondered who she was. Nara mused that the Black Wizard is not ready for acid rain yet, so she wanted to decapitate him before they got ready. The Black Wizard just laughed at him, because he didn't know who Nara was. So, Nara stated that she's there to kill him, the one who killed their people. The Black Wizard finds Nara's eyes amusing. Nara was surprised when the Black Wizard remembered her eyes. The Black Wizard remembers that she has the same eyes of a man that lit up the corpses' bodies, and it was the kind of eyes that he can't forget even if he tries. He didn't expect that the man he killed had a family that survived. Then, the Black Wizard mused that Nara is there for revenge, but he told Nara that she's ungrateful when he has given her eternal life. Nara was furious after hearing that. The Black Wizard questioned Nara if she was going to set her body on fire like her father did. Then, the Black Wizard said that he could only find one at that time, but it seems like he found a great opportunity at the moment. Suddenly, Nara and his group felt something on the ground. The Black Wizard has utilized its magic. To their surprise, hands started to appear from the ground. Corpses started to appear. Nara was frozen in surprise as she saw the corpses. She couldn't believe that her father was one of the corpses. The Black Wizard was pleased with Nara's reaction. He said that it's tearful to see such a father and daughter reunion. Then, he told Nara that she must be able to recognize her father even though her father looks ugly because they're blood related. Nara was so furious, so she quickly charged at the Black Wizard, declaring that she would definitely kill him. But, the Black Wizard was still not serious. Then, the Black Wizard blocked Nara's attack with a corpse, and said that Nara is ungrateful even though he let her see her father again. Suddenly, the lights from the post turned off. Still, Nara continued to attack the Black Wizard. On the other hand, Nain and Riley were watching some fireworks. However, Riley didn't find it too fun. So, he asked Nain if she was having fun. In response, Nain said that it's honestly not fun. Thus, Riley asked her why it was not fine, to which Nain said that he already knows. With that said, Riley said that he should probably go then, as he doesn't know if the bug in front of him will bite him or not. Meanwhile, Nara was fighting off the corpses. The Black Wizard found it fun, so he decided to increase the corpses' number a little more. Nara eliminated the corpses to get to the Black Wizard. As she finally got through, she pointed her sword towards him. However, the Black Wizard had a plan, smiling and asking Nara if she would regret it. The Black Wizard summoned Nara's father. As a result, her father's corpse was the one who got pierced by her sword instead of the Black Wizard. The Black Wizard made Nara guilty for piercing her own father just for the sake of revenge. But, Nara's comrade hit her father without hesitation. He told Nara to get a hold of herself because her father already passed away. The Black Wizard quickly utilized his power when Nara's comrade revealed himself. He hurled some arrows to the man, but the man had made a shield to protect himself. The Black Wizard sarcastically says that archers are scary to deal with. Then, he summoned corpses around the man. The man thought that they should retreat as they were surrounded. But, Nara felt hesitant to leave her father. However, the corpses were increasing. The Black Wizard laughed while asking Nara if she could put her spear through her father's heart. Nara felt so much anger towards the Black Wizard. She charged at him without hesitation, saying that she should shut his mouth. Nara's comrade tried to stop Nara. The Black Wizard was happy that he had successfully provoked Nara. As Nara was charging with the spear, Nara accidentally hits her own father. She pierced her father's corpse to the throat. Nara was too worried about her father that she didn't feel or hear anything that surrounded her. She wasn't aware that her father was a trap for the Black Wizard to have the opportunity to attack her. So, she got attacked by the Black Wizard. The Black Wizard told Nara that she has reached her limit and the preparation is ready. Thus, the group couldn't believe it. The Black Wizard was overjoyed that it could finally get a step closer to their prayer. He mentioned the next 3 seconds. The group couldn't do anything but look at the wizard. They were anxious while he counted downs because they knew what would happen. Nara begged for the Black Wizard to stop. But, the Black Wizard continued its evil deed. However, something was strange. Nara and his group noticed that nothing happened. The Black Wizards were also speechless that nothing happened. Much to his surprise, the rain became raindrops. They were shocked when the rain stopped. Out of nowhere, Riley appeared that shocked the Black Wizard. People in the rainfield also were amazed as they saw that the rain had stopped. The kid thought that even though he doesn't know what's happening, the raindrops were beautiful. Suddenly, something happened again. They noticed that the rain was going back to the sky. The raindrops became like soft crystals. Riley was happy, thinking that Nain did a good job. Meanwhile, the Black Wizard questioned Riley's identity because he suddenly wielded his sword on him. Hence, Riley answered him. He said that he doesn't have to know about that. Nara was shocked upon seeing Riley and starts to wonder how he could get there. Meanwhile, Riley was just asking the Black Wizard how it felt to be interrupted by something fancy like that. At first, the Black Wizard doesn't understand what he said. But then, he finally realized it. He was furious when he just grasped that Riley held back the acid rain. Riley told him that he shouldn't complain because he wouldn't have done it if he hadn't ruined his vacation. Suddenly, the Black Wizard noticed that the raindrops were acting strange again. Nara also realized that it was Nain's power. The Black Wizard was so furious, calling Riley ungrateful. But, Riley said that he's the one who should be calling him ungrateful after interrupting their vacation like that. Suddenly, the Black Wizard felt like his body was being pulled to the ground. He was slowly getting buried into the ground. Riley told the Black Wizard that he's stronger than him. He quickly slashed the wizard to completely eradicate him. However, the corpses were still there. Still, Riley thought that it was a cheap trick, as he slashed them with ease. The Black Wizard kept calling Riley ungrateful. He declared that he would come after Riley no matter what happened. Shortly, ogres, goblins, and even dead wizards start to appear, to which Riley thought that it was interesting. But, he thought that it's such a shame that they're all just puppets. The Black Wizard was still mad at Riley as he dared to ignore him. But, Riley warned him not to pull any tricks. Still, the Black Wizard didn't pull back the corpses. So, Riley thought that he should show a more exciting thing for them to watch. Suddenly, a strange magic occurred that stopped the corpses from moving. Nara and his group were also surprised that they couldn't move their body. Riley said that he just flipped his hands for the trick. The Black Wizard felt anxious as he felt small while Riley looked at him with such terrifying eyes. But, Riley didn't show him mercy and slashed him without hesitation. Nara couldn't believe that the Black Wizard was defeated. The wizard's cape falls slowly to the cliff. Slowly, its dark magic had ceased to exist as the corpses also turned into nothing. Nara was relieved that her father could finally rest after being a puppet for so long. Meanwhile, Riley was thinking that Nain did great. Nain felt happy even though she was bleeding inside. She felt relieved that the problem had been finally solved. Moreover, she tried to purify the rain, however, she notices that purification magic doesn't work. So, she thought that she would run out of mana at that rate. Then, she decided to push the clouds away. Shortly, Nain was able to push the dark clouds and the acid rain away. So, she could finally say that she made it. After what happened, it was shared through the newspaper. It said that the slow rain overlapped with the phenomenon of the upside-down raindrops. Nain has read the newspaper, so she quickly went to give it to Riley. Nain looked at the newspaper before giving it, as she was very interested in the topic. She read that they say that they couldn't catch the Black Wizard. Thus, Riley mused that Nara seems to be keeping her mouth shut, and suddenly, Nain said that she would like Riley to be recognized for what he did. Riley told her that she's becoming like Ian, but Nain denied that she wasn't. Nain said that when she saved people, she felt really happy and proud, so he thought that it would be great if Riley also can feel proud. Suddenly, Riley asked her to come closer. Nain quickly apologizes because she thought that she said something wrong. She thought that she's going to get scolded again. But, she was surprised when Riley held her shoulders. Riley looked at Nain with a smile on his face. Shortly, Riley told Nain that she did great. Nain was speechless as she didn't expect that Riley would say that. Riley told her to just do as she's doing at the moment, which Nain understands. Then, Riley told her that he's pretty satisfied. But, he thinks that Nain enjoyed her vacation more than he did, so Nain apologizes. Riley found it funny that Nain is apologizing again. Then, Riley said that it's time to go as everyone will be worried. With that said, Nain realizes something. So, Riley asked Nain what's the problem. Nain told Riley that they had forgotten something. So, Riley thought about it deeply, wondering what they had forgotten. He thought that there was nothing in particular. Nain also felt hesitant to say it, but then, she mentioned something about the call. With that said, Riley asked what the call is. Thus, Nain revealed that she didn't call Iris ever since they went to the rainfield. Riley was shocked when Nain said it as he also completely had forgotten about it. Nain trembly brought out the mirror and said that Iris was supposed to call her at some point. Thus, she asked Riley what he should do. Riley blamed Nain that it's her fault not to call Iris in the first place. Riley imagined his mother being so furious. So, he instructed Nain to call his mother as they should apologize first. Quickly, Iris appeared to the mirror as they used the communication magic. Iris sarcastically told them if they could explain the lateness of their call. Riley was too afraid to answer his mother. So, Nain was the one who talked and said that they could hear her very well. Riley scolded Nain, asking her why she was so dense. Riley told Nain that she can't read the situation as he was trying to read a book to avoid his mother's question. Iris just asked if nothing happened, to which Nain quickly assured her that there was nothing. So, Iris felt relieved after hearing that, but Ian suddenly cried behind her while he asked Riley how's his body. Riley ignored it as he thought that he's going back to Solia, then he apologized to his mother. Iris said that it's okay if Riley knows what he did wrong and knows what he has to do after apologizing. Riley then understands that he shouldn't repeat the same mistake. While Iris was about to end the call, Sarah asked her to wait because she has to speak to Nain. Nain was anxious as she saw Sarah's power, so she got scared because she thinks that she's going to be scolded. Sarah told Nain that she should be the one to call instead if the young master Riley forgets. She made Nain remember that Riley is the one who's on vacation and she's not. Then, Sarah asked Nain if she saw the waterfall road and the fireworks. Thus, Nain said that she saw both, to which Sarah asked how it was. Nain recalled the fireworks and raindrops. So, she said that it's the most beautiful scenery that he has ever seen. Meanwhile, the High Priest Libursa has arrived at the rainfield and immediately came to where the Black Wizard has fallen. Libers touched the Black Wizard's traces of magic. He pondered that he already warned the Black Wizard to stop being reckless. He said that everything they did is for their prayer. So, Libursa thought that they should be careful. Meanwhile, Nara went to the inn where Riley was. She didn't expect that she would see Riley and Nain. So, she quickly went to them and said that it has been a while. Then, Nara came to deliver a message, which Riley thought that it was so sudden. Nara revealed that she looks like a human, but she's not. During the Great War, Nara's father was greatly indebted to the mercenary hero Ian. So, Riley asked her what the matter is. Nara told Riley that she wanted to come with him to Solia if it's okay with him, but Riley declined immediately. However, Nara persisted, so she asked Riley again if she could see Ian's face just for once. Nara said that her father's will was to see the mercenary hero Ian just once, so he would like to bury his father's bone ash after seeing the hero. Nara kneeled in the ground and begged Riley. She asked Riley to give her permission to come with him to Solia. Eventually, Riley agreed to bring Nara to Solia. Nara was overjoyed as Riley let her come. Riley didn't expect that Nara would be so happy after being permitted to see Ian's face. He imagined that Ian would cry so hard after seeing Nara. He thought that Nara would also be emotional after she saw her father's hero. But, Nain said that it's still great to see Nara so energized. Nain felt so nervous, thinking if it was because he had been using too much energy lately. Suddenly, she realized that Riley had been calling her, and when she realized it, Riley asked her if she was sick, to which Riley then asked her if she remembered what Nara said yesterday. Thus, Nain said that it's the story of the Basilisk clan. Nain said that the Basilisk clan has the power to understand others' properties, which they can think of as something similar to the magic character. Nara said that they distinguish people by who they are, not by their appearance. Moreover, Nara said she could see different colors of people's aura, and some people have black-purple, and the Black Wizard that she saw in the rainfield the other day was purple. Thus, Riley asked him to tell him the details. However, they encountered another carriage along the way. Hence, they halted. The man recognized Nara as she was the leader of the Thunderbolt. He said that it's a really small place, as it has been half a year since they met, and then he asked her if she's coming from the rainfield. Then, Nara asked Cabal if he was going to the rainfield. Cabal said that he was because he heard that his old friend stopped by in the rainfield. Nara then asked Cabal if the person in the carriage is the new wing that has a similar atmosphere of hers wandering in the rainfield. However, Cabal ignored it and asked who's the person in the carriage, to which Nara told him to mind his own business when she's still talking nicely. But, Cabal still peeked at the carriage, so he saw Riley's face. He laughed as he was amazed by Riley's angry eyes. Then, he mused that the sign on the carriage is Solia Ippolita. Nara got mad and told Cabal to go away and mind his own business. So, Cabal said that he will leave for now and they should meet again next time. As Cabal left, Nara mentioned that Cabal is a disgusting purple freak, so Riley asked if a purple aura is common. Nara said that it's not common as she only saw 4 people guys. Meanwhile, Cabal just saw what happened to the Black Wizard. He thought that it happened because the Black Wizard overreacts too much, and then he asked Libursa how long it would take. Then, Cabal mused that the Black Wizard's left hand will be disqualified, but Libursa told him to calm down first. However, Cabal couldn't calm down and proceeded to ask where their other companions were. Libursa said that the head is taking care of something, so he wouldn't come there and they should just understand. Then, Cabal asked Labursa what he would do next. Labursa said that they should take things slow. He said that they should wait for the right time while fixing the left hand. Meanwhile, Riley has arrived in the Ippolita mansion. Nain was happy that they finally got back home. Suddenly, they were surprised when Ian came running towards them. Ian hugged Riley while he was crying. Nain was happy to see Ian missing Riley so much. Ian cried so much because he has worried about Riley ever since he left. Nara was surprised that Ian was crying even though he was a mercenary hero. Then, Riley told Ian to stop crying like a baby and get a hold of himself. Afterwards, Riley informed Ian that they have a guest who was looking for him. Ian immediately recognized Nara as he saw her face. Nara quickly shows Ian respect, saying that it's an honor to meet him. To Nara's surprise, Ian asked her if she's from the Basilisk family. Hence, Nara said that he's right. Proceedingly, they went inside and Nara told her story to Ian. Ian was saddened that it seemed like the Black Wizard had taken the lives of his dear people. Then, he told Nara that he swears in his name that a basilisk by the name of Garf is an excellent mercenary. With that said, he told Nara that she could be proud of her father and said that she must have endured a lot of hardships on her own. Moreover, Ian told Riley that he will inform the Count when he returns that a guest from the Lighting Rock mercenary group has come, to which Riley asked him if his father went somewhere. Ian said that the Count left 2 days ago after he received a message from the Solia castle, and then shared that he heard that the Solia border got attacked. So, Riley asked about his brothers, to which Ian said that they remained at the mansion, because the mansion can't be left vacant. And then, Ian informed Riley that his mother is in her room. Suddenly, he heard something crash outside. He quickly came running to the kitchen to see what's happening. To his surprise, Nain broke a cup. Nain was surprised to see her hands were shaking. Riley got worried and quickly ran to Nain to aid her immediately. Nain told Riley that she's fine and she will clean the mess so he doesn't have to worry. But Riley said that she couldn't do that because her hands were shaking. However, Nain felt hesitant because she thought that Riley would get mad. She apologized and said that she will do her best. Nain begged Riley not to throw away, and she can't hear anything else rather than herself. After a while, Nain barely opened her eyes and saw Endal and Riley talking in front of her. Endal said that Nain's condition is dangerous and she could last until autumn at the longest. Endal mused that Nain will claim to be okay despite having trouble controlling her body. As Endal said that, Riley pondered that there are different kinds of people in the world, which is those who endured pain while foolishly trying to do everything. He thought that Nain is one of those people, which he thinks that it's stupid. Back then, Riley once said that he will save the people in the world and live up to their expectations, to which there was a time where he just kept running without knowing how to protect his body. As a result of his sacrifice, he turned into broken pieces. Going back, Endal thought that humans are interesting, and thought if it was because of their lifespan. Riley thought that Nain's lifespan was shortened due to the excessive use of magic in the Rainfield. Thus, he asked Endal if he remembered the things that he asked for the last time. Endal wanted Nain as a condition to teleport them, so Endal asked if Riley would give Nain to him. But Riley said that he wasn't talking about that. Then, he told Endal to save Nain. After a while, Riley rests under the tree. Nain woke up and saw Riley. She thought that the day was chilly, so Riley might get a cold when he sleeps under the tree. At that moment, Riley had a terrible dream. Nain was surprised when she saw what Riley was dreaming of. She felt an unusual feeling towards Riley's dream. Much to her surprise, she was already in another dimension. She found the scenery unusual as she saw Riley's dreams. She saw unusual infrastructure. And saw different kinds of people wearing different kinds of clothes. As she saw strange people walking, among the crowds was her young master, Riley. She was surprised that Riley seemed different and stressed. Shortly thereafter, Riley woke up very startled from his dream. Nain went out of her room and quickly ran towards Riley. However, she suddenly felt an excruciating pain inside of her. Ian quickly assisted her and told her that she should rest for the day. Ian said that he heard from Sarah that Nain wasn't feeling well. But Nain told Ian that she's completely fine. However, Ian saw that she's visibly trembling, so he told her that she should calm herself first and talk after. Ian retorted that Nain should take a rest, but Nain still wanted to go to Riley. So, Ian shouted at her, saying that it's enough. Moreover, Ian went to Riley to ask if he's okay, to which Riley said that he's fine as he just had a nightmare. Suddenly, Nain coughed so hard again that it made her cough blood. Ian and Riley quickly came to her, but she was slowly losing consciousness. Riley worried about Nain as she couldn't hold it for much longer. Proceedingly, Riley and Ian brought Nain to her room for her to rest. Suddenly, Royd and Ryan entered her room, trying to find Riley, but they saw that he wasn't there. Suddenly, they were surprised to see Nain wasn't feeling well. Royd got worried because he saw Nain coughed blood, so he wanted to call help from the outside. However, Ryan held his arm and told him to stop it. He told Royd to just let Nain be. Royd was shocked by what his brother said, and thought that he must have heard his brother wrong. However, Ryan didn't deny what he said. Royd said that if their father was there, he definitely wouldn't stay still after seeing Nain like that. To Royd's surprise, Ryan suddenly slapped him. Ryan told him to get a grip of himself. He said that Nain would die anyway, so they shouldn't do anything. Royd was speechless as he couldn't believe that his brother was so heartless. Suddenly, they heard the door open. Endal came in and interrupted their conversation. Quickly, Endal came to Nain to check her condition. Then, he asked the two brothers what they were doing inside Nain's room. Ryan asked Endal who he was, but Endal ignored it as news that Nain is in a critical condition. Ryan repeated his question again even though he was already irritated. But Endal ignored him again and continued checking Nain's condition. So, Ryan drew his sword and demanded that Endal answer his question. Endal stopped checking Nain after he felt that Ryan pointed his sword at him. Then, he told Ryan that his name was Endal, to which Ryan asked him again. Endal told him that he seemed deaf, so he told Ryan what his name was again. So, Ryan asked him if that was his name, to which Endal got excited because he asked. He quickly came closer to Ryan and asked if he was curious about him. Then, he told Ryan that he's right, as Endal is the name that is given to that body. Moreover, Endal said that he was a doctor, so he asked Ryan if he had any problems with that. However, Ryan doesn't seem to know what a doctor was. Suddenly, Riley appeared and greeted Endal. Then, he quickly apologizes to his brothers for not introducing Endal. So, Riley told them that Endal is a talented doctor from the Rainfield. Ryan and Royd were confused because they didn't know the meaning of a doctor. Thus, Riley explained that he brought Endal to the castle because he was worried about Nain's chronic illness and he forgot to tell them. Riley then asked Endal if he was right, to which Endal acted, saying that it's true. Then, Ryan pointed at Endal and asked why he was talking to him casually when he's just a doctor. Endal thought that Ryan is a funny guy and told him that he should be thankful that he's alive after pointing his sword at Endal. The sentiment made Ryan more furious. Thus, he drew his sword and said that Endal was insolent. But, Endal gave him a terrifying glare. Endal's glare instantly stopped Ryan's body. Ryan was shocked as he couldn't move his body. Suddenly, Nain screamed, saying that they should stop. Riley quickly went to Nain and asked her what's wrong with her all of a sudden. Nain grasped the situation and then asked Riley how long she had been sleeping, to which Riley said that she slept for half a day. So, Nain got up and said that she will leave and get to work. All of them were shocked as Nain just stood up after being sick. However, Riley admitted to Nain that she can't stay in the Ippolita household any longer. After a while, Nain got ready to leave the Ippolita family. The maids and butlers were saddened because of her sudden departure. Nain was also in tears when she turned her back to leave Ippolita and go with Endal. 2 hours before Nain's departure, Sarah was crying so hard because she felt guilty that she scolded Nain every day when she didn't know that Nain has a severe illness. Nain tried to comfort Sarah to relieve her guilt. Even though 30 minutes had passed, Sarah was still crying while hugging Nain. An hour later, Ian joined Sarah and Nain. Shortly, Riley told them to stop crying and just give to Nain what they wanted to give her. Sarah sneezed on her handkerchief first before she gave it to Nain. She told Nain that it was precious to her. So, Nain said that she would treasure it. Then, Ian gave her a sword and told her to take it. Ian said that she should remember that she's from the Ippolita family. He said that they will be waiting for her, but not just for him, but for Master Riley's sake. So, Ian told Nain to make sure that she comes back. Suddenly, Iris arrived as well. She was happy that Nain is still there because she has something that she wanted to give her as well. Iris brought her a blue ribbon. Nain asked Iris to wait for a second as she fixed the things on her hands because it was full already. But to her surprise, Iris went behind her and tied the ribbon on her hair. Iris neatened up Nain's hair with the ribbon. Nain felt embarrassed while thanking the three of them. Then, Sarah told Riley if he had anything to give to Nain. Riley felt shy to give it to Nain, so he went closer. He brought her an apple and asked if the apple was alright as a gift. Previously, Nain asked Riley to stay at her side because her life is nearing the end. But Riley said that he can cure Nain's illness. So, Nain asked what he said, to which Riley pointed at the apple and asked Nain to look. He told Nain that she could live. Riley hopes that Nain will continue to live and pick the apple for him. Going back, Nain and Endal proceed to leave the mansion. Endal told Nain that she would be his disciple starting that day. However, Endal thought of a much better nickname, so he told Nain to call him teacher. Nain was confused as she doesn't know what a teacher is. Moreover, they proceed to leave and Nain told herself that she will be back at the Ippolita family. Meanwhile, a meeting was being held at the castle due to the border being attacked and the mercenary that got involved in the attack. They confirmed that the rumor was true that the mercenary has a Herculean strength and because of that, their allies are severely injured. They thought that without the Count of Ippolita, they wouldn't have a chance in that battle. Thus, the Solia head said that they can't ignore the mercenaries. He said that each one of them should take the opportunity as a clear lesson. Then, he asked the doctor about Stain's condition. The woman sadly informed them that the Count is not in a good condition. She said that with the Count's strong right arm being cut off, she doesn't think that he could make it. So, the man felt troubled in the order to issue a wanted order against Cabal mercenaries, and make sure that the Stain's sacrifice wasn't for naught. Meanwhile, as time passes, the Count's condition was worsening. The nuns thought that they should inform Saint's family about his condition as they heard that Saint hasn't chosen a successor yet. Meanwhile, back in the Ippolita household, Royd was in deep thought, thinking about his brother Ryan. He still couldn't believe that Ryan stopped him for trying to help Nain. He couldn't do anything because Ryan is his older brother, so he just wondered why his brother changed so much. Ryan thought that if his father was there, he would have definitely done the right thing like he did with their mother. Then, he thought that he shouldn't think about it anymore. Moreover, he looked at the window as he stopped walking. There, he saw Riley and Ian were outside. Suddenly, the servants informed them that their father had arrived. Quickly, the three of them hastily ran to see their father. However, the Ippolita household were shocked after seeing the Count. Nara was also there and she was surprised when she unexpectedly saw someone. She saw a purple aura among the crowds. The purple color was being directed to the high priest Labursa who was beside the Count Saint. Nara wanted to choose to believe that it's not true. She thought that the man she saw was the priest that she saw at the Solia temple. The whole Ippolita family was shocked when they saw the Count Saint's state. Royd got mad because a person dared to do that to his father. Ryan then asked Saint if he's really going to be alright. Meanwhile, Riley was speechless in disbelief. Then, Count Saint told them that he fought Cabal mercenary in the fierce battle. Cabal is a famous Herculean mercenary. Saint told them that Cabal is a warrior from the Cabal mercenaries. Riley mused that the reason that Cabal went back in the rainfield was because of the border attack. Saint revealed that Cabal has a Herculean strength and there was a sudden gust of wind in the middle of exchanging weapons. If it had been a one-on-one battle, Riley mused that his father would have managed to sort it out. However, Cabal was too strong. Saint was fighting Cabal while trying to protect the soldiers. As a result, Cabal was able to cut Saint's arm. So, Riley was shocked that his father was unfortunate. He didn't expect that it would end up happening. So, Riley was resolute not to lose his family in his present life, but he never expected that it could happen to his father. Then, Saint said that it's time now that his body became like that. He said that they should have already decided on Ippolita's family successor. After Saint called his sons, his 3 sons quickly departed. Riley was in deep thought of what his father said. Before he left the mansion, Saint gave each one of them one task for them to discern who will be his successor. Due to the recent border invasion, most villages in Solia have been in crisis, so Saint's task is visiting the villages and helping them. As the meeting ended, Nara came to Riley because she wanted to tell him something. Nara told Riley that the high priest Labursa beside who's standing behind his father has the same color purple as the Cabal mercenary. Riley thought that it's obvious that Labursa is worried about his father because there's a wanted order from the country, so he also thought if it's the right time to compete for succession. Moreover, Ian shares to Riley that he heard that there is an ogre movement near the Alive village where they were going. Ian asked Riley if he heard him, to which Riley said that he heard. So, he asked Riley the name of the village and Riley said that it's Olive. Ian clarified that it's Alive village, which Riley said that it's just one letter difference. Shortly, Riley could see a village nearby on their path. Thus, he asked Ian if it was the village, which Ian said that it was. While they're arriving, a man was in front of the village. As they stopped, the man asked who they were. Ian informed the man that they have come from the Ippolita family. The man was relieved, so he quickly thanked them as he thought that they were saved. The man is the chief of the village named Molto. Suddenly, Riley noticed something unusual. He thought that the village needed more people. He told Molto that even if they're scared and hiding, the village is too empty. Therefore, Molto said that there were 10 villagers that have disappeared. Molto shared that the situation happened 4 days ago. At first, 1 or 2 children went missing, and then more children began to disappear. Riley was intrigued when Molto mentioned children. And then, he also thought that he's in trouble. Riley thought that even in his previous life, there were children left in the middle of the town. There are children who lost their minds and were covered in blood. Riley tried to purify them with magic. As a result, they turned back to normal. But, they were brainwashed by the demon that Riley came there to kill them. Riley felt sad as the children thought that he was a hero. One of the children thought that it's good that Riley came to finish their life. The girl asked Riley to kill them painlessly. Riley felt guilty as the children requested him to kill them without pain. It was one of the most painful things that happened in Riley's past, and he doesn't want to go through it again. Suddenly, Ian called him, asking if he already thought of how to find the missing children. Riley can't think of an answer because there's no evidence to find the children, so he decided to sum up the chief's words. Riley said that if it's true that the child who was still there until yesterday is gone, the child must still be near the village. So, Riley concluded the answer. He said that the children and the villagers were eliminated by Molto in an instance. Molto was shocked when Riley drew his sword. He begged someone to help him as Riley pointed his sword at him. Riley said that he wouldn't kill Molto. Ian pondered that the reason Molto was scared is because he said it like that, that's why Molto misunderstood. Then, Riley decided to deal with the ogre and kidnapper immediately. But Ian noticed that Riley is using a sword, which Riley said that nothing's wrong because he had taught him how to use it. However, Ian said that it's still dangerous. So, Riley told Ian that he could just protect him. With that said, Ian went with Riley to find the ogre and the kidnapper. Riley told Ian to brace himself. Ian was surprised when Riley suddenly leaped to the tree. Meanwhile, Riley thought that he would finish it in a minute. Ian warned Riley that it's dangerous, but Riley had charged the ogres. With just one strike, Riley eliminated all the ogres in his way. Ian was shocked as he pondered that Riley's skills are not in the Ippolita swordsmanship book. Suddenly, he was surprised when Riley used telepathy to warn him. As Riley was fighting the ogres, he was counting all the ogres that he had killed. Then, he called Ian and asked if there are about 150 ogres just like he said last time, to which Ian said that it is what the village chief has told them. So, Riley told him that some are missing. Ian was too worried about Riley that he didn't feel the ogre's presence behind him. The ogres said that Ian killed their comrades. Meanwhile, some ogres went to the prison that they are keeping some humans and they told the other ogres to open the gate and call more comrades. On the other hand, Riley has killed 90 ogres in his way. Riley thought that his sword wouldn't last any longer, so he needed to find the children immediately. But, he noticed that the children aren't in the territory of the ogres. So, he quickly looked for signs around the area. He felt something nearby, so he wondered if it was there, and discerned that there were 14 children. To his surprise, the energy has weakened. He quickly follows the energy and hopes that it won't fade till he finds the children. Shortly, he saw a cave up front. He stared at the cave while he tried to feel the energy again. However, the energy that he felt before has weakened. So, he mused that the children were dead, but he also thought that it's too early to conclude. With that in mind, he went to the cave without hesitation. As he went in, he saw some unusual things and thought that they were mud. But, he thought that it didn't smell good, so he thought that it wasn't mud. Much to his surprise, there are ogres' corpses in the cave as well, making him wonder who the person that did it. Suddenly, he saw a person walking towards him. The children inside the cave were tied in a rope, and they think that they are going to be eaten by ogre. Suddenly, the boy saw Riley and asked who he was. Riley said that he is the person that would save them. The children's spirit went out as they thought that they were saved. Moreover, Riley asked the children if someone was with them. The children said that they were with the epidemic uncle, who hid them in the cave and left something at the entrance. So, he quickly went to the entrance and looked at the wall. A person wrote a note on the wall and said that the children might have been infected with the plague, so the person asked him to take the children to the temple as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard the children say they were itching. So, Riley realizes that the man was telling the truth. With that in mind, Riley thinks that he needs to get the children out of there first. As Riley and the children got out, Riley counted the children. Then, Riley asked the children to come closer and tell him more about the epidemic beggar that they mentioned. The children said that the man is their kind friend and his hair is down to his belly button. Then, one of the children said that the epidemic uncle is not breathing, so Riley was shocked. The boy got scared with Riley's reaction, so Riley apologized and asked the boy if he could tell him more. So, the boy continued, and as he said, the epidemic uncle wasn't breathing, so he asked the uncle why he wasn't breathing. The man wrote on the wall that if he breathed, they would be in danger. With that said, Riley mused that what he saw inside the cave was because the epidemic uncle has breathed. But, he was also curious about the black-purple liquid. Meanwhile, the epidemic uncle that the children had mentioned went to a certain place. He was wondering if the children had been saved. Then, he thought that the children will be alright, as he can't do anything but think positively. Suddenly, someone called him left leg. To his surprise, it was the Cabal mercenary. Cabal told the epidemic uncle that if he knew something like that would happen, he would have leave it to Labursa. Then, Calab told him not to make such a face. Calab called the Yuhak and said that he's been searching everywhere for him. Yuhak told Calab to step back. He said that he can't be healed if he touched his magic unless it's Labursa. Hence, Calab got mad and questioned why he have to come out like that when they're on the same team. Yuhak doesn't want to be in their secret circle, so he told them to stop interfering. Calab and the hooded woman felt troubled as Yuhak was breathing. Calab thought that it is what is he expected, that he has a bad feeling about him. Meanwhile, Molto was thanking Riley and Ian for bringing the children safe and sound. Riley told Molto to take the kids to the temple to be treated, to which Molto said that he will. So, Molto called the children and informed them that they are leaving. The children were excited to leave the place and go into the temple. As they left, Riley decided to sleep for the next 2 days, as he had done so much work for that day. Moreover, Ian calls Riley. He wanted to ask Riley about his sword because he said that he had never seen him sword hunting or self-practice, so he wondered how Riley learned. Hence, Riley said that he was just imagining it. Ian was shocked by Riley's response, so he also asked about his mana control because Riley sent him a telepathy. But, he was frustrated when Riley denied it. Still, Ian told Riley that he always believed in him even though he doesn't know what he's hiding. Riley felt relieved as Ian just finished questioning him. Suddenly, he saw a messenger pigeon in the sky. Thus, he wondered what it was. Shortly, the messenger pigeon landed on Ian's arms, and he said that it's the pigeon sent by the country. Riley read the message that came from the Black Wizard, informing him that he has come back alive. Riley and Ian were immediately alarmed by the message. Then, Riley confirmed that Labursa is suspicious, as the country asked to search and information about him, and then such a note flew there. Riley also thought that Labursa has a connection with the Black Wizard at the Rainfield. Ian thought that Riley was hiding something about what happened in the Rainfield. Riley didn't look at Ian and asked what he meant, to which Ian said that he should know what he's talking about. Ian grabbed Riley and demanded the truth from him. But Riley told him that there's nothing important to tell him. However, Ian said that he still wanted to hear it. 1 hour later, Riley has finished telling Ian what happened in the Rainfield, so he told Ian that it's up to him to believe it or not. In response, Ian said that he believes Riley. Then, Ian said that he have to decide it, to which Riley asked him what he should decide about. Ian thought that they should go to Solia first, because if what's written in the letter is true, then they need to go to Solia as soon as possible. But Riley said that even though it's true, he can't act recklessly because he's competing for the successor. However, Ian said that he have something more important to do. Riley thought that Ian has been hoping for so long for him to be the heir of Ippolita. But Ian gave up on what he hoped for without a single hesitation and chose to go somewhere else, as Ian was convinced that it's more important to stop the Black Wizard who goes around killing people. In other words, Riley thought that Ian thinks that people should come first. But Riley thought that there's not enough time to spend with the people that are precious to him. Meanwhile, a meeting was being held in the Rainfield, which is composed of different groups that lived for 1,000 years. The ogre was asking for Endal, but the elf said that Endal is not there yet, as he would bring his disciple with him, to which the ogre asked what a disciple is. The mermaid said that disciple is something that humans do training and stuff, hence, the ogre thinks that Endal is a weird one. Suddenly, Endal barged in and told the ogre that he's the one to talk. Endal felt chilly as he can't never get used to Rainfield because the air is so humid. Then, he notices that they were all already there, but they said that there is one more person that hasn't arrived. Endal then asked if it was that person, to which the elf said that she couldn't contact him and the rare was also empty. Then, she asked Endal if his disciple is the one he brought with him. The ogre said that he would like Nain to compete with his guardian. But Endal told him that his guardian won't be able to touch even the tip of Nain's toe. The elf intervened and told them to stop it as she said that there's another reason that she is calling them there. Shortly, she said that the reason that she called everyone to Rainfield is because she felt a strange energy from there. She shared that it happened a few days ago that she felt a bad energy in the Rainfield. She said that it's similar to mana but it's actually a complete opposite. The elf doesn't know that she was referring to the Black Wizard. The energy came from the High Priest's Labursa as well. Moreover, the elf said that it was somewhat unpleasant compared to mana, and there are 3 people who went to Rainfield with the unpleasant energy. So, they asked her what's the big deal about the 3 humans going around. The elf said that those 3 humans are threatening the balance of the world. She revealed that those 3 are directly interfering with the fate of life and death. With that said, the ogre was surprised. The woman at Lanchan also couldn't believe what she just heard. Then, the elf asked Nain to tell her what happened that day in the Rainfield because she was present there. So, Nain proceeds to tell them about what happened on that very day. Nain shared that they met a Black Wizard in the Rainfield. She said that the Black Wizard used purplish-black energy like her, and besides that, he had a necromancy ability. They said that it's not a big deal, because they, the dragons, could easily execute necromancy just by flipping their hands. But, the elf said that the problem is the soul of the body. The woman was surprised as she thought that the elf was saying that the Black Wizard can also revive souls. But, Nain said her master Riley stepped up and killed the Black Wizard and the summons disappeared along with the souls. Suddenly, the elf asked Nain if her eyes can find someone's existence when she visualizes it, which Nain said that she's correct. Then, she asked if she could find someone who was dead. The elf changed her question and instructed Nain to visualize the Black Wizard immediately. Nain was shocked when she started to visualize the Black Wizard. To her surprise, she actually saw a person. Nain was frozen in surprise and couldn't believe what she just saw. She wondered how it was possible, and how the Black Wizard could still be alive. Meanwhile, Riley was telling Ian that they should eat first. But Ian said that the situation is urgent and it's more important than eating. However, Riley said that it's good to move ahead, but preparation comes first. He said that he's officially in the middle of a race for the successor, so he should be stealthy. Thus, Riley and Ian wandered around to find food. Suddenly, Riley noticed some masks that was being sold. Out of nowhere, he suddenly thought of Nain, which surprised him. Ian asked him if he was hurt because his face is red, to which Riley said that it's none of his business. Then, Riley decided to buy 2 masks. He threw the other to Ian and said that it's for him. While Riley was about to leave, Ian called him and asked him to wait. He asked Riley to look at where he's pointing. Riley saw a group of people with capes and then wondered who they were. Suddenly, he recognized that the man in front was Felda. Riley thought that Felda is going to Solia, which Ian also said that he guessed that, so Riley said that they should follow Felda. The tower magicians asked the civilians to move aside and clear the path to let them through. Riley and Ian followed them from behind and observed what the tower magicians would do. The tower magicians felt an unusual presence coming from the basement. It was exuding a black evil energy. Felda instructed the magicians to tell the people to move back. So, the magicians warned the civilians that that area is dangerous, so they shouldn't get any closer. Suddenly, Felda noticed a hand on the stairs. Felda was shocked when he saw an unusual being climbing from the stairs with its right arm. Felda quickly utilizes his power while telling everyone to move back. He wonders if the one climbing the stairs is really a person and then also thinks how the person became like that. Suddenly, the corpses that were climbing the basement. Riley felt troubled as he discerned that he was dead and moving again. Meanwhile, Felda unleashed his full strength and said that he will block the entrance. Felda's power fended off the corpses that were climbing the stairs with just their eyes. Meanwhile, Libersa and the Black Wizard are behind the Temple of Solia. The Black Wizard thought that he liked his new body, which is Astroa's body. Then, Libersa told the Black Wizard not to lose his body again, which the Black Wizard said that he can't die in vain again. Astroa's body was trembling, so the Black Wizard assured him that he would avenge him where he returns. Then, Libersa told him to use his self-hand power. As the Black Wizard used it, corpses from the ground starts to appear. At the same time, the Magic Tower people had to head down to assess the situation. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice in the room. Felda was surprised why Astroa is still alive. But, Libersa told them that they should pay attention to the corpses first. The Magic Tower people immediately wanted to back away, but Riley was too stunned to retreat. Thus, the Black Wizard captured the Magic Tower individuals with his powers. But, Felda made a fireball and said that they won't let him do that. The tentacles of the squid were burned to ashes as the fire was too strong. Hence, Astroa was furious and told Wahyu that he's an ungrateful person. On the other hand, at the Solia temple, Priscia prays to Irenessa asking what she should do. Priscia said that she can't solve the revelation with her current power. Then, Irenessa responded and it brought hope to Priscia. The goddess told her to find the black butterfly if she's lost. She told Priscia that the child of the black butterfly would help her find her way. After a while, Ian and Riley have come back to the mansion and Nara notices that Ian looks pale. Nara realizes that Ian looked like that because he already saw the moving corpse. Then, Riley asked Nara if she found anything about Libersa. Nara told Riley that Libersa enters the Solia downtown during the late afternoon and doesn't leave till the late evening, so Riley mused that Libersa is somehow involved with the corpses. Suddenly, Ian told Riley that he wishes to tell him something. Ian said that he has seen the corpses that he saw in the lower Solia before, but it's not exactly the corpses that he saw before. But, he said that it was the black eyes, so Riley asked Ian when he saw it. It was around 26 years ago. Ian had been dispatched to a small village as a soldier. In that village, there was a woman whom people pointed to as a witch. The woman had the same black eyes like the corpses in the lower Solia downtown, which Ian assumed that is the reason why people called her a witch. But, when Ian met her, he realized that it was all just nonsensical speculation, and the woman was a user of the sword as well. The woman who has a black eyes became Ian's master who taught him the way of the sword while he was still a wanderer. As they got closer, Ian asked the woman why her eyes had become completely black. the woman told Ian that she had been blessed. However, the woman said that she didn't become like that because she wished for it. To Riley's surprise, Ian said that the woman's eyes became black because of the power that is not in their world. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion. Ian quickly looked at the window to see what's happening. He was terrified by what he saw. Then, he quickly informed Riley that the magic tower has fallen. Nara confirmed that the magic tower really has fallen. So, Riley wondered where Felda was and what he was doing for the magic tower to fall. Moreover, Ian said that the magic tower fell in the direction of the temple. Therefore, Riley said that he will head towards the temple. He told Nara and Ian that they should move with haste. At the Solia town, people have become black corpses. The Holy Knights were on guard assisting the citizens to leave Solia. A woman couldn't leave the place because a rock had fallen on her, and she was in trouble because a zombie was looking at her. Fortunately, Ian came at the right time and killed the zombie. Ian quickly helped the woman and told her to leave the place as quick as possible, but the woman said that her child is still trapped. Thus, Ian said that he shall assist her child. Suddenly, the woman told Ian to look behind him. Hence, Ian drew his sword, but to his surprise, it wasn't a corpse. Priscia told Ian if he could get the sword away from her, which surprised Ian when he recognized that it was the Saint Priscia. Afterwards, Priscia told the kid and her mother to hurry and head to where the guards are. So, the mother and her son quickly evacuated. Quickly, Priscia asked the three people who they were as she didn't recognize them because of the mask. But, Priscia understands that they are just there to help people, so they were not answering her questions, so she decided not to ask further. Suddenly, numbers of corpses were already surrounding them. However, Riley and Nara easily dealt with the corpses, eliminating them one by one. But, Priscia told them not to kill the corpses. Priscia tried to purify them with her magic. However, it doesn't seem like magic was working on them. Meanwhile, Ian was also fighting the corpses. He struggled because they were just holding off and weren't killing the corpses. To his surprise, the magicians that turned into corpses still could use their magic. Ian told Riley that they must retreat immediately. But, Astroa and Libursa appeared and said that they can't leave, not on their watch. Priscia was shocked to see Astroa and Libursa together. Riley remembered that he had seen Astroa being killed and confirmed that he's dead, so he was surprised to see him shocked. Hyuriel asked Libursa if that was all he was doing, to which Libursa said that it is best to release his spell. Suddenly, Hyuriel gripped the human's body tightly. He threw Fetal to the ground forcibly. Priscia quickly asked Fetal if he was okay. Fetal quickly said that the thing in front of them is not Astroa, and it is something else entirely. Suddenly, Riley thought of the Black Wizard. He felt a familiar feeling as he looked at Astroa. Thus, he wondered why the Black Wizard was in Astroa's body. At the same time, Priscia asked Libursa why he was with Astroa's body. Libursa said that there is no need for her to know. He said that they are all going to die somehow. Riley told Libursa that he has finally shown his true colors. Astroa's body trembled as Riley appeared, so the Black Wizard knew that Riley is the one that killed Astroa. Then, Riley said that he's the one who killed him as well. The Black Wizard was shocked as he couldn't believe that it was Riley. He realizes that Riley's the man who broke their prayer. Thus, the man got furious and told Riley that he was ungrateful. Libursa also was surprised that it was Riley who killed the Black Wizard. Fetal couldn't imagine that Riley, who is called the Lazy Sword Master, could do that. Moreover, Libursa laughed as he assumed it was Riley at first, but now it was confirmed that it's really Riley. He said that he can't believe that Riley is hiding his amazing skills. So, Libursa said that Riley also needs to die because Riley knows who he was already. Riley said that he doesn't have an intention to die, but if they want to open the door to the underworld, they shouldn't be doing that. With that said, the Black Wizard and Libursa trembled in fear. Riley was overjoyed that his guess was correct, which made the Black Wizard ask how Riley knew about it. The Black Wizard summoned a big octopus, while telling Riley that he isn't supposed to know about his plan. Libursa felt confident as the Black Wizard has his back, so he asked Riley if he could protect the others. Riley thought that he let his guard down. He tried to find where they would attack, and he was surprised when one already grabbed his leg. Riley told everyone to run. Priscia was taken aback when she saw a magician corpse was already about to attack her. Ian shouted at Priscia to get out of the way. He tried to reach her, but he was too far. Priscia could only ponder at that moment, because she doesn't know what to do as she doesn't have much energy left. She closed his eyes and thought about the goddess Irenes, asking if it was the end for her. Irenes's revelation suddenly appeared, telling Priscia to follow the kid of the black butterfly. A purplish dark magic deflected the fire that was going to hit Priscia. Nain said that she was glad that she arrived in time, which made Priscia open her eyes as she recognized the voice. To her surprise, Nain was standing in front of her. Nain was smiling at her with a kind smile. Then, Nain apologizes to Riley as her training took a bit longer than expected. Riley was surprised upon seeing Nain. The Black Wizard was surprised by Nain's skills, because he just saw that she used space inversion. Labursa asked him what a space inversion is, so the Black Wizard explained that it's a 7-circle magic that creates constant boundaries in space. Moreover, Fetal was also surprised with Nain's grow up as she is a 7th circle magician now. Fetal got up and asked Nain what happened, but Nain said that she has something to do even though she really wants to talk to him. Quickly, Nain asked Riley if he could briefly explain to her the situation, so Riley said that Astroa's body is the enemy. The Black Wizard was getting furious as Riley and Nain were working together. Nain was confident in her powers and wanted to finish it quickly. The Black Wizard increased the numbers of corpses. But Nain was unfazed. She passed through all the corpses without killing them. She put something on their back to restrain them. Priscia and Ian watched as Nain dealt with the corpses. Then, they warned Nain that the wizards are zombies as well. So, Nain quickly restrained the wizards by their neck. Afterwards, she quickly hurled her sword behind Ian. Ian was caught off guard by the speed of Nain's sword. Nain told Ian that the sword he gave her was really useful. Ian was overjoyed as he realized that it was really Nain. Meanwhile, the Black Wizard and Labursa start to feel troubled as the situation has changed. They were too distracted by what's in front and didn't feel the attack coming from behind. Still, the two of them barely managed to dodge the magic. Labursa then wondered if Riley wasn't going to step in. He saw that Riley was just yawning and calm at that situation. So, he instructed Hyuriel to hit Riley first. Hyuriel was confident that Riley would be gone by the attack. However, someone deflected his attack. He couldn't believe that the coat that Nain was wearing is an anti-flame. Quickly, Nain grabbed the opportunity to attack them. Labursa thought that they were on the losing side at that moment. So, he called Hyuriel and said that they need to use that. Hyuriel didn't expect that Labursa would want to use it immediately. Labursa told Hyuriel to hold on for about 30 seconds, as he's going to summon it. Labursa materializes a symbol behind him. Riley was startled upon seeing it. Riley told Nain that Labursa was suspicious, so he instructed her to hurry up and finish Labursa. Nain quickly utilizes her powers. But, Hyuriel stopped her. Hyuriel asked Labursa if it was not ready as he couldn't hold on any longer. Labursa told him that the preparations are done. Labursa starts to summon something. The ground crumbles as he summons it. Ian and the others felt the ground shake, so Ian told Riley to be careful. Nain told Riley that they should back up at the moment. However, Labursa said that it's too late. A strange creature arises from the ground shortly. The creature roars as its head appears from the ground. It releases a dark energy around it. Nain and Riley were surprised as the terrifying creature loomed over them. Upon seeing it, they think that it was the dragon. Hyuriel told Labursa to do it fast as he barely made it. Riley was still in shock, as he couldn't think that those people can summon a dragon even though it's incomplete. Suddenly, Hyuriel stated that it was the end for them. Hyuriel was amazed and thought that the dragon's body was wonderful. Labursa then told Hyuriel now to waste their time and he should start. Riley couldn't believe what they're going to do. At the same time, Hyuriel starts to use his magic on the dragon. He immobilized the dragon with his magic. The dragon trembles as Hyuriel immobilizes it. The dragon's eyes change as Hyuriel captivates the dragon. Hyuriel said that he should give as much as he got. Hyuriel unleashed a dark energy through the dragon's body. Shortly, he let go of the dragon's body. Riley saw that the dragon turned to an undead. Nain still couldn't believe that there is a creature in front of him that is similar to her master. Suddenly, they noticed that the dragon was absorbing the air. Riley pierced his sword on the ground and held onto it to not be pulled towards the dragon. Hyuriel said that he will finish it in one go. On the other hand, Nain recognizes what the dragon is doing. Then, she recalled that Needle told her that she should avoid the dragon's breath no matter what happens. Endal told Nain that the only thing that can stop the dragon breath is another dragon breath, and if she can't avoid it, it means death. Thus, Nain couldn't believe that Labursa and Hyuriel, who can't even stop her 7-circle attack, are trying to use the dragon breath. She hoped that it wouldn't have to happen. Hyuriel laughed and said that the more sacrifices they make, the better. Nain's magic was also pulled by the dragon's breath. On the other hand, the dragon was ready to unleash its breath. Nain thought that they were done for. She thinks that no one will be able to stop the dragon's breath. Suddenly, Riley asked Nain why she was trembling. Nain was surprised when Riley put himself in front of her. Nain was confused about what Riley is doing, to which Riley told her not to worry. Riley told Nain what he said back then when he offered his hand. Riley told her that he would help her. Then, Nain told Riley that they should go out of there, but Riley said that it was already too late. Hyuriel thought that they were killing two birds with one shot. Quickly, Riley hugged Nain. Then, he called Nain's name. Riley told her to make sure to pick the apple in her next life. The dragon's breath was hurling towards them, and Riley accepted their fate. Nain blames herself for their fate and apologizes to Riley's families in her thoughts. On the other hand, Hyuriel stated that it would be the end for them. But, they were surprised when a large fire magic appeared. Labursa asked Hyuriel what it was, to which Hyuriel said that he doesn't know either. A big red creature flies to the sky. A red dragon suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It quickly utilizes the dragon's breath. It hurled the fiery breath to counter the undead dragon's breath. The two dragons' breath clashed together. As a result, the undead dragon's breath was stopped halfway. Riley and Nain were saved by the dragon. But, Nain still has her eyes closed as she thinks that they're going to die. Riley told Nain to open her eyes. He told her that he thinks that they're safe. Nain was relieved that they're safe. She smiled at Riley as the threat was gone. However, Riley felt awkward with what happened earlier. Suddenly, the red dragon asked them what they're doing. The red dragon told Nain that he was sure that he told her not to force herself. Nain was surprised when she recognized that the red dragon was her master, Endal. On the other hand, Labursa trembles while wondering where the red dragon came from. Suddenly, he remembered what Priscia had told him, that a dragon will definitely appear in Solia. Hyuriel demanded Labursa to do something. Instantly, the red dragon stepped on Hyuriel. Labursa felt that his body was instinctively going stiff. Then, he thought of moving his finger. However, he got frightened when the dragon felt that he moved. Labursa was shocked when the dragon was right in front of him. Then, Endal told Labursa not to move. He told him that he would deal with them later. Hyuriel quickly called Labursa, but Labursa ordered him to shut up. Labursa told him not to do anything and not move even his fingers. Riley and Nain pass by them, and then Riley tells Endal that the dragon is a mix of elements. Then, he asked Endal what he was going to do with the dragon. Endal said that he would just kill the dragon because he doesn't know it. Quickly, Endal used the dragon's breath on the undead dragon. The undead dragons was instantly burned. Then, Endal smashed it to the ground multiple times. The undead dragon's dark magic spits everywhere. Riley called Endal and told him that it's enough and he should stop. With that said, Endal stopped immediately. But, he told Riley that it's Hyuriel and Labursa's turn. Riley walked towards Labursa and Hyuriel with Endal behind him. Labursa and Hyuriel felt the heavy energy as Riley and Endal walked towards them. Hyuriel told them that they were ungrateful, so he was instantly killed. Riley told Hyuriel that he's already dead for him to be exaggerating the pain. Then, Riley slashed Hyuriel everywhere as he said that Hyuriel still hasn't got what he deserved. Hyuriel fell to the ground while begging for Riley to stop. Riley told Hyuriel that he can't die easily. He made a magic circle and instructed Hyuriel to stay there. Suddenly, Labursa was laughing. Riley asked him if there was something funny, even though he would end up like Hyuriel. Labursa continues to laugh, while telling Riley that he couldn't believe that he would interfere and step up that far. Riley suddenly mused that Labursa was still hiding something. Then, Riley asked Labursa about the prayer that he mentioned and where the dragon's corpse came from. He also asked Labursa what exactly he meant by the underworld. Labursa sarcastically asked Riley if he wanted to know about their prayer. Suddenly, Labursa was shocked when Hyuriel said that the prayer is about gathering human souls to open the underworld. Hyuriel reveals that the body of the dragon was given to them by the one from the underworld. Labursa was furious as Hyuriel kept revealing their secrets. Then, Riley asked Hyuriel what the underworld is. A big lump suddenly appeared on Hyuriel's face when he's about to answer Riley's question. Hyuriel's body was trembling as the lump kept getting bigger and spreading throughout his body. Shortly, Hyuriel's body exploded. Riley was shocked upon witnessing Hyuriel's death. On the other hand, Labursa was furious that Hyuriel tried to reveal their secrets, that he thought that he should have blown Hyuriel's head in the first place. Riley then told Labursa that it's okay even if he doesn't want to reveal their secret. He stated that Labursa is going to die by his hands anyway. Riley attacked Labursa without hesitation. However, a shield barrier protected Labursa. The shield just cracked a little by Riley's attack. An elf suddenly appeared and told Riley that she would have to retain Labursa. Riley recognizes that the elf was the dragon. The elf went down and told Riley that she heard a lot about him from Endal. The elf went by the name Isiltur, the head of the dragons. Then, Isiltur told them that dragons have a duty to maintain the balance of the world and the Wheel of Fortune, so they must secure Labursa's enlistment without fail. Riley then asked her if it's why he blocked her sword. Isiltur told Riley that he was right and it is not too late to deal with Labursa after gathering all the information. But Riley did not agree and said that Labursa is the kind of person who can revive a dead person, to which Isiltur countered that they must keep Labursa alive for the future. Riley then asked if she meant 100 years later. Isiltur answered him, but Riley got impatient. He attacked Labursa again, so Isiltur held the barrier. Riley told Isiltur to let the people think for themselves because he will live however he wants. Isiltur felt troubled as the amount of mana contained in Riley is immeasurable. She thought that she had to stop Riley before the barrier breaks. Isiltur put chains on Riley and told him to lay down his sword for the future of their world. Riley was irritated that Isiltur would still fight him in the end. Suddenly, Riley releases a strange aura around him. Isiltur was alarmed as she felt the energy coming from Riley. Riley cut off the chains while he said that he doesn't want to care about anything anymore. Riley said that he's tired. But Isiltur still told him to stop. However, Riley still couldn't be stopped. Suddenly, a strange creature appears, saying that he's disappointed in Labursa. A hand reached that swayed Isiltur and went towards Riley. Riley immediately deflected the hand that was about to touch him. Riley wondered what those things were. Then, he noticed that his sword was going to break. His sword has completely broken off and the hand was able to pass. The hand grabbed Labursa. It pulled Labursa towards the magic circle, so Riley thought that it was running away. Riley tried to catch up to them. However, a black person appeared in front of him. The black thing asked Riley if he's still wondering about his past life. He said that Riley has quite a strange memory. The creature said that he got to see something interesting, so he would give Riley a present. The hand suddenly grabbed Riley's body. It squeezed Riley's body that made him cough blood. Riley felt that the hand was swinging without any mana. At the same time, Isiltur tried to stop the hand from running away. She thought that they can't let an opportunity slip away. To her surprise, Nain helped her. Nain put a dragon mark on the big hand. Shortly, the hand completely disappeared from nothingness. Endol quickly asked Nain where Labursa went, and Nain said that she's currently searching. Nain searched for the hand meticulously. But she was surprised by what she saw. Nain saw a similar scenery that he saw in Riley's nightmare. However, she realized that it was not just similar, but it's the same place. Nain starts to wonder why the place keeps showing up and how they are related to Riley. She thought if Riley was hiding something, as the place keeps appearing like when talking about Riley's peculiar dreams sometimes. Nain then concluded that Riley really belongs in that strange world. Shortly, Riley came out to the house, wondering where the hand went. Endol told Riley that maybe he survived because he had a stone head, to which Riley thought that Endol is so annoying. Then, Riley asked Nain if she found anything. Nain told Riley that she needs to talk to him. She said there are things that she saw in Riley's dreams. Nain mentioned to Riley that she saw a carriage with black wheels, buildings much taller than the tower, and a land covered with black pebbles. Nain also said that she saw humans fighting against monsters they have never seen before. She said that the world is so vivid to think of it as just a dream. Moreover, Nain said that she saw it again through the location of the black hand. She told Riley that she doesn't think that it was a coincidence. Thus, Nain demanded Riley to tell her that he knows what the world she saw is and that Riley came from that world. Suddenly, Riley grabbed Nain's arm. Riley ordered her to erase all the memories in her head. Unbeknownst to them, a man was secretly watching them. Shortly, the man decided to leave. Proceedingly, what happened was covered in the newspaper. Riley was relieved that someone covered it. Then, he looked at Nain and the others from the other table. Priscia was relieved after Nain told them that her body has gotten so much better, but Ian told Nain that it's still unfortunate that she couldn't fix the scar on her face. Nain said that it was okay because she didn't have much greed for that part. Riley was eavesdropping at their conversation. Suddenly, Endol shouted at Riley, which startled him. Endol told him to wake up and listen carefully because it's related to Nain's disease. Endol said that he has extended Nain's life force a bit more through magical measures, but it's not completely cured. He wiped out all the circles that Nain had and taught her from the beginning, using the method of the dragons, and after clearing all of that out, Nain's physical condition improved. But, Endol said that the biggest problem is the eye. Riley mused that it was Nain's right eye. Endol said that the problem was solved by replacing the force inside her body. But, the eyesight is not the same, as dozens of threads are tangled together. Endol explained that if they touch it recklessly, it would be faster for Nain to die, because the human body can't withstand the process. Moreover, Endol concluded that switching to a stronger body will have a higher chance of surviving. Then, Riley asked how specifically Nain should change. Endol said that Nain has to give up being a human being. He wanted to get both their consent, and because Riley is Nain's owner, whether to give up being human or to die as a human would be up to Riley. Thus, Riley asked Endol what would happen if Nain gives up on being human. Endol said that he would rather show it to Riley. A small fireball appeared in the air. Suddenly, a fairy appeared and said that she's Helion, a spirit that served the red dragon as its master. Endol said that if Nain gives up being human, she would be reborn as an artificial spirit similar to Helion. Helion rested on top of Riley and said that he's pretty unique. Suddenly, Endol tries to grab Helion. Endol explained that they can't since it's not materialized. He said that it's a trait from the spirit world, but it would be too long to talk about. Endol got angry and told Helion to shut up. Thus, Helion hides behind Nain. Then, Endol told Riley that Nain will be born with the memories and appearance of her life as a human being. But, Riley thinks that it's awkward because there are too many advantages. Endol said that there's a downside as well, as Riley needs to add a lot of mana to maintain its existence. However, Endol told Riley that he has nothing to worry about in terms of mana. He said that curses won't be a big problem if he put a high-ranking spirit like Helion. Then, Riley thinks that it's okay to do it. Endol stood up as he understood that it had been decided. Riley asked him where he was going, to which Endol said that he's going to the west for a while. Then, Endol ordered Helion to stay with Nain, as he already got permission for what he talked about the other day. Helion was happy as Endol said it, while Riley asked Endol what he meant. Endol said that it was what he just said, to which Riley realizes that he would not be the one transforming Nain. Endol told Riley that he should be the one to be doing it, but Riley asked why he would be the one to do it. Thus, Endol said that he's just a temporary teacher, while Riley is the master. Endol left quickly when he told Riley to ask Helion for detailed explanations. Helion thought that she felt helpless, while Riley was still in disbelief. Endol traveled to the west with a certain individual. They were talking about the dragon that has appeared in Solia. They thought that it was impossible for mere humans to subdue a dragon. Hence, they thought that it would be a different story if it had to with that. Endol stated that they must catch them this time. On the other hand, Priscia asked Riley to let her follow him. But Riley quickly disagreed. Priscia persisted, saying that she can't shop up because of certain circumstances, and the Temple of Solia also collapsed. Ian and Nara tried to convince Riley to take Priscia in, as she is still the saints of Solia. However, Riley reasoned that Priscia grew up in the temple, so they need to get rid of the notion that her requests will be granted unconditionally. But they told Riley that he wouldn't find a naive and immature saints like Priscia again. Suddenly, Riley was startled when Priscia loudly apologized. Priscia said that the temple collapsed because she acted foolishly, that's why she couldn't even protect the temple people. She said that she's worried as well, as she has been staying up every night and trying to figure out on her own no matter how difficult it was. Ian and Nain pressured Riley, saying that Priscia is not useless. Riley felt cornered, so he told them that they could take Priscia in. After a while, they arrived back at the Ippolita mansion. Riley asked Nara if she did what he asked her to do. Nara told him that she did what he said, thus, Riley said that it's enough. Then, Riley thought that his father would decide. Ryan called Riley and told him that he hopes that the result of the succession race is fair and square. Ryan told Riley that he thinks that he would have done a trick by leaving Ian behind. Moreover, he congratulated Riley as Nain also returned, to which Riley said that he would go to the office first if he's done talking. Ryan felt irritated as Riley ignored him. Then, Royd told Ryan that they should also go. Suddenly, Royd recalled the time when he saw Riley in Solia. He saw the terrifying corpses that appeared in Solia. That time, he heard someone tell him to raise his sword in Solia. Royd turned as the person that said that was the saint of Solia. Royd fell speechless as he remembered that day. Suddenly, Ryan asked him what going on, to which Royd has said that it was nothing. The three of them stood in front of their father, and the Count Saint was telling them that it was thanks to them that Solia was able to get back on its feet. Count Saint applauded Ryan as he heard that he saved many villages. Then, he proceeds to Royd. Saint told Royd that he did a great job in Solia, but Royd disagreed. Royd pondered that Riley was the true person that settled the case at Solia. Moreover, Count Saint proceeds to Riley. But, he said that it's enough, so Ryan thinks that Riley is done for. Then, Count Saint informed them that the succession would be announced in 2 days, so he told the three of them not to be distracted in the meantime. As the meeting ended, Royd wanted to say something to Riley. However, he couldn't say it in words, so Riley said that he would go first. Ryan asked Royd why he stopped talking and then said that he seemed different that day. Thus, Royd said that it was nothing. As the 2 days have passed and the succession day finally came. The Ippolita family prepared a feast where nobles come from different places. Riley was watching the nobles have a feast. He was in deep thought about what the black person told him about his past life. He thought that he wasn't keeping it a secret not because he wanted to. Riley thought that it would have been much better to be born without knowing anything. He thought that he had no use of excellent divination and a huge amount of mana. Riley thought that in the end, the road he took was hell, as it has become a landscape that he never wants to look back on. Riley also thought about Nain's question. Then, he thinks that it's no wonder that Nain found out so soon. Riley always enjoyed talking about what kind of dream he had, even though it's a past life that he wanted to forget. He laughed and talked about it, but now, he feels uncomfortable. Suddenly, he was startled when he realized that Nain was beside him. Riley mused that Nain found him with her eyes, but Nain said that she didn't use it. Hence, Riley thought that he's making a fuss. Then, Nain offered her thighs to Riley. Riley opened to Nain about her becoming an artificial spirit. Nain then told Riley that she's worried as she thought that he would no longer keep her if she won't be a human being. But, she said that she's fine. Nain said that it's because Riley allowed her to stay by his side. Then, she apologizes for apologizing so late. Nain gave the apple to Riley. Suddenly, Riley called Nain by her name. He said that he would ask her again, to which Nain quickly said yes. On the other hand, the visitors stopped as the Count Saint had arrived. Count Saint walked through them with Iris by his side. The nobles noticed that Saint had only one arm, so they think that the reason for selecting a successor is because of it. Moreover, they all have different opinions about who will be the successor, and then suddenly, a woman said it's funny. They asked her what she thought was funny. The woman told them that they are unbefitting for aristocrats as they open their mouths foolishly. As a result, the people got mad at what she said. Shortly, Count Saint spoke at the front, thanking them for gracing them with their presence at the announcement of the successor to the Ippolita family. Count Saint sincerely thanked them. Moreover, he said that all three of his sons did their best and took the test with utmost effort. He said that he underwent a fair evaluation to uphold the name of Ippolita with pride. Then, he announced that Royd Ippolita is the successor of the Ippolita family. Royd was confused why his father had chosen him as the successor, as he thought that it should be his older brother or Riley. On the other hand, Riley happily claps his hand for Royd. The aristocrats were also surprised with the announcement. But Iris was happy as well with the decision. Shortly, Royd went up to the stage. Count Saint told Royd not to keep him waiting. Thus, Royd quickly went up the stage beside his father. However, he was still anxious. Ryan was shocked in disbelief that his father did not choose him. Shortly, Count Saint brought out a beautiful sword. The aristocrats and Ryan were surprised with the revelation. Count Saint proceeds to share that there was an incident at the capital, and Royd obtained the sword because he was active in the incident. Ryan fell speechless as Royd received the recognition. He felt furious as his efforts were in vain. On the other hand, Count Saint told Royd that he did a great job. As the feast ended, Ian asked Riley if he was okay. Riley told Ian that he's calmer than he thought, but Ian said that he's just pretending to be calm. Ian knows that Riley was the one who originally received the sword. But Riley said that Royd saved the people. Then, he told Ian that he knew that he wasn't interested in the heir position. Riley said that he's sick of imagining that he would do a lot of paperwork to be called at Solia Castle, and he would even deal with a fight between aristocrats. Then, Riley also said that his own mother applauded as well, so he can't do anything. Suddenly, he heard Ryan shouting. Ryan was asking their father for what reason he chose Royd over him. Ryan begged his father to answer him because he's not convinced. Hence, Count Saint said that Royd is the one that received the sword from Solia Castle. However, Ryan still can't accept it and said that he's the one who saved more villages. Count Saint then mentioned Ryan's name. Saint asked Ryan if he doesn't really see the difference between him and Royd. Saint mentioned the presence of an honor, the power of the sword, and the number of people who were saved, which Ryan didn't pay attention to. Then, he told Ryan that it was mindset. He said that what he saw was a pure mindset before taking up the sword. Saint told Ryan that he didn't wield the sword to save people in the villages, as he just wielded the sword for the heir position. Then, Saint reveals that he had a conversation with Royd to inform him of the successor's results in advance. Previously, Royd told his father that the sword belonged to Riley. Royd said that it was all thanks to Riley, so he wants Riley to be the successor and not him. Ryan felt furious that his own brother dared to act behind him. Thus, Saint told Ryan that his face seems to resent Royd a lot. He said that it was the difference between him and Royd. Suddenly, Ryan grabbed the sword. He charged at his father and said that the statement is unacceptable and that he can't agree with it. Ian and Riley were shocked by Ryan's sudden action. Ian wanted to help Saint, but he noticed that he doesn't have a sword with him. To his surprise, Riley got his sword and was the one who deflected Ryan's sword. Ryan let go of his sword. Thus, Ryan was in shock. He wondered how that was suddenly happening. Saint quickly swayed Ryan's sword. Then, he quickly grabbed Ryan by the neck. He told Ryan that he was so disappointed. Saint grabbed him by the face and told him that he was blinded by the air position. Saint was furious and thinks that the situation is ridiculous. Thus, he crashed Ryan's head in the ground. Then, Saint asked Ryan to choose. He asked him if he's going to die there or he would be kicked out. Ryan starts to question what he did so wrong. He felt while telling his father that he just did his best for his family. On the other hand, Ian asked Saint if he was okay. Saint asked Ian if he was the one that defended him, to which Ian nervously said that it was him. But, Saint knew the truth. He thought that it was Riley again. On the other hand, Riley was wondering if Ian had handled the situation properly, as he had a bad feeling. Suddenly, he noticed some people in his path. An aristocratic woman seemed to be lost at the mansion. She seemed to be finding a certain room, which her servant also doesn't know where it was. After looking everywhere, her eyes caught Riley. She quickly went to Riley and asked if he could help her as she was lost. The woman seems to be embarrassed to say what room she was looking for, which Riley mused that she's looking for the bathroom. Even if Riley mentioned the other rooms, the woman says that it was not what she was looking for. Eventually, she revealed that she's looking for young Master Riley's bedroom. Upon hearing this, Riley pointed at himself and asked why it was his room. By what Riley said, the woman was flustered as she didn't expect that Riley was just in front of her. She covered her mouth in embarrassment for not recognizing Riley. Proceedingly, the woman went to the count and introduced herself as Lutrina Felicinian of the Felicinian family. Based on the rumors, she is a princess who has never appeared in public. There were several rumors that the daughter of the Duke family had no history of marriage and people claimed that she must have been physically unattractive or suffer from fatal illness. Riley then asked Lutrina why she was looking for him, when he heard that there were marriage proposals going on with other families. Lutrina said that she has in fact talked about marriage with the others, but it's just that she hasn't met the right person. Upon hearing the truth, Riley thought that the people only put pressure on the rumors about the marriage proposal by deliberately leaving other false rumors alone. The reason that Lutrina came to the mansion was that they had received a letter from the Ippolita family about the announcement of the successor, and she was really curious about the young master who received a medal at the Solia castle. Moreover, Lutrina congratulated Count Saint for the big turnaround of his two sons after he had a major injury. While they were talking, Riley's father suddenly kicked his feet. By his father's expression, he wanted Riley to say something as Lutrina is an important person. Her mother also cheered for him, but Riley doesn't feel good about it. Then, Riley asked Lutrina about the Ippolita letter that she mentioned earlier. Lutrina said that it was about their meeting. Hearing this, Riley thinks that it was his father who arranged the meeting. Out of nowhere, Lutrina asked Riley if he disliked her. Even though Riley wanted to say that he hates it, he just said that he's not that used to those kinds of situations. Lutrina was relieved after what Riley said, and then expressed that she wants him to give him a chance to try again. As they are now acquainted, Lutrina told Riley that he could call Ryuna from then onwards, to which Riley also told her to call her Riley. But in Riley's mind, he thinks that it's going to be annoying. At the same time, Nain went in front of the castle as she saw Priscia and Nara leaving. Nara told her that she can't stay in the mansion forever as she's originally a mercenary as well. Thus, Nain asked where they were going, because if they told her, it might come in handy later on in case they never know. Last night, in a dream, Priscia saw a scenery of the west, thus, she wondered if it's a revelation of something, so she decided to head west with Nara. Worriedly, Nain asked Priscia if she's alright, which Priscia said that she was, and she just thinks that Riley feels uncomfortable around her, so she thought that it would be better to move quickly. However, Nain said that Ian or Riley should at least come to say their goodbyes, but Nara said that it's okay as she knows that they are busy. Out of the blue, Priscia asked Nain if she was okay, which confuses Nain. Priscia asked if she doesn't mind that the young master is currently attending a meeting with the daughter of the Duke's family. She said that Riley Master could even marry the princess at that rate. In response, Nain said that it was not for her to decide, because it's up to Riley to make the decision for himself. Upon hearing Nain's response, Nara and Priscia decided to proceed on leaving. As they left, Nain stared at the back of their carriage. A feeling of unease was felt by Nain as she thought about Priscia's question about the young Master Riley. Even if she felt that way, Nain thought that she's fine. She thought that as long as she could be by Riley's side, she's satisfied with it. The next day, Riley starts the day hanging out with Ryuna. They were having a cup of tea at the garden, with both their butlers at their side. After a while, Ryuna took the courage to talk with Riley. She asked him if he had really never wielded a sword, which Riley answered coldly that shocked Ian. Ryuna tries to have a conversation with Riley, but Riley seems not interested in talking to her. Then, she brought up the medal that Riley received at Solius Castle and asked how he obtained it as she was so curious about its story. A sense of awkwardness falls between them as Riley did not answer. Then, Riley apologizes for not paying attention to her as an important story point has come. A sense of embarrassment falls on Ian as Riley wasn't trying to lighten up the mood, as he thinks that even the stone statues that used to decorate the mansion are not up to that level of coldness. Ryuna glared at Riley as she was irritated by how he treats her. At that moment, she thought of an idea. She called Riley and asked if he could guess what he was thinking. Riley's attention was caught when Ryuna guessed that he hoped that their meeting would end soon because it's annoying to meet her. As Ryuna goes on, Riley's expression changed when Ryuna asked him what nightmares are he still haunted by. Seeing Riley's flustered face, Ryuna guessed that she was right. From the look on Riley's face, she said that it looks like he stabbed Riley in the wrong place, and asked him not to be angry. She said that it would be more appropriate to say that he made her as the princess of the Felicinian family angry first. At that moment, Riley asked her how she was able to know what he was thinking. Ryuna played dumb, asking what he was talking about. Riley's expression changed as Ryuna seemed to be making fun of him. Then, Ryuna said that the rumor about the lazy swordsman who sleeps all day without holding a sword in the time of peace seems like it was just really a rumor. She would like Riley to know how she could read his thoughts. But, she said that there's a condition. She would let Riley know if she defeated her escort in a sparring match. Her escort sparred against various aristocratic families' guards and he's never lost before. If Riley were to make such a fuss over a mere escort, it would show the world how small-minded he is, even to the extent of vexing the Lord, as Ryuna said. As the conditions were laid, Ryuna asked him if it's a pretty good deal. After a while, Ryuna meets up with the Count to inform him that she thinks that he was right that Riley might be hiding his power. Her claim was immediately confirmed when he slightly triggered Riley's nerves. And the Count asked if she was sure that she didn't make a mistake or misunderstand. Ryuna smiled, meaning that she didn't make a mistake. She asked Riley what he thinks about their deal. However, Riley was furious as Ryuna's escort didn't know how to distinguish his rank from another. He said that he's out of his mind. Stop, Ian told the escort not to move a single inch. While it is true that he is the princess's escort, their location is still within the premises of the Ippolita mansions, and Ian told them that it was unacceptable behavior. Contrary to what Ian said, Ryuna thinks that Riley's butler is also looking forward to the real fight. Ian quickly explained that he would never do such a thing. If they don't like the deal, she can't help it and would have no choice but to tell the Count about what happened. She said that Riley may currently need a sleeping pill in order to obtain a decent night's sleep. Riley was getting irritated that Ryuna keeps saying nonsense. He was furious that she kept threatening him that he would tell his father all of those. So he told Ian to be the judge. He repeated with a serious face to be the judge on the fight. Immediately, Riley and Ryuna's butler prepare to spar. Riley has been under a lot of pressure lately. He would appreciate it when the butler came at him like that. Riley thinks that the butler thought that he would be scared if he stares at him like that, whereas in fact, he doesn't have a match to him. However, a memory occurred to Riley. A saint was calling him a hero. People wanted him to wield his sword for them. With the memory suddenly appearing, Riley felt nauseous. Ian immediately noticed something wrong. Without a hint of hesitation, Riley announces that he can't do it. This made the butler complain and said that he should have corrected the habit of giving up when he didn't want to do something when he's young. But it seems like Riley's body instinctively recognizes the butler's disgust. Because of the feeling of nausea, he couldn't stand the opponent. The butler got mad, making him want to charge at Riley. However, he was stopped by Riley's terrifying aura. His aura made the butler's body frozen in place. Riley apologizes and tells the escort that he needs to use the restroom urgently because he has an upset stomach. But Ryuna asked him to wait a minute. She asked Riley how he stopped her escort's movements. Riley responded that he's not sure what she was talking about. That moment, Ryuna was convinced by the state her escort was in. She said that it's clear that young Master Riley is hiding something. Then, Ryuna expressed that she was frustrated that she ruined Riley's mood because of the Duke's request. She mentioned to Saint that there's something missing about Royd being the successor. So, she would like to ask Saint something in return for his favor. Normally, the invitation to their family's year-end party should have been delivered to the successor of the Ippolita, but Ryuna said that she wants to give it to someone else. On the other hand, Riley was in the room with Nain. Nain felt that Riley is having trouble on something, so she asked if he's okay. However, Riley was deep in his thoughts about how he lost his temper earlier. Nain opened up when she heard from Ian that he withdrew from a sparring match with the ladies' escort during the match. He asked if it was related to the things that he told her to keep it a secret. But Riley said that they should forget it and stop talking about it. He summoned Heliona as he just remembered that he had her. Then, he told Nain that they should prepare soon for turning her into an artificial spirit. Riley ordered Heliona to tell him all the details about turning Nain into an artificial spirit. Heliona thinks that it's best to transform Nain in spring before butterflies fly around and to meet the perfect spirit for Nain. She said that it's a spirit that becomes Nain's vessels. The location, she said, is towards the west. As for the explanation, she stated a place where black wings fly between the white snow and where a bright song rises silently. Even if she had stated it, Riley was confused as he doesn't know what it meant. He demanded Heliona to speak in human language, so Heliona said that it means it's the location of the vessel. Heliona told Riley not to make such a face because if her lord has already mentioned it in advance, then the spirits are probably waiting for it as well. A proper spirit would have marked a trail nearby, she joked to Nain. Right after, Riley asked Nain what she thinks, which Nain said that she was prepared in advance and if she could be by his side, he would have tried even more complicated methods. As she said, Riley seems to understand. However, he still felt down. Out of nowhere, Heliona said that she has a question for Riley. Heliona mentioned the princess in the garden that was with him earlier, and then asked if she was prettier than Nain, which instantly flustered Nain. Upon hearing it, Riley was confused about what Heliona said. Heliona asked to tell her honestly that Nain was prettier than Ryuna. While Heliona was talking, Nain suddenly grabbed her due to embarrassment. She stood up and apologized to Riley and said that she would make sure to pay closer attention to Heliona from then onwards. Nain left even if Riley had called her. He was left dumbfounded and was confused with Nain's actions. After some time, Riley was called to his father's room. He went in as he heard that Saint had called for him. Then, Roy decided to take his leave, and his father told him to finish what he assigned him a while ago. While Roy was leaving, he looked at Riley's face. Riley asked him if he had something on his face, to which Roy said that he didn't and he just wanted to say take care and have a good trip. He said that he felt like he would become lonely once he leaves now that their older brother is gone. He left the room while he said that it was nothing and he should forget what he just said. Right after, Count Saint asked Riley to sit down. Riley asked Saint why he called him. Saint brought out a letter and told Riley that it was delivered to him. As soon as he saw the letter, Riley became curious. Without delay, he opened it. He was astonished upon seeing the contents of the letter. He immediately shouted to his father that he's not going anywhere. Riley was invited to a year-end party of the Felicinian Duke family, whereas Riley told his father that it would just make him restless and uncomfortable. As his father wasn't responding to him, Riley mused that the invitation was for a marriage proposal. Count Saint continues to stay silent as Riley let out his frustrations. Riley said that he won't do it and he's not interested. He said that he even had a blind date the day before yesterday, which was too sudden without any prior notice. Consequently, Riley was furious and told his father that he should have asked him at least once. Count Saint was astonished to see Riley so furious. Unconsciously, Riley was showing disrespectful behavior to his father. Saint thought that Riley should have run away instead of complaining if he were that lazy, as he had never seen him so angry. Then, he asked Riley to calm down and listen to him first. Ask a father, he wanted to ask him something seriously. He brought out a sword and asked Riley why did he hide it. Riley asked Saint what he meant, to which Saint told him to stop pretending, as he had also heard from his mother, Ian, and Sarah. Saint knew that he was the one that caused the commotion back then. He asked Riley why he hid his outstanding skills. At that moment, Riley couldn't say anything, as he also wondered why. He wondered why he was born with those memories, which he can't travel comfortably. And the number of people he dislikes keeps increasing. Riley also questioned himself why it was happening to him. In his past life, the people blamed him. All the people despised and blamed him for what happened in their life and children, telling him that it wouldn't happen without him. Because of Riley, the children died, said by the people. At that time, Riley crumpled to himself as his ears were hurt from the numerous blames that he heard from people. At the present, Saint told Riley that he didn't get the medal just because he was lucky, but he knew that he was also present when the Archmage turned the city into a mess. Surprisingly, Riley has lost his memory about the medal. He felt anxious as he didn't know what his father was saying, and also felt like there's other people around him. He also forgot the award and his servant, Nain. Riley felt like someone was holding onto his neck, calling him hero. He kept hearing strange voices in his head, calling him a hero and blaming him. Anxiously, Riley saw the evil faces surrounding him and reprimanded him for what he had done. He saw people hanging from the ceiling and asking him if he made them die. Suddenly, Riley shouted that he didn't kill anyone. His mind was going crazy by the things that kept appearing in his head. Out of nowhere, he recalled his father's first wife and her father, whom he killed because they tried to murder his mother. Seeing Riley's unusual act, Saint stood up and asked Riley what he was talking about all of a sudden. Riley apologizes to Saint and says that his physical condition is not good. He said that he should go to his room and rest, which Saint also agreed that he should go. While Riley was leaving, his father called him and said that he believed in him. A silence enveloped the room as Riley left. Saint could sigh helplessly as their meeting didn't go the way he planned. Actually, Saint called Riley to praise him, and not just because of the letter. Seeing how Riley reacted, Saint wondered what else Riley was hiding. The next day, Riley prepares to leave with Ian, Sarah, and Nain. Seeing Sarah bring a huge bag with her, Ian joked that she looked like she's planning to establish a home somewhere. Sarah said that they must prepare like that if they are going to serve the young master, and then, she asked them where the carriage was. Riley responded that they don't need a carriage, as they would be traveling by foot. Then, he called Nain, which Nain immediately utilizes her powers. Nain summoned an unusual door. The door was big and could fit a person. Nain told them that it was teleport, which allows them to move directly to the westward. The maids were amazed upon seeing Nain's magic, because they heard that the magic was difficult to use. Feeling hectic, Riley said that he would be going first. He went in without hesitation, which surprised everyone. As he left, Nain instructed Ian and Sarah to follow her and said that they had to move quickly, otherwise it would take quite a while to reopen a closed door. Upon hearing that they might feel a bit dizzy after entering, Ian and Sarah felt nervous, but Nain assured them that there was no danger. Right after, Nain told them that they should go. They were teleported to a wintry mountain at the west. While they were walking, Sarah asked them to wait. She asked where Ian was. Nain said that it seemed like Ian didn't come, but she's not sure what happened. Thus, Sarah asked if they had to go back and get Ian, to which Nain said that it would be difficult since she had to wait at least 2 weeks to reopen the door. Riley continued his way and left them behind. He turned around and told Nain and Sarah that there's nothing they could do and they have to go first. Sarah sighed and said that he can't help it because Ian is timid as well. Moreover, Nain asked Sarah why she was suddenly accompanying them on the trip. So, Sarah shared that there was a request from Madame Iris. Iris asked Sarah if she would mind accompanying Riley on his journey to the west, as she thinks that it would be less worrisome for her if she goes. Sarah understood Iris and then asked her if she was very anxious about Riley. Iris responded that she was because Riley is like going through puberty. Finally, Sarah revealed the reason to Nain. Before Riley went on his trip, Iris instructed him not to forget to contact him this time, to which Riley immediately apologizes as there are circumstances that he couldn't help. Patting his head, Iris assured him that it's okay and he just needs to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Iris stated that even if he is in a position where he can make a mistake again, he should have the courage to ask for help from others, so that he could avoid it. In her last statement, she told him not to try to shoulder everything alone. After some time walking, they rested at a cave. Sarah and Nain were looking at the map beside the bonfire, where they realized that they had walked quite a bit from where they started. As Sarah saw the Duke of Felicinian estate is nearby, she suggested that they should stop by. She heard that the family just sent an invitation to Riley, which she also thought that it must be hard to get in since they didn't bring the invitation card. On the other hand, Nain seemed sad after thinking that it was the invitation that the princess had sent. Lost in thoughts, Nain accidentally cut her fingers, which shocked Sarah. Sarah reached out for her hand and told her that she needs to be careful. She put a bandage on it and said that she was too pretty to get hurt at that age. Nain asked her what Sarah meant and said that she doesn't have to give her unnecessary compliments if she doesn't mean it. But Sarah assured her that she's really pretty. Sarah cites that Nain wields a sword for the young master, pour tea, do laundry, and make food. That's why she called her pretty. However, Nain said that her appearance is rather ugly, to the point that it's hard to even look at her. In response, Sarah told her that appearance doesn't matter, and even if it did, it doesn't change the fact that she is beautiful. She told Nain that her eyes are focused on her wound, and she seems like she doesn't realize how much she has grown. Nain fell silent as Sarah told her not to focus too much on the outside because her inside will become empty. After that statement, Nain asked Sarah if she thinks that Riley is thinking the same way. Hence, Sarah suggests that she should ask Riley herself, but Nain was worried that Riley would get mad. However, Sarah doesn't think that Riley would get angry about praising Nain being pretty. Immediately, Nain stood up and went to Riley, which surprised Sarah. Nain called Riley's attention with haste. She told him that there's something that she would like to ask. When she's about to say it, she noticed something strange on Riley. Nain noticed that he looked very tired, to which Riley told her not to worry as he was just sleepy for just a day or two. Nain mused that Riley is not able to sleep well. So, she asked him if he wasn't sleeping. As she's about to mention that he's having a nightmare, Riley immediately said that he would sleep. However, a strange sound resonated nearby, which caught their attention. Sarah immediately discerned that it was a wolf. She informed Riley and Nain that there are 2 in total and then asked what they should do. Riley then asked Sarah what he meant. Then, he quickly brought out his sword as he was planning to kill them. But Nain stopped his hand and called him young master. Riley was astonished as Nain told him that it's okay and he doesn't have to do that alone. Nain said that she knew that he also wanted to avoid drawing knives and shedding blood every time something like that was happening. She believes that if they talk to the wolves, they will listen. But Sarah feared the wolves, so she instructed them to get out of there quickly. However, Nain continues to confront the 2 wolves. She noticed that there was something strange on the wolf's body. She told the wolves that she is not trying to hurt them. Nain laid out her hands and told them to come. One of the wolves opens their mouths at Nain. Eventually, the wolves accepted Nain. Seeing the calm wolves, Riley asked Nain how he did it, to which Nain said that she learned it from the creatures in her master's cave. Moreover, Nain recognizes the stains on the wolf's body was the same phenomenon she saw last fall in the desert area near Solia Castle. Riley said that he has also seen it. Anxiously, Nain said that the stain is the one that her master and Isildur were after, or it must have been left by one of the humans. She reveals that they were chasing a human like Libursa or the Black Wizard who raised corpses. As Nain told Riley that the suspicious people seemed to use something special in magic, she also began to treat the wolves' injuries. With ease, she removed the poison on them. Then, she asked Riley if it was okay for them to travel with the wolves because she read in the books that wolves are helpful in the snow. Riley immediately agreed and said that she can do whatever she wants. But Sarah shouted to wait a minute and asked if they could just send them back. Although Sarah pleads to send them back, Nain and Riley still have the wolves stay. As Sarah wasn't sleeping, Riley asked her if she wasn't mad about the wolves, which she said that she wasn't. However, her body says the opposite while looking at the wolves. Eventually, she admitted that she was a little afraid of dogs, because she was bitten by a dog when she was young and it still remains as a trauma for her. She asked Riley if he had something similar like trauma. As Riley wasn't responding, Sarah mused that Riley doesn't have any. Thus, she spoke up and said that she's trying to be careful because there are many things besides the dogs, which she thought that she had gotten a lot better at, but it seems the dogs are still difficult for her. With her statement, Riley asked her if one of her traumas includes Solia downtown. Sarah chuckled and said that he knew. But Riley said that he doesn't know entirely, and he just saw her eyes turn so fierce that it was scary during the last incident in Solia. While they enjoyed the bonfire, Sarah took the opportunity to reveal that there is a reason why she's better than others. Sarah was ashamed to say that it was a very old story, as she lived in Solia for quite a while. When Sarah was young and in downtown Solia, she would always get mistreated by the people. She would pick up the foods that were thrown to her at the ground. When she heard unusual sounds coming her way, she would easily be alerted. At that moment, some people were trying to find her. The two men were wondering where Sarah went because she's nowhere to be seen even if she were always seen begging around that area. Unknown to them, Sarah hid before they arrived. Sarah said that she thinks that her sense of smell has developed to survive there, because she have developed a fear of loud noises and enclosed spaces due to a traumatic experience with a big puddle. Then, she said that it's natural to feel a bit embarrassed when opening up, especially in the early hours of the morning when emotions can be heightened. Right after, Riley asked her if she got over her trauma, which Sarah responded that she did not as he had seen that she was trembling in front of the wolf. Sarah noticed that Riley's expression changed after her answer. So, she told him that she's happily living despite her trauma. She tried to lighten up the mood by saying that everyone has a weakness. Riley was surprised when Sarah mentioned a lot of things that were considered as his weak point. She told him that it's not bad to live with weakness, and if he felt the same way, she could ask for help as well. Sarah stated that a man who has no weakness can't easily ask others to help him, and people with weaknesses can get help as much as they want. With Sarah's statement, Riley felt a little emotional. Then, Sarah told him to go to bed first. She said that she would take care of the night shift. On the other hand, a man was walking through the wintry night. He was as he doesn't know how the person he knows got a left leg. Furiously, he thought that his plan would have worked if the man didn't intervene. Suddenly, a strange aura surrounded him. An entity talked and ordered him to raise his right leg. The man kneeled and called it the left leg and said that he could hear his voice. The voice tells him that she had lost his left hand. Hence, the evil entity told the man that he is commanded to go on a pilgrimage to find someone to replace the left hand along with the head. At the same time, the evil entity brought out a ball and told the man that he would have to cherish that part of his. The man quickly grabbed the crystal ball and was astonished that the evil had a wound in his heart. He trembled in anger thinking that Hyuriel and Labursa was also defeated. With rage, he questioned how dare someone rip and kill his friends like that. Back at the cave, Sarah already knew that Nain still hadn't fully recovered from her illness. Sarah was astonished as even Riley knew everything from the beginning. With that in mind, Sarah mused that the trip was because of Nain. Sarah shakes Nain and asks why she didn't tell her. Originally, Nain said that she was thinking of hiding it and the young master suggested that it would be better for her to keep it quiet. Sarah looked at Riley and he acted like he didn't know anything. However, Sarah still thanked Nain for telling her, because Iris was worried about her and Riley. Nain felt anxious as Sarah mentioned that they are worried. She wanted to ask Sarah what she should do. She thought that it might not stop at just a worry, while she looked at Riley. After a while, they decided to continue their journey. Nain talked to Riley first, asking him if he's okay as he looked very tired, so she suggested that it would be better to take a nap. But Riley said that he was just sleepy for a day or two, and said that he will just eat and take a nap. Even if Riley said that, Nain still felt worried. Suddenly, Heliona appeared and asked Nain if she was worried. Heliona asked her why she was surprised, as it's already obvious from her expression. In response, Nain admitted that she's worried, to which Heliona said that it's hard for her as well, as the spirits and even her can't resist sleep either. Heliona asked Nain if she knows what's wrong with Riley, because if he pushes himself too hard, it would lead to big trouble. Nain responded that there is something, but it's not an issue that she could casually talk about. Then, Heliona said that it can't be helped. Right after, Heliona whispered something to Nain and then asked what she thought of that method. After some time, they decided to leave the cave. The snow on the mountain was too strong and it's getting hard for them to travel by foot. Sarah told Riley that the snowstorm is too severe and she thinks that it's too much for them. However, Riley continued to walk and didn't turn around as it seemed like he didn't hear her. Sarah then asked Nain why she wasn't stopping the young master, and Nain just stayed quiet while looking at Riley. Immediately, Nain told Riley that she would cast a resistance spell on him if he plans to continue on his way. Riley's attention was piqued as Nain mentioned resistance magic. On the other hand, Nain was already prepared to cast it on him. At the same time, Heliona was helping Nain cast the magic. Riley asked Nain why she was doing that and said that she doesn't have to do those things. However, Nain casted the spell and it immediately took effect on Riley. Nain quickly catched Riley as he fell unconscious. Sarah became worried seeing Riley fall unconscious, so she asked Nain what happened. To ease her worry, Nain told Sarah that she used a sleep spell, which surprised Sarah as she thought that she cast resistance magic. Nain apologizes that she lied, but she said that she thought that it's better that Riley doesn't notice. Riley hasn't slept properly in weeks, so Nain thought that she should force him to sleep before he got hurt himself. Moreover, Nain said that she thinks that Riley was just closing his eyes and he's been doing it even before the trip. At the same time, Nain used her magic and said that they should go back to the cave. A week has passed since Nain used sleeping magic on Riley. While Riley was still sleeping, his expressions changed because of the nightmares that he was experiencing. Sarah noticed that she doesn't see any signs of improvement even if a week has passed. As a result, it made her worry and started to wonder what she should do to help Riley. Suddenly, a loud sound resonated from the cave, making the cave tremble. Sarah felt troubled as she saw the reason. A white yeti appeared at the cave, which looked furious. Hence, Sarah quickly grabbed her weapons and asked Riley to wait for a moment. Sarah charged at the yeti and stated that she would take care of it. She went to the top of the cave to maneuver her body. Then, she charged at the yeti, stating that they got to the cave first. Suddenly, Nain used her magic to put the yeti on fire, which she didn't warn Sarah. Consequently, the yeti was enveloped with fire, which made it scream in fright. Meanwhile, Sarah complained to Nain that it was hot as she hadn't got time to get away from the attack. Sarah went down and told Nain to let her know in advance the next time she attacks, to which Nain quickly apologizes for rushing a little as the situation was unexpected. Then, Nain said that she didn't find anything to eat, let alone herbs. Both of them were worried as Riley wasn't waking up even though the sleep spell would have ended long ago, making Nain blame herself for casting the spell on Riley. At that moment, Nain felt guilty, imagining what would happen if Riley never woke up because of her. However, Sarah held her and told her that she can't be shaken in a situation where their young master needs help. Consequently, Nain was astonished with Sarah's statement. Then, Sarah decided that they should move right away, which Nain asked where they would go. Sarah said that she knows the nearest place where they can at least get some help. She said that they should go to the Duke of Felicnian. When they got to the Felicnian estate, the guard told them that they can't go inside. Sarah was astonished as they didn't know what to do as they had a patient. However, the guard said that they cannot confirm their identity without an invitation, because if any issues arise from mishandling, it could cost dearly. With that said, Sarah couldn't believe that they got rejected, and thought if it was really okay to reject the patients so coldly even though they are in need. She felt troubled as she hadn't really thought of a specific solution for what comes next. As she didn't know what to do, her eyes started to produce some tears. She felt emotional, which made the guard surprised that she was crying. Sarah apologized to Nain for bringing her and Riley to the estate without any plans. Then, Nain pulled Sarah and asked to give them a moment. Nain told Sarah that she should leave it to her. The guard became alert seeing Nain act suspicious. As the guard pointed his weapon to Nain, the weapon melted. The guard was shocked seeing his weapon turn like that. Then, Nain threatened him that she would use her skills if he didn't let them in. Realizing Nain was a wizard, the guard thought that he needed to call back up immediately. As the guard was about to call back up, Heliona saw an ice button on the summoning panel. Heliona told the guard that it would be better for him to step aside quickly. She said that it wouldn't be good for him to act because Nain is really in a bad mood. Moreover, Nain showed his skills to the guard and told him that she would ask him one last time if he would let them in. As the terrifying magic was right in front of his eyes, the guard sat in the ground very terrified and problemed. Inside the estate, the year-end party that was held by the Duke of Felicinian was happening at the moment. The aristocrats were conversing about the incident that happened last fall, which made them worry and thought that they needed support from allied cities, as they also heard rumors about a rebellion going as well. They couldn't believe what happened at the Solia temple, as the saint had disappeared and they had a bounty on their head, which they also couldn't understand why the temple and the mausoleum had reached such a state. Moreover, they also gossiped about Saint losing one arm and resulting in him choosing a successor that they know that Royd was the chosen one, as the first son rebelled and was subsequently driven out. While the aristocrats were enjoying themselves, Ryuna was wandering at the party by herself. Because of Saint's severe arm, the aristocrats thought that they must capture the mercenary who did it for the honor of Solia. On the other hand, Ryuna felt bored at the party. She's sick and tired of the cliché, and thought that Riley didn't show up in the end, so she's bored to death. Suddenly, a guard was rushing towards her, while informing her that they were in trouble. He informed her that there are some uninvited people who claim to have come from the Ippolita family, which have entered the mansion on their own. He said that they haven't identified those people yet, but there's a patient, so he had to clear the waiting room. Upon hearing this, Ryuna's interest was piqued as he mentioned Ippolita family. In the waiting room, Nain and Sarah was tending to Riley as he's still not in the best condition. Nain and Sarah thought that it's better that they forced themselves and then to go back to the cave. However, they were still worried, wondering when Riley would wake up. At that moment, Nain noticed that Riley was struggling in his sleep and was making sounds. Nain thought that Riley was facing what he has been avoiding all the time, things that he ignored while suppressing the urge to sleep. Hence, Nain felt guilty because she didn't notice and didn't know if Riley was avoiding it. With tears in her eyes, Nain felt like she would get hurt if she found out who Riley is because she cares for him. As she was sobbing, Sarah heard her and noticed that something was wrong with her. Shortly, a person opened the door and called their attention. To their surprise, it was the princess of the Duke of Felicinian. Upon recognizing her, Sarah bows down and calls her princess. However, Nain ignored her, which surprised Sarah and the princess's guard. The guard wanted to confront Nain, but Ryuna ordered him to stop and told him to refrain from making any noise as they are in a room of a patient. She told him that she could go as she would be the one to check their identity, but the guard persisted, saying that she should have at least one guard with her. Ryuna's expression changed, while she told the knight to not make her say it twice. Seeing Ryuna's cold expression, the guard felt frightened and said that he understood and he would be waiting outside. As the guard left, Ryuna was pleased that the three of them women were left in the room. Then, she told Sarah that it was nice to see her again as she met her before at the Ippolita mansion, thus, she asked what her name was, to which Sarah immediately stated her name. Hearing that they had a small fight, Ryuna apologizes and says that it's due to the recent events in the kingdom, so she hopes that they understand. Sarah responded that it was okay, as she thought that it was more like a one-sided threat. Then, Ryuna mused that they didn't come for the party as they don't have an invitation, and they asked if Riley's condition was severe. Seeing Sarah was hesitant, Ryuna said that she understands that there are some circumstances that make it hard for her to talk about. Hence, she said that it was okay and she would tell the people in the mansion separately. However, if they need assistance, they should not hesitate to speak to one of the servants any time. In response, Sarah said that she understood. Ryuna then said that she felt like the situation is resolving itself favorably, which Nain said that it's not. But, she doesn't need to worry, as Ryuna said that it's because she's interested in Riley as well. Also, she knew that there was someone in the room who killed Astroa, the great wizard of 7 circles. Upon saying that, she quickly caught Nain's attention. Seeing Nain turn around, Ryuna felt like there are secrets that both of them cannot disclose, which she said that it's the same goes for her. She said that she would say that it's like a women's secret. Right after, Ryuna said that she should get going as the party is still ongoing and she can't leave her seat for a long time. As she was leaving, she looked at Nain and told them to have a good rest. The next day came, the sun rose. While Nain was tending to Riley, Sarah suggested to her that she should take a walk. Sarah told Nain that it must be suffocating to be confined in the room for 3 days. However, Nain said that she doesn't feel stuffy, but even if she said that, Heliona persists that she needs to breathe. So, Nain decided to go out with Heliona, which Sarah told them to have a good time. Sarah looked at them with a smile as they left. When they finally left, she sighed helplessly. At the party the night before, the visitors gossiped about Riley arriving at the Felicinian house instead of his brother Royd, who had been chosen as the successor. They mused that Riley has a hidden weapon. One of them couldn't believe if Riley's maid, Nain, were the hidden weapon, as they thought that he was a joke. But, a man said that it's Nain who stopped him from running wildly, as they heard that she was a high-ranking wizard from the circle who survived the experiments in Estroa. Unknown to them, Sarah was eavesdropping at their conversation. Sarah was astonished to hear the visitors talking about Nain's appearance, saying that her face might be too prominent to have her as a representative. Thinking of that party, Sarah thought that using people as weapons and all that was really distasteful. She thinks that it's quite pathetic to hear such words from people who consider themselves aristocrats. On the other hand, Nain was wandering at the Felicinian garden. She felt anxious at that moment. She was walking with Ryuna, who was just telling her that she's lucky to have discovered such a wonderful walking path. At the same time, Heliona wasn't happy that they ran into Ryuna as soon as they came out. Moreover, Ryuna asked Nain how Riley was doing, to which Nain said that his condition is neither progressing nor deteriorating at the moment. While Nain said that, Ryuna noticed something. And she smiled evilly. Right after, she asked Nain if she likes Riley, which instantly shocked Nain with his sudden question. When Nain was embarrassed and didn't know how to respond to what Ryuna said, Ryuna told her that it's better to give up. She said that the name of Solia's sword, Ippolita, is not a name to be taken lightly, and she thinks that Count Saint would be against it too. Ryuna also paid attention to Nain's scars and commented that even if they try to see them in a positive light, they cannot be healed. Hearing Ryuna said, Heliona became furious, but Nain told her to calm down. Hence, Ryuna continued and said that no matter how remarkable Nain is, if her scars cannot be concealed, the guests would also be hesitant to attend. She thinks that a wedding without anyone would be lonely, which Nain said that she's aware of. Suddenly, Ryuna asked her why it was such a serious matter, as it was only a matter of etiquette mentioned in the etiquette book she had seen in the rainfield. Nain was dumbfounded with what she said, to which Ryuna said that it's a woman's secret. Then, Ryuna said that the words that he just spoke were about a rival who likes Riley and she should think of it as a joke. After a while, Heliona was finally able to let out his frustrations. She said that if the master was there with her, she would have set Ryuna on fire right then and there. Suddenly, Nain stated that normal people, if it were a real joke, one would say that it's just a joke. But, the princess told her to please think of it as a joke, so she thought that Ryuna wasn't kidding, but telling the truth. Quickly, Heliona touched Nain's face and told her that they should quickly put Ryuna in her place. However, Nain said that she didn't think that she could compare with the princess, but Heliona said that her scars and everything will be healed completely if she becomes an artificial spirit. Then, Heliona told her that they should go to the room and talk first. As they went out to the room, Heliona told Sarah about how to change Nain. She mentioned a place where the black wings soar amidst the white eyes, and a place where silent yet radiant song surges forth. Reflecting on it, Nain considered that the white eyes symbolized winter and the black wings represented a raven. Meanwhile, Sarah pondered how something could be both silent and radiant, much like how a song could be silent. Heliona told them that he doesn't know what to say, but she's sure that it's not far from their location. Then, Nain asked Heliona if he met that spirit, which Heliona said that she's right. Hence, Nain asked Sarah if she doesn't mind looking after Riley for a moment while she's gone. She stated that he would have to meet the spirit person, to which Heliona asked her if she found out where she was. Nain responded that she didn't, but she's going to use her eyes to look for it. So, she asked Heliona to remember the spirit from that time, in as much detail as possible. Without delay, Nain told Heliona that they should start. As Heliona cites the details, Nain used her eyes. All she thought in her mind was to search for the spirit. While she was searching, she saw some butterflies, but she didn't see any person. Seeing Nane's expression, Halayona asked her if she was alright, which Nane said that it was okay. Right after, she tried again and saw butterflies flying around on a person that was wearing a cape. After that, her head hurted terribly. Sarah told her not to overdo it as they wouldn't want something like that, to which Nane apologizes and admits that she was stubborn. But, she told them that she already found the location of the spirit. Quickly, she pointed where it was. She was pointing towards Riley. They were confused why Nane was pointing at Riley. Thus, they asked Nane what was about their master. Nane revealed that Riley is the key. But, Halayona said that there isn't a single matching phrase with what she said, about the black wings and the silently radiant song. On that surface, Nane said that it was the case. She said that it was invisible to the eye. Because it exists within dreams. Hearing this, Halayona asked Nane why the spirit she met a few months ago was in Riley's dream, which she just didn't understand. In response, Nane said that they need to figure it out themselves from then onwards. As Nane came closer to Riley, they mused that she's trying to enter into Riley's dream. Halayona stopped her and said that her illness could become an even more serious problem. She said that the moment she got lost in the twisted maze of tangled memories, she would be faced with serious consequences. At the worst-case scenario, she would even die at Riley's dream. Hearing this, Sarah believes that Nane is trying to overdo it again. In response, Nane reasoned that she wants Riley to find redemption, as when Riley was struggling, she could only watch without being able to do anything, so she felt like she should help him now before it's too late. Hearing her reason, Sarah fell silent for a moment. Then shortly, she told Nane to have a safe trip, which Halayona was shocked as Sarah should be stopping her at times like that. But, Sarah said that she can't stop Nane because she wants to do it. Hence, Halayona told Nane that if she failed, she would be taken by the Lord and used as a doll, and asked her if it really was okay with her even if she got scolded by Endall. In response, Nane said that Endall will understand, which Halayona said that it was an overestimation. Halayona feels that Nane is driving her crazy, because she just can't understand human thinking, and why Nane is willingly jumping into a dangerous path. She held Nane's hand and told her to think about it again, and added that she is perfectly fine as she is now. In response, Nane said that she thought that she should have used the method earlier, which is not just to become an artificial spirit, but also for the young master's sake. She asked Halayona to understand and stand behind her with Sarah. Hence, Halayona explained that Nane would be completely defenseless until the issue is resolved, so Sarah has to protect her. With that said, Sarah hugged Nane and asked her to come back with Riley. She told Nane that she would be guarding the place. Without delay, Nane starts to dive into Riley's dreams. She used the dream link to enter Riley's consciousness. After she utilizes it, a glowing red light enveloped them. Shortly, Nane lost consciousness, while asking Riley in her mind to wait a little longer. Sarah immediately ran towards Nane to catch her body. On the other hand, at Ryuna's room, she was thinking about Nane, who was a mate of the Seventh Circle. She was wondering what Nane did to achieve such rapid growth, and thought that she should have tried to read Nane's thoughts a little more. But, she also thought that it's not good to overdo it. Suddenly, she heard someone tapping the window. She saw a black bird and wondered if it was sent by their mad dog. Immediately, she went to the window, while thinking that she had a hunch, but it seems that he ultimately missed it. When she reads the letter, it says the right leg and the head. First, Ryuna was astonished upon reading it. But she smiled evilly, as she thought that it was as she expected and she wasn't mistaken. While trembling, she thought that it sounded tempting and she wanted him even more at that moment. Even more so that she wanted to make it hers. The next day, the morning came. And it quickly turned into night, which makes it already 2 days when Nane entered Riley's dreams. But, Halayona said that it's not yet 2 days complete, which Sarah sighed because of the concept of time for spirits. Halayona told Sarah to stop sighing so much because it's shortening her lifespan. However, Halayona said that as a human, she feels like she's going crazy as time passes and she becomes more restless, which is quite challenging for her to just watch and endure without taking action. But, Halayona reasoned that it's true that she can't do anything, so she suggested praying to Goddess Irene as she heard that humans lean on those things when they're having a hard time. Sarah doubts as she doesn't really believe in religion, so she asked Heliona where she heard it, to which Heliona said that she heard it from her master. But she rearranged her words and said that she heard it from Nain. Suddenly, they heard someone knocking. The person asked them if they were inside. Recognizing that the voice was the princess, Sarah answered and asked how she may help her. Ryuna said that she came there because she was worried as she hadn't seen them in the last few days, and then asked if Riley's condition was still the same. In response, Sarah said that the situation has worsened and she would contact her separately if she spots any progress. To her surprise, Ryuna suddenly came in and said that she would like to have a chat with Nain. Sarah was astonished as she was sure that the door was locked. As Ryuna came in, she saw Riley's condition was normal. But she was furious to see that they were sleeping side by side. She was even infuriated by the fact that they were holding hands. Then, Sarah told the princess that they should sit down and talk. However, Sarah was shocked when the princess attacked her and pushed her to the window. Heliona became worried, calling for Sarah's name as she crashed to the window. On the other hand, Ryuna told Riley that they should take their time and leisurely enjoy themselves somewhere. She caresses Riley's face and believes that he would show her about his memories that are so magnificent that she won't regret it. On the other hand, Nain was inside of Riley's dream, where the surroundings are pitch black and all that was there was her. Nain tried to use light to see through the darkness. But she realizes that magic can't be used there. Instead of panicking, Nain starts to call for Riley. She shouted his name numerous times in the darkness. After a while, Nain realized that the dream was really a maze-like place, and she suddenly worried that Riley was alone in such a place. But Nain shakes her head and tells herself not to blame herself, as she already made a decision because of her determination and resolve. Nain was resolved that he would definitely return with her young master Riley. Suddenly, she heard an unusual sound. Right after, she saw light appearing, making her think that it's fireflies. She tried to hold herself as the surge of light hurled towards her. After that surge, a black butterfly appeared in the light. The black butterfly called her name and apologized for startling her, which Nain then asked who the person was. Before the butterfly tells Nain about herself, there's something that she wants to show her first. It was about the world that Riley used to live in. Nain was shocked as her surroundings suddenly changed into an unfamiliar place. She saw a place with black wings flying through the white snow. And a place where a silently radiant song rises. Seeing those hints, Nain was shocked that it was that place that was mentioned by Heliona. Then, the butterfly told Nain that it was Riley's past life. The butterfly revealed that what Nain saw back then was just a glimpse of Riley's past life. Hearing this, Nain mused that young Master Riley can remember his past life. Thus, Nain asked who the butterfly was and how did she know about all of it. The butterfly transformed into a person and told Nain that she has a lot to tell and show him as they don't have much time given to them. Then, the butterfly told Nain that she knows that she came there because of Riley. Thus, she brought out a light, and asked Nain if she would mind grabbing it. The green little ball went to Nain and rested in her palm. Right after, Riley's childhood memories appeared, where the adults said that Riley will save them and rejoiced as a hero has finally appeared. After seeing that, Nain asked the person if it was Riley's memories, to which the person said that she's right. The person told Nain that she's always sorry to Riley, as she felt like she burned him with too big of a responsibility in his past life, and then said that the place is much more perilous and desolate than the world Nain used to live in. But, Nain said that the place looks beautiful enough to his eyes, which the cloaked person laughed and asked if she could see a forest at that place and the manna that overflowed in her world. Thinking of it, Nain noticed that it's completely absent from that world. Hence, the cloaked person said that the reason that the place looks beautiful was all thanks to Riley, as it used to be much more dreadful in the past. Suddenly, he pointed something below and told Nain to look because it was starting. She told Nain to take a close look while it lasts. While the person was walking in the alleyway, something dark appeared and captured the man. It covered the man's mouth and tied his body. Instantly, the dark forces pulled the man from the underground. Nain was shocked to see that the person disappeared in the blink of an eye, so the cloaked person explained that those beings are the ones that Riley fought again in his past life, beings that emerged from the underground. She showed Nain that the humans also tried to confront the dark forces, but the results were not favorable. Hence, they start to believe in another. They believe that only a hero can do it. As the cloaked person showed Riley in his past life, she asked Nain how Riley looked. Nain said that Riley looks incredibly exhausted. In response, the person said that she's right, as Riley was chosen by the Holy Sword at the age of 3 and became a hero, where he has been wielding the sword without a single day off. Growing up, Riley took a life for the first time when he encountered a robber. He was also betrayed by the master he trusted, which led to the tragic loss of his older sister. In the end, he was compelled to take the life of his own master as well. At 14, Riley lost his parents due to the betrayal of friends, and despite his duty as a hero preventing him from attending their funerals, he embarked on a mission to subdue demons. In his pursuit of revenge, he endangered many citizens, resulting in numerous casualties and public blame that fell solely on his shoulders. Hearing that, Nain asked why Riley received the punishment. "Because that's convenient," the cloaked person said. Riley received a curse instead of a blessing from the goddess, becoming a tool in the witch hunts she orchestrated, mercilessly killing both innocent people and demons, ultimately bearing the weight of their resentment. In the end, he gradually became unable to save people. There was a time when he raised his sword against children. Upon seeing his sword, the children asked him for a favor. In response, Riley apologized, saying he couldn't fulfill a monster's request. But the children replied that they had ended up that way because of him. The children begged Riley to kill them painlessly, which made it difficult for him. His hand trembled as he gripped his sword. Even as he raised his sword at the children, his eyes filled with pity and tears. Tears welled up in Nain's eyes as the person recounted what happened when Riley turned 26. She revealed that Riley had slain the Demon King at the cost of his own life. The person then admitted that she still couldn't believe Riley had remained sane until the very end of his past life. Now, with his memories resurfacing, he finds himself in a fragile state, where long-suppressed emotions are on the verge of bursting forth. In Riley's present life, she wanted to let him rest. However, even though it's unethical to ask for Riley's help again, she had no choice but to reach out to him. Right after, the person removed her hood. Nain was surprised as she saw the person's face. The person looked just like her, and she suddenly realized she wasn't a spirit. She then confessed that she never intended to deceive Endol and Heliona and admitted that Nain was right as she wasn't a spirit. With that, Nain asked if she was the god of that world and if it was she who had given her the eye. The person chuckled at being called a god, explaining that she was merely an ordinary being, and that it was only thanks to goddess Irene that she could speak now. Moreover, Nain was astonished to learn that it was she who had given her the eye. Nain stared in disbelief as the person apologized for giving her the eye, especially since people had been looking at her strangely. However, Nain reflected that it was for the sake of the young master. She remarked that she must be the best choice to help Riley. As the person replied that Nain was the best option she could have, Nain felt compelled to ask one more question. Nain brought up the future and asked if her fate was determined by the person's decisions and if all her choices were truly her own. Hearing the question, the person smiled. She caresses Nain's face and tells her that the fate she decided has already ended a long time ago, because every path she took after meeting Riley was the one that she initiated. She added that, although she had hoped for it, she hadn't really expected Nain to come all the way there. Upon hearing the answer, Nain felt a sense of satisfaction. Then, Nain asked the person what she should do to help Riley, to which the person replied that she needed to fix her. The person mentioned that, although she can't transform Nain into an artificial spirit, she can address the issues she faces on her own. When Nain asked if she would still be human, the person affirmed that she should remain so. The person then took Nain's wrist and said they truly didn't have time at that moment. Therefore, she instructed Nain to close her eyes. The person went on to tell Nain that once she wakes up from the dream, she should ask Riley to hold his sword just once again for both their world and his world. Then, the person continued by saying that the purple human's powers should only exist in the realm of the gods. If they are left unchecked, both worlds will lose their balance and collapse. She stated that if that were to occur, a catastrophe would surely follow. The person acknowledged that it was an audacious request, but to prevent the catastrophe, they needed Riley's blessing. Even though she was a god in name only, her intentions to save the world were genuine. As she finished, Nain wanted to ask one more question. She asked the god if Riley was having a difficult time because of his past memories. Then, suddenly, she expressed that she wanted to do it too. She said that she wanted to bear the burden on Riley's shoulders. With her statement, the god was astonished and asked if she was implying that she wanted to take all of Riley's memories. In response, Nain said that Riley had mentioned that sadness would be alleviated when shared, so she reflected that she had wondered what he meant at the time, but now she felt she understood it a little better. Hence, the god told her that she needed to be prepared, to which Nain replied that she was always ready. Ever since that late summer when Riley reached out to her. With that, the god materialized a light and stated that she couldn't win against Nain. She handed the light to Nain and explained that all of Riley's memories were contained within it. Since all of Riley's emotions would also be transferred to her, she needed to be prepared for that as well. While they were talking, the god suddenly felt an excruciating pain. Nain asked her if she was okay, to which the god replied that she was reaching the limit of maintaining her form. Lastly, she mentioned that there was something Nain must find once she got out. The god instructed her to find Riley's sacred sword. She expressed her certainty that one of the purple humans in their world possessed it and stated that the basilisk would be the key to finding it. Right after, she ceased to exist. The god transformed into a butterfly and entered Nain's body. As the butterfly settled on Nain's head, she closed her eyes and received the god. Right after, Nain finally regained her consciousness. As she became aware of her surroundings, she scanned the room in search of Riley, Sarah, and Heliona. Suddenly, she felt a jolt of pain as Riley's memories began to flood into her. Nain struggled to steady herself, determined not to lose herself in the flood of memories. She then chose to head outside, noticing that there wasn't a single guard in the hallway. While she was wiping her tears as she shouldn't cry, she noticed that her scar was gone. Now that she noticed it, her mana is revolving properly, and there's no resistance, so she wondered if she had been cured. With that in mind, she thought about the first thing that she should do. Suddenly, she heard a terrifying scream. Upon hearing the scream, she recognized it as Princess Ryuna. Thus, she thought that she needed to hurry and find her companions. As she saw a broken window of the room earlier, she mused that it was that way. When she went down the castle, she encountered the guard. Nain became confused, thinking that her magical senses haven't returned yet. Then, she recognized the person in front of him as the knight who hindered her last time. Suddenly, the knight asked her who she was, which surprised her. Nain felt dizzy as the man said that she had never heard a beautiful wizard like her coming to the banquet, and he also didn't notice when she entered. While he was talking, he was shocked when she suddenly disappeared. Nain realized that the knight didn't recognize her. So, she mused that it seems that the way people look at her has changed so much now that the scar is gone. When she found Heliona and Sarah, she also noticed that the way they looked at her had also changed. To her surprise, Sarah even asked Nain who she was. Nain thought that it was as she expected. So, she wondered if even the gaze of Riley changed like that. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise coming nearby. Nain quickly picked up Sarah and told her that she would explain later. In an instant, they disappeared at their location. On the other hand, Ryuna had entered Riley's consciousness to retrieve his memories. While wandering around, she thought that she had never seen a structure like that before, not even in a cathedral or temple. Ryuna peeked at the door as she smelled an unfamiliar scent of blood. Behind the door, she recognizes Riley. In front of him was the Demon Lord, who was just telling Riley that he just didn't understand why a human like him that could die any moment, make it all the way there. The Demon Lord told Riley that he may be born with blessings, but in the end, he's just a mere human who could die at any moment without doing anything remarkable. Additionally, he said that Riley has a curse that has been placed upon his body, and compared to the blessings he was born with, it might seem insignificant. In response, Riley told the Demon Lord that he's kinder than the saint. Riley said that if he had known that fact earlier, he would have joined his side instead, and there would have been no need to worry about what others think, and life would have been much better than it is now. The Demon Lord then requested that he come to this side immediately, but Riley promptly declined. Riley stated that the so-called gods are fundamentally selfish and unpredictable beings, so he feels trapped, as if he were nothing more than a slave. Meanwhile, Ryuna was taken aback and confused by the conversation about a hero and a demon lord. Whether he wins or loses, Riley told the demon lord that they should settle it quickly. Thus, the demon lord extended his hands. He opened the door, and said that there's a sneak cat who's been observing both of them and it's bothering him. The demon king transformed the ground that the princess was stepping on. She fell in the water as the demon lord said that the price for her insolence will be substantial. As a result, Ryuna felt like she was drowning. After she fell into the water, Ryuna screamed as she regained consciousness. Riley became irritated upon hearing her scream. He suddenly woke up and covered Ryuna's mouth, telling her that she was being too loud. However, Ryuna continued to make noises, which only frustrated Riley further. As he shouted at Ryuna to be quiet, a magical phenomenon appeared beside him. He immediately noticed it and became intrigued by what it could be. Soon, Nain entered the room with Sarah and Heliona. As soon as they arrived, Nain asked Riley if he was alright. Nain was amazed that Riley immediately recognized her and asked what was happening. When Sarah heard Riley say Nain's name, she was shocked, realizing it was no surprise that he knew her name. Furthermore, Nain wanted to assess Riley's condition, but he replied that it wasn't the priority at the moment. Riley pointed at Ryuna and pleaded with Nain to make her quiet. Without hesitation, Nain used her magic. She silenced Ryuna, causing her to instantly lose her voice. After that, Riley let out a sigh of relief. Then, he thanked Nain. To his surprise, Nain was crying as she asked if he had slept well. Putting aside whether he had slept or not, Riley mentioned that he didn't even know why he was there, as he distinctly remembered being in a cave and made him wonder why they had ended up in Ryuna's mansion. As Nain couldn't respond properly because she was crying, Sarah stepped in and said she would explain. Sarah explained to Riley that he had suffered from a severe fever, and they ended up at the mansion because they had run out of supplies and there was no suitable medicine available. Additionally, Sarah informed Riley that he had slept for over a month, which had caused them great concern. Hearing the guards approaching, Nain suggested that they change their location and continue their conversation elsewhere. Nain held their hands and told them to take a deep breath and try to stay calm. The guards rushed to the princess's room. As they barged in, they asked the princess if she was all right. To their surprise, the princess was sitting oddly on the floor. After what happened, the guards interrogated Riley where he was at that time. Riley said that he was lying asleep in the infirmary, as he had a very high fever and couldn't even wake up. The guard then asked what happened to his maid as there was a tip that his maid was found lying with glass shards over her that day. Riley responded that the Ippolita family typically practices sword training intensely, so the same goes for servants as they always train to that degree. Upon hearing that, the guard looked at Sarah pitifully. Then, he told Riley that he understood and the investigation is done for now. When the guard left, Sarah told Riley that he's really shameless, but Riley said they have to hide it. Although he said that it's better to hide it, Sarah said that there are still some parts that she doesn't understand and the princess was really strange that day. She said that she thought that some kind of ogre was whacking her at that time. That's why Sarah thought of something about the princess. She thinks that maybe the princess was possessed by a ghost. Hearing this, Riley thought that he was worried that she would know about it since she has a good hunch, but he was worried for nothing. Sarah believed that the Felicinian Duke family's soul, which had been roaming around the mansion for a long time, possessed the princess's body. Suddenly, she noticed Riley was going out, thus, Riley told her that he would be back after a walk. In response, Sarah told him to have fun, remembering that it was the last day of the banquet. After a while, the sun was about to set. When Nain attended the banquet, the aristocrats gossiped over her as they know that she's the one who defeated Astroa of Solia. A man thought that she would surely be the Magic Tower's lord. Nain walked through the banquet in a fine dress. While she was wandering around, men would want to have a drink with her. They asked her to dance if she's lonely. But, Nain declined them politely. Still, the aristocrats keep bothering him even when she declines them over and over again. Nain was nervous as there were so many people and she felt awkward about her outfit, and then she also wondered if she changed a lot. She's getting more anxious as people keep talking to her and she doesn't know how to respond to them. Filled with nervousness, Nain ran away from the banquet. While she was running, the aristocrats demanded answers from her and said that they would wait for her. On the other hand, Nain pondered that the looks that they gave her are different than before. But somehow, she doesn't feel good about it. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the arm and called her by her name. Nain shouted to the man as she thought that it was a stranger, telling him that she's sorry that she couldn't give an answer right now. But Riley was the one that grabbed her arm. Nain was surprised that it was the young master. Seeing Riley, the aristocrats were gossiping that there was a rumor that he was a lazy man, which made Nain angry. However, Riley wasn't affected and asked Nain how it was. The aristocrats then noticed the atmosphere between them, and said that if they knew that Nain was a maid at Ippolita Mansion, they would have built a connection with the Ippolita family. Riley pulled Nain and told her that they should go somewhere quiet. They went to an unknown place. Riley thought that the garden seemed like an unoccupied one. Then, Nain told Riley that she thinks that he understands now why he always looks for a quiet place. While holding her hand, Riley called Nain by her name. He said that he has something that he's curious about. Riley asked her why the princess ended up in that situation and what was her objective. Nain admitted that she thought the princess was one of the purple humans too, like the black magician, and she was trying to do something, but failed instead, and then fell into an idiocratic state. Upon hearing this, Riley told Nain that he thought that it was her doing, and then wondered what happened that made her scream like that. Nain then said that it might be because she couldn't handle his memories. She said that if it's not for that lady's help, she would be like that as well. Out of the blue, Nain started to tear up, thinking how Riley endured those memories. Riley was surprised when she suddenly cried, to which Nain reasoned that there must be something in her eye. To her surprise, Riley wiped her tears. Riley clarified to her repeatedly that he didn't make her cry. So, Riley asked her not to say something weird to his mother, when he even wiped off her tears. Riley then was confused why she's laughing and said that they say something will happen if she laughs while crying. Moreover, Riley thought that they can wrap up the princess's matter as he doesn't think that they can do anything with the idiocy state. Then, he asked Nain if the artificial spirit was settled, which Nain said that it was settled when he was asleep. Right after, Nain wanted to say one more thing to Riley. She asked him if she changed that much, which Riley was confused about. Nain said that the mansion's guard and even Sarah couldn't recognize her, and she's worried that people around her might think that she's weird as her face has changed. She was worried that Ian and Iris wouldn't be able to recognize her as well. With that said, Riley starts to contemplate. He told Nain that he doesn't know, which Nain expected. But, she was surprised when Riley said that he doesn't know if she has changed that much. He said that even if her face has changed a little, it doesn't matter, since she's still her. He stated that no matter how much Nain changes, there will be no one who hates her. On the other hand, the purple human group was wandering around a desert. Caleb the mercenary smirked as they reached the destination. He stated that they found it. Meanwhile, the Ippolita family has packed their bags to prepare to leave. Sarah said that they should head back since Nain has recovered and Riley has awakened from his sleep. She told them that she's sure that once Ian sees Nain, he will be pleasantly surprised, and also, she was so curious about the reactions of the people in the mansion too. However, Nain asked them if the two of them could go back to the mansion first. Nain said that she was thinking of paying a visit to her mentor, who treated her and helped her recover. Hence, Sarah agreed, but Riley said that he would come as well. Riley said that he should at least thank the doctor for treating his maid. He added that the reason he embarked on the winter journey is not just that. He started to think about the reason, but he couldn't remember it. However, Nain knew that because the soul of a nobleman contains the memories of past lives, it's difficult to preserve the newly formed ones. Suddenly, Riley remembered that it was the purple-haired individual. He remembered the mercenary, Cabal, who had taken his father's arm. As a son, Riley thought that he should exact the price for it. With that said, Nain just fell silent. Then, Riley asked her if she can still use her right eye. He ordered her to find out where the person Cabal is located. Immediately, Nain used her right eye. Instantly, she saw the person that Riley said and informed him that the mercenary was in the desert at the moment. Afterwards, Nain saw something else. she passed out all of a sudden, which surprised Riley. Riley asked Nain if it's still too much for her to use her eyes. To his surprise, Nain was tearing up again. He asked her what it was and why he was crying again, to which Nain said that it was nothing. Honestly, Nain shed tears because the sad memories of Riley came to her mind, which she can't possibly tell Riley about. Then, she told Riley that she found the location of the mercenary without any issues, then proceeded to open the gate. When they're about to leave, Sarah asked them if she could trust and rely on them. In response, Nain told Sarah that she doesn't have to worry. On the other hand, Nara and Prishya were already at the dessert. Nara asked Prishya if they were in the right place, which Prishya quickly confirmed. Then, Nara asked her how she was going to clean it up by himself, whereas Prishya stated 5 hours. She said that 5 hours is enough, and she wants Nara to protect her during that time. Nara said that she could protect her, but she was worried because Prishya hasn't had a proper meal in days, to which Prishya said that she's fine as she has experienced fasting for a week during a period of deprivation. Then, Prishya said that the contents of the oracle that she received a few days ago was very unusual, so she would just leave everything to her care. The oracle was about someone who has ill intentions towards the saint who is approaching. Thus, Nara told her to trust her and focus solely on her purification. Immediately, Prishya used her powers. As Prishya unleashed her powers, a radiant light began to spread across the desert. The light cleansed the surroundings, dispelling the purple energy. Nara was amazed by what she witnessed and found it quite fascinating. She reflected on her concern for Prishya's vulnerability, but reminded herself that a saint is still a saint. She then wondered what light meant, finding it challenging since saints always spoke in ways she struggled to understand. Suddenly, the ground trembled. When she turned around, she was stunned. She saw the Cabal mercenary standing there, smirking at her. Cabal expressed his excitement at seeing her, calling her his old friend Nara. Meanwhile, Riley and Nain had arrived at the desert and believed that the sand wasn't real sand but rather a form of poison. Nain confirmed that it was more than just sand, which Riley also thinks that the whole desert is contaminated. He then believes that there might be another purple-haired individual. He asked Nain if she could use her eye again, but Nain replied that she couldn't because it had been causing her a lot of pain. However, Nain mentioned that she could still use detection magic. Without further delay, Nain conjured a symbol around her. The purple symbol expanded across the desert. After a while, Nain sensed something, prompting Riley to ask her if she had discovered anything. Nain then said that she sensed something ahead. She mentioned that she could detect traces of something that had occurred. Cabal was tending to his wounds after the confrontation with Nara and Prishya. But, they had successfully captured Prishya and Nara, whose only remaining task was just a matter of persuasion. Then, Cabal wished that the response would come soon because he hadn't got a reply yet, so he pondered what Ryuna was doing. Moreover, Cabal's men asked him how much they would sell the two girls, as they thought that they would sell at a high price because both girls are beautiful and talented. However, Caleb got mad and hit them instead. He informed them that one was a saint and she had a bounty on her head recently in Solia. Then, Cabal told them that as the last surviving member of the Basilisk, an ancient and similar race, he supposed that he could be useful in many ways as usual. To their surprise, a man suddenly appeared in front of them. Riley looked at them and observed what they were. While he was looking at Nara, he thought that there's a dead end to it. He thought that to find the purple human, they definitely need his abilities. When Cabal's men were confronting Riley, Cabal seemed to have recognized Riley's face. Shortly, he greeted Riley and clarified if he was the young master from Ippolita Mansion. Cabal mentioned that if he's from Ippolita, then the count who had a clash with the boss near the border has lost his arm back then. He sarcastically apologized to Riley and said that is what Battlefield is all about and his father's lucky that it ended with just one arm. Then, he asked Riley if it was difficult for him to understand. To their surprise, Riley unleashed a terrifying aura. As he unleashed, Cabal's comrades felt that their body had weakened. Riley counted down to 3, then asked Cabal if he would take care of him too. It makes 4. Last time, that guy said there were 6, so if he catches even his breathless friend, 1 will be left, Riley said to Cabal. In an instant, Riley was in front of him, but he couldn't do anything because his body was frozen in place. Riley told Cabal that he would take him down first. Suddenly, Riley became frozen, as he was surprised that something unusual was happening to him. After waking up from sleep, there was a lingering thought that he kept avoiding, which is wandering about the sword. He can't even tell if it's someone else who's cutting him down or if it's him. Riley's past self dropped the sword and questioned why it was him, and the guy in front of him said that his father lost his arm to Cabal and they dared to touch his family, so he can't just stand by. Riley's old self responded that he lost everyone in his previous life due to his carelessness, so he really wants to protect his family in that life. Then, he thought that the current situation is no different from his mother's incident. Hence, he grabbed his sword and stated that he would take Cabal out with his hand. The present Riley stared at him and asked what he was even trying to do. He asked him if he really wanted to relax or if he wanted to keep wielding his sword. Like a good job or hard work, his present self asked him if he had any lingering feelings because he wanted to hear those words. His present self mentioned the words, coward, lazybones, lazy fellow, and then asked if he was trying to avoid it again by just saying that it's annoying. While he was in deep thought, Cabal became more furious, and tried to move his body. He was enraged as Riley dared to go up against him. Shortly, he was able to move his body and swung his fist at Riley, but Riley swiftly avoided it. Cabal was surprised as Riley was able to avoid it. Thus, he decided to strike again with his sword. With all his might, he attacked Riley. This time, he thought that he definitely hit Riley. However, Riley was avoiding it with ease, escaping his attacks. Cabal laughed sarcastically and told Riley that he's good at avoiding everything. He then grabbed his collar and said that he had something to ask him. Furiously, he asked Riley if he could possibly be the one who was disrupting their operation. However, Riley wasn't answering. Suddenly, he spouted something, saying that they were telling him to wield the sword or not, and he couldn't figure out which direction to take. As Riley wasn't himself, Cabal got angry as he thought that Riley was ignoring him. When Cabal was about to attack Riley, Nain shouted at Riley. Cabal then mused that she was the young lord's maid. He sarcastically apologizes, saying that he's going to take care of her master. But Nain had retrieved Riley from Cabal and immediately asked if he was okay and why wasn't he fighting back. However, Riley still wasn't responding even to Nain. Nain felt that there's something wrong with Riley, that he wasn't telling her. Thus, she asked him if it was because of what happened in his past life. Riley was surprised with what Nain said, while Nain continues to say that because of his past life, he held the holy sword, and because he had to witness many people dying because of it, he's anxious that the events from his past life might repeat again. Nain said that she knew that because of that, he avoided grabbing the sword, but deep down, he still wanted to hold it. Riley was stunned as Nain continued to speak that he said once, that if she is afraid of disappointing the expectations from others and being criticized, the solution is to take a step back and stand behind, observing from there. But, Nain said that the conclusion she found is a little different. She stated that whatever happens, whatever the outcome may be, she thinks that it's best to do what he wants to do. Additionally, she said that if he wants to hold the sword, then go ahead, and if not, he can simply let go and he doesn't have to wander. Those words thrust deep into Riley's heart. Then, Nain held his hand. She told him that she will also do what she wants her to do. After she said that, Riley was at a loss at words. Nain's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed Cabal behind Riley. She quickly informed Riley to look behind him. As Cabal was charging, he told Riley to die. In an instant, Cabal's arm was cut off. He was stunned and surprised to see his fly fall to the ground. He couldn't believe what just happened to him. Riley sarcastically asked him how it felt losing one arm. Cabal was furious seeing Riley's expression. He raised his axe. And then attacked Riley, saying how someone like him dare do that. However, Riley blocked it with his sword. Their battle persists as they trade blows with their weapons, while Riley effortlessly deflects the attacks. Cabal told Riley to stop joking around and be more aggressive. As he desired, Riley's aura darkened once more. As he felt Riley's terrifying aura, he believed it was bloodlust. But, he thought that it doesn't matter and he could just ignore it with his will. However, he was stunned when Riley's sword was already on his neck. In an instant, Riley beheaded Cabal. As he eliminated Cabal, he drew his sword back and said that it was as annoying as he thought. Right after, he quickly walked towards Nain. Nain was shocked when Riley held her face. He pinched her face and told her to hurry up and tell him how she learned about his past life, but Nain said that they have to check the statue of Nara and Priscia first. The next day, Nara and Priscia's state became stable and Nain had told Riley how she knew about his past life. Nain told Riley that the goddess was also very sorry and stressed about what happened to him. Then, Riley mused that what Ian referred to as the underworld was really his past life, which he thought that there, as so much work there, but the goddess tells him to find the dual blades and ask favors. Now that he thought about it, he pondered about what Nain said, or he took a nap at the cave, which Nain confirmed immediately. Seeing Nain's expression, he asked if there was more, which Nain nervously admitted that she had to use a little sleep magic on him. Riley was about to grab Nain because he's angry, so Nain immediately apologized. But Riley just pinched her cheeks, and said that he wanted to pull someone's cheeks. Afterwards, Nain asked Riley if he was going to search for the dual blades now. Riley responded that he doesn't want to. He then laid down and said that talking about his past life makes him want to eat red bean porridge, to which Nain asked if he's talking about the sweet soup. Then, Nain said that she thinks that the only thing they need to make it are red beans, which they can figure something out. Thus, Riley told her to make it when they got back, which Nain agreed and said that they got a deal. At the Ippolita mansion, Iris noticed that Sarah was acting strange while she was cleaning. Iris told her that the ground will crack, to which Sarah said that she doesn't think that she fully understands what she told her. Then, Iris told Sarah that Riley and Nain would want her to believe in them rather than worry about them. Moreover, she told Sarah that she told Ian the same thing, and she was worried about what would happen if Sarah reacted the same way. As she mentioned Ian, Sarah asked Iris where Ian was, which Iris was surprised that she forgot to tell Ian. Iris went to the closet and was trying to find something. She gave him a letter from Ian, saying that he would personally go and look for Riley, because he was worried about him and since it is little worrying with Sarah alone. After reading the letter, Sarah asked Iris what it was. Iris said that it was the same day that Sarah came back at dawn, when Ian left the letter and disappeared. Upon hearing that, Sarah shouted in disbelief. On the other hand, Nara was just thanking Riley for taking care of them and saving them. Riley then asked Nara if she was alright. Nara replied that she was fine, thanks to the saint, and Priscia added that because Nara had protected her, the damage to her body was minimal and after waking up, she made Nara's health her top priority. Then, Nara asked Riley if it was because of her that she and the saint were able to wake up. Riley admitted that it wasn't him and told them that Nain was responsible for everything. After telling them, Nain grew anxious. On the other hand, Nara didn't recognize Nain, so Priscia informed her that it was someone she knew. After saying that she knew her, Nara looked at Nain and studied her closely. As Nara observed Nain, she noticed a white aura surrounding her. When she contemplated the white aura, she immediately thought of Nain. Upon recognizing her, Nara was astonished, and Nain simply laughed in response. Then, Nain greeted Nara and remarked that it had been a while. Nara and Priscilla came closer to Nain and expressed their relief at her recovery, noting that she has transformed significantly. Then, Nara also noticed that Riley had changed slightly. When Riley asked how, Nara replied that it was his color. She told him that his color has become clearer than before, as when she first saw him, the color was a little murky, which Riley asked if she was saying that it was dirtier before. Nara anxiously said that it was not what she meant, which Riley said to forget it as he had something that he wanted to ask her. Riley asked Nara how many of the purple humans he had mentioned. Nara responded by listing the Cabal guy, the Black Magician, the High Priest, and the man he encountered in the countryside. After hearing that, Riley thought that, considering the 6 regions, there must be a total of 6 of them. If Ryuna was included, that would make 5, leaving one person unaccounted for. Right after that, Priscia spoke up and mentioned that she had seen someone suspicious recently. Though she couldn't see her face because the person was wearing a thick hood, she clearly remembered the silver hair that was out of the hood. Thus, Riley asked if the person was not an aristocratic woman, to which Priscia replied that she didn't appear to be one and that she didn't have an escort either. Then, Priscia asked why he was inquiring about them, and Riley replied that it wasn't anything special, he just thought it wouldn't hurt to know about them. In Riley's mind, he thought that there's a chance that the 3 of them that they haven't dealt with will show up and cause them trouble first. Moreover, Prishia asked Riley if he plans to keep traveling around, and Riley responded that he guessed, because he's thinking of going to see the doctor that cured Nain and get enough rest. With that said, Prishia wanted to ask him a favor. When she was asking if she could join them in their travel, Riley immediately disagreed. Nara immediately stepped in and told Riley that he can at least listen to the saint's reason, to which Riley decided to hear their reason. So, Nara shared that there was a divine revelation not long ago. Riley then asked what it was. Prishia told him that the revelation was about to follow the child of the black butterfly, and the child of the black butterfly there means Nain. With that said, Nain thinks that it's related to the black butterfly that Riley saw in his dreams. Then, Riley asked about Nara's Prishia and she were always stuck together, to which Nara said that he was just helping the priestess as much as she could. Nara said that if the saint has a goal, she would respect it no matter what. Then, Prishia asked Nain what she thinks, which Nain said that she's not sure. Nain then thought that he would have agreed easily before, but she couldn't do that now because of the saint in Riley's memories. Immediately, Riley told them to stop and said that he refused Prishia to follow them. He told Prishia that there's something that he needs to do before, and she should think about dealing with that first. So, Prishia asked Riley if she could follow him after she cleansed the desert, which Riley refused instantly. Then, Riley told them that if they have something to say, it's better to say it all that day, as they are going to leave tomorrow morning. Afterwards, Riley summoned Nara alone. He told her that he thinks that the desert was the doing of one of the purple humans that she has seen. So, Nara told him that such a rumor has been going around lately, about the plague coming to life, and according to the witness, the plague always asked to kill him or herself or something like that. Additionally, she said that because of the plague towards the Ansirium, an evacuation has been ordered. Nara then asked Riley if he was going to Ansirium, which Riley said that he asked her because he wanted to purposely avoid it. While Nain and Prishia were sleeping, Riley shouted Nain's name. It instantly woke up Nain, so Riley asked her where the doctor was, and Nain responded that the place is quite far away. After answering, Riley told Nain that she could go back to sleep. Then, Nara said that she would go back down too. Riley was left alone and fell into deep thought. He thought that Nain said that she thinks that doing whatever he wants is the best. Thinking of that, Riley agreed and thought that it's definitely the best. The next day, Nara and Prishia leave first since they need to move location. Prishia said that it seems the purifying job will take 3 days. Then, she asked Riley again if she could join her after that, which Riley immediately refused with a smile. As they bid farewell, Nara told Riley and Nain that she hoped to meet them again next time. Proceedingly, Riley told Nain that they should go immediately to the cave's location. But, Nain said that he hadn't seen Heliona the past few days, which Riley said that Heliona must have been in the spirit world. However, Nain said that there's no way that Heliona wouldn't show up at least once. She thought that if it's an emergency, Heliona would have told her and then disappeared, so Riley just told Nain that they should ask Endal if they saw him. With that said, Nain thought that Riley was right. Immediately, they were transported back to the wintry mountain. Riley felt weird right after they landed. He asked why they were teleporting instead of going through a door, but Nain said that she did open a dimension door. Then, he asked Nain why they weren't going straight to the cave, to which Nain also realized that they should have indeed arrived at the cave. Suddenly, Nain saw something. She saw the gatekeeper who guards Endal's cave. Nain quickly ran towards the bear as they were close since he helped him with training. She called the bear and said that it's been a long time. However, the bear seemed unusual. Nain stopped her advance as she noticed it. To her surprise, the bear raised his claw at her. Riley quickly warned Nain to get away. However, Nain was frozen in place. But, she immediately made a shield as she thought that the bear didn't recognize her. She decided to restrain the guardian for a while so they can converse. Finally, the bear was held in place. Nain told the bear to calm down. She told him that it was her, Nain. As the bear heard her name, his eyes came back to normal. Nain was happy as the bear finally recognized her. Then, he asked her what brought her there, which Nain said that she's there to see the master, and then asked if something happened to Endal, because they couldn't travel to Endal's cave. The bear then told Nain that he would tell her if she undo the spell first. Right after, the bear told Nain that the reason they couldn't arrive at the save is because of the barrier. He told them that not long ago, Endall told them to be cautious of everything that comes to the cave, and he's sure that Endall has put a huge barrier all around the mountain. While the bear was being more cautious than usual, 3 or 4 humans came there and lingered around, but even though he scared them away, he struggled since they were more agile than he expected. With that said, Nain mused that the bear eventually went out of control in the process. Thus, Nain told Riley that something feels wrong as Endall has never put a barrier before. Immediately, Nain decided that they would go up to the cave on their own, and asked the bear to protect the place well. As they proceed, Riley asks Nain how they are going to climb the mountain, to which Nain says that they are going to walk. She told him not to worry because she's close with all the guardians of the place. Riley sighed and asked if there is no way to move conveniently, but Nain said that Endall has put a barrier all around the mountain. So if they teleport carelessly, their limbs will be the only ones transported if they aren't careful. After a while of walking, Riley's feet were getting numb. So, he asked Nain how long it would take to get to the cave. Nain responded that if she took a more expensive view on it, it would take about an hour. After an hour, Riley complained to Nain that they were walking for 2 hours already, to which Nain told him that it had only been an hour. Then, Riley thinks that the guardians should change their eyes, because none of the guardians that they met have recognized Nain. Nain said that it must be because her face changed so much that they can't recognize her, but Riley thinks that it must be because Endall ordered them to keep a sharp lookout. Afterward, Riley said that he can't walk anymore because it's boring and they should use another way. Riley thought of using mana to ease his walking. However, something suddenly rose up from the ground. Seeing Riley and Nain, they discerned that they were humans. A group of 4 young people suddenly appeared on the ground. Nain was shocked as well and started to question who they were. Suddenly, a boy with white hair asked them furiously who they were, stating that they are at the Red Dragon, Endall's territory, which is well known as notorious. On the other hand, Nain mused that the humans that the bear mentioned were them. The young people persist in knowing who they were, so Nain told them that she's the maid that looks after the young master beside her, and then, Nain asked who they were. With that said, the boy contemplated who they were. Then, he stated that they are warriors. Nain was confused when they said warriors. At the same time, Riley told Nain that they're pathetic and he will go first and she should take them on their own. The boy got mad as he heard Riley saying that they're pathetic. But, Nain told them to stop, and asked if they came there to defeat the dragon, to which the boy clarified that they came there to punish the guy who disrupted their peace. As he said that, Nain asked if he had proof that he did that. The boy responded that although it still hasn't occurred yet, it would soon. So, Nain told them that it means that they don't have proof. Seeing Nain's angry face, one of them got scared, but the boy told them not to feel intimidated. On the other hand, Nain told them that she can't allow them to go any further now that she knows their objective. The children were frightened and mused that she was a guardian in a human form, which Nain clarified that she's not a guardian. Nain proceeds to tell them to turn around and go down the mountain immediately, because they are all absurdly weak to be called warriors. As Nain showed his powers, the children's fear increased. But, Nain thought that it looks like they won't retreat easily. So, she decided to send them away by intimidating them a little bit. Nain hurled her magic crystals towards the little boy. Sensing the danger, one of the individuals from the group felt troubled. She quickly stepped in and deflected the arrow. Nain was shocked to see that the little girl was able to deflect it. Then, the girl apologized to Nain, saying that they were immature because they're too young, and they will go down the mountain as they advised. Immediately, the children ran away and said that they would not come there again. As they left, Nain fell silent for a moment. She was thinking about the little girl who just deflected her attack. She felt like she had seen it somewhere. On the other hand, Riley was rushing towards the mountaintop. He then stopped as Nain asked him to wait a minute. Riley was surprised to see Nain flying. He asked her why she didn't use it sooner, to which Nain apologized and said that she forgot about it. She said that she was going to tell him, but she forgot about it right after those humans came out. Hence, Riley pinched her cheeks and told her that it's not the first time that she has been like that. Immediately, Nain used her flying magic on Riley. But Riley can't move, which Nain told him that it's because she still hasn't given them wings or the right to fly. Immediately, they went higher to secure their vision. As they looked around, they noticed that the fog was thicker than usual. Then, Nain informed Riley that they will head straight to Endal's cave now, which Riley was excited to meet him quickly. Riley was dying to learn what keeps Endal occupied that he won't even show his face. When they reached the cave, Riley and Nain were surprised to see Endal's appearance. Endal's physical appearance stays as a dragon, and Riley told him that he smells similar to the purple humans. Hence, Endal said that he was attacked by the purple human that they told him about, which resulted in his whole body being covered by the human's poison. Then, Riley asked if he met that guy, which Endal confirmed, and asked if he knew what the guy said the moment he saw him. Endal said that the guy told him to kill himself. He said that it was ironic that the person who easily took the lives of others couldn't even take his own life. Then Riley asked if he lost in the end. However, Endal said that he's getting dizzy suddenly, so he's going to get some sleep again, which Riley thought that it was an excuse. Then, Nain asked Endal if purification magic doesn't work either. To her surprise, Heliona appeared and immediately apologized for disappearing all of a sudden because of her master's condition. Then, she said that even though she had used the purification magic several times, it couldn't be detoxified. She added that they have heightened the buried and the guardian's security, but none of the real issues have been solved yet. So, Riley asked Nain if the poison was the same that spreads all over the Karta Desert, to which Nain said that she thinks so. Then, Riley thought of Prisia as she was able to purify the desert, which also led him to think that she could purify the poison on Endal. Right after, she told Nain that she had decided, making Nain think that he had found a solution. Riley stated that they need to kidnap Prisia for the sake of curing Endal. Afterwards, they used magic to see what Prisia and Nara were doing, which they saw that they're still purifying the desert. Suddenly, they noticed a person talking to Nara that they thought was suspicious, but Nain said that she doesn't think that the person is bad, seeing Nara talking to it. Riley then told Nain to forget about it and asked if she was sure about Prisia's efficiency, which Nain said that she was, and she thinks everything will be purified in about 3 days. Then, Nain told Riley that it's better to tell Prisia honestly and bring her to the cave, but Riley said that if they do it like that, it's obvious that Prisia would proudly start pestering them, saying that it was right for her to follow him. Thus, he told Nain to kidnap Prisia in 3 days since it seems better to finish the desert purification first. However, Nain was worried that Endal wouldn't be okay until then. Riley told her that Endal is a lizard who has lived thousands of years, so there's no way that he would die in between. He told her that they should rest for a while until then. On the other hand, the little girl earlier at the mountain was asked by her grandmother where she went, which she said that she went to the mountain where the Endal dragon lives. Her grandma said that she had gone crazy and asked if she went alone, so she responded that he went with Hansen from the next neighborhood along with 2 of her friends. She said that there was a rumor that Hansen has a talent in the night training ground, that's why she thought that he might be the warrior that they had been looking for. So, her grandmother thinks that she's the one who coaxed Hansen. Then, her grandmother scolded her for involving her innocent friends. But, the little girl refuted that her grandmother said that there's not much time left. Her grandma then reached for her and called her by the name Yeril. Hence, Yeril quickly held her hand. Her grandmother said that she knows that she's anxious that the farewell time is getting nearer, but she doesn't want her to give up her life because she's her last disciple. With that said, Yeril hugged her and asked what if the warrior didn't appear until the end. Then, her grandmother stated that it must have been fate. After 3 days, Prisia has finished purifying the desert. Then, Riley thought that the time was perfect, and then asked Nain if she was ready. But before that, Nain brought out a mask and showed it to Riley. She said that she made it herself after being reminded by Riley's past life memories, because it appears that they must wear that item whenever they do kidnapping. Then, Riley asked Nain if she can go by herself, which Nain said that in Riley's past life, it seems they need to work in pairs, but Riley said that it was in another world. Right after, Nain proceeds on her way as she decides to go by herself. When Nain left, Heliona told Riley that he's such a tactless young master that he should go with Nain, but Riley ignored her and said that she's going to sleep more. In just a few minutes, Heliona noticed Nain coming back. She was surprised that Nain was already there, and she also brought Prisia with her. Nain said that it was easy because all she had to do was be cautious of Nara, and she has her magic too, so it's not that hard. Suddenly, Prisia asked them who they were and stated that they would be punished by heaven if they touched her thoughtlessly. Right after, Nain informed them that she had put soundproof magic on the priestess, so she can't hear their voices. At the same time, Riley was shocked in surprise. He thought that Nain was being too serious in kidnapping Prisia. Afterwards, Prisia detects the poison that was on Endal's body. She told them that it's really similar to the plague that's in Karta Desert. Then, she asked them if they can ask the reason why she wants them to heal the dragon. Riley then told her that the dragon was their friend. To see that he's not lying, Prisia used her powers to see if he was telling the truth. Riley told him that he had no bad intentions. Upon hearing his statement, Prisia realized that he was not lying. Then, she sighed and said that to be honest, there are many things that he couldn't understand, but she got it. Finally, Prisia agreed to pass the sacred blessing to the dragon. Shortly, the dragon made a sound, thus, Prisia asked it if it were awake. Nain also went closer to Endal and asked him if he was okay and if he had any other injuries. As Prisia healed the dragon, she asked the kidnappers to send her back. When they're about to leave, the dragon mentioned the name Riley. Prisia turned around, asking the dragon what it just said, but the kidnapper already smacked the dragon. Endal got mad and told Riley that he's lacking sensitivity, and asked if he was hurting a dragon. He got more furious, saying that Riley should be like his maid, as although Nain is inexperienced, she tries her best unlike him. Suddenly, Endal realized that he's not hurt anymore. Riley was dumbfounded as Endal just realized it when he had already revealed everything. Afterwards, Prisia boasted that as expected, it was just like what Goddess Irene told her. Endal then told her that he owes her and he would make sure to repay her later by any means, which Prisia said that it's fine because it's thanks to Riley for bringing him there in such a quick way. Then, Prisia asked Riley why he chose to kidnap her instead, as she would have helped him if she just told her honestly. Prisia then realized why Riley's reaction was odd when she told him about the dragons last spring, was because he's acquainted with a dragon. Riley tried to ignore Prisia as he doesn't want to talk to her. But when he turned to another direction, he saw Endal staring at him fiercely. Riley told Endal that he was shocked, to which Endal said that it's because it looks like he's losing his mind. Hence, Riley told Endal that he can't talk to him like that because he has already cleaned his poop so many times already. Their faces were close together as they argued and exchanged complaints with each other. Prisia then asked Nain Riley and Endal could be like that, which Nain said that they could since they're friends. She said that she was surprised at first too, but now, she just let them be, so Prisia thought that Riley did punch Endal's face earlier. Moreover, Riley asked Endal if he was going to catch that person, which Endal said that he would, because he's sure that it won't ever end with just desert. Riley asked him what he would do if he got poisoned again and whether he would choose the Riley chance once more. Endal responded that he just needed to shed his skin once for a complete cure. Moreover, he also asked the priestess what she thinks. Endal said that he's talking about the plague, which Prisia said that she has never seen, but she thinks that she would run into them eventually since they had the goddess revelation and that's why she asked Riley to let her follow him along. But, Nain said that it was the young master that didn't allow her, so she can't say anything. Then, Prisia stated that because of all the people she can trust and when she feels the safest, it's the two of them, Riley and Nain. By what she said, Riley felt a little touched. Then, Endal said that he's on the priestess side, because even though he doesn't know about Riley, he trusts his disciple, which Prisia then asked if it was Nain. After hearing that Nain was Endal's disciple, Prisia said that she once thought that maybe Nain was a dragon, but Nain said that she's still lacking in many ways. After a while, Riley got sleepy as it was about 3 in the morning. So, he quickly left the table as he said that he's going to sleep. Riley told them that whether they catch the purple human or not, they should do it themselves. While he was sleeping on the bed, Nain and the others continued their conversation about how to catch the plague human. On the other hand, at another cave, a man was crawling to the ground with his arm enveloped with fire. He hoped that he wouldn't die at that place. Thinking that it can't happen to him, the man told himself that he can't lose his control there. Before the dragon comes back again, he needs to hold as much as possible, before he gets caught by those guys. As he crawled, he stated that he didn't want to die anymore. Suddenly, a voice appeared and told him that he had fallen into a nonsense delusion again. The voice was urging him to accept the position and power which she's at best, but the man said that he has been saying it over and over again, that since 19 years old, he never wanted that kind of power. He told the high priest that he's not interested in the secret garden that he wished for. But Labursa persisted and told him that he doesn't want to force him, but the situation is a bit urgent. To his surprise, he brought them anything and told her that the stench on his left leg is responsible for. The man tried to stop Labursa from swallowing him. But the voice told him that he should have at least eradicated one city, and it would also be nice if he can bring 3 dragons with him by his side. After a while, night fell and the sky shone because of the stars. Shortly, Riley woke up from his sleep. He quickly lied down again as he thought that it's still night. But he immediately opened his eyes and clarified that he's in another location. He shouted, demanding to know where he was. Endall told Riley that he dragged him outside while he's asleep. He said that he dragged him near the border where that guy was. Nain then apologized to Riley because she can't contend with Endall's stubbornness. Hearing this, Riley was dumbfounded. Then, he told Endall that he should have just let him die. Furiously, Endall grabbed Riley's bed and ordered him to get up as he didn't know how hard it was to drag him there. Shortly, Priscia informs Endall that the inspection of the pit entry is done and she thinks that it's the human with the same plague. Since Endall put his flames to the man, he thought that it's better for them to hurry up. While they were walking into the cave, Nain asked Endall if the person withstood his flames, which Endall said that he did. Endall said that even if he blew their neck with the wind, break their whole body with ice, and burn their body with flames, the person won't die and will survive. Moreover, Endall thinks that the person was very odd because he doesn't even see any willingness to fight in his eyes, but he wondered why he kept provoking him that he should kill himself. Endall thought that all the person did was to come back to life and spewed plague, but he didn't know that the person was begging him to kill him. Even though he tried everything he could, the person didn't die, so he thought that sacred power must be the solution. Then, Priscia asked him if he could describe that person. Thus, Endall said that the person had a white long hair, and his impression looked a little sharp. Suddenly, the person that Endall was describing was screaming right in front of them, which instantly caught their attention. Upon seeing the man, Endall thought that it seemed like they arrived there on time. The person in front of them was exuding an unusual aura around him. Endall then recognized that the person was the plague, which Priscia quickly utilizes her powers. Priscia's light and the plague's disease clashed together. While holding on, Priscia thought that although it's the heaviest plague that he has ever seen, it's not to the extent that she can't get rid of. Right after, she asked Endall if he could move her in time with it, which Endall asked if all she needed to do was to make her hand reach the person. In response, Endall said that he understood and she could trust him. Shortly, the plague person charged at them. Seeing the person run, Priscia told Endall that the time is now. Quickly, Endall carried Priscia towards the person and passed through him. She put something on his forehead. As it was a success, Priscia said that she would purify the person now. On the other hand, the person had stumbled to the ground. He was screaming in pain as the sacred light slowly envelopes his body. On the other hand, Riley told Nain that it seemed like the guy's abilities are plague and stench, to which Nain asked what he was saying all of a sudden. Riley said that she would know if she received his memories, which Nain instantly realized that it was the plague breath. As she realized it, Riley said that it seems like the ability that was called disaster in his previous life is being repeated to that person. In Riley's previous life, in order to stop the devils, the humans woke up to a certain special power. However, there was a person who went uncontrollable because he couldn't handle the power. The plague was the one who was forcefully injected with a new superpower by someone and went into an uncontrollable state. When they're in an uncontrollable state, they can't kill them no matter what, which Riley knows that fact better than anyone else. Shortly, he called Priscia's attention. He told her to coat his sword with the sacred power, which Priscia said that if she does that, the sacred magic that's activated right now will be put on halt. But Endall insists that they should give it a try. So, Priscia said that she would grasp the guy first with magic. After chaining the person, Priscia decided to endow the sword with the sacred power. In an instant, Riley's sword was enveloped with sacred power. And immediately, he hurled the sacred sword towards the person. The person's body was pierced by it. However, even though it dealt damage to the person, it still recovered in the end. Seeing that, Nain mused that the person was already in an uncontrollable state, which Riley confirmed and said that it looks like some evil put the power on the person by force. Right after, Riley called Prishia and Endal and told them that they needed to retreat, because the sacred power solution was impossible now. Prishia was confused about what he meant. But Riley said that there's no time for an explanation and they need to retreat to the teleport gate that Nain opens. With haste, Nain told them to run quickly. Endal carried Prishia and ran towards the teleportation gate. Riley saw the person was running after them, but he thought that there's only one way to kill him. That is to use his sword again, for the sake of his world and their world. He recalled that there was a revelation, which is to find his sacred sword. Hence, he decided what to do about it. As the person got closer, Riley said that it was so annoying. To stop the person's advance, he threw a sack on its face. The person quickly removed the sack furiously. However, the teleportation gate has already disappeared. On the other hand, Riley and the others have safely come back to Endal's mountain. Riley told them about the plague breath and said that the person can't control the plague himself and there's no limit to him resurrecting from death. So, Endal asked him how they could catch the guy, to which Riley said that they should think about it for a while as they can't handle the person at the moment. Riley then thought that if it weren't for the uncontrollable state, Prishia could have put an end to it. However, there's only one way to end the situation. The only method that he's truly unwilling to do. Moreover, Endal said that he couldn't just ignore it and just watch, so they would have to figure it out by themselves. Right after, he made a magic circle and said that his race is used to stopping that kind of disease. With several dragons, they can have enough time to shove the guy into the pit. At that moment, Endal decided to leave. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot, while saying that he hopes that everyone will survive. After he left, Nain quickly called Riley. Nain said that she knew what the only method was because she absorbed all his memories. Hence, Riley said that he couldn't feel the sword energy in the plague breath. That means the one person they couldn't find has the sword. As they converse, Prishia was eavesdropping as she just heard Nara's name. Right after, Prishia became visibly shocked, which caught Riley and Nain's attention. She informed them that she forgot about Nara and she must have been worried since she suddenly disappeared, so they needed to return to the desert immediately. As they returned to the desert, Nara cried excessively upon seeing Prishia. She said that she was worried and she thought that she was kidnapped just like the Cabal case last time. Prishia apologized to her for leaving without any words because Riley said that there's an emergency. Now that they're united, Riley thinks that they should go. But Nara asked them to wait. She asked him if he had met Ian, because he was looking for him very hard. Riley was shocked upon hearing that Ian was looking for him. Seeing his reaction, Nara mused that they haven't met, so she said that she met Ian during the desert purification not too long ago. Because he was dressed in extremely suspicious attire, she couldn't help but notice him. Thinking of the suspicious person, Riley recalled the man they saw talking with Nara the other day and couldn't believe that it was Ian. Hence, Riley asked where Ian went, to which Nara said that he probably went to Rainfield because she told him that Nain's doctor was there. With that said, Riley believes that they need to go to Rainfield, as Ian might cause a problem while going around by himself. So, Nain also asked Riley if they should really go to Rainfield, which Riley starts to consider that it must be really cold at Rainfield at the moment. Thinking of the cold weather, Riley said that he doesn't want to be cold anymore. However, Riley told Nara and Prishia to follow them, which Nara asked if it was alright and Riley responded that it's more convenient to go together. Additionally, Riley thought of something. He said that they might need to din the remaining purple human with Nara's ability. At Endal's mountain, Yerel sat on the stone with a bored expression. The man asked him if she was on guard and said that she had worked hard, to which Yerel said that all she did was just sit down. Then, he said that he had heard that he brought Hansen to the mountain a while ago, so he warned her not to do it next time because it's dangerous, which Yerel said that she doesn't want to. Yerel told herself that she would never give up. She thought that she wouldn't care about that fate, because the most important thing to her is that her grandmother doesn't have much time left. Hence, she vowed to make sure to find the warrior who will save everyone there. Suddenly, she sensed someone coming. This immediately heightened her alert. The man was wearing cloaked clothes and was walking towards her. Yarrow fell silent for a moment as she observed the man. Then, she asked the man to stop. She told the person that he has to show his sword skills if he wants to enter Ramella village. Yarrow told the man it looks like he has an incredible sword, so she mused that he's a swordsman. The man responded that he won't cut her some slack even if she's a young girl, so he would let her off the hook passively if she stepped aside now. However, Yarrow just laughed at the word passively. She mused that it seems like he's very confident in his skills. On the other hand, the man remained silent. The people nearby saw that Yarrow was confronting the man, and they thought that she would get scolded by her grandmother again. Seeing her persistence, the man drew his sword and said that it looks like she wants to show off that she has learned a little sword. But, the man said that it's futile in front of him, while she attacked Yarrow. However, he noticed that she's not bad. The little girl that he thought of was easily deflecting his attacks. Yarrow was very confident while fighting the man. She said that she has a skill that's worth enough to be warned about. After the confrontation, the man seemed troubled. Yarrow told the man he's also quite tenacious. Quickly, Yarrow charged at the man. The man was surprised when Yarrow was already in front of him. Hence, the man asked Yarrow who she was, as he couldn't believe that she hit his sword when she can't even withstand it. Yarrow stated her name and said that she doesn't have a family name. Then, she asked the man who he was. The man quickly lowered his sword. And then, he removed his hood and said that he's Ryan, and he also doesn't have a family name like her. On the other hand, Riley and his company saw a village named Ramella when they're traveling to find Ian. They thought that they should rest there, since it's the largest village near the Karta Desert, and they might know something about Ian's whereabouts. Riley said that he was starting to get tired from the desert and he also wanted to eat store-bought food. Nain noticed something strange about Riley, so she asked him if there was something wrong. Riley responded that it was there. He said that he thinks that it's in that village. The sacred sword that the goddess was talking about. Nain was alarmed after hearing that, while Riley said that it seems they have one more thing to ask about. Thus, he quickly called Nara, which Nara said that if it was about Ian, she was going to investigate even without him asking. However, Riley ordered her to gather all the info about Ramella village. Anxiously, she asked Riley how she would do that, to which Riley just glared at her. So, Nara just said that she understands and she would try her best. Soon after, they went to a pub. Riley was having a time of his life because he got to drink cola again. On the other hand, Nara was so tired and thinks that she needs to catch her breath. Riley told her that it was his treat because she worked hard. Then, Riley asked her if there was any useful information, to which Nara said that there's one piece of good and two pieces of bad news. So, Riley told her to tell him about the two bad news. Immediately, Nara said that she doesn't think that Ian has arrived at Ramella village, because no one had seen him when he asked the townspeople about him. Secondly, she said that a major crisis will befall Ramella village. Because of the plague she mentioned last time, the monsters that used to live near the border have started a migration en masse. The group of monsters are so dangerous that even Solia and Ancilium have agreed to a temporary ceasefire. That will soon arrive at Ramella village. While they were talking, the pub was energetic as usual. Shortly, Nain suddenly told Riley that she finally got the cola he mentioned last time was brown sugar beer. Nara was confused about what Nain said, to which Riley told her not to worry about it because it's something between them two. Then, Riley told Nara that it's weirdly peaceful for a village that's soon to be invaded by a horde of monsters. Thus, Nara said that it's related to the good news that she mentioned earlier. Even if the two of them weren't in the village, it's the reason that the villagers could rest assured and continue with their lifestyles. She said that it's all thanks to the witch that lives on the outskirts of Ramella village. Nara told them that the witch seemed to be coexisting with the villagers while helping them. Then Nara asked if it was the reason that she's called a witch because she uses magic. In response, Nara said that she heard that the witch doesn't use magic. Then the reason that the woman is called the Witch of Swords is definitely one of the purple humans, Nara believes. The next day, Riley called Nain right after he woke up. He asked her if she found the witch. Nain said that there's only one with traces of a person. Then, she used her magic on Riley to make him fly. Up in the sky, Nain pointed to the only house with smoke coming out of the chimney. So, they decided to go there and asked if there was anybody home. Quickly, the door opened. The witch apologized that it took a long time for her to come out, and then asked how they may help them. Nain and Riley were shocked to see that the witch was blind. Then, Nain composed herself and conversed with the witch. The witch told them to come inside if it's a long story because she has a body that can't be exposed to the outside air for too long. When the witch sat down, she told them that she's spending her days with the help of her disciple because of her eyes. She said that her disciple is quick-tempered, but she is very kind for her age. As they conversed, Nain observed them. Suddenly, Riley conversed with Nain through telepathy, telling her to bring Nara. He told her that he has a feeling that the person in front of them is the witch. While Nain was preparing to leave, Riley conversed with the woman and also told her what his name was. Thus, the woman also introduced herself, saying that she's called Eneral Esidames. When Nain left, Eneral immediately noticed. She asked Riley where his friend went, to which Riley reasoned that Nain just left because she had to go to the bathroom. Then, Eneral asked Riley if they were lovers, because the atmosphere felt like that. Shortly, Nain arrived with Nara. To their surprise, Eneral knew that Nain was a magician. She also said that there's one more person there as she heard a new sound of someone breathing. Thus, Riley asked her if he can't really see, to which Eneral said that she couldn't and it's just that her senses have become more sensitive as she has lost her sight. On the other hand, Nain told Nara that she had to confirm Eneral's color. Eneral suddenly chuckled and said that seeing that they're talking about colors, it seems that their new guest is a basilisk. Hence, Riley asked Nara to check the woman's color immediately. However, when Nara looked at the woman, she told them that it's not purple. Thus, Riley asked what color she is. With a look of her eyes, Nara informed them that the person is colorless. Nara was convinced that the elf woman had no color. Suddenly, the woman took off the mask covering her eye. She revealed to them that her body had drawn its last breath 30 years ago. A mark on her face remained as a trace left by a brave and mighty hero from 30 years ago. Still, Riley wondered why someone who had died could continue to live. He believed her eyes were as pitch black as the dark magic they had witnessed before, so he demanded that she open them. When he mentioned that reviving the dead was a power even the renowned saintess didn't possess, the elf woman suddenly realized something. She said, as she had suspected, it was him. She expressed her relief that he had arrived, since she would be able to complete her mission before she died. They were all astonished as she placed her hand in the fire. However, she ignored their warnings. She realized that what she was trying to retrieve was not there. Nain quickly pulled her hand out of the fire and warned her that something really bad could happen. Eneral then remarked that it seemed she had failed in how she raised her, leaving Nain confused about what she was talking about. Eneral became furious with Iril. It seemed she was the one who had taken Riley's sword. On the other hand, Iril was simply handing the sword to Ryan. She told him to try fighting Ian over there with the sword. Ian then intervened, saying that he didn't think he was old enough to be called Grandpa yet. Iril explained that she called him Grandpa because he looked like one. Ryan also agreed, noting that Ian had lived for a considerable time, given his background as a mercenary. Then, he told Ian that he was no longer the young master of the Appellate House, which he was sure Ian already knew. Thus, Ian fell silent. Additionally, Ryan said that he had always wanted to have a real sword fight with him, the one known as the famous mercenary hero. However, Ian did not want to fight him. Still, Ryan charged at him, urging him to draw his sword. Meanwhile, Nara and the others were asking the villagers if they had seen a child named Iril. The villagers questioned why a foreigner like her was searching for Iril, and they appeared suspicious. However, they were surprised when they saw Eneral standing behind Nara. Their demeanor quickly changed, and they apologized to Nara for the misunderstanding. Then, they mentioned that they had seen Iril with Eneral's new disciple, whom they described as quite the strapping young man. A kid also informed Nara that Iril had gone to the shortcut leading to the village, specifically the alleyway behind the store. While Nara was about to leave, she realized that her friends were no longer nearby. She fell to her knees, wondering why they always left her behind. Previously, Ineril wanted Ryan to demonstrate his sword skills because she had heard from Ian that he hailed from a noble family renowned for their swordsmanship. However, things didn't go as planned. Ryan was unable to compete with Ineril. He told her that he would also like to learn that type of swordsmanship. But first, Ineril asked Ryan how many days he thought she had spent swinging her sword with the intention of protecting someone. By what she said, Ryan remembered his time at the mansion. He recalled his father saying that he recognized the pure mindset of someone before they picked up a sword. He was still haunted by his father's words when he told him that he wielded the sword not for the villagers, but solely for the position of heir. Ineril said the same thing: if he wielded the sword solely for the purpose of winning, she couldn't teach him swordsmanship. As a result, Ryan had a realization. He expressed to her that he wanted to learn. The mindset required when wielding a sword must be one of protection for someone. Ineril responded that she could sense his sincerity, so they would begin with the basics. Going back, Ian had no choice but to defend himself. However, he wasn't just fighting Ryan. Iroh was also fighting him, though she noticed that his swordsmanship was exactly like that of his teacher. Ryan felt tired while fighting Ian. On the other hand, Iroh was curious about who Ian really was and asked why he possessed such a level of swordsmanship. Ian responded that he would also like to ask her how she was using the same swordsmanship as he was. However, Iroh replied that she had asked first, and if he didn't hurry up and answer, she might actually kill him. But Ian said he couldn't let that happen since he still had things he wanted to ask. He asked Iroh where she had gotten the sword that young Master Ryan was holding. He stated that the owner of that sword should be dead, which made Iroh furious. Iroh then replied that he didn't know anything. Then, she quickly charged at him. She stated that her grandmother was not dead. Iroh mentioned that even she was aware that her grandmother had passed away. However, she requested that he not mention what she had been desperately trying to avoid. She stated that if it were her decision, she wished he would simply die. But then, her grandmother would feel sad. Immediately afterward, she asked Ian if he was the hero. The person who defeated the Witch of Swords, who was also her grandmother and became a hero, the main character of that story. Then she asked if he was going to stay like that because her arm was beginning to hurt. As Ian stood up, Iroh said that she would introduce him to her grandmother. But first, she apologized to Ryan, saying they would need to postpone the meeting for a little while until she could take Ian to see her grandmother. Suddenly, Ryan shouted at Iroh, warning her that someone was behind her. Iroh was confused and unaware that a purple hand was about to attack her. The purple hand was eager to grab her. But Ian stepped in front of her to defend her. Ian sensed that something like this was going to happen. In contrast, Iroh remained stunned. Ian urged her to hurry and escape because the hand was coming after her. However, Iroh refused to abandon him, insisting that he must come with them to see her grandmother. Still, Ian insisted that it was more important for him to stay safe, turning to Ryan to ask if he was correct. As he said that, Ryan realized what Ian wanted him to do. The purple hands continued to plunge deeply into Ian's body. Thus, Ryan quickly sprang into action. Iroh was taken aback by his actions, but Ryan explained that Ian had said the purple hand was after her, so they needed to escape. Even though Iroh wanted to return and help Ian, Ryan didn't stop, knowing it was too dangerous. Iroh felt disheartened and shocked, realizing that Ryan didn't understand how much her grandmother wanted to see Ian. The purple hand then pursued Iroh, leaving Ian wounded, which made him realize that her teacher had acquired a disciple who was even more stubborn than he was. He realized that Iroh was the one who inherited Riley's will, meaning she could not die at any cost. Ian had lost too much blood. It seemed that the words of regret he wished he could have expressed to his teacher were flooding his mind now. To his surprise, his teacher, Ineril, was right in front of him. He had some regrets he wanted to express to her and apologize for. Thus, he vowed to serve her with sincerity from the first time they met until now. Ineril then spoke his name. However, it turned out to be Riley, and it was a hallucination, leading Riley to believe that Ian's condition was truly dire since he was talking nonsense. Thus, Riley ordered Nain to take Ian to Prisia, to which Nain replied that she would leave immediately and then asked if he would accompany them. Riley said no because he intended to return to Eneral, who they had left behind, as he thought that they would need to have a parent-teacher conference. On the other hand, Eneral was searching for Irol and Ryan as they disappeared all of a sudden. Suddenly, she felt an ominous aura that's moving around the area. Additionally, she sensed someone. She swiftly countered Riley's attack with her sharp reflexes. Eneral asked the person who he was, which Riley said that he would ask the questions, making Eneral realize that it was Riley. Riley told her that in the place where she said that her granddaughter and disciple were, his colleague that he was looking for was lying there with his chest pierced. Eneral asked him to calm down, and then explained that he was by his side all this time. Then, she asked him if he had taken care of all of the purple people that he had been looking for until now. Riley replied that he had dealt with the two, but a priest managed to escape. Eneral mentioned that if it was a priest, it would be Labursa, prompting Riley to ask how she knew that. Eneral confessed that she was also a purple human and was responsible for the right hand. She also mentioned that she had been sensing a dark aura in the forest since earlier, suggesting that Labursa was close by. Riley then inquired about their presence there, and Eneral explained that they were after the sacred sword, as it appeared they had detected the sword that had been brought outside. Additionally, Eneral found it hard to track them down, as the aura to track keeps moving. Then, Riley said that it means that the person who took the sword is currently running away, which concerned Eneral. On the other hand, Ryan and Irol were still hiding from the purple hand. Ryan wondered what it was, noticing that it doesn't seem like it's using mana, and when he tried to cut it, it was no use because the sword just went through it. Suddenly, Irol revealed herself, declaring that she would avenge Ian. She blamed the purple hand for Ian's death, and because of that, she also blamed her that her grandma would be sad with Ian's passing. Ryan tried to stop him, but Irol ignored him. She slashed through the purple hand, which dispersed immediately. Shortly, the purple hand came back, whole. Ryan ran out to save her, seeing the purple hand. He pushed her to avoid being hit by the purple hand. Closing his eyes, Ryan believed that he was done for. However, someone grabbed their cape and pushed them away from danger. Ryan and Irol were surprised to see Eneral. Eneral told them that they were foolish and it was all because they didn't listen to their teacher. Immediately, she retrieved her sword. Then, she told Irol that she wasn't using the sword in a proper way. Previously, she told Riley that as the right hand, the power she possessed was the sword's blessing. But Riley thinks that she was lying because the sword's blessing is a power that only one person can possess, which Eneral said that he was right. However, their place and Riley's previous world are different worlds. She said that just as there is a goddess in each world, what stops a unique blessing from existing when the words are different, the same applies for the sacred sword. When Eneral died, the sword's blessing, which had lost its vessel, most likely moved over to Riley, who had just been born, that is the power of the lower world returned to the one person from that lower world. Moreover, she revealed that she's still alive because of the mission of the Black Butterfly. The mission is that when the hero comes to find her, she would deliver the sacred sword, named Salvation. In the same way, the sword was also waiting to fulfill its mission. Right after, Eneral knelt down and asked Riley to accept the sword, the owner of salvation. Riley held the sword in his hand, while Eneral called him the brave hero. Seeing Eneral passing the sword to Riley, Ryan was shocked that the sword's owner is Riley. Riley then asked Eneral to stand back, since he would take care of it as she wanted. Thus, Eneral also covered Ryan and Irol. Then, she told them to watch carefully. She said that what Riley was going to is the proper way to use the sword. Proceedingly, Riley attacked the purple hand since he had to punish it for hurting his people. However, it kept appearing and disappearing. Still, he continued to slash them, hoping to do something about it. He then thought that even if he cut it with salvation, there's still space left, and the size seems to be smaller than what he saw at the bottom of Solia. Additionally, he felt something was weird, as he thought that the sacred sword was Labursa's goal, but now that he has the sacred sword, he thinks that it was planning to eliminate him and take the sword. As the fight went on, Eneral protected Irol from the attacks of the purple hand. Eneral became furious, telling Labursa that he was doing such dirty tactics. In response, Labursa called her arrogant and demanded her to take over the right hand position that had been blank for the past decades. Riley stopped the purple hand from attacking Eneral. Then, he asked the purple hand who he was talking to, because the last time, he went through a lot of trouble because he pushed their buttons. He even said that he doesn't mind taking a hit since he can shake it off like he stepped on some trash. Riley immediately sprang in action. He slashed the purple circles. He stated that he can't tolerate touching one of his people, and he would make him properly pay the price for making a hole in Ian's chest. As Riley mentioned Ian, Errol thought that it was familiar. She questioned why Ian's name was brought up, to which Errol told her that she actually had something to tell her. Suddenly, Ian arrived calling for the young master. Riley was shocked that he was present, considering his injury. Priscia then assured Riley that Ian recovered with a little bit of prayer. Right after, Errol went to Ian. She asked her if he was really Ian that she knew. However, Riley stopped them and told them to postpone their touching reunion because there are more important things that they need to do. Proceedingly, Nain materialized a barrier. Riley attacked the purple hand and said that there are many things that he needs to get it back for. He declared that he would finish the purple hand. While he was fighting, Ryan was in awe seeing Riley's skill with the sword. He couldn't believe that he was the same guy who always slept on top of the trees. Moreover, Riley asked Nain if she thinks that their plan would be possible, which Nain said that they won't know unless they try. Errol was surprised to see Nain with Riley when she was just right beside her a minute ago. Thus, she felt amazed, thinking that Nain was no joke when she saw her in the mountains, even thinking that Nain must be Dragon Endolls. At the same time, Nain proceeded with their plan. In a second, she informed Riley that she had finished gathering all of them. The purple hands were confused about what Nain did, to which Nain understands because magic probably didn't exist in the world where Riley lives. Nain utilized the skill, Space Distortion. Since she gathered all the holes that were split, a surprise attack is no longer possible. Hence, the person behind the purple circle became furious that they dare to play around with the power that the person authorized in that way. Then, Riley challenged the person inside the circle to come out, though he would die as soon as he did, which the person told Riley that he didn't know his place. Riley retorted that it was its master who didn't know their place. He believed that he hadn't beat his master enough, which he thought that it would be over if he just defeated the Demon King, but he guessed there are still remnants. As Riley began to list the names of potential masters who might be connected to the person in question, Errol took a moment to reflect. Briefly, he mentioned the name Helena, surprising Riley in the process. The one who brings the lower into that world, the one who divided the 6 people into 6 parts and commands them, is named Helena, Errol stated. Thus, Riley thought of Saint Helena, who bestowed him the sacred sword in the other world, saying that he's the only one who can survive the world. Riley was shocked to know that it was because of her. On the other hand, the person behind the circle became furious because Errol dared to carelessly utter Helena's name. The person behind the circle emerged, it was Labursa, who declared that he would be the one to deliver judgment in Helena's place. He informed them that his initial goal was to retrieve the right hand, but now he also needed to discover how Riley knew Helena's name. Labursa would go easy on Riley if he answered obediently, but he knew Riley had no intention of doing so. Riley replied that Labursa was correct and added that he, too, wanted to ask how Labursa knew Helena. Nain then asked Riley if they should retreat, but Riley disagreed and instructed her to keep an eye on Labursa. Labursa, furious, thought that Riley was underestimating him. He unleashed purple magic, declaring that he would warm up a bit before beginning the interrogation. However, Riley effortlessly deflected the black magic attacks. He told Labursa that it was Labursa who should be answering his questions. Labursa then stated that if he had known Riley would be such a nuisance, he would have gotten rid of him when they first met. But Riley replied that it should be his line instead. Watching them fight, Errol wondered if Riley was also a dragon. Thus, Priscia clarified that while both of them were incredibly skilled, they were not dragons. However, Ryan still had doubts because he knew Riley as someone who always slacked off and took naps, yet now he was displaying such impressive swordsmanship. Ian retorted that Riley was still a regular human since Iris gave birth to him, and if Iris had been a dragon, poison would have posed a threat. Priscia stated that she confirmed Nain's humanity through her saintly eye, so there was no way the goddess would lie. On the other hand, Labursa was forming a large sphere of dark magic. He hurled it toward Riley and Nain, but they easily destroyed it. After a while of fighting, Libursa had some realizations about the sword, as he hadn't understood at first when Helena had instructed him to retrieve it. But now, he realized it was something worthy of concern after all. Proceedingly, Riley mocked him, pointing out that his attacks had become slower and asking if that was the extent of what he could do. Libursa responded that he still had a lot left to show Riley. Thus, Riley told him that he'd better pull out everything he could and use it, since it would be a pain if he died because of a slip-up, which had already happened when he cut off Libursa's arm. Libursa's arm flew off, but he believed he could attack again as long as he was still holding it. However, Nain caught his arm and declared that she would hold on to it. As he felt troubled, he became distracted and was unaware that Riley was already behind him. But when Riley attacked him, Libursa immediately conjured a shield barrier. Riley switched the position of his sword to his left hand. He attempted to strike the barrier, but it simply bounced away. Libursa laughed as he remarked that Riley's dagger couldn't penetrate a barrier that even the sacred sword couldn't breach. Nonetheless, Riley continued to attack it without relent. When Libursa performed a trick attack, Riley quickly pierced through it. Then, he told Libursa that Helena hadn't mentioned anything about the sword. The sacred sword, Salvation, possesses the ability to fully withstand his mana, but it also has the power to nullify the superpowers of this world. As a result, Riley shattered the barrier, and his sword also pierced through Libursa's body. Riley showcased the sword, the weapon of the underworld that the purple humans had long desired. Even after being pierced, Libursa still resisted, telling Riley that he was insolent and despicable. Thus, Riley pointed his sword at Libursa, demanding that he reveal everything about Helena. He warned that even if Libursa refused, Nain would extract his memories directly. He frightened him, warning that he wouldn't want to end up a fool like Ryutrina. Therefore, Libursa decided to reveal information about that person. However, Riley clarified that Helena shouldn't be referred to as a person, but rather as a being, since they couldn't really consider her human. Consequently, Libursa corrected himself and said being. However, Riley noticed something unusual about Libursa. He wasn't exuding any killing intent, to the extent that it felt as if his mind could shatter. Suddenly, Libursa's body melted, which surprised them both. Nain then became concerned and shouted at Riley. She then told Riley that what was happening to Libursa was the same thing he had witnessed a long time ago. Thus, Riley recalled that in his previous life, the followers of Helena would melt away like that if they spoke out of turn. Nain contemplated that she couldn't recover Libursa's memories in that manner, so she decided to extract his memories before he completely vanished. But first, she asked Riley to cast a slowing spell. With urgency, Nain attempted to extract Libursa's memory. While she was doing it, Riley waited. But he was suddenly taken aback when Ian shouted that he had showcased a splendid display of his skills. Riley realized that he had forgotten Ian was watching, and he was certain Ian would start up again about why he had hidden his skills. Much to his surprise, he noticed that Ryan was also there. Ryan asked him to calm down, as he had a lot he wanted to ask. Afterward, Riley and Ryan had a private conversation because Ryan wanted to ask Riley a question. He asked Riley if he was the same Riley he knew. Riley simply replied with a yes. He mentioned that he might have seemed like a completely different person since that event, but like everyone else, he had secrets he kept from the family. However, he stated that he was still the youngest member of the Ippolita family, and that hasn't changed. Ryan then looked at Riley to determine if he was telling the truth. Then, he stood up and accepted Riley's answer, realizing that he needed to clear his head for a while. Riley was left alone in the room. Then he heard his people talking in the other room. So, he went to them and asked how Ian was doing. Priscia said that Ian's condition had stabilized, but he would need to avoid overworking himself for a while. Ian had been running around all excited, but now his wound had reopened. Eneral then remarked that it seemed Ian had gotten quite old, noting that in the past, he would have been fine as if nothing had happened. Then, Riley thought that it's a shame that they didn't get the chance to talk, but Eneral was confident that Ian would be up by tomorrow. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door aggressively. Riley quickly was on alert, telling them to stay back as it might be an enemy. However, Nain told him that she believes that she knows who it was. Shortly, the door opened. While grasping for breath, Nara complained that they just left her behind like that. Riley and Priscia were surprised, seeing Nara come all of a sudden at that time. Nara told them that she would really get angry with them next time if they left her again. After some time, night came and the young people went to bed to rest for the day. On the other hand, Riley and Nain went out for some walk, where Riley pointed out that Nara slept quickly for someone who was loud, which Nain said that it was an eventful day for them after all. Riley then was amazed that Nain even knew how to use 4-character idioms now, which Nain said that he has improved compared to before. Moreover, they talked about how their mind's in a mess and it got even more complicated because all of them intertwined with each other. Also, hearing Eneral only has a few weeks left to live makes Nain feel worried about Iral, because she would be left alone even though she's young. She felt even sorrier for Eneral because it was like seeing herself when she was terminally ill, and Eneral must have a lot that she wants to say to Ian. But Riley thought that they would be okay, as Ian thought that his teacher was dead. However, Nain believes that Ian can't forget Eneral because he likes her that much. Nain's sure that Ian wants to be with Eneral for as long as he can. Then, she asked about Riley's plan. Riley said that if it was up to him, he would like to go back home, but the epidemic related to the monster migration comes first since the purple humans will be taken care of once they get rid of that guy. He believes that tracking down Helena is the most urgent priority, but he doesn't know how to access another world, so he's unable to take any action at the moment. Out of the blue, he mentioned that he hasn't taken any naps in recent days because he can't sleep peacefully. Riley would usually ignore everything and take a nap, but lately, he's been troubled by a certain maid who asked if it was her causing the disturbance. He said he can't ignore her when she expresses her desire to save the world, even to the extent of wanting to extract her memories. Nain apologized when she realized she was the person Riley was referring to. Then, he mentioned that he is in a somewhat similar situation to Ian, and if the world were to come to an end, there wouldn't be a future or anything else, so he should do the best he can. Nain then wondered what the similar situation to Ian might be. Suddenly, she remembered what she had said earlier, that Ian wanted to be with Eneral for as long as possible. With that in mind, an awkward atmosphere settled around them. Just as Riley was about to speak, Eneral called out to him. They were both surprised, and Nain quickly scolded Eneral for coming outside by herself and without her cane. Eneral said she thought the others would wake up from the sound of the cane. Then, she told Riley that she had something to ask of him, which stemmed from her own personal selfishness. Seriously, she asked Riley if he would be willing to cross swords with her. She was curious about who would emerge victorious between someone who had the blessing of the sword and someone who used to have it. Riley then remarked that, from the looks of it, she didn't seem to have lost a single time. But Eneral replied that there was just one time she had lost, to which Riley guessed that the opponent was Ian. Riley then ordered Nain to get some wooden training swords, to which Nain asked if he was really going to go through with it. He told her not to worry too much, assuring her that he would control himself. Their swords clashed together with equal strength. Riley and Eneral showcased the full extent of their skills. Even though it wasn't full power, Riley felt troubled. The fight continued, with neither of them willing to give up. Suddenly, Nain noticed Ryan was there when he spoke, expressing his disbelief at Riley's skill, even after witnessing it numerous times. He then told Nain that she didn't need to be on guard, as he wasn't there to interfere. As he watched Riley and Eneral fighting, he said that he just wanted to observe both of their swordsmanship. The battle between Eneral and Riley continued for hours, with neither of them willing to back down. Riley reflected that it was typical of someone who had received the blessing of the sword, considering that if Eneral were in peak condition, she could have held out for several days. Then, he cast the slowing spell. As a result, Eneral lost her grip on the sword. Riley believed that she was too out of practice to compete with him in his current condition. Eneral then asked if he had used magic, to which Riley replied that he had employed temporal magic to enhance his movements, adding that if she wanted to consider it a shortcut, she was welcome to do so. However, Eneral stated that she was already grateful he had indulged her, and he shouldn't let his valuable abilities go to waste. She accepted her defeat. Since her curiosities had been satisfied, she expressed that she had no more regrets. Riley, however, questioned if she was certain, as he still sensed a lingering attachment emanating from her. Inero replied that it couldn't be helped, after all, she had been human before. While she had resolved one of her long-held desires, many new worries had come with her new life. That she had taught the ways of the sword but not the ways of the world. And that she hadn't been able to complete her teachings of swordsmanship to Lion. Additionally, there was the issue of the monsters that would soon invade the village of Ramella, all of which contributed to her worries stemming from her limited time for training. Then, Riley inquired about Ian. Inero explained that Ian was her first disciple and the hero who saved her from being bound to Helena. Thus, Riley informed her that Ian wanted her to live a bit longer. He desired to be with her so much that he searched for her even while losing consciousness from his injuries. Right after that, he took her hand and said it didn't seem like she had expressed everything she wanted to say. Riley cast the time spell on Inero, which took her by surprise. She remarked that it was an act that went against the natural order of things, to which Riley replied that it wasn't a big deal since his very existence defied that order. Considering what the goddess had done, he told Inero that much was nothing. He then mentioned that she would be able to live a little longer than she had anticipated. As the sun set, Riley informed Nain that they should head back to the mansion, and when Nain questioned whether he was leaving Ian behind, Riley replied that he had done all he could for them. Riley said that Ian needed a vacation every now and then. Upon returning to the mansion, they discovered the news that mercenaries had slaughtered thousands of monsters that had invaded the village of Ramella overnight. Riley saw that the names of Iril, Inero, Ian, and Nara were even mentioned in the news. The news also highlighted Inero, Priscia, and Ian due to recent events. Nain then remarked that it seemed like they were having fun, to which Riley replied that since it wasn't a bad thing, it would be okay. They then speculated that the unidentified man in a hooded cloak mentioned in the news was Ryan. Consequently, they felt relieved that everyone seemed to be doing well, which Riley thought was only natural since he had specifically approved the winter vacation. He then said he was feeling sleepy and would take a quick nap, asking Nain to wake him up in the evening. However, someone approached and asked if he wasn't tired of sleeping every day. It turned out to be Endal. Endal kicked Riley for just sleeping and ignoring him, while Nain also mentioned that he could wait a while and return in the evening. But Endal insisted that he had to say it right now. Nain grew concerned as Endal tried to wake Riley from his sleep. Nain then asked Endal if the epidemic case had been resolved, noting that it seemed like he had been hiding its traces since the last incident. To this, Endal replied that this was exactly why he was there. He explained that he had chased after Riley because he discovered he was in Enyiram, but there was a problem. A reckless human had found him first. Previously, someone had asked Endal if they could cooperate. The black person told him that he was correct. It said that if Endal brought him his longtime friend, he would hand over the person called Epidemic, whom he had been searching for. Endal asked how he would know his friend, to which the black person replied that he knew a guy who was skilled with a sword. Then the black person asked Endal to tell Riley that he still remembered the last thing the hero said before he fell from the sky that day. That's what Endal told Riley at that moment. Hearing this, Riley asked if they really said that. Endal confirmed that the black person also mentioned a final battle with the hero, which he couldn't comprehend. He knows that Riley is the best with a sword, so he came to recruit him. Nain and Riley communicated mentally, realizing that what Endal mentioned was the person who had been with him during his final moments in his past life. It was the Demon King. They immediately set out for an abandoned village to meet the black person. Riley asked Endal if he was certain that they were instructed to come there, as the place seemed deserted. Endal replied that it was natural for it to be abandoned since the plague had spread, leaving only the abandoned children behind. Then, he asked why he left Nain behind, to which Riley explained that he had no choice but to leave the mansion in a hurry because only Nain could create his body double doll. Shortly after, a person greeted them. Endal informed them that he had brought the person they were discussing, and the individual told them to follow. As they followed the person, Riley considered taking her hostage to blackmail them. However, Endal reminded him that Isiltel had instructed him not to handle the situation with violence. After a while of walking, the person announced that they had arrived. Riley became alert upon seeing the person. On the other hand, Endal informed Riley that the kid in front of them was the kid who had hidden the plague and made a deal with a dragon. Hence, Riley looked at the guy intently. The black person remarked that Riley looked the same as he did in his past life. Thus, Riley asked for his name. The man said that the child didn't have a name, but if Riley insisted. He said that Abyss was his name. In Riley's previous life, the Saint talked to Riley, informing him that the city was in danger, and if they fail to stop the Demon King Abyss, humanity will be faced with a great catastrophe. As the wielder of salvation, the Saintess believed that only Riley can strike down the Demon King. Even if Riley said that he can't kill someone that can kill hundreds of people with just a mere gesture of his hand, the Saint persists that he can. Her reason was because he is the hero. Abyss still vividly remembers that time, when Riley appeared to be quite weary. It was nice for him to see that Riley was doing better now. Subsequently, Endall intervened and demanded Abyss to hand over the epidemic, as their agreement on bringing Riley to him was done. Abyss said that he was a dull lizard, not even knowing that they're standing right next to him. But, Abyss said that the person was just an ordinary child now since he took away his power himself, though he lost some of his memories in the process, it's for the better since it was a past he would have wanted to erase. He said that it must be a painful thing for an epidemic to possess a power he doesn't want. The more pure the vessel that contains the power, the more tragic its fate becomes. Seeing the epidemic's aversion to harming the children, it reminded him of Riley. Thus, he chose to break the chains that tied him to the purple hand. Even so, Endall thinks that their appearance is different now. But Riley told him to just take the child away and bring him back after he confirmed it, which Endall asked if it was okay and Riley said that it was. Riley stated that he thought that he would have to talk with Abyss. After a while, Abyss admitted to Riley that he found out about his existence thanks to the newspaper, which he always carried with him just in case he even forgot Riley's face. Riley was astonished that Abyss carried his picture even though he killed him. However, Abyss said that he would never harbor resentment towards his benefactor. Abyss realized that he had been weary as well. The fact that he's able to live leisurely is all thanks to Riley. He caught a fish that was small, so Riley asked if he was going to let go of it. Abyss let the fish go because he learned from Riley that small things should be spared. Thanks to Riley, Abyss also got into the hobby of looking after children, whereas he has taken all the abandoned children because of the plaque, which Riley asked when did he ever taught him anything. In their past life, Abyss observed that Riley was always desperate to protect the children, hence, watching him protect the small things came to him with a great meaning. However, Riley doubts what Abyss said. Because he was the one who toyed with children that didn't know anything. And was the one who turned them into monsters that killed their parents with their own hands. However, Abyss doesn't seem to know what he's talking about toying the children. Riley became furious and thought that he was playing dumb, which Abyss retorted that he doesn't have a clue about what he's talking about. Abyss explained that for demons like them, strength is justice and law, the winner judges what is right and wrong, so it wouldn't be of help to him to toy with children in the contest of strength. Rather, if they're talking about cruelty, Abyss said that it points to humans. He stated that humans kidnap, experiment, and extort them. Additionally, they make them into slaves, which the upper class of humans just brazenly observes. Upon hearing that, Riley thought that it means that he's saying that it wasn't the work of the demons. Abyss confirmed it, and even swear it on the countless years he has lived. He was certain that he had never done such a thing, or had ordered his subordinates to do so. With that said, Riley starts to realize that what made him think that way was the Saintess. Previously, the Saintess told Riley that it's too late for the children. The Saintess apologized because her purification is still lacking. Thus, Riley asked her if they're just going to leave the children to suffer for their whole lives. The Saintess responded no, and said that there's a way to end their misery. At that moment, the Saint told Riley that he had to cut down the children with his sword as she said that thousands could die because of a couple of monsters. Riley became furious as the Saint called the children monsters. However, the Saint persisted, saying that it was for a great cause and he must harden his heart to protect the world. As a result, Riley was forced to kill the children because of the Saint's words. On the other hand, Endall was retrieving Epidemic's memories, which he confirmed that Abyss was telling the truth. Seeing his expression, the child asked him if he was uncomfortable somewhere. But Endall was thinking that Abyss took the Epidemic's power. He only took a quick glance through his memories, but he was able to feel Abyss's mana. Suddenly, the child shoved a bowl in his face, telling him to eat. The child shoved it in Endol's face since couldn't hear him, and just in case he had gotten a disease that took away his hearing. But unknown to the child, Endol already had gotten sick when he was spreading the plaque like crazy. Then, Endol decided to let the child go since he had lost his memories and strength. Instead, he asked the child if he was close with Abyss, and told him to tell him about Abyss. The child said that Abyss is a good kid, he has good leadership and is smart, so everyone follows him like the chief. Endol agreed as he believes that Abyss has an air of maturity that surpassed his age, then asked what about else. Thus, the child said that Abyss mentioned that he wanted to drink something called cola, which surprised Endol. Endol remembered that Riley always asks for a cola in his bar, which he doesn't know what it was. Riley told him that it was a drink that a certain person liked a long time ago, so a dragon like him doesn't need to know, to which Endol retorted that he has lived longer than him. Thinking of it, Endol realized that there's something between Riley and Abyss, seeing how they're looking for the same weird drink. There is something that Riley realized after comparing events from his past life with Abyss. First, demons had no intention of driving humanity to extinction. Second, Abyss had no choice but to move according to someone's intentions, and third, the reason why the demons targeted their world was just to meet the goddess from their past lives. Then, Abyss also concluded that the Saintess and his inner circle colluded together, which their goal was to drive them to extinction. Riley then asked Abyss how he was free to interfere in that world, which Abyss revealed that he had killed the goddess of the other world. Abyss said that gods are killable, which Riley thought that it would be nice if he had heard it earlier, but Abyss said that Riley has no reason to hear it and he had no time to tell him. Hence, said that it was a nice feeling that he had been fooled all this time. That moment, Abyss fell silent. Then, he asked Riley if he could gather 6 people that he trusted, to which Riley asked the reason why he had to. Abyss explained that the purple humans that Riley mentioned have seemed to try to imitate him, but they're too clumsy. With that said, Riley realized something. He is going to create 6 parts, which Abyss would show the purple humans that their side is better. Abyss said that it doesn't matter whether he accepts or not, since he can cross the other world with the kids when they grow up, to which Riley asked if he could really cross that world. Abyss confirmed that he could, making Riley consider his offer. Then, Riley said that he can let go of a chance to get revenge himself. He agreed to gather 6 people as he already had someone in mind, where suddenly, Endol came. Endol informed him that he confirmed that the child was really the epidemic like what Abyss said. Endol was dumbfounded as Riley didn't seem surprised, which Riley said that he already guessed since Abyss doesn't seem like he was lying. Then, Endol told them that there's something that he wanted to ask the both of them. He demanded to know what the thing is called cola. He wanted to know how good it was that both of them were looking for it. But, Abyss just chuckled. He guessed that one of the 6 had already been chosen, referring to Endol. In the Ippolita mansion, Nain was in the library with Riley's doll. She was wondering if everything went well because Riley is late. Suddenly, she heard some noise outside. She was nervous as it was Sarah, saying that it was weird that Riley's smell was coming from 2 people. Nain discerned that Riley must have entered the mansion and Sarah misunderstood because of the doll. Suddenly, Sarah came inside the room, looking for Nain. Nain played dumb, asking Sarah what was the matter. Sarah told her that she heard that she was doing something else instead of serving the young Master Riley. Hence, Sarah asked Nain to have a quick talk, which Nain saw that Riley was already behind Sarah. Sarah grabbed Nain by the neck, troubled. What kind of excuse does Riley tell Sarah? Consequently, Nain got scolded by Sarah. Riley apologized to her because he couldn't think of a better excuse, to which Nain retorted that he could have let her know by telepathy. He even said that she also forgot levitation magic last time, so they should call it even, but, seeing Nain angry, he just apologized. Then, Nain said that it's fine since he came back from Abyss safely. Moreover, Riley tells Nain that Abyss told him to gather 6 people like the purple humans did. He put down a paper and said that it's the 6 people that he created at the top of his head, which he wanted to ask for Nain's opinion about it. Nain thinks that they're all people that are trustworthy and skillful. But, she noticed that there are 7 people, which Riley said that he's still thinking about those 2. Nain believes that Ian will be a little bit more reliable, but he suffered an injury recently, so Iril seems okay too, but Riley said that they should take their time to think about it. Then, she asked him how he is planning to take those people, as it might take a long time to convince them about both his past life and Helena. As he wasn't responding, Nain realized that he was planning on dragging her into that mess again. She told Riley that he also needs to tell his parents as the journey won't be long, which Riley said that it's okay, but of course, it would be a problem if they stay to the point that they noticeably change. Then, Riley said that they should get going and do what they could first, which is to convince Sarah, who's the closest nearby. Upon telling Sarah, Sarah fell into shock. Riley was telling her to pack immediately, but Sarah asked them to hold on a second. She was filled with questions about the lower world and the movement of the great evil. Then, Sarah asked why they needed to take a maid like her when it was better to take a knight, but Riley said that it won't happen. He said that she has the ability of smell and intuition that only she possesses. Suddenly, she felt something. She unconsciously dodged the sword that was going to attack her. Sarah realized that it was Riley's sword, so Riley asked if she dodged his sword now with only her eyes. Sarah explained that she just had a bad feeling. Hence, Riley said that it was her intuition, which confirmed her abilities by herself. Then, Nain said that she understood Sarah's worries, but she asked her to believe in them, also because Riley chose her as he recognized her worth. By what she said, Sarah was touched. A flowery atmosphere surrounded them, and Riley told them to give it a rest and just start packing, but Sarah asked if he could just give them a moment. Riley didn't agree, as he stated that they still have a lot of people left to convince. To which those people left are Nara, Priscia, Ian, and Iril. In another place, Priscia was praying to the goddess. She was trying to connect to her through her prayers. After some time of praying, the goddess revealed herself and told Priscia that it seems like it would be the last revelation she would give to her. Priscia thought that she was joking, while the goddess said that she would always bless the paths she has walked, the paths she will walk, and every moment in between. So, the goddess asked Priscia not to shed tears of sorrow. Priscia told the goddess that she is still far from enough and hoped that the goddess could give her guidance rather than blessings. The goddess continued saying the revelation. When Priscia opened her eyes, follow the boy that has come to find her, and all she has to do is to illuminate the path he walks with a bright light. As the goddess slowly fades away, she states that her existence will forever be in Priscia's heart. Priscia reached out for the goddess, begging her to allow her to pray for a little longer. Shortly, Priscia opened her eyes with tears coming out. Nara asked her if she was fine, which Priscia said that she was. Then, Nara informs her that Riley has come to speak with her. Priscia got up as Riley and the others were already there. Quickly, Priscia faced the young master. She asked if he was famous because he needed her for a great journey. Without hesitation, Priscia asked Riley to tell her what was happening. After a while, they already talked about going to the lower world. Nara was confused about it, while Priscia listened intently. Instantly, Priscia said that Nara and she will go together, so Nara asked if she understood what it was about, which Priscia said that she doesn't understand fully, but following Riley's journey was the goddess's final revelation. If they can accomplish it alone, the world can become a peaceful place even without the gods. Thus, Nara said that she should follow along if Priscia says so. Riley teased Nara that she was easily swayed by Priscia, but Nara retorted that she made the choice herself. With the decision, Nain and Riley felt relieved that it's been resolved more than they thought, so now, they just have to deal with the remaining two. The next day, they immediately went to Ramela villagers. The villagers quickly noticed their arrival. They recognized that Riley and the others were the guests who were looking for an arrow last time. Moreover, Riley told the villagers that everything looks fine, which they said that it was thanks to Anarel's guests and disciples. Hearing an unusual name, Sarah asked Nain who Anarel was. Nain then whispered to Sarah's ears. Afterwards, Sarah became gloomy because she was upset that she couldn't participate in last year's winter incident. Sarah was even surprised when she heard that Ryan was also there. She realized that everyone has gathered except for her, which they explained to her that they didn't intentionally leave her out. The group proceeded on their way, while Sarah was left crying. Finally, they reached Anarel's home. They knocked at the door. But no one was answering them. They think that it was strange because Anarel and the others were always home when they are around. Suddenly, Nara noticed something. her eyes widened in surprise. Hence, she called the others and told them to look in her way. Beside Eneryl's home, Eneryl and Ian were having a moment together. Ian held Eneryl's hand, telling Eneryl to hold his hand tightly if she ever felt cold. Ian's face was flustered because of Eneryl. Seeing they hold hands, Riley and the others unconsciously shouted in surprise. Eneryl and Ian were frozen in place as they saw the group. Afterwards, Ian just laughed at them, as he had shown an embarrassing side to them. Eneryl then asked him why he was saying that, as there's nothing particularly embarrassing. Right after, Eneryl was asked where Iryl and Ryan were, to which Eneryl said that they're training separately. After the duel between her and Riley, Ryan's gaze changed and Iryl seemed to have developed a sense of competition towards Ryan. Ian then mentioned to Riley that on several occasions, he had questioned him about his mindset towards swords, noting that the atmosphere around the sword felt entirely different. Moreover, Nain asked when Ryan and Iryl will return, as it would be more convenient to talk when they're all together. Right after, Iryl opened the door, excitedly telling Eneryl that she trained hard. To her surprise, other people were home. Ryan also became confused seeing Riley. Hence, Riley explained that he came because he had something to discuss with Eneryl and Ian. Then, Ryan said that he would continue training for a bit. However, Riley stopped him. He told him to come in as well. After some time, Riley finished telling them what he wanted to say, why they need members to join them on the other world. When he asked if they could come with him, Ian was hesitant to speak up. However, Iryl easily said that she would go. Nara asked her if she was sure, telling her that it might be different from a normal journey, which Iryl said that she was because even Riley is going. Iryl expressed that it might be an opportunity to improve her skills, so she also wants to see swords from a different world, not just the swords of their world. As Iryl made up her mind, Riley then asked about Ian's decision. However, Nain said that Iryl's presence already makes it a group of 6, but Riley said that he has changed his mind. Riley thought that it would be good to take the two who learned Eneryl's swordsmanship as a team of 2. By what Riley said, Ian made up his mind. However, Ryan said that he would go instead of Ian. They were surprised that Ryan made his decision. Ryan said that he is Eneryl's disciple as well, have learned the same swordsmanship and have trained frequently with Iryl, so he's familiar with coordinating with her. But Riley still doubts his intentions. He asked Ryan if he has any ulterior motives and is just trying to disturb him, to which Ryan said that there is something similar. Ryan admitted that he wanted to test his sword on the journey, or to be exact, his new mindset. He shared as his sword was no different from that of a wandering vagabond, where each strike was tainted with dirty impure purposes. When he got kicked out of the mansion, he just realized that his sword no longer holds purity. He tried to learn his master's intentions and competed with Iryl, trying to cleanse the impurity, but he couldn't grasp it at all. However, at that time, he realized something when he saw Ian and Riley's swords. Ryan said that their swords are wielded to save others. That's when he realized that the impurity he was trying to wash away wasn't in the sword, but in his heart. Hearing Ryan now, Riley thought that his father should have seen his brother. Riley then made the decision, welcoming his older brother to the team. In the dark forest, Abyss was teasing Endal, calling him Lizard, which Endal asked him to stop calling him Lizard because he's a dragon. Thus, Abyss called him a dragon's child. Endal then questioned him if he was really Riley's friend because Riley doesn't like kids who are so annoying, which Abyss confirmed that he's an old friend, so it's fine for him. However, Endal still has questions, telling him to be honest that he's not just a simple human friend because he's blocking all the magic that he's sending him. Eventually, Abyss agreed to tell Endal about his relationship with Riley because he believes that dragon kids are naturally curious. Furiously, Endal clarified that he's not a kid and he's just a dragon, which convinced Abyss to tell him the fight between the demons and humans in the lower world. Abyss tells that in the lower world, he was the demon king, he stood at the pinnacle of demons and was a source of fear for humans. But, the end of the demon king was truly insignificant. He was defeated by the sword of a human youth blessed by the holy sword. By what he said, Endal mused that the human youth with the blessing of the sword that he was referring to was Riley. After a while, a teleport magic appeared. Riley and his group arrived and were immediately looking for Endal and Abyss. When Riley saw them, he was dumbfounded. he saw Endol's face, completely different from his usual self. Abyss explained that he told Endol about their old stories, which seemed like he was more interested in that world than their relationship. Suddenly, Endol grabbed Riley's shoulder. He told them that they should immediately go to the lower world, which surprised Riley with his sudden actions. Endol said that he finally understood everything, the cars, airplanes, and buildings that Riley mentioned, which until now, he thought was just nonsense, but actually exist. Endol shook Riley's body, while telling him that he had to see it with his own eyes right away. On the other hand, Ryan and Sarah recognized Endol. Nain thought that it's better to tell them now for the future. But, Nara suddenly shouted that Endol must be the Red Dragon Endol. Ryan and Sarah became curious as Nara mentioned dragon. Ryan thought that it didn't make any sense, while Sarah thought that it's impossible. But in Sarah's mind, she suddenly thought that Nain's illness was said to be very serious, but Endol said he could fix it somehow. Ryan also thought about the pressure he felt when he saw Endol was a sensation beyond what a human could imagine. Thus, they both realized that if Endol was a dragon, everything makes sense. Moreover, Riley told Endol that they should stop at his cave because they can't go without any weapons. Hence, Endol opened the portal and said that they should go quickly. Riley pushes Endol, while he tells Nain that he would be back in a moment. Instantly, they were gone. An awkward presence enveloped them as they didn't know what to do, because there's nothing for them to discuss privately. Suddenly, Abyss went to greet them. Abyss told them not to be on guard, as he just wanted to take a look at them for a moment. But, Nain quickly made a barrier, telling Sarah that Abyss is a dangerous person. Abyss laughed and told her that she was so arrogant. Abyss released a purple aura in his body, and told Nain that he's curious if she would make the same sound even after being hit by that. Seeing his magic, Nain recognized that it was the Abyss-style martial arts. However, she didn't sense that Abyss was already behind her. It was too late when she turned around. Caught off guard, Abyss attacked her back. Prishia and Sarah were shocked with Abyss's actions. Nain helplessly crashed to the ground. Then, Abyss told Nain that it seems that she wanted a one-on-one combat with him, but the real purpose of their fight is to adapt to actual combat. Nain's body trembles as she lies pathetically on the ground. On the other hand, Abyss charged to her Kumaris, saying that the enemies in the lower world won't fight according to their wish. Seeing Abyss charging, Nain felt concerned about her group. Abyss targeted Sarah, while telling them that he will make sure she doesn't get hurt. Sarah managed to avoid Abyss's attack. Although her eyes can't keep up with his movements, he wondered if she sensed it instinctively. Furiously, Nara and Iroh charged at Abyss. But, Abyss was just playing them, saying that they have a great friendship, seeing that they're seeking revenge. Abyss grabbed Nara's weapon. Then, he kicked her body. But, he sensed another one on his back. He was able to stop Iroh's sword with Nara's weapon. To Iroh's surprise, Abyss just broke her sword into pieces instantly. Then, Abyss kicked her away. Seeing the situation, Prishia said that she would treat them. Abyss mocked Prishia, saying that she was easy to become a target in the lower world. Thus, Sarah quickly called out Prishia, telling her to stay still as she would protect her. However, Abyss just tripped her. He grabbed her leg and then threw her away with so much force. Fortunately, Ryan caught Sarah before she hit the tree. Ryan's concern was focused on Nara. He was caught off guard, making him an easy target for Abyss. Abyss smiled at Ryan wickedly while holding his neck. He told Ryan that his gaze is the most pleasing. Suddenly, Abyss felt magic hurling towards him. Nain asked him to stop, and told him that even if he moved for a little bit, she would release it and set him on fire. Hence, Abyss thought for a moment, then told Nain that she would have his praise if he were trying to catch him off guard. But, the outcome has been decided. Upon hearing this, Nain realized it. Thus, she decided to withdraw her magic. Abyss smiled wickedly, guessing that the warm-up was sufficient. On the other hand, Riley was wondering if the level of weaponry he was holding was sufficient for kids. Heliona complained about his remark, to which Riley said that she should be grateful that he's going to find a use for it. Then, Endol asked Riley if he needed armor because he brought a few. But Riley said that he doesn't need it as it doesn't even fit, making Endall angry, asking if he could consider everything from his perspective. As they have all the weapons, Endall said that they should prepare to leave, but Riley wasn't responding. Then, Riley said that he hasn't chosen a gift for Nain yet, making Endall more furious. Riley apologized and asked Endall to give him 10 minutes, but Endall told him to just grab anything. Thus, Riley told Endall that he would take him to the first class on a plane. Thinking of it, Endall agreed to give him 20 minutes more. Back at the forest, Nain was surprised when she doesn't feel pain anywhere. Everyone else seemed fine as well. Hence, Prishya asked Abyss how he did it. Abyss said that he told them that he would make sure that they don't get hurt. However, they don't believe him as he carelessly used his powers. Then, Abyss told them that their fight was just to learn their strengths and weaknesses, and he wanted to know their feedback. He said that if they don't like it, he could share some story about Riley that they may not know. However, Nain said that he probably wouldn't want that, which Abyss said that Riley told him not to tell anyone. Abyss told them that he understood that speaking might lead to troublesome matters after all, however, he thought that the situation is different now, and it would be beneficial for everyone to have some knowledge if they transition to their world. Nain then spoke up, saying that it's better to make a decision after Riley arrives. Thus, Abyss said that it seems like he only fueled their curiosity. So, he said that it was unreasonable for them to collaborate in that matter without knowing anything. But, Nain said that she would oppose it until the end. Still, Abyss persisted, saying that he would take full responsibility for what he said after speaking. Without delay, he asked them to listen carefully. If they want to understand Riley well, they need to pay close attention and listen carefully. Finally, Endall and Riley have returned, but Riley starts to wonder what happened as everyone's expression seemed unusual. He felt weird seeing all of them look at him with softness. Thus, Abyss explained that he shared a bit of his story because as comrades fighting together, it's not unusual to unveil some of their secrets. Then, Nain apologized that he couldn't prevent Abyss from telling about his past life, which Riley said that it was okay because he was planning to tell his subordinates about it eventually. Sarah began to express her feelings now that she knows where they are going. Nara said that she also realized that Riley's extraordinary abilities are due to his past life. Then, Iril said that she now understands why Riley is recognized by her grandma. Lastly, Ryan said that it all made sense after hearing Riley's stories, while Prishya now understands the reasons why Riley dislikes the saint. After all that, Sarah told Riley that if they had told them quickly, it might have been a relief, as the fact of him being Riley doesn't change, so there shouldn't be anything different. Riley smiled and said that it was true. He said that it seems like he has just kept procrastinating because it's bothersome. Afterwards, each of them was given their weapons, which everyone was pleased with. Prishya was given a sacred book. Feeling grateful, she told Riley that she will do her best as a saint to help. Seeing Prishya downcast, Riley asked her if it was because of what happened earlier, so Prishya admitted that it's because she had learned about his wound. Riley told her that she should just keep doing what she has been doing as the saint in his previous life is different from her. Then, he asked Nain if he could see her alone for a moment, which made Nain nervous. They immediately distanced themselves from the crowd. Nain thought that Riley wanted to see him because he's trying to scold her for Abyss telling a past life story. When Riley was about to talk, Nain quickly apologized, saying that she should have taken responsibility and stopped Abyss. But, like what Riley said, he was also planning to tell it after all. He said it's fine and asked Nain to take a look at his hands. Riley brought her a scarf. He explained that it was the only thing that seemed to suit her, and it was also said that it controls the flow of mana. Immediately, he wrapped it around Nain and said that he brought it as he thought the color would suit her. Nain thanked him for the scarf, but Riley asked her not to thank him yet because he still has more to give. He brought out 2 rings and said that it was the reason that he called her. Riley explained to her that the ring helps in mana supply, and also he borrowed the ring because it looks like she was not wearing the ring she got from Astroa. Unknown to Riley, the reason that Nain won't wear the ring was not because she doesn't like the design. Then, Nain asked Riley if the ring is a pair of 2 set, to which Riley said that he heard that both need to be worn for the effect to work. But, Nain told him to take the other on. Riley wondered why he needs to take it even though it's a set of 2. However, he saw that Nain was serious about it. Hence, he felt like he had no choice but to take it. After a while, they finally joined the group. They teased them, saying there's a strange atmosphere between the two of them. On the other hand, Abyss asked Riley if everything was ready, to which Riley said that they are ready to depart. Without delay, Abyss asked them to gather around him, or he quickly made a magic circle around all of them. Before they departed, Abyss asked if everyone was ready. Prishya and Nara responded that they were ready. Endal complained that they should go already, while Iral was calm, saying that she was. Thus, Abyss told them to close their eyes. He then repeated to Endal to close his eyes because he knows that he's keeping his eyes open. Endal closed his eyes and Abyss continued. Abyss said that when they opened their eyes again, may their homeland unfold before them? Shortly, Riley opened his eyes. He saw that they are back to his home and his past life. He was shocked from the scene before him, even hearing people talking about Kola. When he saw the people, he realized that he's really back in a world that cursed him more than death. Suddenly, he heard someone talking about a saint, so he quickly checked the others. He saw Nara and Sarah, who was wondering if they were in the underworld already. Riley told them not to worry as it seemed like they arrived not too late, considering the peaceful scene. But, he suddenly found it strange as Nara and Sarah are the only ones there. Nara said that there are only 3 of them when she opened her eyes, which Sarah also thought that Riley should know why. However, Riley doesn't know anything, making him wonder where the rest went. On the other hand, Nain and the others were also wondering where the others were going. She was split up with Ryan and Prishya. Nain thought that she had to use her right eye to find them, however, the pain on her eyes was too severe. She found it difficult to determine the positions of the others with just her eyes because the pain is getting worse. Suddenly, they heard the people who were living in that world talking about them, saying that they're strange because of what they are wearing. Prishya noticed that the people are observing and whispering about them, which Ryan also thinks that their gaze on them is increasing more and more. Thus, Nain thinks that they should take care of attire first, to which Prishya asks why they should change their clothes. Nain told them it was because they are in a different world from the one they used to live in. With that said, Nain decided to move to a different place and then think about the situation slowly. Instantly, they disappeared from their location. The people were surprised to see them disappear all of a sudden, making their suspicions right that they were superhumans. At the same time, a black thing also saw what Nain did. The black creature had the same friend and was also shocked by what Nain did. One of them believed they were superhumans, but the other argued it was something else entirely. Meanwhile, Endal was enraged, demanding an explanation from Abyss about what had occurred. Abyss explained that he must have used too much force, causing him to make a mistake he normally wouldn't. However, Endal remained furious, stating that he had known from the moment Abyss arrogantly commanded a dragon. Abyss retorted, saying he didn't understand why Endal was angry since it was Endal who wanted to come to that world. Endal responded that it was different, and without Riley, they wouldn't have been able to reach the first class. Seeing them argue, Iral stepped in and urged Endal to calm down, reminding him that there was nothing to gain by fighting among themselves. Instead, Endal grew even angrier, asking if she was giving him orders now. Nervously, Iral replied that it wasn't an order, but merely a suggestion. Iral felt anxious, wondering why, out of all the people in the group, she ended up at odds with both Abyss and Endal. Furthermore, Abyss warned them not to act recklessly, or they might become separated from their comrades, which only made Endal angrier again. Abyss stated that they should minimize their movements to avoid the gaze of the Saintess, expressing hope that Endal would cooperate. However, Endal ignored him, claiming that it would be quicker to create a disturbance. Abyss was taken aback and fell silent. He slapped Endal on the back, realizing he had no choice as Endal was becoming emotional and impulsive. As a result, Endal fell unconscious and collapsed to the ground. Iral became concerned, fearing that Endal might be dead, but Abyss assured her not to worry, explaining that he had just put Endal to sleep for a moment. With Endal unconscious, Abyss and Iral began discussing what the others were doing. Abyss considered that if anything happened, they would quickly notice, as that world wasn't very large. He said they needed to determine the current timeline, whether it was before or after Riley and he had died, so they could effectively avoid the Saint's surveillance. To which he thought that Riley was probably investigating it too, as he hated the saint more than anyone else. Then, Iril said that she would investigate with Abyss Nim, to which Abyss replied that she should just call him Abyss. However, regarding Endol, Abyss told her to ensure she showed respect, noting that with her pride and stubbornness, sparks might fly. Iril replied that she would do just that. Continuing, Abyss mentioned that since they had come with 7 members instead of 6, they needed to make good use of their hidden cards. To achieve that, he advised that it was better to conceal their presence as much as possible. He then thought that Endol should hold back a little and use his power to assist the hidden cards when necessary. On the other hand, Riley and his group were in the monument. It was a commemorative monument dedicated to a particular warrior. Riley realized that they were in the timeline where he had already died. While they were at the monument, they began to attract attention from the people around them. They wondered if the onlookers were truly people and questioned why they were standing at the monument. They even considered that the people found them strange looking at the old memorial monument. Riley overheard their conversations and realized that people had completely forgotten about his existence, even in their memories. He thought to himself that if not for the monument, he might have questioned the reality of his past life, which now only appeared to him in dreams. Behind her, Nara and Sarah stood quietly, just watching him. Nara realized that the monument was Riley's final resting place in that world, the place where he had sacrificed his life along with the Demon King. Suddenly, she noticed that Sarah seemed different. Sarah cried, realizing that Riley had risked his life to save the world, and yet no one remembered him and there wasn't even a proper name inscribed on the monument. Having such thoughts filled Sarah with a sense of injustice and anger. Seeing Sarah's reaction, Nara also realized that Sarah was right. It was not acceptable to neglect Riley's memorial like that when he was undoubtedly a figure deserving of being called a hero. She thought that if Riley truly saved that world, then someone should definitely remember him. Suddenly, someone approached the monument. Riley was surprised to see her walking toward the monument. The woman apologized at Riley's monument. She apologized for taking too long to gather the flowers, explaining that's why she was late. Seeing her face, Riley suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, a child had spoken to him. She had been begging him to help her friends who had turned into monsters. Riley realized that the woman was the same child who had asked Helena to save her friends before. Riley smiled, pleased that she had grown up so well. Upon seeing the child, Nara informed Sarah that someone remembered Riley, which Sarah considered fortunate. Unbeknownst to them, a man suddenly rushed in. The man accidentally bumped into the child. As a result, the child fell to the ground, and the flowers she had brought were scattered everywhere. Although the man was the one who bumped into the child, he was the one who got angry, claiming that his shirt was completely stained. Nara felt angry at the man's behavior, but Sarah held her back. As the child was gathering all the flowers, the man believed she was a beggar. He suddenly threw some money at her and told her to take care of it herself, saying he didn't have time to deal with her. Seeing that, Nara grew even more furious. She urged Sarah not to stop her from hitting the man, but she was shocked to find that Sarah was no longer there. Sarah was already standing in front of the man, poised to slap him. Without hesitation, Sarah slapped the man in anger. The man was furious, demanding to know what she was doing, thinking of her as a crazy woman who had appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, Sarah told the man to apologize. She demanded that he apologize to the child immediately. However, the man didn't understand her language, so he assumed she was a foreigner and called out for someone who could communicate with her. Meanwhile, Nara asked Riley what they should do, as it seemed like they needed to stop Sarah. However, Riley immediately helped the woman gather the flowers. He used his time magic to restore the flowers to their original state. He then handed the flowers back to the woman and told her to be careful not to drop them again. As the woman reached for the flowers, she noticed something strange. She began to wonder if it was originally supposed to look like that, as it seemed different from before. Meanwhile, the man was still searching for someone who could communicate with foreigners. Suddenly, he was taken aback when someone called him from behind. Riley ordered him to pick up what he had scattered and return to where he came from, but the man was worried that he was someone with abilities. He said that foreigners like him were not allowed to use their powers in other countries. However, Riley ignored him and asked the man if he hadn't heard what he just said. He warned the man to leave quickly if he didn't want to have a hard time, since the man didn't have any powers. He ran away quickly, threatening that he would return and they would see what happened next. Riley wondered what was wrong with the man's words, as he spoke like a third-rate villain. Afterwards, the child thanked him for helping her, to which Riley replied that it was no big deal. Then, they asked the child if she had sustained any major injuries, and she replied that she had not, thanks to them. The child then asked who they were, noticing they didn't look like ordinary foreigners, to which Riley simply replied that they were travelers from abroad. Riley put the cap back on the child and then asked if she knew of a place that could accommodate 7 people, explaining that they had forgotten to book a place to stay. He said he would really appreciate it if she could help them. However, the child was frozen in place, as Riley's face seemed familiar to her. To ease her suspicion, she asked Riley if he was that Ajushi from back then. At the same time, the man from earlier had just arrived at his office. He was telling his supervisor that he was late because of some foreigner who might have abilities, but his supervisor thought he was just making excuses. His supervisor told him to stop and ordered him to just write an apology letter for being late. Afterwards, the supervisor called someone. He dialed a secret number and whispered that there was a foreigner. At another location, the child who had met Riley and his group earlier brought them to her house. Riley ordered Nara and Sarah to remove their shoes before entering the house. The child lived with her mother, so Riley thought he should greet her mother if he wanted to make a good impression. However, the child seemed hesitant about them meeting her mother. Eventually, she agreed to let Riley meet her mother and asked him to follow her. As they entered the room, the child's mother's condition did not seem to be well. The child explained to Riley that for the past few days, her mother had been unable to speak properly and her fever was rising. Despite her efforts, it seemed to be getting worse. Hence, Riley also thought that the child's mother's condition was quite serious and realized it must be tough for her to take care of her mother alone. Riley decided to check on the mother's condition. He shared his mana with the mother as a temporary solution to ease her pain, planning to leave her care to Priscilla and Endel, who were more skilled in advanced healing. As he finished, he told the child that her mother had caught a strong cold, but she should be fine after getting some rest. Riley assured her that everything would be okay. It would be okay, just like the time he had told the child that in his previous life. He told her that he would save her friends, so she shouldn't worry. Thus, the child felt reassured by his words. At that moment, the child believed in Riley's words. Riley thought that everything was going to be okay. He was resolved that he would definitely save the child. At the memorial monument, Nain and her group were there. They thought that the monument was a bit shabby for a hero like Riley. Suddenly, someone called out to them furiously. The man said that they had received a report of a foreigner using their abilities without permission, so he demanded that they cooperate for identity verification. However, they didn't understand what the man was saying. They asked the man what identity verification meant. The man told them that after they verified their identity, if there are no issues, they will send them back. But, Nain said that she has never used her abilities and she's not even someone that has powers to begin with, to which Priscilla said that Nain was right and there's no reason to follow them. However, the man explained that once they have received a report, even if it's formal, they need to verify their identity. Priscilla and Ryan looked at Nain as they were signaling her to handle the situation. Thus, Nain said that she would handle it. As Nain walked towards them, the man ordered her not to act suspicious as it would complicate the matters. But, Nain continued to do her magic. She made a barrier around them, which surprised the man. The man demanded to know what it was, so Nain explained that she had created a barrier. She told the man that she had something to discuss with him. Suddenly, the man brought out a gun and ordered Nain to stop or he would open fire. However, Nain was unfazed with his threat. She quickly charged at him without hesitation, thinking there was no risk. The man felt troubled seeing Nain charging towards him. He didn't have any choice, so he used his gun and shot it. The bullet caught Nain's vision. Hence, she stopped it before it hit her, and told the man that it doesn't seem like they can resolve it through conversation, making her also decide to look through his memory. On the other hand, the man was shocked as he got blocked. Nain held the man's gun. Then, she stated that what just happened will be remembered as a simple outing with his subordinates, and both the memories of her and the reason that he came there will be forgotten. The man was shocked to see that Nain could use multiple abilities, making him think that they are illegal ability users. Seeing that the man doesn't seem to be familiar with mana, Nain explained to the man that even without abilities, they could freely use such powers. The man wanted to ask what it meant, but Nain destroyed his gun and said that they should stop chatting. Nain went closer to the man's face, stating that she will take a brief look into his memories. Nain wanted to see traces of ability usage, how the current world is functioning and what the saint is doing in that place, which she hopes that there's a satisfactory answer within the man's memory. On the other hand, the child was just admitting to Riley and his friends that she was scared of seeing outsiders for the first time, but both of them seemed kind, so she felt relieved. Hence, Riley said that even if they came from a different place, they are still humans. Riley made up a story, so Mirai believed that they just escaped from a foreign land. He made a story because if he said that he returned from the dead, it would have been shocking for Mirai. Moreover, Mirai said that she will give them something to drink, which Riley said that Nara, behind him, needed it more as she seems to be on the verge of dehydration from crying. After she left, Sarah asked Riley if they should find the rest, and Riley responded that they needed to find Endol and Prishia first, for them to cure Mirai's mother. The next in line would be Abyss, who can summon the devil, and Nain, who can use powerful magic. Then they also need to find Ryan and Iril. Then, Riley said that searching for Helena should be considered after everyone was gathered. Shortly, Mirai arrived with the drink. She put it down and Riley thanked her. Suddenly, Riley noticed the newspaper. Mirai asked if he wanted to see it, which Riley quickly grabbed it. Riley learned that Helena is leading the polls with strong support from the citizens, holding a significant first place. She also revealed her intention to take proactive measures starting next year, which received a positive reaction from the public. After reading this, Riley sarcastically commented that she seems quite impressive. As much as he wants to overthrow everything immediately, he must endure and keep his appearance hidden as much as possible while waiting for an opportunity. Believing that the saint was a cunning woman who meticulously devised plans during his lifetime, Riley thought she must have created numerous escape routes. Riley then decided to tap into the mana, which in that world was accessible only to him, Endol, and Nain. Anyone caught in his trail is undoubtedly one of the 7 pieces. After attempting to trace the mana, Riley finally discovered one. The one he connected with was Nain, who was just beginning to understand everything after reading the man's memories. Nain discerned that those people appeared to be individuals preventing ability users from committing crimes. However, Prishia asked if those people were simply doing their job, to which Nain replied that they were, but it seemed like there were hidden details behind the superior who assigned the task. Even long before they arrived in that world, Nain informed them that an organization had been monitoring the area around Riley's memorial site. Hearing this, Ryan asked why, since it was a poorly maintained site. Nain replied that she hadn't figured it out, but there was definitely something fishy going on. Afterward, Nain decided to erase their traces and set traps to identify those who were tracking them. Nain informed them that there were pieces who had arrived in that world before them. Although it was blurry, she couldn't see exactly who they were, but she would take a guess and teleport to their location. Now that the trap had been set, Nain told them they should move and instructed them to hold on tight. Ryan and Prishia held Nain's hand as they prepared to teleport. In an instant, they disappeared from the location. After they left, the man woke up, wondering why he had fallen asleep there. He felt as if he had forgotten something important. However, he ignored it as he began to feel sleepy again. He thought that given their company made them work overtime every day, it wouldn't be surprising if they suddenly collapsed. At the same time, Abyss sensed the mana. He told Iris that one of the members used mana. The distance is quite far, but it's not to the extent that they can't catch up. Right after, he woke up Endol as it was time for them to depart. Endol sat up yawning, asking Abyss if he really sensed mana. But then, he also felt it and discerned that it was Riley or Nain's mana. Thus, they asked Endol if they could teleport there immediately, which Endol said that he's already starting, so they should come close. However, Abyss said that it might be good to move while under the invisibility spell to avoid confusion, which Endol furiously said that did it already because he's not a fool. Hence, Abyss commended him for being prepared, saying that as he expected, that a child of a dragon has extraordinary abilities. By what he said, Endol felt confident, while Iroh thought that he's stupid for not understanding what Abyss said. As they were leaving, Abyss mentioned to Iroh that she had a lot to do in the future, to which Iroh asked why. Abyss said that it was because she is the hidden card of the 7-piece. On the other hand, Sarah and Riley went out without Nara, which made Sarah feel hesitant to leave Nara because what they are going to do seems less important. Riley told her to not worry too much as Nara would take care of herself. As they continued, Sarah told Riley that it's surprising how things have turned out. However, Riley wasn't listening to her, so she asked him why he was being like that. Riley then told her to look at the police cars on the road. Sarah asked what it was, and Riley explained that it's like a carriage that the guards of that world ride, thus, Sarah said that it looks beyond tropical. But, Riley said that the appearance of those cars means trouble and something big has happened and his intuition tells him that they shouldn't just pass by. Then, he asked Sarah what her senses tell her about the situation. Sarah responded that it seems better to pass by. Thus, Riley asked her the reason, which she said they should prioritize finding the rest and helping Mirai's mother. With that said, Riley trusted her instincts, so they are going to move again. As they pass by the police cars, they saw people crowding in the area, as a murder just happened there. There are no signs of survivors, and the people thought the traces looked like some beast tore the victims. Hearing this, Riley remained silent as they passed by the area. On the other hand, Endol and his group just reached Riley's memorial, only to find a magic circle. Endol believes that Nain was behind the traps, seeing the way it was made, so Abyss asked him if he could find other traces. But, Endol said that it would be hard to uncover anything more than that because he never taught his disciples such sloppy magic circles. Thus, Iroh asked Abyss what they should do, which Abyss assured her not to worry because he had 3 planned options in mind. The first option he suggested was to go back to the alley and wait for the appearance of another, however, Endol didn't agree and said that he would rather wait there. Hence, Abyss told them the second option is deliberately stepping on Nain's trap, for Nain to notice it and come their way immediately, and the third is acting. Abyss told Iroh that it would involve her. He told her that she would be portraying the role of Riley, the hero of that place, which made Iroh shocked. Moreover, Abyss said that she could cover her face with a hood and with the right modulation, the voice won't be a problem. However, Iroh said that they are hiding from Saint Helena, so if she were to portray Riley, the saint would just escape, but Abyss said that he presumes that a thing would never happen. Then, he asked Iroh if she could try to follow what he says in Riley's tone, which Iroh agreed that she would try. Abyss told her to repeat that he's back finally. Iroh tried to say it, however, something doesn't seem right. They all fell silent with her acting, even making Endol feel worried about it. Still, Abyss said that it was sufficient and was quite satisfying. He said that if someone claims to be a hero, the saint would definitely try to kill that person whether it's true or not. As someone who wants to hide the existence of a hero to the extent of erasing the name from the memorial, Abyss thinks that the saint will surely want to silence the self-proclaimed hero immediately. Moreover, Abyss concluded that the existence of a hidden hero could become the foundation for creating a cult, which is politically very dangerous. Then, Abyss asked Endol to handle the translation magic. On the other hand, he said that Iroh should not worry about the skills, as they are just creating a little disturbance. Immediately, Iroh stood on top of Riley's memorial. She felt nervous at that moment. But eventually, she caught the people's attention. She claimed that the hero who finally died there has finally returned. The people start to gossip about her sudden appearance, considering if they should report it or not. On the other hand, Endol and Abyss were observing her acting from the top. Suddenly, they spotted a man that seemed to be reporting to someone that an individual was claiming to be a hero, which he also said that they need to observe more. Iroh continued to act like Riley, to the extent that she was going to destroy the memorial now that she claimed that Riley had returned. Suddenly, a fire magic was hurling towards her. But, she immediately deflected it. The people witnessed how she stopped the fire, making them more intrigued with her. On the other hand, Iroh doesn't seem to know where the fire arrow came. But when she looked up, she realized that it came from Endall. Abyss asked Endall if the arrows were ready. They thought of shooting the fire arrows to make it more convincing. They believed that they need to show that kind of performance, so the people would believe them. She wondered how she was supposed to handle it when they threw it at her. The people thought that the fire was dangerous, so they warned Iril, telling her to quickly dodge. However, Iril faced it and slashed through the arrows. She swiftly eliminated it with ease, showcasing her talents to the people. Seeing her go into action, the people were amazed, thus, they started to wonder if she was a real superhero. Iril deflected the fire arrows, while she stayed on top of the memorial. However, she was feeling tired with it, wondering how much longer she had to endure it. She looked at Abyss and thought that it's about time to reach the limit. Abyss said that he would love to let loose even more, but there's nothing that he can do. Right after, he made a big fire arrow. Iril was supposed to move to the opposite building after deflecting the last arrow. As the arrow hurled, Iril prepared herself. Afterwards, she went in and charged towards the blazing arrow. Her sword collided with the arrow. This resulted in a massive explosion. The explosion caused everyone to shield their eyes. When the smoke cleared, they realized the hero had disappeared. The man then asked his friend if he had recorded the video properly. His friend confirmed he had, so they quickly decided to upload it to the internet. Meanwhile, Iril had just landed on the neighboring building. She was confident that their actions would definitely draw attention, but she didn't realize that someone was already standing behind her. To her surprise, it was Riley, questioning what she was thinking and expressing his desire to hear her reasons. Iril admitted that she had followed the Abyss plan, believing it would spread the news to other factions and provoke the Saint as well. She also mentioned that Abyss subordinates might also gather upon hearing the news, but then Riley asked where the others were. As she was speaking, Riley suddenly felt a sense of alarm. He told her they should discuss it later, prompting Iril to ask where he was suddenly going. Riley remarked that it seemed her plan had worked to some extent. After watching Iril for a while, Riley speculated that some people had come to kill her. Iril was shocked to see the people behind her, thinking they were assassins. The people from that world aimed their guns at Iril. Therefore, Riley told her that they were using weapons much faster than arrows or magic, so she should watch for changes in finger movement. Confused, she asked him which fingers he was referring to. But then, she instantly noticed it when the people's fingers moved as they prepared to fire their guns. Those men shot their guns at Iril. Iril was stunned, deflecting the arrow as her sweat increased. She rushed toward them, challenging them to see if they were really capable of taking her on. When she struck them, their bodies suddenly vanished, leading Iril to wonder if it was just an illusion. Riley told her it was a diversion and that the real one was behind her. She replied that if there was such magic, he should have informed her. Iril swiftly turned her body and deflected the gunfire. Then, Riley warned her to be careful as there was a lightning ability being used from behind and instructed her to deflect the lightning strike to the ground. Iril quickly turned around and remarked that Riley made it sound too easy. Still, Iril followed Riley's advice and deflected the lightning. Right after, she struck the user of the lightning ability. Afterward, she focused on the man in front of her. However, she soon realized that it was an illusion. The man was facing her with his palm out and was about to do something. The man conjured something ice-like in his hand, and Iril wondered what she should do since it was too late to dodge. Suddenly, someone attacked the men in black, piercing them with knives. To her relief, it was Sarah who came to her aid. The man recognized that Sarah wielded twin blades, prompting them to start believing that Riley had truly returned. Iril then asked the men in black who they were, why they were attacking, and if they were acting under someone else's orders. However, the man remained arrogant, claiming that Iril was inexperienced and flawed for choosing not to finish them off. They said that if she were the real deal, it wouldn't have taken her this long, and they would have been dead already. Iril and Sarah were perplexed by the man's words, which claimed that they were all mere fakes and imitations of Riley. To their astonishment, those men suddenly dissolved. Sarah was taken aback by the sight of them melting, while Iril remarked that it was a phenomenon she had witnessed before. Then, Riley stated that the one who gave orders to those people was undoubtedly Saint Helena, as they melted away like ice. Immediately afterward, he asked Irol where Endal and Abyss were, to which she replied that they were on the roof of the building she was pointing at. However, when they looked, they were not there. Irol was astonished, questioning where they had gone, as she was certain she had seen them at that building just moments ago. Riley sighed helplessly, thinking that they were completely lacking in unity. On the other hand, Nain and his group were still lost in the city. They teleported to a certain place, which Nain told them that she thinks they need to rest there for now. Nain thought that judging by the condition of the place, it seems like it was a restaurant. Then, Prisia wanted to ask Ryan something. She asked if he could come with her because she was curious what kind of space it was, which Ryan told her to go with Nain, but Prisia said that Nain went through a lot of trouble already. Suddenly, they heard an unusual sound coming from a certain direction. To their surprise, a man with black eyes and full of blood was crawling on the floor. Ryan and Prisia wondered what it was, while Nain already knew what it was. She saw the man's black eyes, and it quickly made her realize something. Thus, she quickly instructed Prisia to dodge the man. However, the man was already on the verge of reaching her. Thankfully, Ryan blocked the man with his sword. Ryan concluded that the man was definitely not a human. He realized it when it blocked his sword with bare hands, which did not even make a single scratch. At the same time, Nain pondered that the man's state was what she saw in Riley's memory matches. She believes that Helena turned the man into a monster, the same state as those kids in Riley's memories. Ryan then quickly told Nain to cast any magic. Thus, Nain told him to widen the distance as she will cast a barrier to contain the man's movement. Immediately, Ryan pushed the man with his sword. Nain instantly made a barrier to the man as soon as Ryan got away with him. The man felt furious as he was inside the barrier. Suddenly, they heard the man saying that he was hungry. Prisia was surprised to hear the man speak. On the other hand, Nain tried to ask the man if he remembers how he ended up like that as he was originally a human. However, the man wasn't answering her, so Ryan asked Nain what they should do as it seems like they can't communicate with the man. Nain responded that she needed help as the only way to stop the man is through eternal rest. However, Prisia was hesitant on Nain killing the man, suggesting that there could be another option. But, Nain said that the blood splattered on the man's body belonged to someone else, and the man's blood spilled while harming other humans. Nain remembered Riley's past memories at that moment, where the kids said that they don't want to kill people anymore. She remembered that Riley helped them not to continue doing those acts, and the child begged Riley to kill them. Hence, Nain said that a life where one must be killed or be killed wherever they go, only that way could bring comfort to the man. With Riley's pain in Nain's mind, she thought that killing the man seems to be the simplest way for everyone to be safe. But suddenly, Prisia shouted at her to stop. Prisia grabbed her arm and told her to stop. She told Nain that she just can't proceed like that without considering other options, to which she suggested that Nain could use binding spells and sleeping spells. As Prisia shouted at her, Nain came back to her senses. Thus, she agreed with Prisia and admitted that she let her emotions get ahead of her, so Prisia asked her why she's like that all of a sudden. Nain told them that Riley had encountered a certain kid in a past life, which perhaps one of the most horrifying memories for Riley. She said that those kids were cursed and had lost themselves to a strange power and committed massacres. Thus, she admitted that she acted emotionally because it was related to Riley. Then, Ryan asked Nain if the strange power came from Helena, which Nain said that it was likely, as only Helena would do such things. Afterwards, Prisia asked Nain if Helena was really a saint, and Nain confirmed it. Thus, Prisia asked if Helena really had the ability to heal and bless people using divine power. Prisia asked the question because she uses her power by receiving divine energy from the goddess Irene, so perhaps, the saint in that world also uses the same power in a similar way. However, in that world, Prisia said that she doesn't sense any presence of a god, making her conclude that being a saint in a world without God seems impossible. But, Nain said that it's hard to believe, as she distinctly remembers encountering the god of that world. Still, Prisia insists that worshipping a different god in another world could lead to her misunderstanding. But, it was clear to her that the divine power that Helena uses seems to be a distorted force. Whatever curse or illness it may be, Prisia said that she should be able to heal it without fail. As Prisia used her divine powers on the man was finally turning back to human. Prisia continued to use her powers to the man until he's fully healed. At the same time, Riley was trying to sense their mana, but no one was coming. Iroh then asked Riley if he was sure that Nain, Ryan, and Iroh were together, which Riley said that he was, as they also split into 3 groups. He said that if Ryan and Prisia were in trouble, he would have already heard about it. At the same time, the news was reporting a cannibal. Meanwhile, news was being reported about a cannibal who appeared to be responsible for a series of recent murders in the area. Sarah and Iroh's faces were also shown on the news, warning the public to be cautious of them as they were suspected assailants. After that news aired, people began gossiping and talking about it. As a result, Riley told Sarah and Iroh that they needed to relocate, prompting Sarah to ask what would happen to Nain. Riley assured her that Nain could handle the situation, but for now, they needed to return to their future home. Continuously, Nain was still reading the man's memories. Nain found it hard to read his memories because they are fuzzy, but she confirmed the information that Prisia was looking for. She saw that Helena is undoubtedly the one who turned the man into a monster. There are multiple victims, and it seems like the number is still increasing. Thus, Prisia asked Nain if they would also become monsters if they become victims of Helena, which Nain said that she does not think that it's the case, as it seems like there are specific conditions required to turn someone into a monster. Upon hearing that, Prisia and Ryan find it difficult to understand what seems to be missing on the man who seems to live a sanity life to act like that. Moreover, Nain decided to visit the memorial monument as there was a reaction to the traps they set, so they needed to hurry and investigate. Before that, they asked Nain what they should do with the man. Ryan thinks that the man should face the consequence because he has harmed people when he transformed into a monster due to Helena's influence. Nain agreed with Ryan, saying that they need to face the consequences in some way for what happened there. However, Prisia disagreed and said that the blame solely lies with the saint, which she should be the one receiving punishment, not the man. But, Nain told her that the world may not think that way and that they need to remain unchanged, which was to capture Helena and expose her atrocities to the world. Additionally, she said that revealing Helena's actions could potentially lessen the punishment for the man. With that said, Prisia understood it and told Nain to leave the man to them and come back quickly. In an instant, Nain teleported to the monument. However, she didn't see anyone when she got there. She wondered if those people would step on the trap and move onto the building, as she also noticed that they left in a hurry. Suddenly, she heard someone reporting multiple murder cases that piqued her interest. To her surprise, it was Sarah and Iroh. Upon seeing the news, she concluded that they left in a hurry because of that. Thus, she starts wondering what exactly happened in that short moment. Moreover, she thinks that a fight has occurred on top of a certain building, making her wonder if it was related to the news that she just heard. Suddenly, she sensed someone going to the rooftop. The man opened the door, talking about his higher-ups making them work overtime. As she saw the man, she realized that it was the same man that they encountered. Thus, she concluded that the recent news was manipulated thanks to the man's higher-ups. On the other hand, the man believes that something suspicious is going on, so he can't wait to uncover everything and expose it. Right after, he left the rooftop and was already going down the stairs. But, someone opened the door and called his name. It quickly made him turn around. Then to his surprise, it was the person that he encountered earlier. Nain immediately told the man that she really wanted to have a proper conversation with him, thus, she asked if it would be okay. On the other hand, Riley and his friends just came back from Mirai's house. However, Nara doesn't seem to be feeling well. With concern, Iroh asked Nara what was going on, which Nara just said that Iroh seemed to have been through a lot, considering how she came in swinging. Right after, Mirai showed herself as she realized that it was Riley. Riley asked them what happened, and Nara informed him that a guy with a weirdly colored mask tried to break into the house. She described that the person was a really strange character, as no matter how much she hit him with a spear or tried to cut him, he didn't get a single scratch. Upon hearing this, Riley asked if the man's eyes were stained with black, which Nara confirmed and said that the man was shedding tears with black eyes. Riley thinks that Helena could be involved again after hearing what Nara said. Suddenly, he realized that Mirai called him. She wanted to ask if the house was safe, to which Riley assured her that she was safe and they had cleared all the danger from the area. Afterwards, Riley wanted to introduce Iroh to Mirai, which Iroh wondered he was really calling her. Riley informed Iroh that it was Mirai who had generously offered them a place to stay. After that, he told Mirai that Iroh was one of her companions who was quite skilled in combat. Immediately after, Mirai called Iroh big sister and expressed how happy she was to meet a foreigner she could speak with. Iroh, however, was confused by being called Uni, as she had never heard that term before in her life. At that moment, Riley noticed that Mirai seemed more relaxed, possibly because she had met another girl of a similar age. To protect Mirai's smile, Riley thought that they needed to cure her mother as soon as possible. A few weeks later, the Ability Office headquarters had been crowded with people for several days. The higher-ups called for the recruits' attention and asked them to hold on for a moment. They informed the recruits that they needed to stay mentally strong for the mission, as it was extremely dangerous. However, one of them took it as a joke when they were told not to worry about it, and then asked the superior to provide more information about those individuals. The man said that in just 2 weeks, the monster-like individuals completely overhauled the office's records. He explained that the mission aimed to capture ruthless serial killers with a taste for human flesh, so he warned them to stay alert. The recruits then thought that those individuals truly seemed insane, as they even spread strange rumors about being the saviors of the world. Suddenly, some recruits arrived. The man in charge of them was team leader Lee Hanseong. Lee Hanseong told them that there was no room for mistakes, as they had put a lot of effort into preparing the plan. The recruits responded that they understood, and he expressed his trust in them to handle it. The brutal and relentless flesh-eating serial killer. Nain stated that they will definitely catch them with their own hands and make them confess. Conversely, Riley and his team chose to set off. Sarah and Nara grew concerned about Nain and the others since it had been a few weeks since they last communicated. Thus, Riley remarked that if he had known they would cause trouble there, he wouldn't have brought them along in the first place, so they didn't need to be concerned. At that moment, Riley noticed the ring Nain had given him, which he had thought was powerless when they parted ways. However, he realized he could feel Nain's warmth emanating from it. Nara called out to Riley when she noticed he had fallen silent. Then Riley informed them that 2 individuals were approaching from ahead. The monsters that Helena had created appeared, and Riley told Sarah and Nara that they could take them on one by one again this time. Without hesitation, Sarah declared that she would take the right, while Nara said she would handle the left. Sarah and Nara attacked the monsters without hesitation, wielding their weapons with confidence. As Riley watched them, he noticed that they appeared more agile than the ones they had encountered last time, leading him to wonder if they were becoming more powerful, both in numbers and strength. Out of nowhere, a man arrived at the scene. He shouted at them to stop, making Sarah and Nara halt their actions. The man stated that they have no fear of creating a disruption within their abilities agency's territory. At the same time, Riley grew anxious, questioning how an agency staff member managed to arrive unnoticed, even slipping past Sarah's detection. Afterward, the man summoned the recruits to deal with Riley and his group. Thus, Nain and her group revealed themselves. Sarah and Nara were frozen in shock when they saw them. They were astonished to see that Nain, Ryan, and Iroh had come with the group. Nain raised her palm towards them and said she would take care of them, noting they must be exhausted after running for so long. Sarah attempted to intervene, urging them to talk things through instead. However, Nain didn't stop and proceeded to cast a binding spell. Afterward, Nain's superior hand was bound with magic. The man became angry and questioned why Nain had used her power inappropriately. Additionally, Nain bound the monsters to the pole to contain them and prevent them from hurting others. One of the authorities warned Nain about the consequences of arresting the team leader, but she ignored his warning. She stated that it was obvious the 2 she caught were the real cannibal killers. However, the man insisted that the 2 foreigners were the culprits based on the news and warned her not to be deceived. On the other hand, Sarah and Nara's reaction shifted as they realized that Nain had come to help them. Then, Nain quickly apologized to them for being late and said she should have used translation magic before entering that world. At the same time, the agency staff was starting to grasp the situation, thinking that the first command was honestly off. Nara and Sarah were also relieved that Nain wasn't brainwashed. However, the superior was still angry about what was happening. He ordered his men to subdue the recruits and follow his commands, warning that they wouldn't be able to remain comfortably in the office after defying his orders. But team leader Lee Hansung suddenly appeared and told them that the youngsters these days don't just follow orders and that he was too old-fashioned. The man then asked why he was there, and Hansung explained that since his team was present, it was only natural for him to come as well. Then, Nain told them to stop chatting and handle the matter quickly. Lee Hansung then announced to the agency staff that starting that day, the ability agency in the central region would cease the pursuit of the cannibalistic serial killer, and that team leader Kim, who seemed to be involved in manipulating the murder case, should return home. Kim thought that Hansung was out of his mind and demanded to know who was making the decisions. Seeing Kim's actions, Hansung ordered the staff to detain him, and they also believed that Hansung was right. Afterward, Priscia was tasked with using her power. She used her purification spell on the monsters. Kim was astonished as he watched Priscia, wondering if purification was really taking place. Hence, Nain stated that they are those who act according to their will and that they would head back now, as they had found their colleague who shared that resolve with her. Then, Nain told Hansung that she would rely on him for assistance if any unexpected brainwashed individuals appeared. Hansung understood and thanked Nain for taking care of it until the end. Afterward, Hansung resumed his work, telling everyone to stop watching and focus on the tasks at hand. He told them to brace themselves, as starting that day, the office was going to get busy. On the other hand, Nain and her friends took their time to enjoy their reunion. Meanwhile, at the saint's place, she was informed by her disciple that she might have to wait a little longer because all 6 parts were lost. Helena got angry, as she had created it and it had simply been lost, so she asked them what they should do. The disciple asked her to calm down, noting that all the disciples were confused as well. Then, Helena thought that the black butterfly was the one playing tricks on them, and she was furious that it was still bothering her even after death. Afterward, she asked the man how things went with the memorial monument, to which he nervously informed her that they had failed to catch the culprit. The man tried to calm her down by informing her that the person who claimed to be the hero had been proven to be a fake. While he was talking, his skin began to change. Instantly, his body melted. He transformed into an unidentified black creature. Right after, Helena ordered the disciples to catch the individual who praised the deceased hero immediately. She became furious, thinking that those pests dared to persist even in death. Hence, she was determined to kill the woman and the man. According to Nain, the current abilities office is divided into factions, with suspicions towards Helena at the center of the conflict. Having made contact with a representative from the opposing faction, they were able to receive assistance in covert operations and investigations, which allowed them to obtain valuable information about Helena, including details like her location. Riley feels like they are getting closer to Helena. Now, all that is left is to wait for Endall and Abyss to arrive while swiftly advancing. Suddenly, Mirai's neighborhood was set on fire. Sarah asked Nain where she opened the portal as she told him that they needed to go to Mirai's house, which Nain said that she opened it properly, but she doesn't know what went wrong. Concerned for Mirai, Riley rushed to get to her house, but Nain asked him to wait. She asked Riley if she was trying to go to Iral. Thus, she gave him a mask and told him that they mustn't get caught by Helena. Nain assured Riley that they will take care of things there and he can go to Iral. Riley wore the mask, then told Nain to use the communicator to reach him if anything happens. Without delay, Riley rushed out. As he left, the group prepared to show their power in that world. While Riley was running, he was trying to contact Iral. Shortly, he heard Iral's voice, so he informed her that he's on his way to his location. However, Iral wasn't communicating well as it seemed like something was going on her side. Along the way, he heard someone screaming in the alley. A creature that was covered in white cloth was about to harm a lady. Riley immediately grabbed the creature and told the woman to hurry and leave. Right after, Riley observed the creature and thinks that they perfectly match Helena's taste, judging by its attire. Then, Riley asked the creature if the village caught on fire because of what he did or the saint's doing. Unknown to him, the creature was holding a small weapon. To his surprise, the creature slashed its own arm. Riley finds it hard to believe that it cut off its own just to escape from him. But, he saw the creature's face. He suddenly remembered a human doll in his past life, which has the ability to create replicas resembling humans and control them with commands that even if he cut them a couple of times, it doesn't bleed. However, the one he was seeing in front of him now was shedding blood. Thus, he realized that it was a human doll, utilizing a real person. He thought that Helena went all out doing things just because he wasn't around. On the other hand, Nain also encountered a human doll and used a binding spell to stop it. Suddenly, she heard Riley through a communicator. He asked her if they also encountered a guy wearing white cloak, which Nain confirmed, and added that there are quite a few of them. Thus, Riley told her not to break them as they are real people. Immediately, Nain went to the others and told them not to kill the human dolls. On the other hand, Riley continued his way to Iril. In Mirai's home, Iril was trying to hold on. Iril instructed Mirai to take a deep breath to calm her down. She informed her that Riley said that he's coming, so she told Mirai not to lose consciousness and take a deep breath. However, Mirai was not in a good condition as she kept saying that her head hurts. She shouted that it hurts while covering her head to the ground. Iril turned her head to Mira as she became concerned. She immediately pushed the human dolls away, saying that it was getting annoying. The human dolls hit the wall. Thus, Iril quickly asked Mirai if she was okay. To her surprise, Mirai grabbed her by the neck. Iril spoke Mirai's name, but she wasn't responding. She can't break free from Mirai as she thought that her own strength would hurt Mirai. Hence, she tried to talk to Mirai to make her come to her senses. To her surprise, Mirai's eyes had changed to pitch black and she was shedding black tears. As it goes on, Iril slowly loses consciousness. After a while, Iril woke up, surprised. As she sat up, Riley told her that Prisia saved her life. Iril thanked Riley for saving her, then asked where Mirai was, to which Riley said that he should be the one asking where Mirai and her mother went. Upon hearing that, Iril told them that it seems like Mirai disappeared while she was unconscious. Looking at Iril, Riley saw a mark on her neck. He asked Iril if Mirai was responsible for the mark on her neck. Iril immediately denied it. She said that it wasn't Mirai's while as black tears were flowing from her eyes. She explained that she was protecting Mirai when Mirai suddenly became engulfed in darkness. Right after, Riley stood up and asked Prisia to heal Iril's wound or Mirai wouldn't be able to face Iril. He told them that he thought he might take a walk and come back. In the Saint's Temple, the disciples inform Helena that they have broken the cultist's neck, they won't be able to spread news anymore, claiming that the hero has returned or whatever. Hence, all that was left to do for Helena was to create new aspects of that world. She was determined to become the very essence of a god. Then, she ordered her disciple to make sure to convey the new gospel, as it was the third attempt, and further failures will not be tolerated. Suddenly, one of the disciples barged in, telling them that there's a big problem. He informed Helena that a group of 6 people are spreading rumors that the hero has returned. The big problem, he said, was that the group of 6 people said they are the 6 pieces who arrived to correct all wrong and to vindicate the hero from injustice. Upon hearing that, Helena clarified if those 6 people and him said that. The man said that the people exactly said it like that, without omitting a single detail. Hence, the disciples start to wonder about the skilled individual they sent to that world. They wondered if it could be betrayal from their side. Helena ordered them to be quiet and said that they needed to refrain from speaking about it since it was uncertain. Thus, the man asked if they should secretly investigate from their end. However, Helena said that she will personally investigate the matter. After a while, a fight between Helena's disciples and Riley's group was caught in the news live. The people had various comments about it, questioning if it was not merely a movie shoot. They were eager to capture the fight as it was getting intense. Many people commented, questioning what they were doing in front of the temple. They mentioned that it looked like a performance since they fought so spectacularly, yet no one seemed to be getting hurt. On the other hand, Nara and Sarah just eliminated one of the disciples. Nara asked Riley if they were really doing a peaceful combat, which Riley said that it was as people were filming them. Riley said that they don't just need brute force to take down Helena, as she's savvy in politics as well, so they need to appeal to the public opinion. Shortly, Nain has returned from inspecting the temple, thus, he asked her if she saw Helena. As Nain said that Helena wasn't there, Riley said that Sarah's intuition got it wrong, which Sarah retorted that she's not a prophet, making her wrong sometimes? Then, Nain asked if she really thinks she was wrong as she was confident saying it, and Sarah said that if Nain couldn't find her, then it's wrong. However, Riley said that it wasn't a mistake because Helena is indeed there, beyond the dimensional portal within the temple. Hence, Nain said that the portal seemed like the world of the demons that Abyss mentioned, and since Helena joined hands with the demon, it wouldn't be a surprise if she's in that world. Upon hearing this, Riley asked Nain if she used her right eye, which Nain said that she did and she was planning to use it again. Nain admitted that she will find the goddess of that world. Thus, Riley asked her what the reason why she would find that woman is. Nain told him that Priscia said that she couldn't sense the goddess of that world. So, she wanted to know who the goddess that she met. However, Riley told her to take a break and then resume the search later. But, Nain did not listen and used her right eye. As she saw something, tears fell into her eyes. Riley immediately asked her if she found it, which Nain said that she did, but something was strange. Nain told him that the location of Helena that she saw first, and the location of the goddess she just saw, are exactly the same without any deviation. She said that something feels bad and it might be best not to tamper with the dimensional portal. Riley fell silent while thinking that if Abyss was there, he would have just gone into the portal. With that in mind, he starts to wonder where Abyss was. At that moment, Endal and Abyss were with a company. Abyss introduced his subordinates to Abyss that he treats as a friend, which Endal said that they look weaker than him and wonder if they would be of any help. Thus, Abyss told him to confirm it himself, making Endal think that Abyss has confidence with his friends. Abyss friends charge at Endal even if he was not yet prepared. A few days later, the news spread as Riley had hoped. The public media remained silent as if asking what's going on. In the unofficial media, it was portrayed as if playing an interesting game. All sorts of people rushed to dig into the hero. These days, everyone knows about the hero, so the hero has been completely lifted to the surface of the world. But to the people, it became an urban legend-level mystery. At the memorial, Nain asked Riley if he was ready, which Riley said that they should wait until the crowd thickens a bit. Then, Nara also asked Riley if he was okay, as after the future incident, he had been constantly on the move without rest. Riley said that he promised not to pretend not to know as Helena turned out to be crazier than he thought. Right after, he told Nain that they should begin. At the moment, there is no one in the Central District who hasn't heard of the rumor of the hero who saved the world instead of the Holy Maiden. Thus, they wondered what would happen if such news spread throughout the city. Shortly, Nain shouted for everyone to listen, saying that she had come there to tell them the story of the person who saved the world. The people's attention was caught and seemed intrigued by Nain's sudden appearance. They mused that she was a follower of the hero and also thought about the kid last time that spoke on top of the monument. Thus, they think that it was similar to the last news that they heard of. Riley thought that people will become even more intensely interested than before. He believes that people that are present always try to make use of their interest. Thus, Nain and her group took advantage on that part. Nain told the people to spread the word of what she said and make it widely known to everyone. She stated that she will tell them about a human who crashed there a year ago, the protagonist of the Spirit Memorial, the Forgotten Hero. As the people watch her video, they start to question if it was true. They pondered that the identity of the Forgotten Hero is the hero who saved their world, that there is no one that didn't know him, but his existence was hidden for a moment. Thus, the reporters thought that it seems like it was the first time that the hypothesis, which has only circulated until now, is being directly announced. They watched the video again where Nain was telling the people that they should remember and realize. At that moment, Nain just used her magic. She destroyed Riley's memorial. The people were surprised to see that kind of ability that is not known to their world. After breaking the monument, Nain explained that it was not needed as the hero was gone and a group of 6 people had gathered to fulfill his will, warriors from another world. The reporters stopped the video and remarked that it was the most important part. The man concluded that as Nain is using an unknown power, that power could be from another world. Then, the other reporter asks how likely the people from another world harm them and if they need to worry about it. Hence, a woman reporter agreed with the man, considering that they had been blocked by an unidentified individual last night. However, they said that there were no injuries. Right after, they decided to move on to the next topic, which in fact became a bigger issue than the existence of another world. A dreadful truth that came to mind thanks to the recent incident. The issue that they were going to discuss was the corruption of Saint Helena. However, there seems to be a problem. Nara hit the TV as Riley told her that it would be fixed if she hit it like that. Then, Ryan said that they looked into the abilities office, but there wasn't much news about Helena. However, they knew that people are becoming suspicious of the saint nowadays, so they wondered if Helena would be upset if she was there to see it. Suddenly, the TV worked again and it was stating that there was urgent news. They reported that an anomaly has been detected in the airspace over the Western District. Hence, residents are advised to evacuate promptly to the Central or Southern districts. To their surprise, a human-like figure came out of the unfamiliar airspace. They were shocked to see that a real person was falling from the anomaly in the airspace at the moment. Seeing Abyss and Endall, Riley told everyone to get ready as they need to catch the ones who escaped their way. Right after, Nain used the teleportation magic to transfer everyone. At the same time, Endall and Abyss continued to fall in the sky. Endall had to hug Abyss to protect him from the fall, but Abyss just used his power not to crash entirely on the ground. After landing, Endall complained that he almost died, while Abyss was frustrated that he had to see that person when it was already the final stage. Right after, Abyss's friends came out furiously, telling Endall that he should have protected their lord better. Shortly, they saw Iril heading towards them as she called out for their names. Iril smacked both of them immediately, telling them to make sure to tell them before they leave and don't just suddenly abandon her. Abyss apologized right after, but Endall was furious that Iril dared to hit him. Riley then asked Abyss what those violet things that were around him, which Abyss said that it was his comrades. Abyss had his presence imprinted on the remaining demons to prevent traitors from running amok and also took care of their lives with his own hands. Then, Abyss ran into a woman before dealing with the last remaining fellow. He told Riley that Helena's expression changed quite noticeably, that if she were to run into Riley, her face would probably change into an even more amusing one. Moreover, Nain asked them if they shall head to the demon realm now, as there's still a hole in the sky. But, Abyss said that there is no need for that. Right after, Helena came out of the dimensional portal. Then, she spoke to the people of that world, telling them to listen. She announced that there are still demons left in that world. The demons that she defeated at the end of her prayers were still haunting them. Helena stated that everyone should unite and resist fate as they must stop the demons. She said that it's time to overcome corruption and triumph over trials. Hence, she pitifully said that they must not heed the whispers of the devil. Unknown to the saint, Riley was also watching her. At that moment, Riley was ready to confront Helena. Riley poised to attack Helena with his sword. He threw his sword directly at her. Helena became shocked as she was caught off guard by the sword attack. Her eyes turned to see what weapon it was. To her surprise, she recognized that it was the sacred sword. Right after, Riley got his sword back in his grip. Riley greeted Helena as they haven't seen each other for a long time, but Helena doesn't seem to be happy. Riley asked Helena to understand his actions as he just returned to that world after 20 years. However, Helena was still in a state of shock, realizing the hero was really there. A god is an ideal existence for humans, a noble existence that cannot be reached recklessly, which many commonly said that humans could not become gods. But, Helena didn't believe that, she wanted to prove it. She joined hands with the devil that shook the center of the world. Helena wanted to swallow the goddess who she thinks was just a shell and stated that only she could become god. But, she thinks that those remnants that defy fate seem to be hindering her journey. She thought that it could be the final trial fate that has bestowed upon her to become a god. However, someone interrupted her thoughts and unknown to her, there's a big fireball on top of her. The fireball attacked her, but he managed to stop it, then questioned where it came from. She got angry that they tried to kill her with such tricks. Thus, she summoned humanized dolls, telling the gods to offer Riley to her as a sacrifice. Sarah pointed at the dolls, informing Riley that a human doll seems to be familiar. To their surprise, it was Mirai, who was still engulfed in Helena's darkness. Riley wants to charge at Helena, as he wants to confront her about what she's doing to a child. However, Ryan stopped him and told him to finish his other tasks, while they take care of the humanized dolls and save Mirai. Then, Abyss instructed Endall to follow Riley because he's the best at aerial combat. Additionally, he told him to protect and assist Riley while carrying him, which Endall questioned why he should do that. Abyss mentioned the plane first class, asking if he wanted to ride it, so Endall quickly agreed to help Riley. Finally, Abyss felt like the time had come. The final battle to save the world. As the battle proceeded, the people were in shock by what was happening. Endall transformed into a dragon, making people think that a monster has appeared in the city. But Endall ignored them and just flew away. As they were charging, Helena looked at them, thinking that they were more than a cockroach. Helena thought that Riley and Endall turned out to be a mosquito. Endall circled around Helena and went to an open spot. Right after, Riley prepares to attack Helena. However, Helena looked down on Riley, asking if it was all the attack that he prepared. Helena crashed Riley to the ground. Thus, Endall asked if he was okay. Riley then asked Endall if he saw a butterfly every time they dodged the attack or blocked the attacks, a white butterfly that was fluttering behind Helena. Then, Riley asked Endall if he could attack Helena for him, which Endall said that he doesn't really feel like it. But, Endall thought that he now had a chance to use what he learned from the crazy horned guys. Instantly, Endall transformed back into his human form. He materialized the palm strike, Abyss style, which he learned from Abyss comrades when they went to the demon world. On the other hand, Iroh just smacked Mirai. She smacked her enough to make her unconscious. Iroh knew that now Mirai has fainted, her fake mother can't control her. It turns out that an evil woman who is Helena's underling is a con artist pretending to be Mirai's mother. Hence, Iroh mused that she was also the one who kidnapped Mirai back then, to which the woman said that she can't do such a thing because she treasures Mirai so much. The woman said that Mirai is the only child in the city that manages to avoid contamination, thus, she wouldn't dare to treat such a creature lightly. Then, Iroh realized that the woman was the one who turned the children into monsters, which the woman confirmed and said that the only one who escaped back then was Mirai. The woman said that children are cute, following her like little chicks, and she wanted to turn them into her creation right away. But in the end, someone escaped because she acted too soon. The woman said that she only raised Mirai for her own amusement and that gained her enjoyment, while Mirai gained stability. Hence, Iroh got mad, drawing her sword and told the woman that she's not even worth being called a parent. However, Mirai stepped in, stopping Iroh from charging at her mother. The woman thought that Mirai was indeed the child that she raised for years, seeing that she's protecting her. Mirai said that the time she spent with the woman was really enjoyable. Thus, Iroh thought that Mirai was protecting the woman. Suddenly, Mirai asked Nain if she could grant her a favor. Mirai asked Nain to blindfold her and cover her ears and said after that, it doesn't matter what they do to her mom. The woman became anxious, not believing that Mirai was letting her go. Mirai told her mom that she left her precious memories, but she can't forgive the fact that she did bad things to everyone. The last act of letting her mother go is all that Mirai believed that he could do for the wounded people. However, her fake mother persists that she was the one that raised her and fed her. Still, Iroh was already poised to kill the woman. As Nain closed Mirai's eyes, Mirai uttered the word bye. The night stretches on as the battle rages relentlessly. Suddenly, Abyss spotted something unusual on Nain. He caught her attention and asked about the object beside her. He pointed out a black butterfly fluttering around her and asked where it had suddenly come from. However, Nain couldn't see it, so Abyss insisted it was still flying around her, wondering if it might be some kind of summoned creature. Nain was shocked that she couldn't see the black butterfly with her own eyes. In Helena's case, she also had a white butterfly around her that she was unaware of. While Endall and Helena were fighting, Riley discovered something, thanks to Endall. He realized that he was the only one able to see the white butterfly, suggesting that he was the only one who could manage it. However, he didn't know how to reach out and touch the butterfly. At that moment, Nain used the communicator to contact Riley and informed him that all the believers had been subdued. Nain also mentioned to Riley that Abyss told her she had a black butterfly attached to her. While Riley was distracted, he was unaware that Helena was about to attack her. Endall turned with concern to see what Riley was up to. However, Riley was just sitting on the ground, and the attack was already very close. Endall quickly shouted at Riley, warning him to be careful. But it was too late for Riley to notice. However, the attack suddenly halted as if time had frozen, and everyone stopped moving. Moments later, a person in a white cloak appeared behind Riley, telling him that the final moment had arrived. As Riley turned around, he thought the person was Nain. However, he quickly realized that she was not, so he asked if she was the goddess of that world. The goddess asked Riley if he had learned about the black butterfly and the white butterfly. Riley replied that he had seen it and asked what it was, to which the goddess explained that the butterfly was her avatar. She said that it was her power to control fate, transformed into the form of a butterfly. Thus, Riley asked the goddess if she had been swallowed by Helena, which caused them to become one. The goddess replied that they had not completely merged into one. She explained that she had prepared an insurance for that moment, and thanks to it, she wasn't completely consumed by Helena. Before being consumed by Helena, the goddess transferred half of her power to Riley, which is why he was reincarnated with his memories and gained the ability to see the butterflies. Nain's black butterfly is also part of the insurance, and the fact that she was able to meet Riley was due to the goddess's power being involved as well. Thus, Riley asked why Abyss could see the butterfly, to which the goddess explained that it was because the Demon King was with him during his final moment. Afterward, Helena noticed the goddess's plan, so she attempted to destroy the other world before Abyss and Riley were born. However, Helena failed completely. Right after, the goddess called Riley a hero and sincerely apologized for causing him pain due to her ignorance. As the goddess continued apologizing, Riley told her to stop with her excuses. He stated that the important thing right now was not her apology to him. Riley said they needed to stop Helena, and if the goddess intended to use him as a tool for world peace, then she should utilize him fully until the end. He told the goddess that there was no time for regrets and that they needed to face it head-on until the end without avoiding it. However, the goddess remarked that it sounded a little different coming from him, as Riley was someone who had run away faster than anyone else. But the goddess was relieved to see Riley so lively. Hence, she asked him to burn the black butterfly that had been passed on to Nain. She explained that even though the butterfly was split into two, its mere existence maintained balance, and if one were eradicated, the remaining one would lose its balance and burn just the same. Then, she told Riley that Helena was just an empty vessel with an inflated ego, and from that perspective, it wouldn't be difficult to subdue her. Riley then asked what would happen to her. The goddess replied that she would no longer exist, resulting in complete annihilation. But she told him not to worry, as that world was capable of thriving and surviving even without the power of fate. Thus, Riley asked if it was her choice, to which the goddess replied that it was. Riley then stated that he was willing to serve her. Shortly, Riley woke from his dream. His group was already in front of him, worried about his condition. He then asked about the situation with Helena. They informed him that Helena had escaped, but they sensed she hadn't gone far and had also placed tracking devices on her. Ryan also mentioned hearing that the Ability Affairs Office had assigned personnel nearby. Riley then instructed Ryan to gather the personnel from the Ability Affairs Office to aid in the search for Helena. Riley assigned Iril, Priscia, and Nara to take charge of protecting the rescued future individuals. Then, Abyss and Nain would join Riley in tracking down Helena. Nain asked if he had figured out how to subdue Helena, to which Riley replied that he had, as the goddess had told him herself. Riley mentioned that he didn't like the pleading look in the goddess's eyes. Thus, Riley expressed that he didn't like the method the goddess had suggested, to which Abyss asked if it was acceptable since it came from the goddess. Riley replied that it was fine. After all, he said it had been a long time since he distanced himself from matters like fate and goddesses. Afterwards, Nain and Abyss asked Riley how he plans to defeat the saint. Riley said that they will start by finding the saint, as she carries a part of the goddess' strength, which looking for Nain's dark butterfly might work. Then, Nain said that the goddess said that her strength is split between the two butterflies, but if the two butterflies were momentarily forced to combine despite their divided dominance, it would be possible to stop Helena. However, Nain said that she finds it difficult because she can't see the butterfly or even control it. Suddenly, Abyss was surprised and fluttered. Abyss and Riley saw the butterfly, which Nain asked them where it was. Riley said that it was right in front of Abyss. Then, he said that it's flying again. However, he wondered why it was moving in a strange motion. Nain asked Riley if the butterfly spun around in a circle before flying off, to which Riley asked how she knew that. Nain said that she thinks she knew how the butterfly moves, now, she can use it to grab Helena just as they hoped, which Abyss said they're lucky that they have a different method that the goddess doesn't know about. With that said, Riley agreed, saying that it's not like gods know everything. At the same time, Helena was making chaos, stating that there's nothing she doesn't know, since she holds the power of fate in his hands. She was destroying all the buildings in sight. Suddenly, someone told her that she looked like a child throwing tantrums. To her surprise, Abyss was behind her. She became furious when Abyss asked her if she was too scared of them. Then, Helena chuckled, saying that fate is cruel. She challenged Abyss and declared that she would crush him with her own hands. So, Abyss quickly charged at her. But, Riley was the one who was really going to attack her. Helena dodged Riley's attack. She also dodged Abyss' attacks right after. Then, she thought that she's not strong enough to chase them both, so she believed that she had to use the power of fate again. Suddenly, Riley and Abyss saw the white butterfly. Thus, Riley shouted, signaling Abyss to move. Helena wonders if they are waiting for her to use the power of fate and what Riley has ordered Abyss to do. To her surprise, Abyss passed through her. She was shocked that he seemed to be fleeting. Helena caught up to Abyss in an instant. She asked him why he was turning his back on his opponent. Then, she quickly slammed Abyss to the ground. Right after, she confronted Abyss, saying that she didn't think that someone like him would put her through such troubles. To her surprise, Abyss was laughing. Abyss told her that she must have known that his powers are of near-infinite revival. He said the core of his body would have to be blown to bits 100 times before he would finally be destroyed, and the only one succeeded at it was the warrior. In response, Helena thanked him for stupidly telling her how she could kill him. But at that moment, someone chained her. The supernatural office and Ryan arrive and have stopped her. However, Helena was confident, saying that their measly abilities can't hold her forever. Unknown to her, their target was not her, but the white butterfly behind her. Riley said that all they need is a few seconds. Riley arrived with Nain carrying him. Then, he whispered to her about the butterfly behind Helena. The black butterfly and white butterfly start to emerge together. Thus, Riley immediately cut off Helena's arm. Helena was shocked, not expecting that would happen. On the other hand, Riley felt triumph. Afterwards, Helena's arm was being pulled by unknown creatures. Helena held his cut arm, and wondered what was going on. She thought that fate was supposed to protect her from death. On the other hand, Riley just ordered Nain to aim for Helena's left arm, then next to her head. Riley saw the two butterflies were still together. Thus, Nain was able to attack Helena. Helena felt strange at that moment. She thought that what was happening to her was strange. She thought that some kind of familiar force was hindering her, but she believes that the only one who could do that was her. Frowning, Helena couldn't believe it, as she knew that she already took care of the goddess herself. Afterwards, she looked up and saw Riley and Nain. Helena thought that Nain was the goddess. Thus, Nain flinched because of her scary looks. Helena quickly utilized her power, wanting to kill the goddess again. However, Riley blocked her. Riley separated himself from Nain, and then quickly flew away, dragging Helena. Riley told Helena that Nain might look similar to the goddess, but Nain's not her problem at the moment. Riley declared that he was supposed to be her problem. Right after, Riley told Helena that falling for her scam has taught him a lot. He said that he ended up hating the word of saving in peace. So, he said that when he got his own life, he lived for his peace alone. But then, Riley shared that there were things that he couldn't avoid, and jerks that he couldn't ignore. Additionally, things that he can't help but notice. Riley said that he started to think that all of it was the price he was paying for ignoring peace. But he said that it wasn't that at all. He said that it was because there were more people he needed to protect. Thus, Riley told Helena that peace is a chain, that's something she can't make alone. He expressed that it was amazing that he didn't go crazy trying to do it all alone in his past life. As a result, Riley told Helena that he realized that it was all thanks to him. Riley started to squeeze her neck, but Helena said that he can't kill her. She told him that she has to become a god and return the balance, otherwise the world will collapse. Helena said to Riley that once she obtains the divine powers, she can use it to return his family and comrades. Riley stopped in his actions, clearly shocked. Thus, Helena thought that he's finally listening to her. However, Riley was still determined to kill her, as he couldn't imagine such a miserable human like her becoming a god. Helena struggled as Riley's grip became tighter. She was furious, but Riley's sword was on the verge of cutting her neck off. Finally, Riley was able to kill Helena. Right after, Nain arrived and asked Riley if it was over, to which Riley said that it's not, as there's someone they still need to meet. Suddenly, white butterflies started to spread around. Riley saw that it was because of Helena's body. He was forced to close his eyes as a bright light appeared. Right after, the goddess appeared, very confused. She wondered where she was, and Riley told her that he's glad that she escaped destruction. The goddess was surprised to see Nain and Riley. She asked them if they did not burn her butterflies. Riley said that they did not because there's a lot of reasons, and the first one was her eyes. He said that the look on her eyes was a look that he had already seen before. He mentioned his past life. Riley said that it was like looking in his eyes after he had given up on everything. The goddess was shocked, as she thought that he was hoping that she would disappear. But Riley said that she told him and Nain that she was sorry and that she wronged them. He said that it was the reason that she can't die and she also needs to pay them back. Thus, the goddess believes that what Riley said is true. She laughed as it suddenly hit her again that Riley was indeed a warrior and only Riley would defy a deity to that extent. Riley agreed with her and said to thank her bad karma. Afterwards, the goddess said that it's time that she repay her debts to them. The goddess was too weak to give them imperviousness or immortality, however, she can give them the opportunity to choose their fate. The goddess believes that they should be repaid for what they have done. Thus, she told them to speak to the butterfly about their choice. Riley and Nain fell silent for a moment. Shortly, they spoke up, saying what they wanted. Afterwards, they prepared to leave. Lee asked Ryan if Riley was going to leave. Ryan responded that they should go back to their own world since he and his group are not from that world. But Lee asked him if he was sure that he can't persuade him, as they would really love to keep him around. Suddenly, he heard Riley calling him. Riley told him that they should get going, but Endol doesn't seem to agree. He was complaining that he didn't get to ride on a first-class plane because of Abyss. Abyss felt irritated seeing Endol that way. Thus, he quickly made him disappear. Riley asked where Endol went, which Abyss said that he sent Endol ahead as he can't stand seeing him whine like that. Afterwards, Abyss's servants asked him if he was really leaving, which Abyss said that leaving is the right thing to do. The servants were worried about the people that will serve Abyss in the other world, so Abyss assured them there's a human child that he would say is trustworthy. Hearing this, the servants asked if the human child is more trustworthy than they are, which Abyss chuckled, thinking that they're jealous. The group was wrapped in laughter as they got ready to leave. Ryan watched them, and suddenly, he realized he was speaking with Mr. Lee. He apologized to Mr. Lee for leaving, but Mr. Lee reassured him that it was okay. Mr. Lee told Ryan that he and Riley should work out their differences. Right after, Ryan said that he should be on his way. Then, Lee thought that no matter how the world is, warriors are quite similar. On the other hand, Nara asked Myri if she was sure she wanted to come with them, to which Myri replied that she was. Myri said that she had nothing left in the world. Thus, she decided to go with Riley, believing that Riley would be the one to determine her future. Hearing that, Sarah suggested Myri join the servants at the manor. Riley replied that he would speak to her parents first, but he was sure they could work something out. Afterward, Abyss asked if everyone was finished chatting. He instructed them to gather around him to prepare for departure. Quickly, Abyss used his skill. In their world, the sun was nearly setting. Riley and Nain safely returned to the manor. After landing, Riley praised Nain for doing a good job. As Nain was about to go inside, Riley gently held her wrist. Nain was confused by Riley's actions. Suddenly, Riley took out the ring and placed it on Nain's finger. Nain realized that it was the same ring from last time. With that, she asked Riley why he was giving it to her. An awkward silence filled the air between them. Nain and Riley simply looked at each other in silence. At that moment, Nain smiled. She also placed the ring on Riley's finger. She said that it must be what had been on his mind. Afterward, they looked at each other, each softly saying the other's name. But they were instantly shocked when someone spoke. They turned and saw that it was Iris. Iris was shocked, asking what they were both doing.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and subscribe. And if you'd like to contribute further, you can now buy me a coffee. Every little bit helps in creating more quality content for you. Just click the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video.